Chapter 1. Is this the original work? Boma is devoid of the four seasons, possessing only the rainy and dry seasons. It is now May, and the rainy season has commenced, with the sky occasionally darkening before unleashing a torrential downpour. Looking up, large, ominous clouds gather together. Ah! Jiang Wang jolted awake from a nightmare, the sound of the rain crashing onto the muddy ground startling him back to reality. He was further alarmed by the distant echoes of gunfire. Bang! Bang, 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 bang! The gunfire was not particularly crisp or loud, muffled by the distance, resembling the sound of bubbles bursting. Yet, the flashes of light igniting within the forest compelled Jiang Wang to immediately drop to the ground, disregarding the swamp-like muck beneath him, rolling beneath a nearby tree. Gazing into the shadowy woods, the rain only intensified the eerie shadows that flickered like phantoms among the trees. The incessant gunfire sent a chill down Jiang Wang's spine with each shot. A flash of light erupted. That was the muzzle flash of a bullet exiting the chamber. Jiang Wang swallowed hard, bringing his filthy hand to his mouth, biting down, and winced in pain. Where am I? Am I still in my homeland? A cascade of questions flooded his mind, diminishing the fear that had gripped him moments before. However, he quickly recalled his predicament. He had traversed into another realm, specifically into the tale of Bian Shui Wang Shi. Oh dear, how unfortunate! Jiang Wang grimaced, clenching his molars tightly. He was witnessing the original story, not the portrayal by Guo Qilin as Guo Xingxing, but the authentic narrative of Guo Xingxing within the Golden Triangle, a world undeniably brutal. As memories of his crossing settled in, Jiang Wang's complexion turned pale at a visible pace, akin to a corpse that had lain for several days. What a tragedy! Jiang Wang uttered tremulously, on the verge of tears. How could it be that all he experienced was overwhelming sorrow? The millennial Bian Sanjiao omitting the golden character. This was far more harrowing than falling into a den of scams. It was a chaotic battleground teeming with disorder. Drugs, jade, gemstones, mahogany, animals, women. Each represented wealth stained with blood. And it was wealth that could not be contained. There was no need to bribe local officials, as in the near 2010 SBN Shui Wangshi. With proper documentation, one could engage in this, that, and the other. There was no need for a local protectorate. Here, those with capability could reap riches. Even the ruthless drug lords were merely prey for some. The exceedingly bloody accumulation of wealth. This was what forged the successful individuals within Bian Shui Wangshi. As his memories solidified, Jiang Wang became acquainted with the body he now inhabited, sharing his name. He was also called Jiang Wang, nicknamed Stinking Water for. It was not a flattering moniker, it stemmed from his habit of playing cards. Whenever he held a terrible hand, he would excuse himself to urinate, lingering in the restroom for hours until the others finished their game. He was merely a small-time player, indifferent to the stakes. Were he in a casino, players would surely attach a catheter to him, binding him to the table. In his 20s, a carefree age, yet he was an old hand in the outskirts of Bian Sanjiao. A wandering drifter, a temporary worker lacking ambition. His greatest pastime was engaging in single draws, seeking out isolated individuals, administering a blow to the head, and pocketing a bit of pocket change. This lifestyle was not sustainable this time. He had accompanied a group of brothers to undertake a hard job, which entailed robbing the drug lord's double lions on Earth. It was a perilous endeavor, but the rewards were significant. Those drug lords transported goods across treacherous terrain, intending to quietly infiltrate the borders of the eastern great nation, where victory awaited. Yet, the paths they traversed were fraught with danger, akin to a mountain range unmarked on maps. Jiang Wang and his companions dared to come because the drug lords they were targeting had previously engaged in a bloody skirmish with their peers, suffering heavy casualties. Now, they desperately needed to deliver this shipment to regain their strength, but their peers would not let them pass unscathed. Seizing upon their misfortune, they sought to take their lives. To these drug lords, the so-called peers were more detestable than narcotics officers, as robbing someone of their wealth was akin to murdering their parents. How could they possibly let them pass alive? Jiang Wang was aware that at least two factions sought to intercept this shipment, and he was part of one such faction. The leader, known as Brother C. Shui, held considerable respect among Jiang Wang's compatriots who had come from the homeland, having gathered over 20 men. Seizing this shipment meant each of them could pocket 6, equating to 60,000 renminbi, a substantial sum for their kind without connections. Many were tempted by the prospect. Each man was armed with a Type 54 pistol, also referred to as Big Black Star due to the 5-point star emblem on the grip. It was powerful, well-regarded, and exceedingly popular. However, ammunition was costly, and while firearms were affordable in Boma, a few thousand would suffice. A single bullet could reach 4 to 5 renminbi. Prices calculated in renminbi. Should they encounter those drug lords preparing for a large-scale shootout, the market price for ammunition would fluctuate. In the distance, the gunfire seemed to have ceased. Jiang Wang lifted his hand, scooping up the muddy earth from the ground and smearing it across his face. Cleanliness was of little concern compared to his life. He discarded his floral shirt, as the blue patterned garment stood out too vividly in this setting. Jiang Wang continued to apply the mud to himself, transforming into something resembling a freshly unearthed terracotta warrior as he leaned against a tree. He also grabbed some grass, shaking off the leaves onto himself. This constituted a rudimentary camouflage, and as he lay flat on the ground, Jiang Wang finally steadied his nerves, reaching for his waistband. He was not driven by a pressing need, but rather to grasp the heavy Big Black Star in his hand, regrettably devoid of ammunition. Damn, what a pungent odor. Jiang Wang gripped the Big Black Star, flicking his wrist and curling his finger around the trigger, firmly holding onto the grip. It felt as if this action imbued him with a semblance of courage. With the gunfire now silenced, it likely indicated the conclusion of the exchange. However, this was not necessarily good news, for previously, Jiang Wang and his companions had overpowered the drug lords. There were only 7 of them, accompanied by 3 mules, and they had remained quite vigilant. Yet after a day of traversing the woods, even the most cautious would grow weary. As dawn approached, they encountered Jiang Wang and his group. More than 20 guns were aimed at them, including Brother Si Shui wielding a Type 56 submachine gun, firing in rapid succession. Good heavens, they were laden with 6 full baskets, all wrapped in oiled canvas, the double lions on earth. They were truly on the brink of wealth had they not shot the mules. They should have been celebrating in Dabong with the ladies. Yet now, they could only sip on muddy broth. Brother Si Shui was killed, shot through the eye, with a bullet exiting from the back of his head. Yang Wang witnessed the event, slipping in terror. At this point, the memory concluded. Jiang Wang exhaled softly, raindrops falling onto the grass beside him, creating a patter that gradually calmed his anxious heart. If the memories were to be believed, he had indeed taken lives before, yet in this rainforest, whether he could escape remained uncertain. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Their mantis was somewhat constrained. Ding! The strongest family system is binding successful. Jiang Wang blinked. It seemed he had heard something. System? The strongest family system is at your service. Summoning kin and allies with similar attributes from various parallel worlds to form the strongest family. Please begin your first kin and friend lottery. Before Jiang Wang could fully process this, 3 shimmering golden cards appeared before him, dazzling to the point of bringing him to tears. This 5-cent special effect is remarkable. Jiang Wang forcibly suppressed his excitement, gritting his teeth as he let out a low growl, his heart racing, his hands trembling. The golden cards, seemingly forged from gold, bore strange patterns that appeared to connect to another realm. Left, right, up, choose the middle. Jiang Wang decided to go all in. The middle card began to spin, and with a burst of blinding light, a photograph of a man appeared on the card. He was handsome, wearing a pair of golden-rimmed glasses, smiling gently, exuding an air of refinement, not resembling a villain at all. Yet, upon glancing at the description below, Jiang Wang nearly choked on his own saliva. No wonder he found the face somewhat familiar. It was this ruthless character. S level. He was a master of seduction amidst blossoms, a cold-hearted bandit leader, polite and cultured, an intelligent rogue who appeared gentle and refined in life. Yet behind the scenes, he was a deeply cunning killer, unflinching in his brutality. Damn, it truly is him. Jiang Wang suddenly felt that Bien San Jiao was not so intimidating after all. After all, this man, sharing his surname, had committed countless heinous acts, evading capture from thousands of armed police for nearly a year. It was not that Jiang Wang looked down upon Bien San Jiao. Anyone capable of committing crimes akin to Jiang Shao domestically would undoubtedly not survive a week. That involved deploying thousands of police officers, armed forces, and troops to set up roadblocks, yet failing to capture the primary suspect. Your identity is that of an uncle. He is Jiang Shao's youngest uncle. I have heard that you are thriving in Bomo and have extended a warm invitation. Last week, Jiang Shao departed from his hometown and crossed the border of Yinsu province to seek you out. Please be at Mengla Station in 3 days to welcome Jiang Shao, your dear nephew, and receive your familial reward. Am I truly thriving? Jiang Wang glanced upward, reflecting on his own dismal state, wallowing in this mire, which certainly did not qualify as thriving yet. Survival was imperative. Dear nephew, your old uncle is counting on you. Ah, the reward. Just as Jiang Wang was about to discover what the reward entailed, he suddenly heard a sound something was approaching. The grass rustled ominously, droplets of water splattered from the leaves, and most significantly, the scent smoke. Jiang Wang swallowed hard, casting a glance at the photograph of his nephew, his eyes brimming with reluctant tears. He did not wish to perish here. Gazing at the reward awaiting collection, Jiang Wang gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve he would fight for survival. Come what may, the footsteps drew nearer. Chapter 2. The struggle for survival in the rainforest. Sambo is an authentic native of the Border Triangle, possessing a robust physique and remarkable skills as a hunter. The people of this region are often nameless. Their names given whimsically, adorned only with a few special titles. For instance, Sambo, with his dusky yellow skin resembling a leopard emerging from the water, is affectionately referred to by the neighbors as Brother Sambo, a term that conveys admiration for his prowess. This time, he has been invited to undertake an external task, temporarily stepping away from his hunting team to track down a group of armed monkeys in the mountains. As a hunter, an exceptionally precise one, he can sustain his family solely with his bow and bamboo arrows. The current hunt is no different. The employer has commanded total annihilation, leaving not a single survivor. Sambo does not question the rationale behind this directive, for in the Border Triangle, the confines of law and morality are virtually non-existent amidst the verdant embrace of the rainforest that end the chaos of battle. All are reduced to mere beasts. Those who emerge alive, upon witnessing the sun, may dare to call themselves human, worthy of seeking repentance in a temple. Now, he has caught sight of some traces. His quarry has concealed itself. Surrounding him is a lush expanse of wild grass and shrubs. The rain has obscured some of the evidence, yet his prey has not fled. Perhaps it is merely a frightened little monkey. Sambo inhales deeply from the cigarette clenched between his teeth, filled with opium leaves, and slowly exhales a wisp of smoke that a delicate haze of pale blue mist drifts around him. He raises his right hand, gripping a Type 54 pistol, carefully advancing forward. His bounty is substantial, including a nearly pristine Type 56 submachine gun hanging around his neck. The caravan, laden with packs and baskets, has already departed, and he must collaborate with a few companions to ensure that all adversaries lie dead before they consider their task complete. The thicket ahead bears signs of disturbance. As if something is tread upon it, that a satisfied smile spreads across Sambo's face, reminiscent of the joy that follows a successful hunt, but he steps heavily, vaulting over the low shrubs, and fires 2 shots into the underbrush. Bullets penetrate the foliage, causing it to tremble. The rain pours heavily, drumming upon the leaves. There no one. A flicker of doubt crosses Sambo's mind as he aims at the brush, when suddenly, from a muddy patch on the ground, a glint of cold white light emerges that a figure, enshrouded in muck and resembling a specter, rises, brandishing a dye knife. Is Jiang Wang, who has been lying in the mud, now rising to fight for his life, the dye knife being the reward he just seized. With his empty pistol stowed back in his trousers, Jiang Wang does not hesitate. At this moment, it is a battle of life and death. He is determined not to perish in the mud, to be devoured by the wild beasts of the mountains. In such dire circumstances, the raw strength and fierce courage that erupt reveal the true nature of a ruthless individual. Gripping the dye knife with both hands, Jiang Wang grits his teeth, summoning every ounce of his strength to swing the blade downwards with ferocity. Sambo is caught off guard, his gun still pointing towards the nearby thicket. Utterly unprepared for an adversary to emerge from beneath him, from the very mud itself. The long edge of the dye knife slices through the air with a whisper. In an instant, Jiang Wang's grip tightens. The blade cleaving through the air effortlessly, landing a vicious strike across Sambo's face, tearing open a ghastly gash that spills crimson blood. Yet, Jiang Wang feels a chill run down his spine. He has missed his mark. He intended to behead his foe in one swift motion, but in this lightning-fast moment of decision, his wild swing has gone awry. Numerous factors, height, distance, and the force of the blow, have led to a catastrophic miscalculation, leaving Jiang Wang's mind in a frigid tremor, even bordering on despair. Sambo, with a face marred by a gruesome wound, lets out a pained scream and swiftly turns, redirecting his weapon. The gun's barrel swivels, and everything unfolds in a blur of rapidity and slowness, as if the raindrops falling from the sky have decelerated. Jiang Wang gazes at the gun aimed at him, despair etched across his face. In a surge of adrenaline, he bellows like a wild beast, bringing the dye knife crashing down from Sambo's face in a relentless arc. In the blink of an eye, the blade's gleaming edge slices cleanly through the air, severing Sambo's gun-holding right hand in two. The angle of the cut reveals the torn muscles, blood gushing forth, mingling with the muddy ground. In the blink of an eye, everything has reversed. Sambo clutches his severed arm, his face contorted in agony as he emits a heart-wrenching scream. Jiang Wang, breathless and wide-eyed, feels his pupils constricting like a pinprick, exuding an aura of chilling menace. He must kill him. It is imperative. In that moment, Jiang Wang's mind is a blank slate, the initial tremor of fear giving way to a singular desire, to see his opponent dead. His arm muscles ache, yet the surge of adrenaline numbs any sensation, allowing him to wield the blade with the ferocity of a laborer wielding a hoe. With a wild swing, he strikes again, devoid of technique or strategy, driven solely by instinct, that he is consumed by the primal urge to sever his opponent's head. In the midst of this chaos, Jiang Wang is oblivious to all else that if one strike fails, he will simply attempt another. Beneath the relentless downpour, hidden by the underbrush, Jiang Wang continues his relentless assault. The rain falling like a curtain over the scene. Sambo, now sprawled on the ground, emits a shrill cry of despair. With each scream, Jiang Wang's trepidation intensifies, nearly causing him to lose grip on his knife. He never anticipated that a man could be so resilient, so difficult to slay. In his frantic state, Jiang Wang nearly collapses, witnessing his foe still capable of vocalizing his torment. In his heart, Jiang Wang pleads for this man to die swiftly, to cease his suffering and stop tormenting him. The blood flowing transforms the muddy ground into a crimson pool. Die! Just die already! Jiang Wang howls, his face twisted in a frenzy, his body smeared with filth and blood. He wishes he could succumb to madness, to death itself. Yet he remains alive, the bloodied figure beneath him still writhing, though stripped of the strength to resist. This realization brings a glimmer of joy to Jiang Wang's face. In this moment, he resembles a lunatic, finding hope in the struggle. With the dye knife raised, he thrusts it downward, but a sickening sound echoes as the blade pierces flesh. Jiang Wang crouches, panting heavily, reaching out a finger to probe the disfigured head. Is there still breath? Can he ascertain if this man still lives? The torrential rain washes over everything. Jiang Wang gazes at the corpse before him, a cacophony of emotions flooding his mind. Disgust? Fear? Nausea? No, he feels nothing. The bloodied body before him seems detached from his very being. He does not even perceive it as human. His mind is void, calm, even pondering what to eat later, his expression vacant and numb. His nerves are taut, akin to a spooked wildcat, unable to settle, acutely aware of his surroundings that he can even sense the raindrops cascading upon him, trickling down from his forehead. A moment of clarity strikes him. There are others nearby, but the heavy rain muffles many sounds. They likely remain unaware of the unfolding events, oblivious to the fact that a companion has perished. Hastily, Jiang Wang turns to search for the severed limb, which lies amidst the muck nearby. The relentless rain washes away the crimson liquid pooling on the ground. Jiang Wang pries open the pale fingers, retrieves the dahe shing, and inspects the golden bullets within the magazine. A sigh of relief escapes him as he silently reflects on the effectiveness of stabbing rather than hacking. A thrust would yield better results. Remember how to fire? Jiang Wang gripped the hefty dark star tightly in his hands. Raising it forward while contemplating the mantra of 3 points in a line, that he focused on the notch of the gun, aiming at a tree across from him. Pulling the trigger, a resounding thud echoed. The recoil striking him with a chilling metallic sensation and the faint scent of gunpowder. This invigorated Jiang Wang's pallid complexion, especially as the large tree across the way swayed slightly, having been hit. Jiang Wang turned to search the bloodied corpse, hoping to find something of value. It felt like a nightmare. He had already been startled. This little find served no purpose. Even Jiang Wang was astonished by his own transformation. Perhaps he truly was a beast, a scoundrel, a killer, a ruthless murderer. To his surprise, Jiang Wang chuckled, gazing at the increasingly heavy curtain of rain, appearing somewhat morbid, and picked up the 56-style submachine gun lying on the ground. It resembled an AK-47, though with a folding stock. The magazine was full, likely belonging to that fellow from Sisui. It was a fine weapon, albeit with its sling severed. The barrel was soaked in blood, and when tilted, murky liquid spilled out, yet it could still be loaded and used. In the distance, beneath a large tree, someone was shouting, seemingly calling for their companions, speaking in a dialect. Despite the distance, the words were unclear. Nevertheless, Jiang Wang wrapped the severed green sling around his hand and lifted the blood-soaked die knife. With the dark star tucked at his waist and the 56 submachine gun in hand, he crouched low, darting through the thickets that he no longer wished to flee. He yearned to kill. That sensation felt rather exhilarating. Chapter 3. Details determine success or failure amid the thickets. Jiang Wang spotted 2 figures beneath the large tree, seeking shelter from the rain. The tree's lush branches spread like a great umbrella. Outside, the rain poured incessantly, forming rivers, while the ground beneath the tree remained merely damp. The 2 individuals were smoking, calling out to others. Jiang Wang crouched behind a nearby bush, raising the 56 submachine gun and resting it on a tree branch, aiming ahead. Less than 50 meters away, he could see the cigarettes they held, hand-rolled and slightly thicker than the usual filtered ones. Local folks, judging by their attire, they resembled members of a hunting party. Only certain locals from the Border Triangle would smoke such rolled poppy leaves. Outsiders could not get accustomed to it. Moreover, this substance was addictive, leading to yawning if smoked excessively. That it was neither as potent as heroin nor as strong as the opium typically found in dens. Merely something to be scorned. Jiang Wang exhaled softly, aligning the gun's sights on one of the men, who carried a single-barreled shotgun. They also held 54 handguns, evidently scavenged from Jiang Wang's previous comrades, their expressions alert. There was only one opportunity. Jiang Wang contemplated leaving, yet upon seeing these 2, he felt compelled to kill them. Otherwise, he would be loath to escape. Perhaps it was the curse of this Border Triangle, or the recent bloody slaughter, that had hardened Jiang Wang's heart. 1 kill would suffice. 2 would break even. After taking aim, Jiang Wang pulled the trigger. The recoil of the 56 submachine gun was slightly pronounced, but he managed to fire in bursts that rat-a-tat-tat. His finger tightened, the gun's mechanism clashed, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. The 2 men beneath the tree, one with his back turned, took all 3 shots. Jiang Wang had struck gold. As he raised the gun, the 3rd bullet cleanly severed the man's skull, and he crumpled to the ground, warm blood streaming out like a meandering river. The other man, terrified, dove to the ground and sought shelter behind the tree, firing his weapon wildly, but he failed to spot Jiang Wang's figure, merely shooting in a panic. Such was the nature of the Border Triangle's rainforest. One moment, comrades could be laughing and chatting, and the next, they would lie in a pool of blood. After dispatching one man, Jiang Wang took a different route, circling back to eliminate the other. The gunfire did not dissuade him. Instead, it quickened his pace, even as his upper body was scratched by the sharp grass. Now, Jiang Wang feared nothing, not even death. In fact, he looked forward to being shot, to die swiftly and cleanly. Sometimes it was the lack of fear that allowed one to survive. In mere seconds, Jiang Wang maneuvered around to the back of the tree. Spotting the man with the single-barreled shotgun, his expression tense. Dressed in a filthy torn tank top and floral shorts, he reminded Jiang Wang of Somali pirates, those clad in tank tops and flip-flops. brandishing rusty AKs against cargo ships. Yet, that was merely an impression. This border triangle was equally a land of life and death, a savage realm where fortunes lay in the hands of fate. Not much better than Somalia. Raising the 56 submachine gun, Jiang Wang pressed down on the front of the barrel. Standing up, he aimed at the man, his fingers squeezing the trigger that rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Without hesitation, he emptied the magazine. The man hiding beneath the tree, upon Jiang Wang's rise, realized the hunting shotgun he had just raised was instantly riddled with bullets. The projectiles pierced through his body, creating multiple holes as blood seeped out. The man, staring at Jiang Wang's fierce countenance, widened his eyes and toppled backward, his body collapsing against the tree, landing with a thud. His head drooped lifelessly onto his chest, devoid of breath. Jiang Wang continued to hold the trigger down, allowing bullets to pummel the tree, splintering the bark, which shavings flew, exposing the white trunk, crack, until a crisp sound echoed from the chamber. The magazine had run dry. Jiang Wang stood in the rain, letting the water wash away the grime from his body. He remained there for a while, as if regaining his senses, before striding towards the base of the tree. His shoes had long since vanished, leaving him clad in nothing but a pair of filthy jeans, with 2 Dark Star handguns tucked at his waist and a knife strapped behind him. Reaching the tree, Jiang Wang reached out and nudged the dead man's head. He was truly dead, just like that. Jiang Wang retrieved the Dark Star from the man's hand and secured it at his waist. Worth over 2,000 yuan, that I in this border triangle. Any functional handgun fetched a price around several thousand yuan. With the baseline price being 2,000 RMB, a hard currency, a commodity that could be traded, a long gun equated to 2 handguns, an automatic rifle to 3. The calculations were that simple. Yet a human life was valued at merely 1 long gun. However, most people could not access that compensation unless they had a good boss who would share half with their families after their demise. Jiang Wang plopped down on the ground, rummaging through another corpse. Fortunately, there were some gains. A half-full pack of Camel cigarettes he could smoke with ease. These were scavenged from his comrades' bodies, untainted. Finding a lighter, Jiang Wang bit down on the cigarette, cupping his hands to ignite it. Taking a deep drag of the faintly bitter smoke, that it served to soothe his taut nerves, that he paid no heed to the nearby corpse. Jiang Wang lit 2 additional cigarettes, placing them in the ground as a form of tribute. Heaven knows what he was thinking. Even he did not grasp the purpose of such foolishness. After finishing 1 cigarette, Jiang Wang turned his attention to his system. The previous familial reward had granted him 3 items. He had claimed one that the remaining 2 included a Rolex watch, nearly new, which would enhance his image as a successful individual and could be sold for some cash, and an SS-level character card for Jiang Xiao. Skill Attribute Extraction. Jiang Wang quickly spat out the cigarette butt, his gaze fixated on the system interface, intently observing the character card extraction. Jiang Xiao's attribute skills? Jiang Wang pondered briefly, aside from his high intelligence. Strong psychological resilience and fondness for firearms. The most notable aspect of his nephew was undoubtedly his romantic escapades. 7 or 8 lovers, straddling multiple boats that a whole pink brigade sheltered him, creating numerous opportunities for him to escape peril. It was indeed enviable. Claim and draw. Jiang Wang clapped his hands, watching as the system interface flickered, a Rolex watch materializing in his hand. Quite exquisite, but he promptly donned it. It fit perfectly and matched his temperament splendidly. SS-level character attribute extraction detail. Jiang Xiao placed great emphasis on details, believing that any oversight could be fatal, hence never leaving any potential hazards unaddressed. Jiang Wang gazed at the attribute bar word attention to detail that he had drawn. Well, it is what it is, he thought, shaking his head, dismissing the thought. Only now did he realize the chill creeping over him. This rain was quite cold. He searched the corpse once more, but found no money. It made sense. Anyone venturing into the mountains would hardly leave any cash behind. Live for today, for who knows where one might perish tomorrow. Jiang Wang stood up, contemplated for a moment, then bent down to retrieve the 2 cigarettes he had discarded. Tossing them to the ground and crushing them underfoot, he stripped a piece of clothing from the corpse to use as a makeshift bundle, wrapping up several firearms, including the modified 56 assault rifle, and secured them to his person, that he retained only a large Black Star gun and wielded a die-style machete, which bore a resemblance to a ghost head saber. However, its narrow blade and long handle gave it an appearance akin to a samurai sword. Though more manageable and with superior chopping capability, did he examine the blade, noting its robustness. Previous battles had not dulled its edge. Truly fine steel. Truly a fine blade. Jiang Wang was quite fond of this knife. Without it, he feared he might have met his end in that mire. Grasping the knife, he took a pair of relatively sturdy rubber shoes from the corpse and donned them, braving the downpour as he departed. The beasts and insects would take care of the remains, and perhaps someone would come to collect the bodies, but that was no longer his concern. Suddenly, he felt an urge to pay homage. In Boma, where Buddhism thrived, monks held the status of esteemed citizens. Even in this lawless border triangle, that he maintained a modicum of respect for the Buddha and the monks. Initially perplexed, Jiang Wang now understood that some matters required supplication and repentance. Otherwise, they weighed heavily upon the heart, that it was akin to a ritual. After paying his respects, the bloody slaughter would no longer pertain to him. At least he remained a man, not a beast. The dark clouds gradually dispersed. The rain ceased, though he couldn't tell when it might resume. However, the sun emerged, casting warm rays that made the rainforest stiflingly humid, especially after the rain, creating a sensation of suffocation. After walking for over an hour, Jiang Wang finally located their hiding place, a military green vintage jeep. Thank heavens, it had yet to be discovered that he circled the vehicle, which was older than his father, a classic American Willis Jeep from World War II. It still bore a canvas canopy, and more accurately, there was another vehicle that had brought them here. The driver had dropped them off and left. This Jeep was now under Jiang Wang's possession. With a clang, he lifted the hood. It was his now. Lacking keys, he would have to hotwire it. After a flurry of activity, the engine roared to life, sputtering out a series of black smoke from the exhaust like a series of flatulent sounds, causing the vehicle to tremble slightly. Jiang Wang climbed in, shifted gears, pressed the accelerator, and deftly turned the steering wheel to depart. Chapter 4. A man in Dabong after navigating the muddy mountain roads for over an hour. Jiang Wang stopped by a roaring river, wide from the recent rainfall, but he took a refreshing plunge into the water, cleansing himself. The sun had already begun its descent, and the dense forest behind him buzzed with the sounds of birds flapping their wings. In the distance, the mountains echoed with the calls of animals, resembling monkeys or the roars of tigers and leopards patrolling their territory. In this land, demons and creatures of all kinds were commonplace. After his bath, Jiang Wang continued driving the doorless, shockless Willis Jeep along the rough mountain path. As night fell, the swaying headlights illuminated a few houses, the road remaining uneven and pockmarked. This was Dabong, the true border triangle. Poor, dilapidated, ruthless, and fierce, it was a vivid portrayal of this place. Death here was as commonplace as encountering beggars in the city. One knew it was inevitable, but the timing remained uncertain. The ramshackle zinc and iron shanties sat atop a yellow mud road, rendered nearly impassable after the rain. It was now 9 in the evening, the hour hand and minute hand of his Rolex watch forming a perfect right angle. Several houses along the roadside glimmered with light, where a few figures sat at the entrance. Watching the Jeep pass by, a few shirtless men with grim expressions stood up. The Bomo people appeared older than their years. Those in their 20s looked as though they were in their 30s, primarily due to their living conditions. Drugs, sleepless nights, and chaotic lifestyles aged them prematurely. Here, drugs were merely an expensive snack, though some resolutely abstained. As long as one remained cautious and refrained from temptation, they would not descend into the depths of addiction like the deceased. The Jeep halted before a structure resembling a cattle pen, the brakes failing to engage in time, causing the front to collide with the wall with a loud thud, jolting the vehicle. Lights flickered on inside, the tungsten bulbs casting a warm yellow glow through the cracks of the door. "That son of a bitch!" Someone inside began to curse, accompanied by a woman's murmur. This place served as Jiang Wang's refuge. Although he did not own the building, in this world of drifters, how many could afford such accommodations? Merely managing to survive without starving was already quite an accomplishment. This territory had been seized by Jiang Wang and his gang from a merchant who hailed from his sister-in-law Huang's hometown, using it as a storage facility for mountain goods. The door was locked, but they had forced it open and moved in. As Jiang Wang stepped out of the vehicle, the door burst open from within, the rusty hinges emitting a grating creak. With a crash, the door slammed against the wall. A man clad in shorts and bare-chested emerged, brandishing a machete and spewing curses. "Damn your mother. That bastard is looking for trouble." Jiang Wang did not recognize him. Though this house was a refuge for their group, anyone could reside here. Gamblers, those down on their luck, and drifters. Yet most were fellow countrymen, lacking connections, unable to mingle with others. Much like the disdain the Bomo people held for them. Upon noticing Jiang Wang, the man brandishing the machete approached, still cursing, "Damn you." However, before he could finish, Jiang Wang raised his weapon, the muzzle of a large black star gun pressed firmly against the man's forehead. The bare-chested man's voice faltered, silenced by fear. In this border triangle, brandishing a gun signified a willingness to fire. Those with hardened tongues simply met an early demise. "Brother, I misspoke. The man's face twisted into a sycophantic grin as he cautiously stepped back. The earlier bravado evaporating. "Give me the knife." Jiang Wang shifted the large black star to his left hand and gestured with his right. The man trembled, hesitant to comply, awkwardly grinning, as if to deflect the situation. "Brother, you are the knife now," Jiang Wang barked, his expression fierce, eyes narrowing as if he were a predator ready to strike. Terrified, the man shuddered and handed over the machete, trembling. Without hesitation, Jiang Wang swung the blade, striking the man squarely in the face. "Da!" The man screamed, clutching his bleeding visage as he collapsed to the ground. Jiang Wang surveyed the surroundings with the bloodied machete in hand. "Get out if you dare return. Watch your life." Yes. The man, now groaning on the ground, nodded vigorously, disregarding his bleeding face as he scrambled to flee. One of his slippers fell off, revealing his relatively clean back as he hurried away. Disappearing into the distance, that it resembled a stray dog that had been chased off by a rival dog. Jiang Wang raised the machete, examining the bloodstains before turning to enter the house. Inside, there was little decor. On either side, there were large makeshift sleeping areas with damp-proof boards laid on the ground, and beds propped up by stacks of bricks, covered with a few filthy blankets that barely constituted a bed. In the center stood a bamboo and wooden table, littered with playing cards, while the floor was strewn with cigarette butts, ash, and discarded clothing, indistinguishable from a trash heap, a fitting environment for trashy individuals. Jiang Wang stepped inside, glancing to the right where a woman, a local Bomo prostitute with shoulder-length hair, was rolling about in bed, staring at him with a look of alarm. She was clearly flustered, her gaze darting between the bloodied machete and Jiang Wang's icy demeanor. "Please, don't kill me," she pleaded in the local dialect. Jiang Wang understood her and raised his right hand, the knife still gripped tightly. Gesturing towards the door, "Leave," he commanded in the same dialect. The Golden Triangle is a region of diverse ethnicities that not only boasts the local Boma language, but also encompasses Lao, Siamese, and the languages of the East, including Mandarin, Cantonese, Minnan dialects, and English. This medley resembles a chaotic stew. Jiang Wang is generally familiar with some of these tongues, even speaking them fluently at times. After all, one cannot survive here without a grasp of the local dialects. When venturing out to shop, one risks being treated like a lamb to the slaughter. Upon hearing this, the woman quickly clasped her hands together in gratitude. She had no time to don proper clothing. Hastily grabbing a tank top, shorts, and a bedsheet, clutching them to her body with her arms, she leapt out of bed, casually slipped on a pair of slippers, nodded her thanks to Jiang Wang, and dashed out the door, leaving behind only a thin silhouette. Jiang Wang gazed up at the glowing tungsten bulb. Exhaling a casual sigh as he tossed the machete onto the ground, he turned his head, surveying the surroundings. With over 20 people missing, the place felt eerily desolate, as if the rainforest itself had withered away. There was little to mourn, nor was there anything worth lamenting. Jiang Wang considered his own survival a stroke of luck. Lacking the emotional bandwidth to grieve for his usual comrades, he stepped outside, retrieving a bundle of firearms from the vehicle, along with a dye knife, and casually yanked the battery cables from the car. With a clang, he shut the door, securing it with a latch. He scattered the playing cards from the bamboo table onto the floor, placing the blood-stained bundle on the table. There were also 2 single-barreled shotguns. Fortunate to have a decent supply of ammunition, these 2 firearms were not particularly valuable, their condition lacking. Jiang Wang picked one up, racked the bolt, and assessed it. At best, it could be considered a 1.5 caliber handgun, worth around 3,000 yuan. The remaining 4 Dazhongsing rifles were all new. Even with some signs of wear, their price would only slightly diminish. They were typically valued at 2,000 yuan each. However, the purchase price was always more favorable than the selling price, which ultimately depreciated. Jiang Wang stood up from the nearby bed, rummaging through to find 2 cotton shirts, tearing one open with a rip. Most of these garments were pilfered from those unsuspecting souls. There were always some who underestimated the perils of the Golden Triangle. Naturally, they met their fate. With a crack, Jiang Wang disassembled one of the Dazhongsing rifles, using a strip of cloth to wipe away the blood and grime within. The condition of the firearm was also a factor in determining its price. Minutes later, he meticulously reassembled the components. Feeling a mix of unfamiliarity and tension during his first disassembly, he loaded a bullet into the magazine, gripped the firearm, and aimed it at the wooden door before pulling the trigger. The resounding bang echoed like a firecracker in a metal basin, leaving a circular bullet hole in the wooden door. The power of the Type 54 pistol was formidable, capable of easily penetrating wood and metal, and if it struck a human head, it could create a gaping wound. The 7.62mm bullet held 8 rounds in a magazine, plus 1 in the chamber, making it a highly sought-after model in the Golden Triangle region. Jiang Wang selected 2 well-conditioned firearms, fully loaded with bullets for self-defense. While preparing to sell the other 2, he also had a Type 56 rifle without ammunition, which was in better condition. Calculating the worth, he expected to pocket a substantial sum that he carefully wrapped the firearms destined for sale, storing the ammunition separately to avoid unnecessary purchases. A wave of fortune often followed another. Holding a Dazhongsing rifle, Jiang Wang approached the bed on his right, lifting the bedding only to find it bare. It was merely a sheet atop a sturdy wooden frame. He tossed the blanket onto the floor, piling it at the door. Should anyone intrude, it might buy him a moment's delay. The room had only a single ventilation window on the wall. With its blades rotating, he was not overly concerned about an intrusion. Jiang Wang lay back on the bed, disengaging the safety of the Dazhongsing rifle and placing it within easy reach, while clutching another in his hand. As he reclined, he glanced at his Rolex watch. It was midnight. Time to catch some sleep. After enduring the life-and-death struggles of the rainforest, this brutal crucible had transformed Jiang Wang. He could now peacefully hold a firearm as he drifted in a slumber. Even envisioning himself blasting away the heads of any intruders with the Dazhongsing rifle the moment he opened his eyes. Such was the nature of habit. Jiang Wang had swiftly acclimated to this lifestyle. At this moment, his mind was blank, and the restorative sleep enveloped him, allowing him to slip into dreams as quietly as an infant. Meanwhile, along the border of Yunsu province, a man resembling a recent university graduate was hauling his luggage. Taking a detour to Zishuangbana before transferring to Mengla. Chapter 5. Tidying up, Jiang Wang slept for an entire day and night. The moment his taut nerves relaxed, he felt utterly exhausted. It wasn't until his stomach growled in hunger that he was roused from his deep slumber. Discomfort gnawing at him. Damn it. Lying on the bed, Jiang Wang clutched his belly, cursing softly, raising a hand to shield his face. After oversleeping, he felt groggy. It took him over 10 minutes to regain his senses. At which point he hastily grasped the Dazhongsing rifle, sitting up abruptly with the barrel aimed forward. There was nothing there. Beads of cold sweat broke out on Jiang Wang's forehead, his heart racing, and the remnants of sleep dissipated like mist. Humans can be terrifying, indeed. After a moment of irritation, he glanced at the ventilation window on the wall, where the blades were now turning, revealing sunlight outside. Was it dawn? Yet, it felt as if he had overslept. Damn it. His dear nephew. It was then that Jiang Wang realized, thankfully, that the system had a countdown, which suddenly popped up just as he began to panic. Jiangshao, Mama bus station, tomorrow at 3:12 in the afternoon. Thank goodness. Jiang Wang breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the time on the back of the golden SS card, but upon reflection, he realized he had slept for quite a while, and oh wonder his stomach was growling. He pulled out a half-pack of Camels from his pocket, discovering only 7 cigarettes remained, and took one, biting it between his lips. He retrieved his lighter, which sparked to life with a few flicks. It was an old-fashioned flintwool lighter, slightly damp but functional, igniting after 4 or 5 attempts, drawing a deep breath of smoke. Jiang Wang leaned back on the bed, tilting his head back and exhaling the haze, his mind still relatively clear as he contemplated his next moves. First, he needed to offload these firearms, then acquire a proper outfit. He couldn't allow himself to appear shabby in front of his dear nephew, that he had to make a respectable impression. The best place to sell the firearms was with Lao Jiao. The gnawing hunger in his stomach felt urgent. as if a red-hot iron plate had been lodged within, prompting a frown from Jiang Wang that he needed to find something to eat. Jiang Wang swung his legs over the side of the bed, tossing the blankets aside and rummaging through the filthy clothing, hoping to find some spare change. After all, he had not a single cent to his name. He had never been one to save money. Whenever he came into some, it would swiftly vanish. His thoughts were consumed with the notion of sudden wealth. Damn it. Clenching the cigarette, he sifted through the pile of tattered clothes, eventually discovering a few coins, Boma currency. But not enough for a meal. With a crash, Jiang Wang overturned the bed, the wooden slats crashing to the ground as a stack of red bricks tumbled down. Beneath the bed, he found a pair of damp, long-haired shoes. However, under one of the red bricks, he stumbled upon $10, unfolding it in his hand. It was in decent condition, folded but clean. Here, people were extremely cautious, only accepting familiar currencies, and they had to be pristine. The dominant currency was the US dollar, hard cash. Given that the Golden Triangle is notorious for drug production, international prices dictated that transactions primarily occur in US dollars. With a resounding crash, Jiang Wang flipped over the other bed. This time he struck gold, a roll of cash. Damn it, a windfall. Jiang Wang unfurled a bundle of banknotes, revealing a chaotic assortment. Some Bomo currency, renminbi, US dollars, and a note from Tianyi Bank, although foreign bills featured numerous zeros. The sum of 1 billion was merely an illusion meant to deceive illiterate rural prostitutes, destined to be rendered docile by the inevitable wrath of their pimps. That it was no surprise that the locals were vigilant. In such a den of villainy, any lapse in attention could lead to total ruin. After some calculation, Jiang Wang found himself with a modest gain. Enough to cover meals. He stuffed the notes into his pocket and donned a sleeveless shirt he found on the ground. Securing a large black star at his waist and another in front, he tightened his belt and pulled the latch open, tugging the door inward. The glaring sunlight outside disoriented Jiang Wang, and the oppressive heat enveloped him like steam from an open distillery, inducing a sense of agitation. The ground was damp, indicating recent rain. That he glanced at a jeep that had collided with the wall. No one seemed to stir, save for some rainwater pooling on the canvas roof. He shut the door behind him. Jiang Wang, with an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips, stepped onto the muddy ground, navigating through puddles. His dwelling was relatively secluded, perched on a slope. Descending led to a marketplace, beyond which lay the heart of Dabong, a region notorious for its dilapidated infrastructure. Having witnessed towering skyscrapers, Jiang Wang regarded this place as a rural backwater. Despite its similarities to such, the area was not only characterized by poor roads, but also by a general decay following the downfall of the notorious drug lord, General Kunshu of Boubei. Since then, the Golden Triangle had been rife with instability, as warlords seized control of territories, engaging in narcotics trafficking. Those who could capture cities were local warlords. Those who could not were merely bandits and drug traffickers from the hills. The shifting allegiances among the powerful were relentless. After a brief stroll through the marketplace to acclimate himself, Jiang Wang purchased a serving of fried rice from a vendor. The local cuisine leaned towards sour and spicy flavors, reminiscent of Thai dishes, though the presentation was lacking, with a dismal yellow hue akin to some Indian fare. Engaging in conversation with the vendor in fluent Bomo, Jiang Wang raised no suspicions. The sun in this region was merciless, with intense UV rays turning skin a dark yellow. His proficiency in Bomo further eased his transactions, allowing him to save a bit, for conversing in the Eastern language, be it Minnan or Cantonese, would have doubled the price. In the Golden Triangle, many were conversant in Eastern languages, a remnant of Kunshu's regime. Despite being a drug lord, he had made strides in education. His troops comprised remnants of the nationalist army, exhibiting formidable combat prowess. Kunshu, having learned warfare from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, even studied martial arts in a dojo in Yangon. During his rule, education from primary to junior high was primarily in Chinese. However, after his fall, chaos ensued. After a simple roadside meal, Jiang Wang bought a bottle of Bomo beer and inserted a straw as he wandered the streets, stopping at a barbershop to tidy his hair without shaving it, merely trimming it to a more mature and composed style. While not strikingly handsome, his features possessed a certain rugged charm, reminiscent of a youthful Daniel Wu, albeit with a hint of ferocity. Are you skilled in combat? What use is that? To thrive in this world, one requires power and connections. Which faction do you belong to? The barber, Observing Jiang Wang with quiet interest, dared not interrupt his musings, especially with the gun handle visible at his waist, a silent warning. Don't bother looking. Consider it your tip. Jiang Wang extracted a roll of money, tossing 100 Bomo bills onto the counter before turning to leave. The barber hurriedly snatched up the bills, confirming their authenticity, before erupting in curses at the door. What the hell? A tip? Did you not see the prices at the entrance? For a haircut and wash, you offer so little? Miser. Chapter 6. Dealing in arms. The old general's repair shop, situated at the heart of Dabong, stood at a crossroads. Although it bore a somewhat dilapidated appearance, the interior was well decorated, that a large sign with blue letters on a white background swayed in the wind, its colors faded from exposure to the elements. A tattered red carpet, nearly fused to the ground, adorned the entrance, while beaded curtains jingled as one entered. Welcome. Inside, at the left counter, stood a middle-aged man in a white tank top, rotund and balding, in his 40s. With deep furrows etched into his forehead, topped by an oversized American military cap, but he was smoking a water pipe languidly. Old Diao, sell these for me, and get me some new ones. Jiang Wang placed his bundle and 2 single-barrel shotguns on the counter. A vintage wooden structure with glass, showcasing an array of firearms, reminiscent of a pastry display case, albeit filled with weaponry. The man lifted his gaze, recognizing Jiang Wang, who was not called Old Diao, but rather Duan Jinxia, nicknamed Diao Boss. Only he dared to confront drug dealers without flinching, even driving into the mountains to collect debts, a reputation he had earned through sheer audacity. A.S., the son of a former military supply officer for the Nationalist Army and later a supply officer for Kunsh's Mongtai Army. He inherited the family trade of arms dealing. What a windfall, Old Diao remarked, inspecting the bundle and skillfully disassembling a large black star. Bringing the barrel to his nose, his expression shifted instantly. He had detected the unmistakable scent of gunpowder and blood, particularly acute for a seasoned gunman like him. Where did you acquire this? Even if cleaned, it still reeks of its grisly history. This came off a corpse. Old Diao, have you been overly indulgent with your foreign wife and forgotten the rules of the underworld? Did you not always say that once goods arrive here, their origin is irrelevant? Jiang Wang leaned casually against the counter, fiddling with a small tank made from bullet casings. Old Diao chuckled at this, acknowledging the truth in Jiang Wang's words. What do you want in exchange? After scrutinizing the firearms, he found them clean and without fault, making it difficult to haggle down the price at US dollars and convert the change into Bomo currency. Ah, you don't want large bills? Old Diao inquired, recalling that typically those of Jiang Wang's ilk preferred to exchange for renminbi. Though US dollars were a hard currency, their exchange rate posed challenges. When you go shopping, people won't calculate based on the exchange rate, except for major transactions. For petty dealings, US dollars are of little use. Spending US dollars is straightforward. I do have a fondness for Franklin's visage, replete with capitalist charm. Fine, how does 400 sound? The rest will be in Bomo. Old Diao's demeanor lightened as he waved his fingers, but before Jiang Wang could respond, he began to elaborate. These guns are decent. They're worth the normal price. But consider this. He picked up a single-barrel shotgun, pulling back the action. Look at the wear. I wouldn't even accept it for free. The 2 handguns and that 56 assault rifle are acceptable. But at this price, if you're unhappy, I can return those 2 guns to you. Upon reflection, Jiang Wang realized Old Diao was attempting to shortchange him. However, the offered price fell significantly below his expectations. At the current exchange rate of 8-to-1 for the dollar, it amounted to barely over 3,000 renminbi, not even enough for the value of 2 guns. Have you lost your senses? Firearms have appreciated recently. If I leave them with you, you could easily double your profit. Old Diao, maintaining a cordial tone, retorted that's the market rate. That a NM16 automatic rifle is currently valued at only 160. And that's a foreign model. Yours are local. Jiang Wang retrieved a pistol from his waist. Lao Jiao's expression remained unchanged, yet he had already drawn a sawed-off double-barreled shotgun from beneath the counter. Its dark muzzle aimed squarely at Jiang Wang's head. I'll add another firearm, and the price remains the same, but I demand a quality weapon. A handgun. Don't attempt to deceive me with those worthless pieces. Jiang Wang maintained a calm demeanor as he disengaged the safety on his large Black Star pistol and unloaded the bullets. He was unwilling to be taken advantage of. Lao Jiao lowered his eyelids to glance at the empty guns on the counter, then looked back at Jiang Wang, slightly astonished at his composure. This was no mere act, especially in such a perilous locale as Bien Sanjiao, where a gun pointed at someone could very well be fired. Jiang Wang merely smiled. Unable to decipher Jiang Wang's intentions, Lao Jiao muttered a phrase about the youth being formidable and opened the iron door behind the counter that he rummaged through the contents, retrieving several firearms dust-covered from disuse. This one, the M1911, is a fine weapon, sure to earn respect when displayed. It far surpasses your large black star in reputation. Lao Jiao wiped it down with a cloth, revealing the pistol's excellent condition. Jiang Wang inspected the chamber, noting it was nearly brand new, having fired only a few rounds with a commendable feel to it. This gun is older than your great-grandfather, yet it remains a timeless classic, still immensely popular today. Beside him, Lao Jiao boasted while polishing a revolver, and then there's this Smith Wesson M19 of great value, and I can offer you discounted ammunition. Jiang Wang quickly shook his head. I have no affinity for revolvers. They require too much effort to load. Let us proceed to the checkout. This gun is excellent. On a dull day, you could even engage in a game of Russian roulette, with 1 bullet and 2 lives at stake. What a bargain. Jiang Wang lifted the M1911 and smiled, causing Lao Jiao's expression to falter, his brow furrowing in confusion. Nevertheless, he said nothing further and retrieved $300 bills and 10 $10 notes from a nearby box. Including the gun, I'll give you some change. Lao Jiao placed 2,000 Bormo coins on the counter. Jiang Wang counted the money and couldn't help but scoff. Lao Jiao, you truly are something else. Can't you part with a little more? The exchange rate of Bormo coins to renminbi stood at 1 to 100, plus a few extra coins. 2,000 Bormo coins equated to a mere 20 renminbi. After accounting for everything, not only did he not profit, but he also incurred a slight loss. Hey, you still made a profit. Aren't you taking both guns? I'll take them off your hands for 500 Bormo coins. Remarkably, Lao Jiao produced 500 Bormo coins, and Jiang Wang, casting a glance at him, accepted the 2 single-barreled shotguns. There are also some bullets. They might prove useful in the future, were it not for the fact that Dabin could only source products from here. Jiang Wang would have preferred not to engage with him. The crux of the matter was that he simply could not sell elsewhere. Buyers of firearms typically sought personal protection or expansion of influence and would not procure weapons from private sellers. One could venture out with a gun to sell, but that came with the risk of being robbed, and it was uncertain how much could be sold. Here, those with wealth did not lack for guns, while those without must tread carefully to avoid having their own weapon taken. The inherent value of firearms does not equate to their monetary worth. Much like a 500,000 yuan Rolex watch, when in urgent need of sale, it might fetch no more than 100,000. Just as Jiang Wang was about to exit with the 2 single-barreled shotguns, Lao Jiao suddenly called out to him. Kid, what happened with that fellow from Sisui? Jiang Wang paused, turning his head to reply calmly. He is dead. The bullet entered through his left eye and exited from the back of his head. Upon hearing this, Lao Jiao sighed and waved his hand. There are souvenirs at the door. I'll gift you a string. Now, off you go. Jiang Wang, upon entering through the glass door, felt compelled to adorn himself with a string of red glass bracelets, which he donned on his wrist before turning and stepping outside. With money in his bag, his thoughts drifted to other considerations. Chapter 7. Mengla has 3 virtues. After acquiring a modest sum, Jiang Wang did not indulge in a lavish meal. Instead, he opted for a takeaway of fried rice and 2 bottles of beer, which he consumed while shopping for clothes. That he selected a vibrant floral shirt, a white tank top, loose shorts, and a pair of durable flip-flops, an essential ensemble for the local lifestyle. The region was characterized by its sweltering and humid rainforest climate. That in the distance, the mountains resembled unspoiled wilderness. Wearing a suit was impractical unless one remained in an air-conditioned room, for sweat would soon drench the fabric, especially considering the rough terrain. Thus, flip-flops were undoubtedly the most sensible choice. Having sold his firearm, although not achieving the price he had hoped for, it was still a satisfactory amount, and he proceeded homeward. Jiang Wang, not one to procrastinate, meticulously reconnected the wires in his Jeep, started the engine, and checked the fuel tank. He tossed a reasonably clean blanket onto the back seat of the Jeep, gathering only a few belongings, just a large dye knife and little else. He casually adorned himself with a gold necklace, purchased for 500 Bomo coins at a street stall, which at least was not the type that would float in water. He also donned a pair of sunglasses he had acquired along the way. With dusk approaching, Jiang Wang hastily drove away, Regretting that he had wasted a day sleeping, he had taken more than one life in the rainforest. Sooner or later, the truth would catch up with him. Just because nothing had transpired today did not guarantee tomorrow's safety. One must always think one step ahead to avoid unforeseen consequences. The jeep navigated the muddy road, following the route etched in Jiang Wang's memory. Heading towards Mengla, a more prosperous area preparing to become a tourist destination, vastly different from the rural landscape of Dabin. If Dabin resembled a remote village, Mengla could be likened to a county seat. Albeit still fraught with danger in the borderlands, it was a haven for illicit activities. With General Kuncha's downfall, the drug trade in the Golden Triangle had not been suppressed. Instead, it had intensified, despite various governmental crackdowns resulting in some effects. The visibility of the drug trade had diminished, reducing the prevalence of opium poppies, a sight that could not be easily described. By the time Jiang Wang arrived in Mengla, it was already past 8 in the evening. He refrained from exiting the vehicle, as he was not well acquainted with this area and felt it prudent to exercise caution. Inside the car, he ate his cold fried rice and enjoyed a bottle of beer. Leading a rather austere life, such was the nature of mingling in this world. Appearances mattered more than substance. From the outside, one must appear vibrant and prosperous, while the reality of one's previous meal, be it gourmet delicacies or leftover scraps, was of little consequence. Suddenly, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. Light in comparison to a torrential downpour, merely a few droplets. Jiang Wang parked the jeep on the roadside, where the pavement, though uneven and pockmarked, remained relatively sturdy. That a distant street glowed with lights. That on a long bench outside, a row of women. Saturday. Jiang Wang had heard it said that Mengla possessed 3 virtues: long-lasting luck, tender young women, and good food. Long-lasting luck referred to the gambling scene. With the opium trade curtailed, at least publicly, alternative economic pillars had to be sought. Mengla was being developed into a tourist city, not by the Bomo government, but rather by the Special Administrative Region-S government. This could be likened to a city under warlord rule, where local strongmen held significant autonomy over governance. Should a major upheaval arise, the Eastern Democratic Alliance could emulate the Northern expedition to seize power. Jiang Wang had witnessed reports of the Bomo civil war in the news, rendering the situation unsurprising. Mengla was a model of anti-narcotics efforts worldwide. Without such a reputation, no support would exist for tourism initiatives. There had to be a show of allegiance, a guarantee for survival. Failure to comply could lead to a change in leadership. The gambling industry flourished during this time. The tender young women were self-evident. The gambling sector was replete with beautiful and youthful dealers, as well as women who capitalized on their bodies for profit. The last virtue, good food, referred to exotic delicacies for those traveling from the East. What one might only encounter in zoos became a culinary delight here. Moreover, Mengla was a mere 2 kilometers from the border of a great eastern nation, serving as a gateway to Southeast Asia. The local populace was a mixed bag, with every conceivable faction represented, creating a complex environment even more intense than the bloody Golden Triangle. Nonetheless, many sought fortune here. Jiang Wang was among those chasing dreams of overnight wealth. A pursuit that remained unchanged after years. In the late 80s and 90s, recruitment advertisements in Bomo attracted numerous adventurers. General Kuncha had refined drugs to a purity of 98, producing heroin of the highest grade. Brandishing the name Double Lion treads the earth, and capturing over 70% of the global drug market, all thanks to ambitious individuals. Particularly, immigrants from the Huishan area played a significant role in unearthing the bloody history of Southeast Asia. The local populace had been the victims of exploitation. Who would have imagined that General Kuncha's Mantai army was colloquially known as the Zhang family army due to the predominance of leaders with the surname Zhang? Even Kuncha himself bore the name Zhang Qifu. His father was Han Chinese, while his mother belonged to the Shan ethnic group. Kuncha was merely a Thai name, yet his rise to power and survival from 5 years of imprisonment by government forces were attributed to one individual, a strategist likened to Zhuge Liang, known as Zhang Suchuan, a cunning and astute character whom the local government found utterly ineffective against. In fact, even Kuncha's eventual downfall stemmed from this strategist's decision to retire and retreat, leading to a series of catastrophic events reminiscent of Xiang Yu lamenting Fan Zheng's departure, regret for not heeding earlier counsel. The elite warriors under his command had conspired against him, rendering further conflict futile. Thus, the era of the notorious drug lord Kuncha came to an end. Jiang Wang, smoking a cigarette, gazed out at the curtain of rain enveloping the world beyond his car window. The distant lights blurred, and the silhouettes of people fading into obscurity, that he felt no particular sentiment. The allure of power and prestige in Bomo and Southeast Asia lay in the thrill of competition. Yet it was unfortunate that most individuals were merely expendable resources in this brutal landscape, that we now lived in a savage and bloody age, where the rules established in the coming decades would be determined by those presently fighting for survival. Life and death were dictated by fate, and wealth and nobility dictated by heaven. Yet these pale in comparison to the resounding anthem that victory belongs to the persistent. After all, those from this land are truly capable of running the race. Jiang Wang flicked the cigarette but out of the window, watching as the ember traced an arc through the air before plunging into the water, but he resolved to retire early, planning to pay homage to the Buddha the following day. Seeking blessings for smooth endeavors. Chapter 8. Is the big nephew here? On a tourist bus from Zishuangbana to Mengla, Jiang Xiao, who had recently arrived from his hometown and lingered for several days along the Yunnan border, utilized a fake identity card to join a transnational tour group. Though labeled as such, the scrutiny was rather lax. At least no one checked for visas, as the tour guide was there to handle such matters. It was merely a day trip, returning the next day, costing a mere 888. The venture was solely aimed at profiting from outsiders. The bus was filled with passengers who seized the opportunity to travel abroad. Eager to witness foreign landscapes, the tour guide, waving a small flag, was detailing the precautions for disembarking, where to purchase souvenirs, and where to find jade materials and exotic delicacies. Finally, he distributed cards outlining the service charges at their accommodations. Particularly to the male tourists, Jiang Xiao casually tossed the pink card out of the bus window, continuing to peruse the geography magazine in his hand, with a book on Bomo language resting on his lap. Is this your first time abroad? A curious female tourist in the adjacent seat turned to him. This was her third attempt at striking up a conversation with the polite and gentle Jiang Xiao, who had discreetly declined each time. That I have an uncle working there. I'm just going to visit, Jiang Xiao replied nonchalantly, having developed a basic understanding of Bomo, which he found quite intriguing. What does your uncle do? Will he come to pick you up? The female tourist pressed, even daring to lean closer to glimpse the geography magazine in Jiang Xiao's hands. You are quite diligent. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Retrieving his glasses from his pocket and putting them on, turning to face the inquisitive female tourist. Why are you wearing glasses now? She asked, her initial boldness waning into shyness. To appreciate your beauty better. As the ancient said, beauty is a feast for the eyes. Alas, I am financially constrained, so I must content myself with gazing upon your loveliness how amusing. The female tourist sat on the chair, writhing as if pricked by something, and hurriedly exclaimed, I still have a boxed meal here, which I bought at the entrance of the tour group, that it's for you. But what will you eat? Jiang Zhao's gaze remained calm. He did not reach for the boxed meal. She was not wrong. Indeed, he had yet to eat. Enrolling in the travel group and procuring a fake ID had depleted all his savings, especially since his family was not well off. However, he was no paragon of virtue. Despite his amiable demeanor and courteous interactions, he harbored an exceedingly strong sense of pride, bordering on the pathological. His coming-of-age ceremony involved a rather grim act. He had crushed his contemptuous cousin and aunt with a stone, and then, under the cover of night, disposed of the body in the river. This day, it remains an unsolved case. That I'm fine. I still have some bread and ham. The female tourist cheerfully replied, who says only men can fall in love at first sight or be driven by lust? Both genders are alike, especially someone like Jiang Xiao, who occasionally expresses affection yet maintains a respectful distance. Such a gentleman is all the more alluring. That my name is Zhu Xiaolong, and you? Jiang Xiao extended his hand, choosing not to accept the boxed meal, but instead shaking hands with the female tourist, causing her to blush slightly. That I'm Jean Bebe, a senior at the Textile Institute. You must be a fellow student. Right. You exude a strong masculine aura. That I'm not that young. I've already graduated. That I used to run a small business at home. And this time, I wanted to broaden my horizons. Jiang Xiao fabricated a name and narrated his story, 3 parts truth, 7 parts fiction, skillfully sidestepping all crucial inquiries, while Jean Bebe, on the other hand, divulged everything about herself. The bus soon arrived at the first sightseeing spot, allowing tourists to shop and take a breather before the subsequent walking tour. As the tourists queued to disembark, Jean Bebe wished to engage in further conversation with this seemingly perfect man, yet she could not spot him in the throng, at least, based on her brief interaction. Jiang Xiao had left a favorable impression on her. Every word he uttered warmed her heart, and she had never felt this happy before. However, after searching for a while, she still couldn't find Jiang Xiao's figure. Unbeknownst to her, on the road out of sight, a silhouette clad in a baseball cap and carrying a backpack was heading in the opposite direction, skillfully inquiring, "Where's the Mengla bus station?" Along the way, he questioned passers-by, seeking his destination, the entrance of the Mengla bus station. Jiang Wang leaned against a jeep, examining a talisman he had obtained from the temple, bringing it close to his nose to inhale its scent. It bore a hint of sandalwood, and it cost him $100. However, being blessed by a revered monk, it was worth it. Jiang Wang tied the talisman to his wrist, letting it dangle alongside his string of red glass beads, and began to twist the beads slowly. The hands of his Rolex watch were ticking away. The golden card before Jiang Wang displayed a countdown, with only the final moments remaining. An SS-level relative. "My dear nephew, let your uncle take flight with you." Jiang Wang felt a surge of excitement. After all, he was no longer alone in this place. The beads in his hand twirled rapidly as the countdown drew nearer. 10987. Suddenly, Jiang Wang glanced up, realizing the station was deserted. Could he have taken the wrong bus and ended up somewhere else? 32 to Jiang Wang ceased his fidgeting with the beads, stood up, and fixed his gaze on the entrance, intent on scrutinizing every individual. "Uncle," it's been a while. That a hand clapped down on Jiang Wang's shoulder, startling him into a shiver. His first instinct was to draw his gun and turn around. In fact, Jiang Wang's body reacted faster than his mind could process. After the shoulder pat, he instinctively drew his weapon, pivoting to press the barrel against the intruder's face, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to fire without fear of taking a life. The person facing the gun, raising their hands in surrender, was none other than Jiang Xiao. That a slightly awkward smile graced his face, yet his gaze flickered over the firearm. His initial thought not one of fear, but rather, what a fine gun. Jiang Xiao had a profound passion for firearms, surpassing even his affection for women and wealth. This was precisely why Jiang Wang preferred to incur some losses to acquire a quality firearm, catering to such tastes for better outcomes. However, this first meeting between uncle and nephew felt somewhat rigid. Jiang Wang was momentarily taken aback. The individual before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure on the golden card, wearing a subtle smile that appeared friendly. Yet, if one were to gaze solely into his eyes, they would see a ferocious beast, the kind willing to risk it all. However, he concealed it well, and Jiang Wang was no simpleton. His instincts honed by life and death experiences remained remarkably accurate, but he quickly holstered his weapon, aware that drawing a gun in broad daylight could lead to trouble and police intervention, although fleeing to the mountains would likely pose no issue. The police had only limited control over this area, far overshadowed by the local powers. "You little rascal, trying to scare your uncle to death," Jiang Wang scolded, raising his hand to give Jiang Xiao a light slap on the head. They were roughly the same age, yet the generational gap felt significant. Jiang Xiao chuckled, not flinching, his gaze lingering on Jiang Wang as he contemplated his uncle with growing certainty and delight that he was no law-abiding citizen. And at that moment, meeting a member of his gang filled him with exhilaration. Even this uncle he had only seen in photographs felt oddly familiar. "Have you eaten yet? Let your uncle treat you to a meal and a couple of cups of bear blood to welcome you," Jiang Wang boisterously declared, radiating an aura that screamed, "I don't lack for money." Chapter 9. Clinking bear blood cups outside a spacious restaurant, in a spot that resembled an enlarged balcony railing. A gaunt black bear lay feebly on the ground within a large iron cage, its limbs shackled by chains that a rubber tube was inserted into its belly, the other end connected to a makeshift valve fashioned from a pair of pliers. The waiter, clad in a tank top and shorts and wearing flip-flops, expertly cracked 2 egg whites into a glass cup that he then released the bolt on the pliers, allowing the warm, crimson bear blood to flow forth, staining the cup of vivid scarlet. The black bear within the cage weakly lifted its eyelids. This was a local specialty drink that visitors often tried, as legends claimed that consuming bear blood could bring good fortune, that in a thriving gambling environment, anything associated with luck was particularly favored. Especially after drinking the bear blood, which ignited a fiery sensation within the stomach and sent shivers throughout the body, it was hailed as a potent aphrodisiac. Dining options included bare blood and tender chicken. Locals paid 30 yuan per cup, while tourists were charged 300 at here in Mingla. Currency consisted of gold, silver, and copper coins. The US dollar held the status of gold, usable like gold anywhere, readily accepted. The yuan was considered silver, gaining considerable popularity in Mingla due to the influx of Eastern tourists and its high liquidity. Additionally, in the gambling industry, chips were exchanged according to the yuan format, ensuring customer service was notably accommodating. Copper coins represented the local Boma currency, which felt rather worthless and not particularly valuable. Come, give this a try. It brings good fortune. Jiang Wang jovially seated himself, a cigarette dangling from his lips, placing a cup of bare blood before his dear nephew. The concoction had a rather pungent odor. Comprised of pure blood, the addition of egg whites aimed to enhance the flavor, while the cup still held a hint of warmth. The table was adorned with an array of local delicacies: insect platter, cockroaches, and a small hot pot. Jiang Wang suspected the restaurant owner was up to no good. Perhaps it was due to his dear nephew's somewhat restrained demeanor, which made the owner feel he could take advantage. The dishes served were all expensive local specialties, and Jiang Wang himself was not fond of them. The insect platter was purely for curiosity's sake, featuring larvae the size of a fingertip, fried maggots resembling grains of rice, centipedes akin to chopsticks, scorpions, spiders, and mountain lizards. The cockroaches were a novelty dish, deep-fried and nestled within red dates, coated with honey. The small hot pot was decent, albeit filled with exotic meats like bat, wild chicken, flying squirrels, and monkey meat, alongside some vegetables that at least, seated together. Jiang Wang devoured 2 chicken legs while his dear nephew Jiang Xiao was unperturbed, eager to sample everything. However, after taking a sip of bare blood, his brows knitted in displeasure, for the taste was indeed less than pleasant. Damn it. Bring me some roasted meat, well cooked. Jiang Wang, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, called out to the back, feeling somewhat awkward as it was his first time in such an establishment. After all, his previous income had not been sufficient to sustain such expenditures. Much like Guo Xingxing from the stories of Bian Shui, both in the original text and its adaptations, he had held a legitimate job. Driving for Bian Shui, he had a steady income. Yet the greatest challenge lay here, that in the Bian Sangio region. Merely arriving does not guarantee one will earn money. They may not want you at all. One might wish to embrace ambition and strive for wealth. But the stark reality is that you are deemed untrustworthy. The ruthless drug lords, indulging in lavish lifestyles, hide deep within the mountains, tossing money around with reckless abandon. Thinking of entering their domain, there isn't even a door. They simply won't accept you. Drug traffickers are serious recruiters, and every October, when the rainy season concludes, they engage in large-scale trafficking. The months of July and August are the recruitment periods, specifically targeting local child soldiers. Typically 11 or 12 years old. As in Bian Sangio, age 15 is considered the threshold for starting a family. Outsiders are simply not trusted. Even those engaging in illicit activities here, whether from the East or elsewhere. If they wish to stake a claim, they do not rely on locals but instead pay for assistance from their hometown, prioritizing relatives and clan members. Thus, in certain areas, despite the local populace's impoverishment, one might still encounter grand mansions and attics. In a word, trust is hard to come by. Those known to you. Let's speak frankly, betraying a close one could lead to the complete annihilation of your family. Not a soul spared. This is the true insurance. Lives entrusted, roots and backgrounds known. As for others, fellow villagers, do I know you? Before long, a platter of skewered meats was delivered, featuring some game, though the chef's skills left much to be desired. The food was mediocre, overcooked, and the seasoning unevenly applied. Jiang Wang picked at it absent-mindedly while discussing family matters with his dear nephew, Jiang Xiao, who also offered only perfunctory responses. They were bound by kinship, yet unfamiliar with their circumstances. "What are your plans for your visit to Bomo?" Jiang Wang asked, holding a cigarette, inhaling the faint smoke that lent him an air of shrewdness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao downed the bare blood in his glass, the fiery sensation prompting him to exclaim joyfully. Though Bian Sangio may sound like a remote, insignificant place, its area is 7 times that of Taiwan, bordered by Siam to the south, Laos to the east, and Myanmar to the west. This knowledge came from Jiang Zhao's brief stay along the border, gathering information from locals and studying maps from geographical magazines, that he was not only familiar with Bian Sangio, but knew some of its intricacies even better than his own uncle. And then, Jiang Wang, still holding a cigarette, listened intently that I've observed that while drug enforcement is stringent here, other trades are less so, making it a lucrative place. But I wonder, which side are you on, Uncle? Goodness, is he trying to pro my background? A smile crept onto Jiang Wang's face. Drawing his M1911 handgun from his waist, he placed it on the table and pushed it toward his nephew. Your uncle is involved in this line of work, with several lives on his conscience that I initially intended to show you around and then send you back, but it seems you're no pushover yourself. How about teaming up with your uncle for something significant? Interested, Jiang Xiao picked up the gun from the table, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he skillfully inspected the magazine and safety, and no longer concealing his ambitions. He declared, Uncle, I've come here to achieve something grand. Petty theft holds no allure for me, that you've got guts. Jiang Wang commended, though he mused on his nephew's lack of capital. What grand endeavors do you have in mind? With this, Jiang Xiao waved the gun, tucking it into his waistband, already formulating bold ideas. However, Jiang Wang harbored some reservations, realizing this nephew was indeed an SS-level bandit, far bolder than himself. But perhaps it was for the best, without some initial capital. Even great ambitions would come to naught. Chapter 10. The plan in progress, the uncle and nephew were candid with one another, eager to orchestrate a significant undertaking. After this meal, they would need to tighten their belts and utilize their limited resources for action. Given their current assets, a pair of handguns and 2 bare-knuckled men, what could they accomplish? Naturally, the quickest route to cash with minimal investment was robbery. This method promised swift returns but was fraught with peril, as the risks of retribution loomed large. Their target was set on Mengla. The gambling industry, casinos, and gaming towns often showcased extravagant spending, leading to overnight wealth or utter destitution. While gamblers had money, it was seldom substantial, usually just a few million, and often they carried debit cards or checks. This did not align with Jiang Wang and his nephew's needs. They sought cash, preferably in US dollars, as it would facilitate their operations. Thus, they aimed to rob a gambling venue, specifically targeting the house or the dealer. Furthermore, it was essential to select the dealer with care. If they encountered someone formidable, they could lose their lives along with their spoils. Conversely, if they targeted someone without means, it would result in a loss. The plan was to secure enough initial capital through a single operation to pave the way for more extensive endeavors. Otherwise, they would struggle to sustain themselves. In the following 2 days, Jiang Wang sought out an informant, a low-level intelligence broker in the trade. This industry varied greatly. Those who fared well gathered information for powerful factions, while those who did poorly acted as market guides or tour leaders. Jiang Wang sold his Jeep and purchased a second-hand Honda CG 125 motorcycle. The exterior was shabby, having been a utilitarian vehicle in the forest, requiring one to ride it standing up, but the machine was surprisingly robust, emitting thick black smoke while still delivering impressive power up the muddy mountain paths. The remainder of his funds went toward outfitting Jiang Xiao with an ensemble befitting a successful individual. A Motorola flip phone, lightweight casual attire, a crocodile leather bag, and a series of forged documents were procured. Jiang Xiao, already handsome, exuded an air of authority in this attire. The only downside was the slight inferiority of his glasses, prompting Jiang Wang to grit his teeth and, in a crowded street, commit a couple of robberies to fund a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles for his nephew. Yet, such actions were not without risk. Once they acted, those infernal informants would surely catch wind of the robbery, especially since they were outsiders, that if their identities were discovered, it could lead to significant complications post-heist. Jiang Wang had never doubted the capabilities of those informants. Nor would he deceive himself into believing there were no risks involved. Caution is the eternal companion of fortune, but attention to detail is paramount. Jiang Wang refused to allow any flaws in their plan, pursuing an obsessive quest for perfection. Even Jiang Xiao gained a newfound appreciation for his uncle's meticulousness, eagerly anticipating their forthcoming operation. However, before taking action, they needed to visit a particular location, Takong. Aside from the drug trade, Boma was also renowned for its jade and various gemstone mines. The region was notorious for gambling stones, where cutting gemstones from raw stones could lead to sudden wealth or poverty, more thrilling than the games at the card tables. Jiang Wang and his nephew came to this place, not merely to observe jade, but to purchase it, even though they were currently short on funds. However, that would soon change. the money acquired from their heist would be challenging to transport. Such a large sum of cash would leave traces wherever used. Moreover, handling this money would be problematic. It must undergo a conversion to eliminate any traces that in simpler terms, they needed to launder the money. And their immediate requirement was jade, specifically high-value jade, enabling them to safely carry the funds across the border. Subsequently, they could convert it into cash domestically for their next plans. Without money, all their talk was meaningless. This plan was entrusted to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Wang placed a Rolex watch on his nephew's wrist, giving his shoulder a firm pat. He donned sunglasses, grasped a traditional dye knife, sheathed at his side, and took on the role of bodyguard. Sangio boasts numerous gray industries, particularly concerning jade, with 2 public auctions for raw materials. Only transactions conducted here are considered legitimate, as the jade extracted is appraised at the lowest market price, allowing buyers to bid above that baseline. This method is relatively fair, and the Bomo government strictly regulates resources related to jade and gems. Only purchases made at public auctions are deemed lawful. Any transactions elsewhere are classified as smuggling and criminal activities. The 2 public markets are located in Huajin and Yangon. However, due to taxation and other factors, some jade merchants prefer to conduct their transactions in the smaller market of Takan. Likewise, Jiang Wang and his nephew have chosen to come here. Yet, visiting this place inevitably exposes one to the risk of being deceived. Hence, they have decided against opening the stones and will instead purchase high-quality jade directly. They are not deterred by elevated prices, but rather fear that the materials themselves may not justify the cost. Therefore, Jiang Xiao arrived with a ravenous appetite for knowledge, having devoured 2 books on jade and jadeite, gaining at least a modicum of understanding. The rest would depend on his acting skills and whether he could impress others. Takan is essentially a traditional, dilapidated village, aside from a main street dedicated to the trade of jade. The surrounding areas are in disrepair, and despite the absence of rain today, dust swirls around. Plastic bags flutter about aimlessly. The dust here is particularly abundant, much of it stemming from the processing of stones, with powder created during the polishing of outer layers, which turns to dust as it dries. Numerous people are gathered, some engaged in stone cutting, where the value of the jade is determined by the quality extracted. Of course, whether one can take their findings home depends on their individual prowess. Jiang Xiao strides ahead with an air of authority, while Jiang Wang follows closely behind, occasionally serving as a translator with his Burmese. This dynamic has attracted the attention of several jade shop owners. Particularly, Jiang Zhao's keen interest in the more expensive pieces quickly reveals the delight in the shopkeeper's eyes, despite Jiang Zhao's recent crash course in jade knowledge. To these seasoned veterans, he remains merely a fledgling without any experience. However, the prospect of profit is enticing. The key lies in the fact that those who seem only superficially knowledgeable often lack true understanding. Everyone knows that imperial green is desirable, as is full green and full jade. Yet who truly comprehends the intricate nuances within? A slight misstep could cost them tens of thousands, making them a prime target for exploitation. As Jiang Xiao and his companion entered the 3rd shop, the proprietor seized the opportunity to inquire, would the esteemed guest care to see something of even greater quality? His tone carried a hint of Cantonese flavor. Dressed in a brown checkered shirt and black shorts, with thick-soled leather sandals adorning his feet, he wore a jade Buddha pendant of remarkable quality around his neck, indicating substantial value, that he appeared to be around 40. With a genial demeanor, occasionally squinting as he spoke, which reminded Jiang Wang of a cunning fox, much like a shady arms dealer, he too was undoubtedly a dubious merchant. However, it mattered little, as long as he had quality goods. Chapter 11. Ice Jade. The proprietor of this jade shop was surnamed Lin, introducing himself as Lin Shuimao. His name sounded pleasant, evoking images of wood, water, and flourishing growth, and he proved to be quite engaging, quickly establishing rapport. Before Jiang Xiao could employ his carefully prepared lines, Lin Shuimao busied himself with brewing a pot of kung fu tea. Hold on, you must try this tea. It is exquisite. Lin Shuimao presented a cup to Jiang Xiao, who glanced at it nonchalantly before taking a sip. It was delightful. How delightful, Jiang Xiao remarked with a subtle smile. While others indulge in pre-rain Longjing, Dahong Pao, or by Luo Chun, I have a preference for freshly harvested tea, particularly the tender tips. Lin Shuimao chuckled, draining his cup in one go, seemingly savoring the moment while assessing Jiang Wang's presence, pondering his background and intentions. Pray tell, Mr. Zhu, What are you perusing? Might my wares catch your discerning eye? Jiang Zhao's fabricated identity as Zhu Xiaolong, a minor proprietor of Tinglong Jade Shop, was based on a counterfeit ID acquired from his homeland that he claimed to be visiting Boma for the first time in search of exceptional materials to showcase in his shop. His attire and demeanor suggested a newcomer without connections in the jade industry. Unless one is introduced by an acquaintance, the only offerings seen are typically priced around 100,000 yuan, with the highest being 500,000. Often sold at inflated prices to outsiders, the average jade tier automatically elevates by one level. Jiang Xiao rose to survey the shop's layout, noting the varying quality of carvings. Some were masterfully done while others were mediocre. Yet the materials themselves added value. The pie seed or assistance was a magnificent jadeite cabbage at the entrance, a sight to behold, albeit not for sale. Should it ever be offered, it would command a minimum of 1,000,000 yuan. However, acquiring such a piece was a formidable challenge, as the target market for jade is vast. Regardless of how one attempts to manage it, unless it is buried alongside its owner, it will inevitably re-enter circulation. Much like a bowl of water drawn from a basin, it must eventually be poured out. The jade market is finite, and no two pieces are identical. Thus, once a piece is sold, it will be discovered by others. However, this item possesses significant value, making it suitable for Jiang Wang's and Jiang Zhao's plan to flip it for profit. Lin Shuai-Mao, noticing Jiang Zhao's fixation on the jade cabbage, stood with pride. Mr. Zhu, you have an eye for quality. This is the treasure of my shop that a few years ago, someone offered 5 million for it, but I could not bear to part with it. Jiang Wang, donning sunglasses, scoffed inwardly at the remark. What reluctance? It merely indicates the price wasn't right. Nonetheless, the jade cabbage was indeed impressive, and neither of the previous two shops had offered anything of comparable value that if they possessed such an item, it signified a considerable level of confidence. Perhaps even better offerings, a realization Jiang Xiao also came to that. To be candid, I run an antique shop back home, but I've yet to encounter anything of this caliber. Seeing it today is truly delightful. Yet I must refrain from coveting what Lin's heart holds dear. Jiang Xiao decided to play it cool, steering the conversation away from other matters, focusing solely on the jade cabbage before him. Lin Shuai-Mao, intrigued, inquired, Mr. Zhu, are you interested in rare goods? Is it feasible? Jiang Xiao eagerly asked. What could possibly be unfeasible? Just wait. Lin Shuai-Mao proclaimed with impressive generosity, stepping into a back room, leaving only Jiang Wang and Jiang Xiao behind. Jiang Wang subtly gestured that this was the shop they would settle on, as time was of the essence, and they could not afford to inspect each store in detail. Jiang Xiao placed his briefcase on a mahogany sofa and took another sip of the kung fu tea. After a while, Lin Shuai-Mao returned, accompanied by an apprentice, cheerfully carrying a suitcase. Jiang Wang noted the presence of several idle security guards by the entrance, each clutching an AK-47, suggesting that Lin was indeed wary of a potential heist. However, it was more likely a show of strength. The area surrounding Bian Triangle may not be the safest, yet it harbors valuable treasures. Come, Mr. Zhu, please take a look. Lin placed the suitcase on the table and opened it. Inside were several pieces of uncarved jade wrapped in newspaper, their outer layers polished away, revealing translucent jade materials. Vibrant greens and deep greens greeted Jiang Xiao, causing his pupils to dilate slightly as he unwrapped the newspaper. Lin Shuai-Mao observed Jiang Zhao's reaction with satisfaction, even offering a flashlight to illuminate the jade. The exquisite light refracted, resembling a shimmering green pool, akin to ethereal spirits dancing gracefully. What a magnificent piece! Jiang Xiao thought, captivated by the jade, which was palm-sized and undoubtedly valuable. Comparing it to the knowledge he had recently acquired, Jiang Xiao confirmed it was indeed a 1,000,000-level ice jade. The exact price would depend on Lin's asking price. But more importantly, the potential resale value was paramount. Such quality would sell easily. If he found a suitable buyer domestically, he could earn an additional 100,000 or more. Seeing Jiang Zhao's enthusiasm, Lin Shuai-Mao took the jade back, rewrapping it and presenting another piece. This one was also green, intended for bracelet making, but of slightly lesser quality than the first. Upon seeing the superior piece first, it was only natural that subsequent comparisons would reveal imperfections, making them seem inferior. The subsequent pieces offered were not on par with the first. This was a deliberate strategy by Lin Shuai-Mao. While the first piece was indeed exceptional, its size rendered it unsuitable for a bracelet. The overall integrity was lacking, which lowered the price slightly, as it could only be fashioned into pendants or ring faces. However, the quality remained, and its current market value was approximately 160,000 yuan. Selling it piece by piece would be unprofitable. He was in the business of selling jade, not jewelry. Whether further profit could be realized from this material depended on the craftsmanship and design, not on his earnings. His goal was to elevate the price of the jade pieces he had meticulously selected. Apart from the million-level jade, the others were 2 tiers lower, valued under 500,000. The contrast was evident. Who wouldn't favor the first ice jade? As Jiang Xiao examined the jade pieces, each one Lin Shuimao would promptly rewrap to prevent Jiang Xiao from making further comparisons. The disparity among the sub-500,000 pieces was significant. However, with over a decade of experience in the industry, Lin Shuimao recognized that the young man was intrigued. How much for the first piece? Jiang Xiao could not help but inquire. To which Lin Shuimao responded with a smile and a gesture that Jiang Xiao failed to comprehend. However, Jiang Wang understood. 2,400,000 in renminbi. This was a simple gesture, a mere test. 3 million. Such a caliber of material could hardly be found elsewhere on this street. This price rendered Jiang Xiao silent. The other party was not sincere. Moreover, instinctively, no matter how exquisite that piece was, it could not surpass this price point. Chapter 12. Negotiation concluded. Lin Shuimao observed Jiang Xiao's expression and remained unfazed that if Jiang Xiao deemed it too expensive, he could present a jade piece valued at 800,000, which would only amount to a little over 1 million, as he had already verified. This was the mark of an outsider. He had him at a disadvantage. Jiang Xiao chose not to speak, merely glancing again at the icy green stone, finding an excuse to hastily depart. Lin Shuimao quickly escorted Jiang Xiao and his companion to the door, watching their hurried retreat as if they were pressed by urgent matters. Lin Shuimao had seen such scenarios countless times before. Most likely, they were off to negotiate prices and jade matters. Lin Shuimao turned back to instruct the store assistant to stow away the suitcase, contemplating that when this Mr. Zhu returned, he could present some quality jade around the 800,000 mark to impress him, thus making the deal of 100,000 seem worthwhile. That moment. Lin Shuimao noticed a briefcase on the rosewood sofa, crafted from fine leather and undoubtedly expensive. That appeared to have been forgotten. Lin Shuimao paid it little mind, confident that the owner would return. However, he was left wondering how substantial the business of this individual was. Purchasing jade primarily hinged on affordability, with better jade being costlier. Yet there was always a price differential. There were many who personally came to Bo Mo to procure materials, which was not surprising. After waiting for half an hour without any sign of return, Lin Shuimao reached for the briefcase and retrieved the business card Jiang Xiao had handed him upon entry. Dialing the number on his phone. Engaged, still on the line, Lin Shuimao glanced inside the briefcase. That contained various materials and images of jade artifacts, seemingly of domestic origin. Upon closer inspection of these documents, it appeared that Mr. Zhu was quite the entrepreneur, owning 2 or 3 stores. Moreover, there were several design sketches for bracelets and amulets. Judging by the materials listed, this transaction could amount to several million. Lin Shuimao's spirits lifted as he scrutinized the contents. These materials had been gathered by Jiang Xiao through an apprentice at a Mengla jade shop, posing as a travel journalist and spending some money to inquire about the styles and sales conditions. All the information was credible within the industry. Now in Lin Shuimao's possession, it elevated his perception of Mr. Zhu, hinting at a larger inventory. In the afternoon, a weary Jiang Xiao arrived, and before he could step inside, Lin Shuimao welcomed him and Mr. Zhu, "I've been waiting for you for quite some time. I tried calling, but couldn't get through. I was just about to call again." As Lin Shuimao spoke, he led Jiang Xiao inside and handed him the briefcase. Upon receiving it, Jiang Xiao promptly opened it and inspected the documents, feigning a sigh of relief. "Thank you so much, Lin boss. If I had lost this, my trip to Bo Mo would have been in vain." "Oh, let us not say that. Meeting is fate. I believe the timing is just right. How about we share a meal together?" Lin Shuimao invited warmly. Jiang Xiao quickly waved his hands, a look of hesitation crossing his face. "To be honest, I still have several errands to run. Aren't you going to take a look at those materials?" Lin Shuimao seized the opportunity to ask. "Lin boss's materials are excellent, but the prices are somewhat daunting," Jiang Xiao admitted, revealing that during his last visit, he had not inquired about the pricing. Waiting for this moment, "I am in need of more than just one piece." That is quite agreeable, Lin Shuai-Mao exclaimed, rising to visit the partition again. This time he did not bring the suitcase but rather several boxes. Please have a look at these. The boxes contained fine jade, slightly inferior to the icy variety, but still of excellent quality. These were the goods of acquaintances. True top-tier items rarely made it to such stores, yet over the years, a fair amount of good pieces could accumulate. However, the selling prices remained intimidating. Yet this time, Jiang Zhao's expression showed little change, convincing Lin Shuai-Mao that this fellow possessed funds ranging between 3 to 5 million, a truly promising client. The price remained unchanged, but Lin Shuai-Mao offered a few more pieces as a compliment. Although not particularly expensive here, transforming them into jewelry elsewhere would significantly elevate their value. Ultimately, through Jiang Zhao's persuasive negotiation tactics, Lin Shuai-Mao consented to allow Jiang Zhao to gather the funds first in return for the purchase. He assured Jiang Zhao that these jade pieces would be set aside for him within 3 days. However, even if he chose not to reserve them, sales would be sluggish at this juncture, as not everyone could readily produce millions at once. Even for an 800,000 piece, transactions would not be so easily executed. The two men settled on an agreement, once Jiang Zhao secured the funds. Regardless of the time, day or night, he could come for the transaction. The rationale being his unease regarding the security situation in Bo-Mo. Lin Shuai-Mao expressed understanding, willing to exert extra effort for a few million, not overly concerned about it. Thus, the negotiations concluded amicably. Lin Shuai-Mao, elated, remarked, "I must treat you to a drink today. We have some excellent restaurants here. Really, I must head back to gather the funds. Next time, I assure you I will treat you to a few rounds." Lin boss, Jiang Zhao replied, equally pleased, and the two shared an air of camaraderie, as if they had known each other for years. This transaction progressed smoothly, and Lin Shuai-Mao hummed a cheerful tune, already contemplating how to deliver the goods. Yet, Lin Shuai-Mao found himself pondering whether to swap out the goods. That a better option would be to exchange the 800,000 pieces for ones worth around 500,000, or perhaps even lower. If he wished to be more unscrupulous, he could replace the merchandise with glass and counterfeit plastic, making a swift profit. However, recalling the man who had accompanied Mr. Zhu and spoke Bo-Mo dialect earlier, Lin Shuai-Mao hesitated, that he feared that the man might have local connections that in the mountainous regions of the Border Triangle. Everything is an autonomous region, and each village has its own governing body, though labeled as self-governing. It is essentially a division of power. Those individuals were known to be ruthless, unlike those engaged in legitimate business. After much contemplation, Lin Shuai-Mao resolved to gather intelligence first, ensuring he understood the situation before proceeding. This deal had moved too swiftly for his liking, and he was unprepared. However, as Lin Shuai-Mao recalled Jiang Zhao's impressive demeanor and commendable manner of speaking, generous when appropriate and shrewd when needed, he recognized him as a person of talent. If he possessed genuine capability and came from a good family, having him as a son-in-law would not be a bad idea. Such a person could be considered half a son, after all. While Lin Shuai-Mao, the boss, was lost in thought regarding this hypothetical son-in-law, the very individual he contemplated was in the woods, cleaning his firearm and preparing for a monetary endeavor. Chapter 13. The nephew and uncle in action. Jiang Wang was using 2 twigs he fashioned into chopsticks to shovel the leftover fried rice from earlier into his mouth. There was no choice. He had run out of money. Their mission tonight had to succeed. Otherwise, they would starve in this place. The most challenging part was already completed. What remained was comparatively simple. His big nephew, Jiang Zhao, was on the other side, cleaning his pistol while counting the remaining bullets that it had just rained. Otherwise, the mosquitoes in the woods would be unbearable by evening, which is why there was generally no practice of romantic encounters here. Having finished his fried rice, Jiang Wang crumpled the plastic bag and buried it in the ground, tossing the chopsticks far away. He checked his handgun. The magazine was full. The Type 54 pistol, heavy and reassuring in his grip, made Jiang Wang feel at ease as he glanced up at his big nephew. "Hand me the watch." Jiang Zhao paused momentarily, and only then did he recall the Rolex adorning his wrist. Such an item could easily fetch tens of thousands if sold. However, Jiang Wang would never part with it, as it was the only valuable possession he had. Glancing at the watch, Jiang Wang noted that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and they still had some time before their operation. The plan was firmly established. Right in the heart of Mingla, at the newly opened Jinlan Lion Casino, which boasted opulent decor and an imposing presence. The dealer was a local, having only made a brief appearance during the grand opening. A robbery against him seemed unlikely, but a heist at the casino was quite plausible, being a new establishment. It was eager to create a buzz, claiming that patrons could win big with every bet and double their stakes with a mere toss of the dice. That IT had garnered an excellent reputation among gamblers. And intriguingly, one could gamble for free simply by signing a slip that a single individual could sign for up to 50,000 yuan. As long as they presented an ID or passport, they could receive 50,000 yuan in loan chips to gamble with. While winning was almost guaranteed, the slip could only be redeemed after a certain period, necessitating continued play in the meantime. Moreover, it was worth noting that casinos typically operate on a principle of 9 losses for every 10 bets placed. The service fee was steep, a tenth of the total wager. Thus, what one received was not cash but rather loan chips, for which they would ultimately pay a price. Owing money to the casino turned the gambler into collateral. Subject to persistent demands for repayment, one might lack the funds, but family resources were often a fallback that if one hesitated to ask for money from home, then one would have to resort to various strategies, gentle reminders, firm demands, coercion, or even threats, until a suitable method was found. "Uncle, what time is it?" Jiang Xiao inquired, gazing at the distant, radiant lights. Those areas were all casinos, with smaller establishments setting up stalls along the roadside, simply requiring a light and a guard at the entrance. The larger casinos towered with multiple stories, offering comprehensive services. Jiang Wang lowered his gaze to his watch. It was 10 o'clock. Their action was scheduled for around 3 in the morning, a time when foot traffic would be at its lowest and vigilance at its nadir. Most crucially, by that hour, the gambler's money would have been deposited, awaiting transport to the bank at dawn. The casinos thrived at night. Jiang Wang exhaled deeply, surprised at his own calmness as he meticulously crafted the robbery plan, something he would have never dared to contemplate before his transmigration. Yet now, not only did he dare to think, but he also dared to act. Perhaps he was gradually being assimilated by the triad. Jiang Wang cast a glance towards the homeland. Although the plan involved lying low domestically and selling jade to convert it into cash, he felt that attempting to operate as he was now in the homeland would likely end with him on the receiving end of a bullet. Ultimately, he would have to return here. He still cherished the exhilarating feeling of lawlessness. At 2 in the morning, a light rain began to fall. The streets of Mengla quieted down, the dazzling lights still shimmering, while some street lights extinguished. Jiang Wang, clad in a raincoat, gazed at the Rolex on his wrist. The hour and minute hands gradually converged to form a perfect angle. 3 in the morning. Action! Jiang Wang suppressed his excitement and shouted. Jiang Xiao, who had been eagerly anticipating the moment, leapt up but was halted by Jiang Wang's raised hand. Turning to him, Jiang Wang reiterated the plan. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xiao replied earnestly, "Once we commence the operation, anyone who poses a potential threat must be eliminated, preferably with a headshot. If not, at least 2 shots to ensure death. Priority is to seize the money. Once secured, we must leave immediately and change our attire. We will head to Takan Town to purchase jade and approach the border, returning home as tourists. What else?" Jiang Wang pressed on that if one of us falls here, the others should not concern themselves with them, but rather escape and proceed as planned. Jiang Xiao stated solemnly. Jiang Wang embraced him, patting his back twice with force. "Uncle, I truly cannot bear to put a bullet in your head. Logically, if either of us falls here, the other must deliver a finishing shot, but let's forego that. Each for their own life. We will succeed, uncle." Jiang Xiao chuckled, a hearty smile devoid of fear, instead radiating a bloodthirsty exhilaration. "You little wolf cub," Jiang Wang teased, tightening his raincoat before mounting a nearby Honda CG 125 motorcycle. Jiang Xiao took his place on the rear seat, and the two sped off toward the Jinlan Line Casino to BY now. It was 3 in the morning. Even those with reverse day and night cycles began to feel drowsy. Only the bleary-eyed gamblers, their spirits high, shouted excitedly as they piled their chips onto the tables. The casino lacked windows, and even clocks were absent. Time was almost a foreign concept here, dominated instead by the ever-bright lights and the cacophony of gambling tables, the clattering of dice resonating through the air. The smoke-filled atmosphere carried a tangy scent, with some patrons resorting to drugs to stay alert, indulging in subpar heroin mixed with water. Yet these individuals were past caring to AT this moment. Their focus was solely on winning or losing, the stakes of tens of thousands of yuan rendering them numb. Money flowed easily, just as swiftly it could vanish, creating an ephemeral sense of reality that could shatter one's worldview. Indeed, the allure of gambling was intoxicating. Jiang Wang and his companion strolled directly into the casino, unnoticed by the drowsy security guard at the entrance, who inadvertently spared them a life. Jiang Xiao clutched the M1911, safety disengaged. Had the guard merely glanced up, a bullet would have awaited him. Jiang Wang was somewhat familiar with the place. The girlfriend of a certain lowlife he had encountered previously worked as a dealer here, providing ample fodder for his bragging. Otherwise, they would likely not have chosen this venue, as that fellow was quite the braggart. Unfortunately, he spoke too much and knew too much, resulting in his only fate, buried beneath the roots of a tree. Becoming sustenance for the forest, a task Jiang Wang personally undertook. The casino's interior was resplendently decorated. Upon entering, one was greeted by two colossal golden lion statues, flanked by fountains and adorned with large-scale oil paintings. However, the place was not crowded. They boarded the elevator, ascending to the second floor, the ride smooth and soundproofed that on the right side, a camera was positioned. Jiang Wang extracted a lump of mud from his pocket and swiftly tossed it at the camera as the doors opened. The dark mass splattered across the lens. Jiang Xiao exited the elevator first, stepping into a hallway carpeted in crimson bordered with gold, leading to a gambling area on the left that could accommodate hundreds. While the right side housed the signing area for chips and cash point, two men clad in suits lounged on chairs against the wall, perusing magazines. They appeared to be in their 30s, adorned with tattoos on their necks and hands. Their expressions sharp and vigilant. Clearly, they were the security personnel of this establishment. The two men noticed Jiang Xiao, clad in a raincoat, approaching, their brows furrowing in curiosity. They did not suspect his intentions. The security situation in Mengla was generally stable. After all, bank heists and casino robberies had yet to occur here, as making money required a level of cordiality that, of course, the key factor was the abundance of tourists and gamblers, eliminating the need for cutthroat competition, a prime time for profits. Years later, an operation by a certain Eastern power would cripple the gambling industry, forcing it to relocate elsewhere. They merely wondered what a man in a raincoat intended. Gambling. Exchanging chips. Jiang Xiao strode forward. And one of the men yawned. In that instant, Jiang Xiao raised his hand, aiming the gun at the other man's head, and pulled the trigger. The gunshot resonated as a bullet exited the man's forehead, causing his skull to explode like a split durian, splattering a mixture of blood and brain matter across the wall behind him. The yawning man reacted swiftly, but he was no match for the bullet. With a slight angle adjustment, he too fell victim to a shot that struck his brow. Careening slightly to the corner of his left eye, he collapsed backward, as if struck by a powerful blow. 2 shots in under 5 seconds. Upon hearing the gunfire, Jiang Wang dashed forward, kicking open the door to the adjacent room with a resounding crash. The spacious interior was brightly lit by harsh fluorescent lights. This area also served as an office, with several makeshift white desks scattered about, housing a money-printing machine and a computer. 2 accountants, a man and a woman, sat at one side, while a muscular man lay on a nearby couch. Snoring loudly, as Jiang Wang entered. His large black star pistol was aimed at the slumbering man, and he fired. The 2 accountants were caught off guard. The sleeping man's skull was punctured, resulting in instant death without a hint of awareness. "Ah!" The female accountant instinctively screamed, only to be met with the cold muzzle of Jiang Wang's gun. Without hesitation, he remained utterly calm, driven solely by instinctive action. Bang! The female accountant tilted her head back, her throat unable to release a scream, her eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. She lay back against the chair as blood dripped steadily onto the floor. "Don't kill me, please." "Shut up." Jiang Wang pressed the gun's muzzle against the male accountant's head. His gaze directed toward the office within, where a note-reading manager was affixed to the door. The manager's office of the gambling den. Jiang Xiao entered, closing the door behind him. After a mere glance at the situation inside, he raised his hand and aimed the gun at the office door. Jiang Wang, with his left hand gripping the male accountant's neck and his right hand pushing the gun into the accountant's mouth, asked in a low voice, "Is anyone inside?" "Nod or shake your head," Jiang Xiao added. The 2, uncle and nephew, displayed a remarkable synergy. Both were cold-blooded and calm, having already taken 4 lives in the span of a few moments. Almost 1 shot per life. The male accountant was on the verge of tears but managed to nod. "There is someone inside. Go open the door." Jiang Wang yanked him up and pushed him forward. Two guns trained on the accountant's back, compelling him to move ahead. The male accountant, trembling with fear, limped forward as if paralyzed. Jiang Wang quickly advanced, grabbing the collar of his shirt and pushing him onward. With a loud bang, he crashed through the office door. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire erupted from within. As soon as the male accountant burst through the door, bullets riddled his body with several holes. Jiang Wang, hearing the gunfire, felt no fear but instead quickened his pace. Just as the manager inside, armed and ready to retaliate, realized that it was the male accountant who had pushed the door open. Jiang Wang dashed inside. He raised his hand and shot the manager in the head with precision that it was purely instinctive. Upon seeing a target, he fired. The bullet pierced through the manager's skull, splattering blood across the white wall. The male accountant's corpse collapsed at the door, blood oozing out like a meandering stream from beneath him. Jiang Wang stepped inside, and beside the desk, he spotted 3 large metal boxes resembling oversized aluminum lunchboxes. They bore the bank's emblem and were secured with 2 locks. These contained the casino's earnings. Although most transactions were conducted via checks or bank transfers, the casino's substantial foot traffic ensured ample cash flow. Jiang Wang raised his gun and shot off 1 lock, then another, before flipping open the lid of a box to reveal neatly bundled stacks of cash. There were Burmese chats, renminbi, and US dollars, each categorized and bundled in hundreds. Jiang Xiao had already produced 2 travel bags from his person, but he placed them on the desk and began stuffing the money inside. The amount exceeded their expectations and felt heavier than anticipated. Time was of the essence. Over a minute had already elapsed. Jiang Wang hastily assisted in packing the bills, discarding the chats onto the floor, deeming them too cumbersome to carry. They prioritized the dollars. Though there were only a few bundles, Jiang Wang detached the magazine and hurriedly loaded a few more bullets before shooting off the iron locks on the other 2 boxes. The bullets ricocheted, striking the wall and nearly grazing Jiang Wang's face, fortunately only tearing a small hole in his raincoat. The majority of the cash was renminbi, with 1 bundle totaling 10,000. The 2 travel bags were filled to capacity. Yet some cash remained unaccounted for, having only cleared 2 boxes. 1 box of money was still left, but that's enough, Jiang Xiao said calmly. Despite the allure of wealth, the uncle and nephew remained unfazed, perhaps feeling a hint of excitement, but not enough to lose their composure. Jiang Wang bent down to grab 2 bundles of cash, slinging a travel bag over his shoulder, and said in a low voice, "Let us go." The 2 exhibited no signs of hesitation as they made their way outside. Chapter 14. Breaking out of the casino. Upon exiting the office, they encountered a female dealer in the hallway, clad in a deep red uniform, her figure slender. Her black high-heeled shoes clicked upon the carpet. She appeared to have just finished her shift or was coming to inquire about something. However, as she approached and caught sight of the 2 men in raincoats emerging from the office, and the 2 bloodied security guards slumped on a nearby bench, a sense of foreboding washed over her youthful, radiant face. Panic flickered across her features as she walked toward Jiang Wang, raising her hand to fire. Bang! The sharp crack of gunfire echoed through the corridor, muffled by the casino's soundproofing. And at that moment, it was relatively quiet. Jiang Wang and Jiang Zhao's actions had been swift, precise, and ruthless, taking less than 5 minutes from start to finish. As Jiang Wang passed the female dealer's lifeless body, the heavy travel bag on his back, Jiang Xiao followed closely behind, reloading bullets into his magazine. The elevator doors opened at a man wearing a gold chain. With darker skin, clad in a black t-shirt adorned with a wolf's head graphic, stood alert inside, his hand resting on his waist, as if sensing something amiss. As the elevator doors fully opened, Jiang Wang and Jiang Xiao simultaneously raised their weapons. Bang, 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 bang. The man in the elevator, just drawing his handgun, was struck by bullets that pierced his chest. 3 bullets found their mark, exploding forth a gory spray as he crumpled to the floor. His pupils dilated, blood-tinged foam bubbling from his mouth. Jiang Wang swiftly stepped inside, bending down to snatch the handgun from the corpse's grip. A Type 54 pistol. Jiang Xiao entered and promptly closed the elevator door. Descending to the first floor, inside the elevator, an eerie silence prevailed, punctuated only by the soft whir of the motor and the pungent scent of blood. Warm blood pooled beneath the body, spilling forth. Jiang Wang lifted his foot, Wiping the blood from his shoe onto the corpse's shorts, that a mobile phone tumbled from the pocket, landing amidst the crimson liquid. Ignoring it, Jiang Wang gripped both guns, his cold gaze fixated on the elevator doors. Jiang Xiao stood nearby, his finger hovering over the elevator buttons. Knowing that once the doors opened, they would charge out that in mere seconds, the elevator would descend from the second to the first floor. Yet for Jiang Wang, time seemed to stretch agonizingly slow, allowing him to distinctly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, that if there were mirrors within the casino, he believed his reflection would be truly terrifying. His expression as frigid as a corpse, devoid of any emotional response, that a whirlwind of chaotic impulses surged within him. A desire to shoot, to kill, to unleash a reckless fury upon anyone in sight. In layman's terms, he was blinded by bloodlust, ready to fire at any target that presented itself. At that moment, they were true fugitives. Ding! The elevator doors slid open, and Jiang Xiao pressed every button in the elevator. Jiang Wang had already stepped outside in the hall. Some individuals had begun to notice Jiang Wang and his companion, the telltale blood droplets falling from their raincoats, along with the hefty travel bags they bore. Did not paint them as benevolent figures that a front desk attendant on the night shift peeked out, noticing the blood pooling on the white marble floor and the grisly scene that flashed past the elevator doors. Her face turned pale in an instant. The security guard stationed in the hall sensed that something was amiss. Although they had previously overlooked Jiang Wang's presence, it was now all too clear. Bang, 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 bang. Jiang Wang raised his weapons, aiming at the guards who attempted to alert others, their fingers poised on the triggers, the recoil of the Type 54 pistol jolting in his grip as the fiery muzzle spat forth death-laden bullets. Two guards, unable to evade in time, were struck, blood erupting from their bodies, staining their light blue shirts crimson. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao noticed the front desk attendant attempting to scream and rushed over, raising his gun to fire. Bang, bang, bang. The front desk attendant, who had tried to scream, was hit in the face by the bullets. As if dealt a heavy blow, she staggered and collapsed behind the front desk. Inside, another woman cowered beneath the counter. Out of Jiang Xiao's line of fire, he fired 2 rounds, shattering several glass ornaments displayed on the counter. The glass shattered, cascading to the floor. "Let us go," Jiang Wang shouted loudly, raising his hands and firing 2 shots to suppress the several security guards who dared not show their faces. Jiang Xiao hurriedly dashed outside. The guards, witnessing the unfolding chaos, hastily drew their weapons to retaliate, taking cover behind the pillars and sofas in the grand hall. The sound of gunfire erupted chaotically in the resplendent hall, while bullets shattered the glass doors outside with deafening thuds. Jiang Wang showed no signs of retreat, swiftly making his way out in the parking lot. A few night shift security guards, startled by the gunfire, quickly sought refuge behind the nearby steps. Jiang Xiao was the first to emerge. The guards, some drawing their guns while others brandished batons and knives, were momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. Caught off guard in the early hours of the morning, just past 3 o'clock, when they had been drowsily hiding away, Jiang Wang pursued from behind, spotting the guards peeking out cautiously, and pointed his dual guns at them. Pulling the triggers, the rapid succession of gunfire rang out, resulting in one security guard's head being blown apart, splattering thick, viscous blood and injuring several others, but the guards were unable to retaliate in time. With both of his firearms expended, Jiang Wang wasted no time lingering and instead made a beeline for the corner of the parking lot, where Jiang Xiao had already started the Honda CG125. The sputtering of the engine and the billowing black smoke from the exhaust served as the clearest signal. Jiang Wang casually smashed one of his handguns against the windshield of a parked car, resulting in a spiderweb of cracks. With one hand free, he caught the M1911 that Jiang Xiao tossed over, which still contained a few bullets. Mounting the motorcycle's rear seat, Jiang Wang turned back towards the entrance of the casino hall and fired 2 shots directly. The bullets struck the marble steps, creating sparks and debris, causing the pursuing guards to halt in their tracks. All they could see was a motorcycle with its lights ablaze, speeding away towards the forested area. Even now, some of them remained bewildered, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. However, the events unfolding in the casino office set off a storm in Mengla. Simultaneously, in Yangon, where the dealer Qi Shanha had just fallen asleep after discussing business, he was abruptly awakened by a flurry of phone calls. The Jinlan Lion Casino has been robbed. Upon hearing this news, Chishana felt as though a hammer had struck his head, at 51 years of age. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the Golden Triangle for many years and having wandered through several Southeast Asian countries, he was acutely aware of the implications. With the dawn of the new millennium, the crackdown on drugs by the Eastern superpower had intensified, leading to the downfall of many once prominent drug lords along the border. Those like him, straddling the line between legality and illegality, could no longer afford to dabble in the drug trade, especially with their newfound capital. The most lucrative industry at this moment was gambling. Having invested over $30 million, he had only recently opened the Jinlan Line Casino in Mengla, and now it had been robbed. Chishana's first instinct was that someone was targeting him. Even if the police were investigating, they would first need to inquire about any potential enemies or rival suspects. However, in Southeast Asia, who didn't have enemies, even the most humble of villagers bore long-standing grudges. Yet the simplicity of the situation caused Chishana's brow to furrow deeply. Over 10 lives were lost at the casino, while the assailants were merely 2. Executing their actions with alarming efficiency, unlike ordinary criminals. Chapter 15. Preparing for the deal around 4 in the morning, Lin Shuimao was jolted awake by the ringing of his phone. Struggling to answer it, he was momentarily taken aback by the news on the other end. What? The deal is happening now? So soon? Lin Shuimao threw aside his covers and sat cross-legged on his bed, steadying his nerves amidst the hum of the air conditioner. Yes, Boss Lin, thanks to your good fortune, the funds are being prepared quite timely to avoid any complications. Let's proceed with the transaction as soon as possible. Things aren't peaceful here in Boma. Jiang Zhao's voice came through the phone. Lin Shuimao felt a twinge of unease. He had only just sent a dog to investigate the previous night. How could the money be ready so quickly? He sensed something was amiss, suspecting that Boss Zhu had likely prepared funds in advance. Merely probing into his intentions, Lin Shuimao couldn't help but chuckle. Having spent his days chasing birds, he had now been dazzled by a mere sparrow. However, he realized he would not incur a loss with this transaction, given that it was the original source. Even selling at market price would yield a profit, albeit a modest one. Moreover, this time they were selling at a premium, meaning he stood to gain significantly. With that thought in mind, Lin Shuimao cleared his throat. Since Boss Zhu is prepared, I feel reassured. Let us say around 5 o'clock. I will be waiting at the shop for your arrival. All right, see you then. After ending the call, Lin Shuimao immediately contacted a president of a local association, requesting that he send a few subordinates to help him maintain order. Of course, there would be a reward, but compared to the risks involved, this was a very worthwhile investment. After placing the call and organizing his affairs, Lin Shuimao got out of bed and changed his clothes, only to remember the jade materials. Yet upon reflection, he realized that Boss Zhu's mysterious background and exceptional financial resources made it unusual for someone to prepare several million so swiftly. He decided against engaging in any dubious dealings, particularly without knowing the other party's background, as it might lead to unforeseen consequences. Having spent over a decade in Boma, Lin Shuimao was acutely aware of a vital principle. When reason can resolve an issue, it is unwise to resort to violence, especially for a businessman like him. There was no need for such risks, as it could easily result in losses rather than profits. After enjoying a pot of kung fu tea to calm his nerves for half an hour, 2 Honda pickups arrived downstairs. The doors swung open. Several men wielding AK rifles disembarked. These were the subordinates of the association president. Lin Shuimao quickly rose and descended the stairs to converse briefly with the leading man. This man, named Hassan, was the captain of the association's management team. Standing at a modest height of 1.6 meters, he was a muscular figure sporting a braided hairstyle while the rest of his head was shaved clean, with only a small braid hanging loosely from the crown of his head, reminiscent of a child's pigtail. His face bore a fierce expression, akin to encountering a particularly aggressive breed of dog. Just a glance revealed he was not to be trifled with. However, for Lin Shuimao, the more intimidating Hassan appeared, the more reassured he felt, as only those with genuine capabilities could survive in Boma. The president has already instructed us. Shall we head out together? Hassan's face bore an air of indifference. Yet he discreetly pocketed the roll of US dollars Lin Shuimao had handed him. This was precisely why they preferred to provide security for businessmen. It often resulted in additional income. Furthermore, when departing, they could also secure a portion of the transaction amount. Let us get in the vehicle, Lin Shuai-Mao said, casually draping a suit jacket over his shoulders. That it was still early morning, and the chill in the air was palpable. The two Honda pickups departed the residential area, making their way towards Takong Town. Meanwhile, in the woods outside Takong Town, Jiang Wang extinguished the flames of a fire pit using banana leaves, weighing it down with a few stones until only wisps of smoke lingered. Jiang Xiao busied himself organizing the cash, setting aside 2 bundles of US dollars and 2 bundles of Chinese yuan for their personal expenses. The remaining cash in the 2 travel bags totaled 421,000, sufficient for their needs, marking them as millionaires by the current standards. "Uncle, it's time to go," Jiang Xiao said, glancing at his uncle's Rolex, which indicated it was exactly 5 o'clock. Jiang Wang raised his hand to check the time, tossing the M1911 handgun at Jiang Xiao before inspecting the chamber of the other Type 54 pistol. The bullets were fully loaded, but that was all he had. "Once we arrive, we proceed directly with the transaction. Do not get distracted. Remember to be vigilant and watch for any attempts at deception." "Understood." Jiang Xiao nodded, chambering his handgun and checking it once more before securing it in his waistband. That he hoisted the 2 heavy travel bags onto his back and mounted the motorcycle. Jiang Wang took a final drag from a cigarette, squinting slightly as he twisted the throttle, causing the Honda CG125 to roar to life. The tires churned through the muddy, wet dirt road, spewing black smoke from the exhaust like a plowing iron bull racing forward. At 5:10 in Takong Town, Lin Shuai-Mao greeted Jiang Xiao with enthusiasm. Boss Zhu, what an unexpected honor. Please come in, come in." Lin Shuai-Mao ushered Jiang Xiao into the shop. The establishment was bustling with activity. But the negotiation table had been cleared, leaving a few armed guards with AK rifles seated at the counter, engrossed in watching a video. Upon seeing the firearms, Jiang Xiao's expression shifted slightly as he reached for the travel bag on his shoulder. Lin Shuai-Mao quickly reassured him. "They're all our people, our people. Boss Zhu, please don't mistake my caution for cowardice. In this line of business, mutual trust is essential." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiao cast another glance at Hassan, who was behind the counter, engrossed in a tape featuring Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. Instinctively, Jiang Xiao felt certain that this individual was the most formidable among the group. Just then, an explosive sound erupted from the television. A smile crept onto Jiang Xiao's face as he mused, "I naturally trust Boss Lin. However, I must observe this fellow a bit longer." Indeed, Lin Shuai-Mao let out a sigh of relief, fearing that this Mr. Zhu might take flight, causing this lucrative deal to slip through his fingers. Jiang Wang also entered, scanning the administrators with a discerning eye, quickly grasping their roles. They were akin to local enforcers, somewhat reminiscent of urban management officials or neighborhood police. Yet they bore a stronger resemblance to gangsters collecting protection fees. The delineation of power in this border triangle, aside from official authorities, was divided into tiers. The first tier comprised armed leaders from various ethnic factions, akin to local warlords claiming their territories. The second tier consisted of armed groups from various autonomous associations and leaders of major gray industries, possessing both strength and influence. Their most formidable trait was that each bore a prominent title, securing their own domains, often with official recognition. The third tier, somewhat lesser, included those without territory, merely earning their keep within the domains of the first 2 tiers. The moment Jiang Wang entered, he immediately fixated on Hassan, contemplating that should anything arise, he would take him out first. Hassan, in turn, turned around, returning a defiant smile as he slapped a revolver onto the counter. After a brief moment of mutual gaze with Jiang Wang, Hassan's attention shifted back to the television, where he erupted in a laughter at the animated show. Jiang Wang then approached his elder nephew Jiang Xiao, standing beside the sofa, hands resting on his belt. Observing the transaction, Chapter 16, preparing to evacuate the transaction proceeded smoothly. Jiang Xiao meticulously inspected the fine jade materials while Lin Shuai-Mao stood beside him, operating a currency verifier and counting bills with an associate. However, what piqued Jiang Wang's curiosity was that none of the administrators seated behind the counter seemed to glance their way. They treated the pair as if they were mere air. After all, this was a matter of millions, and in the border triangle, discretion regarding wealth was a fundamental principle. Unless one possessed power, firearms, and influence, they were merely presenting themselves as easy prey. Yet Lin Shuai-Mao remained unperturbed. Although the transaction price was substantial, it did not jeopardize his connections. At times, The virtue of trust bore extraordinary weight in this lawless land. The thick stacks of currency whirred through the verifier, with amounts of 10,000, 20,000, and 30,000 emerging as Lin Shumo and his associates swiftly counted the money. As it approached 6 o'clock, both parties concluded the transaction. Mr. Zhu, your grandeur is commendable. This deal was conducted smoothly. Should you require more jade in the future, I shall be your first assistant. Not at all. I shall undoubtedly return to Boss Lin's establishment, in a world where it is hard to find a kindred spirit. Boss Lin is indeed my confidant, Jiang Xiao declared with a beaming smile, his palm firmly clasping Lin Shumo's hand, prompting a hearty laugh from Lin Shumo. Certainly, certainly. I shall not keep Mr. Zhu any longer today. When you next visit, I must host you, dear brother Zhu, to fully immerse you in the local customs of Boma. Well said. Jiang Xiao nodded, snapping his fingers to hand the suitcase containing the jade to the awaiting Jiang Wang. The contents had been thoroughly verified, accurate and without error, amounting to nearly 5 million in jade that if sold domestically, it would undoubtedly fetch this price. Jiang Wang accepted the suitcase, knowing well that it could not leave his possession. Lin Shumo suddenly noticed the Rolex on Jiang Wang's wrist, casting a discreet glance at Mr. Zhu's empty wrist, unable to suppress a thought. Could it be that this fellow had orchestrated a ploy? Was this bodyguard the true mastermind? Lin Shumo scrutinized Jiang Wang briefly. He appeared quite young, with a distinctly domestic visage, and carried an intimidating presence, akin to a wild beast ready to pounce. Lin Shumo chose to feign ignorance, offering a polite smile to Jiang Wang before leading Jiang Xiao outside, ensuring the latter's reassurance. This way, there would be no suspicion of a black market deal. By personally escorting them out, his involvement would cease. Upon exiting the shop, Jiang Wang dashed ahead. Jiang Xiao exchanged a few more pleasantries with Lin Shumo at the door, ensuring his uncle's safe departure before bidding farewell and hastily leaving. The exhaust of the Honda CG-125 roared to life as Jiang Wang rode over to collect his elder nephew. Find a place to change clothes. While it's still light, let's make our exit, Jiang Wang declared as he mounted the motorcycle. The border at Mingla was close. If they were to cross clandestinely, it would take just an hour on the bike to ascertain the situation there. If a legitimate route was available, they would take it. After all, the money had already been converted into jade, reducing suspicion, with the remaining concern being their safe return and the transformation of the jade back into currency. Ding, system detection in progress. Jiang Wang was taken aback. The system had suddenly reacted. His mind was racing, yet he paid little heed to the system's sudden alert. He had previously examined his strongest family system and found nothing peculiar about it. It resembled a card-drawing bag with no upgrades or purchases. Ding, detection complete. Successful return to the domestic realm will yield 2 family card packs to draw from, along with 1 binding card pack draw. Is this truly a card draw? Jiang Wang halted the motorcycle abruptly, startling Jiang Xiao, who was holding the suitcase behind him, causing him to believe something had gone awry. What happened? Jiang Xiao pulled out his firearm, warily scanning the surroundings. That it's nothing, just a complication with our return. Jiang Wang squinted, pondering the system's notification of nearly 3 card packs upon returning home. What could this mean? The family card packs likely pertained to relatives. Surely his numerous aunts and uncles had some connection. But what was the binding pack? Jiang Wang took note of the golden box, which rotated to reveal the words "Heaven does not shelter the guilty." This likely indicated items or character cards sourced from that world. After all, his elder nephew was the protagonist. But how did this system determine the card draw? There was no visible path for spending money or completing tasks. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Wang reignited the motorcycle, heading towards Mingla, intending to consider matters further once safety was assured. The journey was relatively smooth. However, as they approached Mingla, Jiang Wang sensed trouble. The road was obstructed by barbed wire and barricades, and soldiers clad in dark green uniforms stood on either side, weapons in hand, rigorously inspecting passing vehicles. That a mud-streaked white SUV ahead was halted at gunpoint, with its occupants yanked out and forced to kneel in the muddy ground, hands on their heads as soldiers rummaged through their belongings, even prying open the trunk. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Wang swiftly veered his motorcycle toward a nearby truck, executing a hasty U-turn. The intensity of the inspection was not merely about searching. It was an opportunistic revenue collection. Life could be forfeited, but money could not. There was no point in reasoning here that if caught, they would have no defense. Jiang Wang and his companions lacked local identification. Jiang Xiao was somewhat better off, possessing an ID, but Jiang Wang had arrived as an illegal immigrant in Boma. He was essentially a ghost that if apprehended by the police, it would be a dead end. And as for deportation, that was an even grimmer fate. Jiang Xiao soon realized the gravity of their situation. "Uncle, what should we do?" Their plan had been to return home as swiftly as possible, evading scrutiny before reassessing their situation. Now, it appeared this route was blocked and no need to panic. Safeguard the Jade and find another route. Jiang Wang urged as he revved the motorcycle, propelling them away from Mengla towards Dakali County, where tourists from the east were plentiful, providing ample opportunities for concealment. They needed to devise a plan. The Jade was a valuable commodity, but if they couldn't transport it, it would become a significant issue. For Jiang Wang and his team, the money they had was already sufficient. Their primary concern was whether the casino they had robbed would retaliate against them, as the bounties in the border triangle were no trivial matter. Many desperate individuals sought them. This was also why Jiang Wang wished to return to the homeland to lay low, and now he had an additional compelling reason to do so, should Jiang Wang's speculation prove correct regarding the 3 card packs. The other 2 family card packs might pertain to New Worlds. Who knew what sort of ruthless relatives might come seeking refuge? Jiang Wang contemplated that if they could not escape this area, they would head directly to the Siam border from Dakali, seeking a means to return home from there. Midway through their journey, Jiang Wang halted the motorcycle before a concrete bridge, not particularly long, spanning about 10 meters, allowing only 1 truck to pass at a time. The surface was marred with muddy tire tracks, worn by the passage of vehicles until the bridge deck was scarcely visible. A turbulent river surged beneath the bridge, the current so fierce that large stones were dislodged and rolled away. Jiang Wang dismounted his motorcycle, surveying the river. "Throw the bike in," Jiang Wang called out behind him, prompting Jiang Xiao to quickly jump aside while clutching the suitcase, extending his hand to help Jiang Wang lift the motorcycle. With a loud splash, the motorcycle plunged into the water. The powerful current crashed against the motorcycle's engine, the heated metal hissing as it emitted a plume of white smoke. Water cascaded down from the mountain, surging with great force, and with a thunderous roar, it submerged the motorcycle, pushing it further down. In less than a few minutes, the river had erased any trace of the motorcycle. Jiang Wang glanced at the Rolex on his wrist. It was now 7 in the morning, and they had been on the road for over an hour. Since the robbery last night, a total of 5 hours had elapsed. Their actions had been remarkably swift, had it not been for the need to transfer the Jade from one hand to the other. They might have been even quicker. Yet, that would have also posed greater risks. With such a substantial amount of money, escape was impossible. Chapter 17. An unexpected encounter in Dakali County. Directly opposite Dakali County lies the border of Siam, separated only by a river, easily crossed via a bridge. Within 5 seconds of hitting the accelerator, they had traversed the bridge and arrived in Maysai, a border city of Siam, also within the Golden Triangle. Like Mengla, Dakali is a tourist destination, bustling with visitors, and renowned for a few specialties that can be summarized as 3 delights: ice powder, river delicacies, and lovely maidens. Most of the casinos are located near the old Jinmu area, while Dakali is slightly less prominent in this regard. However, the ice powder is particularly famous, primarily because Siam has also vigorously cracked down on drugs, leading to a decline in the local opium industry. Drug traffickers from Siam flock to the Golden Triangle, resulting in an abundance of high-quality narcotics. Yet it remains challenging to transport them into Siam cities without large-scale armed convoys. Nowadays, such operations have become rare, with most relying on individuals to smuggle drugs internally, utilizing methods that break down the cargo into smaller units. Local residents of Bomo, or mountain dwellers, along with Siamese locals passing through Maysai, often face stringent scrutiny due to their extensive criminal records, rendering them untrustworthy. Consequently, they typically depend on tourists to assist in carrying contraband. Inspections tend to focus on those with prior offenses. Even 2 decades later, stories occasionally surface in the news about foolish individuals smuggling drugs across customs for their boyfriends, ending up in prison. However, Siam's police force is notoriously corrupt. In this day and age, wealth can resolve numerous issues. Thus, people from Dakali can simply pay to travel to Thailand. Jiang Wang and his companions enjoyed a rather decent breakfast at a street-side eatery in Dakali. fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and some pickled vegetables. The flavors, however, were distinctly different from those back home. Jiang Wang observed the black and white television in the breakfast shop, which was currently broadcasting the morning news, but no significant cases had been reported yet. 5 hours had passed since 3 in the morning. Even the keenest sniffer dog would struggle to find any trace now. Jiang Wang let out a sigh of relief and picked up a pack of counterfeit Pan cigarettes from the vendor's stall. In Bomo, counterfeit Panda brand cigarettes were common. Jiang Wang had no particular fondness for smoking, but would indulge when necessary. Tossing a 100 yuan note, the local currency, toward the vendor, he noted that in such tourist-heavy areas, money was rarely scrutinized and circulated freely. Lighting a cigarette, he glanced around the quiet street, devoid of activity, as the shops remained shuttered. "Uncle, any thoughts?" Jiang Xiao wiped his hands and tossed the last meat bun into his mouth, appreciating the skill of the breakfast shop's cook. The bun was juicy, infused with the flavor of scallions. This marked the first substantial meal Jiang Xiao had enjoyed in days, as their bags now contained both yuan and dollars. Spending money was not a concern here. Tourists were perceived as affluent, yet it also made them susceptible to trouble. After all, this was an unguarded pen for sheep, surrounded by ravenous, ruthless wolves that had no thoughts, just find a place to change clothes. Jiang Wang replied, taking a deep drag from his cigarette while surveying the street. Jiang Xiao rose, ready to leave. Just then, a woman approached the vendor to order breakfast. "Boss, I'll have 2 baskets of buns. And do you have any fried dough sticks left?" "2 bowls of tofu pudding, please." Yes. The shopkeeper, though not fluent in Chinese, was polite and swiftly began preparing the buns. The woman turned and gasped, "Zhu Xiaolong." Jiang Wang turned at the sound. His nephew's alias was indeed Zhu Xiaolong. Had she mistaken him for someone else? Jiang Xiao glanced over, a hint of confusion on his face, but upon recognizing her, his expression shifted to "My goodness, it's really you. What are you doing here?" The woman was Jean Bebe, a university student from the Textile Institute who had been part of the same tour group. "But you should have returned long ago." I'm just here to explore. What about you? Haven't you gone back?" Jiang Xiao asked casually, returning the question that "I'm back for a self-drive tour. I didn't have enough fun last time, so I came with classmates this time." "What about you?" Jiang Xiao smiled. "We were just planning to head back. Let me introduce you. This is my uncle." He gestured. Standing by the roadside, Jiang Wang flashed a smile, adopting a playful tone. "Beautiful lady, I'm this handsome lad's uncle. They all call me Zhu Tufu, so just call me Lao Fu." "Haha, nice to meet you, Uncle Fu." Jean Bebe replied politely, and Jiang Wang chuckled. Exchanging knowing glances with his charming nephew, it was clear they were both aware of the underlying intentions, employing clever tactics to navigate the situation. "Beautiful lady, where have you been exploring? This area isn't particularly safe." Jiang Wang probed slowly, testing the waters to see if he could accompany this lovely woman, as his nephew had quite the charm with women, and were planning to drive from here to Mingla. Then back home, that my classmate insisted on seeing the Golden Triangle, "which is why we came here, that I was planning to return today," she explained. "Oh, that sounds delightful." Jiang Wang smiled, casually extinguishing his cigarette and discarding the butt on the ground, crushing it underfoot. "By the way, what about you two?" Jean Bebe gazed curiously at Jiang Xiao, feeling a spark of attraction toward this dashing man. "We also plan to head back today. We've packed our bags and are just waiting for a ride." Jiang Xiao replied, shaking the suitcase in his hand to emphasize its weight. "Perfect. We have a vehicle," Jean Bebe exclaimed joyfully. "We drove out in a large van, and we can give you a lift." "Beautiful lady, that might be too much trouble. I still need to pay for my ticket. In these times, it seems only family can be trusted," Jiang Wang joked, inching closer. "What about your classmates, if they're available? We'd be happy to tag along. If not, we can just take a taxi, though it might be difficult to find one," Jiang Xiao suggested, adopting a strategic retreat while casually grabbing breakfast from the vendor to hand over to Jean Bebe. "It's fine. My friends don't wish to linger here. If it weren't for one person causing a ruckus, we would have gone to Siam by now," Jean Bebe replied, accepting the food. "They read just up ahead. Why don't you come along? I've heard it's quite challenging to catch a ride here." Jiang Xiao was about to say something more when Jiang Wang patted him on the shoulder, teasingly stating, "The lovely lady is being kind. You street rat, just know how to refuse. You'll end up sleeping in a pawn shop at this rate." Jiang Xiao had no choice but to acquiesce, gratefully looking at Jean Bebe. "Well, thank you, Bebe. It's no trouble at all." Beautiful lady from now on. Just call him Xiaolong. That if he misbehaves, let me know and I'll give him a good slap. But we've only met twice. Jiang Xiao feigned shyness, appearing somewhat bashful. Seeing this, Jean Bebe couldn't help but laugh. She was the kind of bold girl who wouldn't have ventured here if she were timid. The scene was amusing to her. Leave it to me, Jean Bebe declared confidently. They might not have woken up yet, so we may have to wait a moment that we're staying at a hotel over there, after purchasing her breakfast. Jean Bebe led the way, with Jiang Wang and Jiang Xiao trailing slightly behind, observing the lively girl. You lucky boy, you find milk to drink wherever you go, Jiang Wang teased lightly. Jiang Xiao, however, remained indifferent. In this world, where can't one find a drop of milk? Let us cross the border first. Indeed. Jiang Wang, feeling a twinge of jealousy, pursed his lips, hands thrust into his pockets, fingers brushing against the handgun at his waist, and furrowed his brows that I must dispose of the gun and seek out some means of self-defense. Chapter 18. The couple's on a road trip beside a modest inn on the roadside. The sign appeared quite legitimate, adorned with a large advertisement in 4 languages. Jiang Wang stood at the entrance, cigarette dangling from his lips, tilting his head to observe the minivan that Jean Bebe and her companions had arrived in. Indeed, it resembled a minivan that a Jean Bebe H100, a classic long van.it was white, the rear windows shaded in a brown tint, appearing to be about 70% new, with a license plate that seemed mismatched for the vehicle. The plate looked too new to be genuine. Jean Bebe was discussing with her classmates about giving Jiang Wang and the others a ride, while also considering reimbursing the fuel costs. Bebe, you shouldn't trust just anyone. As for fuel costs, does your brother lack money? Honestly, if it weren't for these winding mountain roads, I could have driven my newly purchased Tiger Head Benz straight here, that a young man with a somewhat roguish demeanor sat nearby. Munching on a yo chow for breakfast, his face bore several unsightly pimples, his hair dyed blonde, and he wore a white collared shirt. He seemed to hail from a family of means, adorned with a gold necklace and earrings, and clutching a new Nokia phone, certainly not cheap. Yet his brash attitude was rather off-putting. Indeed, Bebe, you ought to heed Imogu's advice. He possesses insight. And are you perhaps infatuated with that pretty boy? A girl seated next to the young man couldn't help but laugh. She wore heavy makeup, displaying some charm, leaning closely to the young man as she fed him a bowsy with her hand. What nonsense! Jean Bebe couldn't resist slapping the table, unsure whether to be offended by the remark or to feel it was unfounded. This pair were indeed a couple. The young man, Li Hima, was also a university student, albeit not from the same institution as Jean Bebe. His girlfriend, Yang Xiaorong, was her classmate, more accurately, her close friend, a woman who aspired to marry into wealth, shamelessly clinging to Li Hima. Recently, Jean Bebe had traveled to Bomo, eliciting envy from her friends. The wealthy second-generation heir, Li Hima, had borrowed a minivan from his father's factory to embark on a road trip, inviting along a couple while leaving Jean Bebe, the only single one, to act as a guide. However, Li Hima's lascivious gaze was something Jean Bebe found quite distasteful. He was notorious for his debauchery, possessing nothing of substance beyond his family's wealth, though her own family wasn't particularly affluent. Jean Bebe had enough to spend and would never seek to ingratiate herself with the likes of him, embodying a unique sense of superiority typical of middle-class families. This very quality only fueled Li Hima's desire. He believed such a pure, virtuous girl had yet to be seduced. After all, there is a saying that what one cannot attain is the most desirable. Unfortunately, Jean Bebe wouldn't even spare him a glance. Dressing modestly in a white t-shirt and denim overalls, while contrasting sharply with Yang Xiaorong, who changed her stockings multiple times a day, flaunting daringly low-cut tops and form-fitting pants, exuding a rather provocative air that had Li Hima utterly entranced. At that moment, another girl at the table spoke up, suggesting that if they were willing to pay, they could certainly give them a ride as well, given they were all compatriots. This was another of Jean Bebe's close friends, Jiang Shui, a short-haired girl dressed in sportswear with an attractive appearance, exuding a tomboyish vibe. Beside her sat her boyfriend, Jiang Nan, a science student wearing black-rimmed glasses, appearing quite earnest and somewhat timid, ostensibly the most opposed to traveling to the Triangle region. Yet his girlfriend was bold and exuberant, possessing an openly warm personality that if Jiang Wang were to assess them, he would say they were young individuals who hadn't faced much hardship or adversity. Although he too was young, his experiences over the past few days had profoundly changed him. While they debated, Jiang Wang paid little heed that if they could navigate this path, he would. If not, they would find another. They held jade stones, significantly lessening the risks and suspicions involved. His only concern was the gun, which needed to be concealed. Jiang Wang entrusted his handgun to his nephew, instructing him to either hide it or dispose of it, as it couldn't be taken back home. After considerable discussion, the majority ruled in favor of Jin Beibei, who successfully welcomed Jiang Xiao and his companions with a 3-2 vote. No, they should be referred to as Zhu Xiaolong and Zhu Tufu. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Xiao returned from hiding the gun, holding a string of colorful trinkets that resembled stones. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be a bracelet made from dried snake heads. Good looking. Are you planning to gift this? Jiang Wang frowned, his expression peculiar. He found the item rather unsettling. Would females truly appreciate such a thing? Jiang Xiao smiled gently, shaking the snake bracelet, hinting that some things require context. And the gun? Jiang Wang inquired quietly. The matter was of utmost importance. Mishandling it could easily lead to dire consequences. However, Jiang Xiao appeared unconcerned. That IT has been taken care of. I've hidden it in an old crow's nest atop a sephora tree. I wrapped it in paper and covered it with mud. It won't be found. Very well. Jiang Wang nodded, reassured by his nephew's meticulousness. With a loud clatter, the sliding door was yanked open, and Jin Beibei and her friends emerged. Li Hima strode ahead with an air of arrogance, deliberately tilting his chin to look down at Jiang Xiao and the others, making a sound of disdain. His malicious gaze suggested he was intent on causing trouble. Li Hima believed his demeanor exuded the essence of a streetwise individual, reveling in his bravado. Approaching Jiang Xiao and the others, he observed Jiang Zhao's refined appearance, an embodiment of gentility, which only heightened Li Hima's jealousy. Silently cursing Jin Beibei, that pure-hearted vixen. She too was flirtatious. That insufferable pretty boy. Li Hima harbored peculiar feelings for Jin Beibei, akin to an unattainable moonlight. Her grace and allure evoked a sense of unreachable aspiration within him. Yet his ostentatious wealth was mere refuse in her eyes. This sentiment deepened his frustration, a simmering anger that left him feeling utterly defeated, now manifesting as jealousy directed squarely at Jiang Xiao. Zhu Xiaolong, I see you as nothing but a fool. Where are you from? What do you do? Speak. Li Hima's face contorted with rage as he forcefully shoved Jiang Xiao, glaring at him as though preparing for a fight. Jiang Xiao stumbled backward from the push, struggling to regain his balance when Li Hima seized him by the collar, demanding, What do you think you're doing? Jin Beibei rushed over, grasping Li Hima's arm. What is wrong with you? Can't we have a civil conversation? No need for such outbursts. Exactly. Yang Xiaorong, Li Hima's girlfriend, hurried over, pulling on him, urging calm down. The two women's intervention only served to inflate Li Hima's ego, lifting his chin even higher as he relished Jiang Zhao's reluctance to retaliate. With a smug huff, Li Hima released Jiang Xiao's collar, seizing the opportunity to shove him again, sending Jiang Xiao crashing to the ground. A fleeting glint of malice flickered in Jiang Zhao's eyes, quickly masked. Jiang Wang observed from behind, offering no assistance. His nephew was not someone to be trifled with. From now on, when you see me, you must address me as Mo. Understood? Li Hima grinned, extending his hand towards Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao, assuming Li Hima intended to help him up, extended his hand in return, smiling as he nodded greetings Mo. However, Li Hima swiftly slapped Jiang Zhao's face, sneering, That's more like it that I run with a streetwise crowd. In Yunming City, I know both the legitimate and the underworld that don't even think about pulling any tricks. Li Hima pointed a finger at Jiang Zhao's face. Fuming, Jin Beibei approached, forcefully shoving Li Hima. What do you think you're doing? This is no way to humiliate someone. I'm merely concerned for you. Fearing you might be deceived by ill-intentioned individuals, Li Hima retorted dismissively, turning away. Let us take another vehicle. Jiang Xiao rose from the ground, lowering his head as he brushed the dirt off his hands. Jin Beibei turned around with a hint of apology, expressing her regret. Chapter 19. Walking together on the road. Jiang Nan and Jiang Shui, the couple, hurried over to intervene as Jiang Xiao attempted to leave. He was halted by Jin Beibei's outstretched hand. She found herself in a precarious position, unsure of how to proceed. Fortunately, Jiang Nan and his companions were amiable, insisting that Jiang Wang and the others stay behind and return together. A suggestion that Li Hima did not oppose. He casually embraced his girlfriend Yang Xiaorong, playfully planting a couple of kisses on her, while Yang Xiaorong, unusually, did not reciprocate his affections. She had long recognized that her dear friend was merely a tempting morsel in Li Hima's eyes, a desire he could hardly suppress. Yet, her friend remained as pure as water, impervious to his advances, no matter how many tricks this rogue attempted. This presented Yang Xiaorong with an opportunity to engage with the wealthy second-generation heir. Now that her friend had found someone of interest, it would be prudent to extinguish this rich heir's intentions early on, by entangling herself with him and possibly bearing a child. She could elevate her status and secure a place in a prestigious family. Despite the fact that Li Hima's family was merely a crude nouveau riche. Nonetheless, they were indeed affluent, enough for her to flaunt. Amid this multifaceted interaction, Jiang Xiao chose not to hold grudges for Jin Beibei's sake and generously paid double the fare. Tossing a bundle of cash onto the vehicle, his magnanimous display piqued Li Hima's curiosity, and the money was promptly claimed by the meticulous Yang Xiaorong, who discreetly scrutinized Jiang Xiao, and no matter how much the heavily made-up woman flaunted her allure, she could not deny that Jiang Xiao was indeed a fine specimen. Yet, her true affection lay solely with wealth. Had Zhu Xiaolong possessed such riches, she would have gladly engaged in a love triangle with her best friend. After all, who could resist a handsome man? She hardly believed that the feeble and acne-ridden Li Hima held any charm. Were it not for his wealth, she wouldn't even spare him a glance. However, as Jiang Wang approached, his slurred speech extinguished any lingering thoughts Yang Xiaorong might have entertained. Money? That was a mere illusion. Making a fortune in this dilapidated place was a daunting task. Zhu Ge, you mustn't say that. After all these years mingling in this area, how could you be unaware of the ways to make money here? Li Hima, seated in the driver's seat, remarked politely, while he dismissed serious individuals. Jiang Wang mimicked his demeanor, adopting a slight rogue air that instantly elevated his status in Li Hima's eyes, especially with his Hong Kong accent, leading Li Hima to suspect he was perhaps a gangster. Sometimes one's imagination could be quite perilous. Nevertheless, Jiang Wang was indeed a man of stories, effortlessly weaving tales that pierced through Li Hima's knowledge gaps, leaving him in awe. Even if Jiang Wang was merely boasting, he painted himself as a wayward youth who had left home at a young age to roam the world. He had traversed the south and ventured north, even enduring injuries on train tracks. His narrative was impressive, albeit devoid of material wealth. It was merely family urging him to return home. After years of wandering, he longed for home, and fortuitously, he found himself in this vehicle, which could be seen as a gesture of camaraderie. To the casual observer, it seemed as though he had merely drifted through life for a few years without achieving anything substantial, now returning home with his tail between his legs, especially in the eyes of Jin Beibei and her friends. Their disdain for this Zhu Tufu was palpable, as it was Zhu Xiaolong who was financing their endeavors. This uncle, who had traversed the country, was perceived as nothing more than a boastful braggart, a penniless vagabond, akin to Li Hima, both being debauched miscreants. Yet their reactions pleased Jiang Wang. The more convincingly he acted, the lower their risks became. Inside the Jinbei van, there were 3 rows of seats. Jiang Wang occupied the passenger seat. Smoking a cigarette, in the middle row sat Jin Beibei and her close friends, while the back row was occupied by the 2 men, Jiang Nan and Jiang Xiao, who remained notably quiet. Jiang Nan was not particularly sociable, and given their unfamiliarity, he had little to contribute, preferring to listen to the conversation in front of him. Jiang Xiao, meanwhile, had his foot hooked around a suitcase to ensure its stability, turning to gaze out the window at the scenery. The Jinbei van navigated the muddy road towards the border checkpoint, with light rain falling outside. The vehicle operated its windshield wipers, swaying as it went. With the windows shut, an unpleasant smell of secondhand smoke filled the van, prompting the 3 women to demand a change of seats, effectively shoving Jiang Xiao and his companion to the front. The 3 women took the back seats and opened the windows, much to Jiang Xiao's displeasure, though he refrained from voicing his objections. With a loud thud, Jiang Shui, the boisterous girl, carelessly kicked the suitcase while sitting, causing Jiang Zhao's expression to shift momentarily. That suitcase was filled with jade materials that could fetch 5 million back home. Should anything happen, even if they were to dismantle these 3 women and sell them off, they wouldn't fetch that price. What's wrong? Jiang Nan, noticing Jiang Zhao's change in demeanor, inquired hastily. Nothing, just a bit of motion sickness. Jiang Xiao replied with a smile, leaning against the car window and falling silent once more. The van continued its journey along the road that as they approached the borderline, the road remained relatively intact. Though some large trucks transporting logs were parked along the roadside, transforming what was once a two-lane road into a single lane. Traffic came to a standstill as a tour bus blocked the way ahead. "Damn it! What is going on?" Li Himo exclaimed, banging the steering wheel, the horn blaring loudly that a driver from a nearby truck flung open his door and spat onto the van's windshield. "Can't you see the road is closed? If you keep honking, I swear I'll make you regret it." The driver, bald with a menacing scar across his face, appeared furious, clutching a cell phone, evidently having just finished a call and was seething with rage. Li Hima erupted in curses from within the van, though he only vented his frustrations inside, not daring to roll down the window, displaying a clear lack of courage to step outside. In contrast, Jiang Wang furrowed his brow, shrugging off his floral shirt to reveal just a white tank top, and opened the door. "You all stay here. I'll go find out what is happening with that." Jiang Wang exited the vehicle, slamming the door shut behind him, and he surveyed the extensive traffic jam, which extended several hundred meters. "Hey, what is going on?" Jiang Wang inquired in the local dialect, tossing an unopened pack of cigarettes to the truck driver. A gift from Li Hima. The truck driver, initially ready to unleash another tirade, halted upon hearing Jiang Wang's fluent local accent, biting back his words that he caught the pack of cigarettes, inspecting it with his nose before concluding it was genuine tobacco, thus tempering his anger. "It's a temporary blockade. The road leading to Ruili is closed. They say they're after a fugitive," the truck driver responded in Mandarin, gesturing towards the road signs, anxious that Jiang Wang might not understand. "A fugitive? There is such a thing in the border triangle?" Jiang Wang replied with a smile, glancing ahead to see the roadblocks, realizing they wouldn't be cleared anytime soon. "Who knows? If I can't get my cargo through, I want to be able to settle my accounts that I should have left last night," the truck driver lamented. His truck was filled with valuable redwood, which was currently in high demand, especially since the standards for redwood from the Eastern superpower had been established, causing prices to fluctuate daily. Transporting logs from the mountains across the border to buyers was a lucrative business, with profits multiplying on the journey, albeit with some risks involved. "That would sound promising. I'd love to venture into that business. When the time comes, brother, you can come to my place to load up on timber at a great price," Jiang Wang suggested with a grin. The truck driver, initially inclined to laugh, reconsidered upon hearing Jiang Wang's fluent local dialect, quickly altering his response. All right, if the opportunity arises and the price is right." Chapter 20. The closure of the border in the Triangle region. The simpler the endeavor, the greater the profit. Engaging in drug trafficking necessitates the cultivation of opium poppies, whereas logging merely requires the felling of trees from the abundant ancient forests within the Triangle's confines. These woods are replete with trees that boast rings numbering in the dozens, if not exceeding 100. Particularly after the establishment of standards for rosewood, prices have soared, dictated by 2 categories, 5 genera, and 8 types of rosewood classifications. The vast tracts of untouched forest in the Triangle have consequently become the flourishing garden of an Eastern superpower. Moreover, Jiang Wang is cognizant of one crucial fact. The current government of Burma has yet to impose any control over timber resources, as they find themselves unable to intervene. It was only after several years that the Burmese government extended its grasp towards the coffers, instituting regulations on logging and mining resources. By that time, the entrepreneurs who had amassed their initial capital had already begun to absorb the smaller logging merchants, solidifying their status as local magnates. At this juncture, be it logging or mining, these natural resources are prime territories ripe for exploitation. Particularly in the Triangle, where the stakes are exceedingly high, do not be deceived by those who operate independently, driving to logging sites to procure timber, subsequently acting as intermediaries for domestic transport. The risks are immense. A misstep on the treacherous roads could result in the loss of both timber and life, for logging sites are deep within the mountains. Along the way, they face not only the threat of villagers seizing their cargo, but also armed local factions setting up roadblocks. With the law bearing little relevance here, when one attempts to reason, others respond with brute force. Yet Jiang Wang is genuinely eager to partake in this lucrative venture. His sole dilemma lies in the need for capable hands. He must return to recruit some adept individuals, not only to labor, but also to vie for logging concessions. Simultaneously, he envisions establishing his own rosewood company domestically, that if he could secure a foothold, the timber would effectively be free for the taking, with profits rivaling those of mining. After all, one rarely hears of coal barons being impoverished by their trade. The truck driver, Chu Xiangxiong, hails from the mountains of Yananguizhou. Operating independently, he procures timber from the base of the logging site and transports it back home. Accompanying him are two assistants, who had descended from the mountains the previous evening to grab a meal in a nearby town and took a day to rest. However, they now find themselves thwarted, unable to proceed. Ahead lies a checkpoint established by government forces, temporarily sealing off the border crossing, leaving them with no option to advance. Just moments ago, Chu Xiangxiong made a phone call to inquire about the situation, only to learn that they would be unable to pass for at least 3 days. What on earth is happening? Jiang Wang feigned ignorance. Damn it. Who knows who robbed the casino and even committed murder? The entire city of Mingla is under lockdown, and tensions along the border have escalated. Could it be that a murderer is hiding in my timber truck? Chu Xiangxiong couldn't help but curse. Being locked down for 3 days means he misses a trip, a clear financial loss. Given that it is the rainy season, transporting goods is particularly challenging. Even the drug traffickers from the mountains are reluctant to descend, let alone the logging trucks, as large-scale transportation is non-existent. That it is only those like Chu Xiangxiong who operate independently who can still turn a profit. Hey, such audacity. Aren't you afraid of being killed? Jiang Wang remarked with a smirk, lighting a cigarette and squinting. Who knows? By the way, where are you headed? Chu Xiangxiong glanced at the minivan. Perhaps due to his life on the fringes, he couldn't shake the feeling that at any moment the door would swing open and a horde of thugs would pour out, brandishing knives and ready for a fight. Jiang Wang gestured towards the group of university students who had come out to play. Aren't they just returning from their travels? What is the matter? University students, running around here instead of focusing on their studies. They better watch out, or ID certainly disciplined such a child. Chu Xiangxiong frowned, muttering a few curses before climbing into the vehicle, clearly displeased with the presence of young people in such a place. Jiang Wang tossed his cigarette but aside, flexed his robust arms, and climbed into the van. Let's head back. The border is closed, and we'll need to wait at least 2 to 3 days for the situation to settle down. What do you plan to do? It's closed. How are we supposed to get back? Li Hima was the first to lose his composure, that he had come out for fun, but if they couldn't return, that would ruin everything. Jiang Wang turned to him. Calm down. The police are investigating a case. Hence the roadblock. We'll be fine once they're done. By the way, do you have a place to stay? We already canceled our hotel reservations when we arrived, said Jean Bebe from the back. Encountering such unexpected events has indeed left them unprepared. Why don't we contact the embassy? Suggested Jiang Nan, seated in the front passenger seat, but he was a cautious individual, somewhat timid, and found himself at a loss in such situations. This is merely a border check. There's no need for that we'll only have to wait a few days. After all, you came here to have fun, and I'll cover the expenses. Jiang Wang replied cheerfully, exuding a generous demeanor. Let us find a place to stay. It's just a matter of 2 or 3 days. Silence enveloped the vehicle. The 3 women in the back began to discuss amongst themselves, but ultimately, it was the men who would have the final word. Jiang Xiao nodded. If it doesn't work out, we'll just wait a little longer. There is no rush at this moment, especially since we're outside. As he spoke, he glanced at Jean Bebe, offering her a reassuring look. Seeing this, Jiang Shui and Yang Xiaorong couldn't help but smile. From the rearview mirror, Li Hima felt a surge of irritation at the scene unfolding before him, and he interjected, "Let us turn around and head out for some fun." No sooner had he spoken than he shifted gears, flooring the accelerator, causing the minivan to reverse several meters. The sudden change caught everyone inside off guard, and the women in the back let out frightened shrieks as the luggage collided against the front seats. Jiang Xiao steadied himself by bracing against the front seat, quickly looking back. "What do you think you're doing?" Jiang Xiao turned, irritation etched on his face, his eyes glinting with menace as he fixed his gaze on Li Hima. Driving and maneuvering the steering wheel with one hand, Li Hima still sought to assert his bravado against Jiang Xiao. However, upon catching sight of Jiang Xiao's fierce eyes in the rearview mirror, he felt a chill run down his spine, and the words he had prepared vanished from his mind, replaced by a sense of trepidation. "Youngster, drive carefully." Jiang Wang, seated in the front passenger seat, was also incensed, reaching out to slap Li Hima on the shoulder with a cold tone. Reckless driving brings tears to loved ones. In that moment, Lee Hima felt a flicker of panic, instinctively fearful, and he nodded rapidly. Yes, yes, I understand. Jiang Wang pointed ahead, noting that when they had passed earlier, he had spotted a sign indicating a tourist town to the right at the upcoming intersection. If they continued straight, there should be accommodations available. This time, Lee Hima complied obediently, steering the minivan down the side road. The roadside was lined with lush bamboo groves, verdant and flourishing, following the downward slope. They soon arrived at a quaint little town, where the largest structure was a quaint guest house. The rooftop sign was quite amusing, emblazoned with the auspicious phrase "Wishing you wealth," rendered in red, reminiscent of festive colors used in wedding celebrations. The parking lot was a flat expanse, already occupied by several vehicles, with their minivan also pulling in. I'll grab the luggage. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Jiang Xiao stood up to assist the women in the back with their bags. With Jiang Nan beside him quickly lending a hand, I'll take the suitcase, Jiang Nan said, stepping out first to help Jiang Xiao retrieve the luggage. Jiang Xiao chuckled, handing her a handbag belonging to Jiang Shui. You can take this one. Jiang Nan felt a bit embarrassed, but as Jiang Shui exited the vehicle, she shot Jiang Xiao a knowing look, linking her arm with his as they made their way toward the hotel. The sight of the two made for a charming pair. Hey, handsome, why not lend a hand here? The stylishly dressed Yang Xiaorong presented a red suitcase, which Jiang Xiao promptly accepted, finding it surprisingly light. He couldn't help but wonder what it contained. That Lee Hima stood nearby with a sullen expression, rubbing at a few hardened pimples on his face in an attempt to dispel the lingering anxiety from earlier. He considered himself a man of the world, yet that moment had truly rattled him. Darling, Yang Xiaorong exclaimed as she stepped out of the vehicle, wrapping her arms around her ample form brushing against him, snapping Lee Hima back to reality. With a grin, she leaned in close to whisper in his ear, "Honey, do you want some?" As she playfully touched him, Lee Hima felt all traces of his previous unease dissipate. With desire overtaking fear, the two strolled away, arms entwined. Jean Bebe contemplated helping with the luggage, but was halted by Jiang Wang. "Leave the heavy lifting to us men. You go secure the rooms." "Come on, nephew, you'll cover the costs." Jiang Wang took the suitcase from Jean Bebe and instructed Jiang Xiao to handle the payment. Jean Bebe, holding cash, felt too shy to protest further. "Very well, I'll arrange the rooms. You all hurry up." Watching Jean Bebe depart, Jiang Wang and Jiang Xiao remained. Jiang Wang dropped the pretense, intending to show that young man some consequences. "Let us avoid any fatalities and keep the chaos to a minimum." "All right, uncle," Jiang Xiao began to inquire, but was interrupted by Jiang Wang raising a hand to silence him. "We've merely taken over a casino, unless the entirety of Burma intends to cease all business. The border will inevitably reopen. Let us remain patient." Chapter 21. Show him some color. It was a little past 7 in the evening. Jiang Wang sat in the lobby of the hotel, snacking on peanuts while watching the news on the television. Reports indicated that at 3:10 a.m. today, there had been a robbery at the Jinlan Line Casino, and some clues had emerged. The robbers were two male suspects, approximately 1.78 meters tall, clad in dark blue raincoats, armed with Dongwa Type 54 pistols and Browning M1911 handguns. According to police investigations, the duo acted swiftly, likely having military backgrounds, and their plan was meticulously orchestrated. The latest intel suggested that the robbers might have fled into the mountains. Jiang Wang picked up the remote and switched to another channel. This information was of little use, aligning closely with his own speculations. Unless the local Special Administrative Region government possessed the capability to manage the situation, locating them would be nearly impossible. Even the most well-informed informants would struggle to claim any reward for their capture. "Would you care for a drink?" The hotel owner approached with a glass, casting a glance at the football match on the screen before promptly taking a seat. The owner, a local named Salin, was dressed in a red collared shirt and green shorts, sporting thick-soled slippers. His Mandarin was commendable, and a tattoo reading "Congratulations and Prosperity" adorned his neck, his smile revealing notably white teeth. However, his right hand was missing 3 fingers, creating an awkward appearance. He could only grasp the glass between his index and thumb. "Who do you think will win this match?" The owner, an avid football fan, launched into an animated discussion at the mere mention of the sport. "I am not quite familiar with football," Jiang Wang replied politely, smiling as he turned to see Lee Hima descending from the second floor, requesting a bathroom key at the counter. though the establishment was labeled a hotel. It was rather modest. The second floor housed the rooms, while the first floor served as a dining area, with a bathhouse located at the back that Hema headed toward the rear. And within a minute, Jiang Wang's nephew, Jiang Xiao, emerged from the upper floor, having endured a day of pent-up frustration. This scoundrel needs a lesson. Who knows what trouble he might stir up next? Jiang Xiao watched as Hema took the key to a single bathroom. Only 2 single bathrooms and a larger bathhouse existed, and the hotel was sparsely occupied. Jiang Xiao gestured from the lobby, and Jiang Wang, still munching on fried peanuts, nodded and got up to approach. "Keep an eye on him," Jiang Xiao instructed, making his way toward the bathroom, only to be halted by Jiang Wang. "Remember, no hitting in the face." Jiang Xiao grinned, stealthily pushing the door open. Hema had no habit of locking the door. Perhaps after today, he would develop one. "Baby, give me a back or you be." Hema, with his eyes closed, lathered his hair with shampoo, oblivious to the fact that Jiang Xiao had entered. He assumed it was Yang Xiaorong joining him for a romantic bath. The bathroom was small, featuring 2 shower heads and a wooden bench outside for clothing, enveloped in steam. Jiang Xiao closed the door behind him, wrapping a towel around his hand before delivering a swift kick to Hema's backside. "Hey, what is that for?" Hema exclaimed as he slipped and fell to the floor, covered in suds. Before he could comprehend the situation, Jiang Xiao swiftly tied the towel around his face and landed a punch to his abdomen. Having trained in martial arts as a child and having a brotherhood bond, Jiang Xiao's punches were significantly more forceful than Hema's feeble frame. With a firm grip, Jiang Xiao yanked the towel, wrapping it around Hema's head and thrusting him under the shower head. The cold water cascaded onto Hema's face, the unheated water shocking him. He howled in pain, desperately trying to pull the towel off his face. But Jiang Xiao's strength prevailed, holding the towel securely as it soaked through, becoming like wet paper, hindering his breathing. That a deep inhalation resulted in him choking on the water. "Ah!" Hema's screams echoed like a pig being slaughtered, prompting Jiang Xiao to deliver 2 sharp slaps across his face. That he held no affection for this man. Had it not been for their need for cover, he might have wished for his disappearance. Hema, naked on the floor, flailed like an eel, struggling against the torrent from the shower head, gasping for air. Jiang Xiao seized the shampoo, squeezing a generous amount onto the towel, lathering it further, exacerbating Hema's choking and cries. Outside the bathroom, Jiang Wang lit a cigarette, glancing at his Rolex to check the time when suddenly a waft of perfume caught his attention. That he reached out to block the path, spotting Yang Xiaorong, who held a bathrobe and shower gel, smiling alluringly. "Brother Zhu, what brings you here?" she asked playfully. "It's not safe to roam around at this hour," Jiang Wang cautioned. Though his disinterest was palpable, his mind was elsewhere, preoccupied with pressing matters. "My husband is in the shower. I'm just going to help him out," she replied, shaking the shower gel in her hand. Jiang Wang regarded her briefly. The night had fallen, and in the yard behind the hotel, Yang Xiaorong suddenly felt a chill. She realized she knew little about Jiang Wang's background and found him somewhat intimidating. "Oh, I forgot to grab my change of clothes," she quickly amended, turning to retrace her steps. Jiang Wang extinguished his cigarette, tossing the butt over the wall, and after a couple of minutes, Jiang Xiao emerged from the bathroom, putting on a shirt that had been left outside. Adjusting his collar, all set. He should know what to do. Jiang Wang nodded, and the 2 of them returned to their room on the second floor, where Yang Xiaorong, concealed in a corner, watched them leave. Once they were gone, she hurried to the bathroom, pushing the door open to find Hema sprawled on the floor unconscious. Startled, she quickly covered her mouth, fearing she might scream. Nearly in tears, crouching down, she placed her hand before Hema's nose. There was breath. He was alive. Yang Xiaorong swiftly scooped him up, pinching the flesh between his nose and upper lip with her manicured fingers, applying pressure. Hema gasped for air, staring at the ceiling light, and cried out in terror. "Ah, don't hit me." Yang Xiaorong quickly covered his mouth. Don't shout. What's wrong?" After several moments of labored breathing, Hema finally registered his surroundings, sitting up on the floor, tears streaming down his face. "I don't know. I was blindfolded. I didn't know anything," he stammered, his voice trembling. Yang Xiaorong had an inkling of what had transpired but dared not articulate it. She lightly patted his shoulder. "You must have had a nightmare. You encountered something foul, and now you've offended someone." With a hint of retribution, she slapped him a few times, helping him regain his composure. Let us not discuss this. Come dawn, we'll slip away quietly that you've stirred up trouble, she complained. Chapter 22. Truly daring as dawn broke, a faint light illuminated the room. Did I ask this really a good idea? Jean Bebe whispered, observing Jiang Nan as she carefully descended the stairs with her suitcase that, oh, that girl is definitely not ordinary. Don't be fooled by their appearances. I can tell at a glance that they're trouble. Yang Xiaorong remarked, a cigarette clenched between her teeth. She had been too terrified to sleep the previous night, and Li Hima hadn't dared to return upstairs, nearly fainting from fear, believing he was on the brink of death. Those people are not to be trifled with. Even now, my legs are still trembling, Yang Xiaorong continued, her courage bolstered by her alliance with Yang Shui, who encouraged them to leave before dawn. Indeed, Bebe listens to Xiaorong. She knows more than you do, Jiang Shui added quietly. The three women tiptoed down the stairs, unaware that as they departed, Jiang Wang's door swung open. Standing shirtless in the doorway, Jiang Wang regarded them with a complex expression but ultimately chose to let it go. Turning back to resume his slumber, at 7 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Xiao, descending to buy breakfast, overheard a server mention that their companions had left early, that he dashed out to the parking lot, only to find the vehicle was gone. Damn it! Jiang Xiao exclaimed, feeling a surge of panic, that he hurried back upstairs, checking the rooms to find that their departure had been hasty. Rushing to knock on Jiang Wang's door, he called, "Uncle, we have a problem." Inside, Jiang Wang rose and opened the door, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Jiang Xiao entered swiftly, shutting the door behind him to compose himself. Jean Bebe and the others have left. Did something go awry last night? I'm aware, Jiang Wang replied. Jiang Wang turned and seated himself on a nearby chair, retrieving a cigarette from the box on the table, shaking it out and tossing it to Jiang Xiao. However, Jiang Xiao did not catch it. He did not smoke that I observed their interaction. Jiang Xiao initially intended to inquire why he didn't stop him, but reconsidered, realizing that his uncle was no benevolent figure. How could he possibly let them go so easily? Jiang Xiao was an astute individual, yet he remained puzzled by his uncle's true intentions and any ulterior motives he may harbor. Some individuals, unscathed by hardship, naturally believe themselves to be capable. Just take a glance outside the window. How many roads can you see? Jiang Wang lit a cigarette for himself, inhaling deeply, seemingly relishing the air of mystery he exuded. Little did he know that he had already contemplated many matters long before. Jiang Xiao approached the window, looking down from his elevated position. There was essentially only one road, the very one they had traversed, descending from the border highway. Yet, on the other side of that road lay a path through the town, leading into the mountains. Having just experienced rain, that route was even more treacherous, particularly the uphill sections where tires would become mired in mud. After a mere glance, Jiang Xiao began to understand. They had ventured into the mountains. Almost certainly did I observe that van. It could not manage off-road terrain, and it wouldn't be long before they returned. Furthermore, this area was home to several ethnic villages. Jiang Wang took a drag from his cigarette, unable to suppress a chuckle. The villagers here were not known for their hospitality, that I in such a desolate place. Death was a mere occurrence. Hundreds of tourists vanished each year, and one could only speculate as to their fates. Not to mention the presence of some extreme nationalists. Should they simply be allowed to depart like this? Jiang Xiao asked, his emotions a tangled web. He had grown somewhat familiar with the area and understood that Jiang Wang was not one to speak falsehoods. Here, human life was indeed undervalued, especially for unsuspecting tourists, once they strayed from a relatively safe zone. It was akin to wandering naked in a jungle teeming with beasts, no different, and even some locals dared not tread there. Although Jiang Xiao harbored no fondness for that scoundrel Li Hima, he felt a sense of unease at the thought of Jean Bebe encountering peril. Let us gather our things, borrow a shotgun from the innkeeper, and after our meal, we shall go hunting, Jiang Wang declared as he stood. While others remained vigilant, he opted for a strategic approach. Yet he did not intend to allow these individuals to meet their demise without intervention. Some matters required oversight. A life saved was indeed worthwhile. Just as Jiang Wang had articulated, the rainy season in Boma rendered the roads a veritable nightmare, compounded by the government's failure to manage the situation adequately. The muddy terrain thwarted all endeavors. Even desperate drug traffickers opted for mules to navigate the mountains, let alone a Jinbei van. The tires spun helplessly in place. The rain-soaked ground was so soft that stepping upon it felt like sinking into quicksand. Jean Bebe and her companions had set out early in the morning, entirely unfamiliar with the local road conditions. However, they had not ventured onto the main road, as the border was closed, leaving them no means of escape. They intended to return to Dakali and reassess their options. Such circumstances inevitably led to unforeseen complications. Getting lost. Push the car. Put some effort into it. Lihima shouted anxiously from the driver's seat, pressing the accelerator as the engine roared, but the rear tires merely spun in place, sinking deeper into the mire. Behind the vehicle, Jiang Nan, a science student, rolled up his sleeves to push, while Jean Bebe and the others assisted. Yet the vehicle refused to budge. Moreover, they had rushed out without breakfast and had been struggling in the muck for over an hour. Enough. We're suffocating on exhaust fumes. This wretched vehicle. The first to explode in frustration was Yang Xiaorong, who stood by the roadside, fuming, her sneakers now unrecognizable, resembling artifacts freshly unearthed. Why should I endure this torment? Women's tempers are inscrutable. She was the one who insisted on leaving, and now she was the one seething with rage. Breathless from the exertion of pushing, Jiang Nan wiped his forehead, splattering mud across his face, overwhelmed by the situation. No more. I can't take it anymore. Jiang Shui, hands on her hips, her bangs matted with sweat, stood gasping for breath. Jean Bebe, in a state of despair, squatted down, surveying the dreadful road conditions with a complex mix of emotions, on the verge of tears. With no clarity regarding the situation, they had been brought to this place. Even if Lihima had received a beating, it was of his own making for offending others at will. Why should they be forced to meander through these mountains? Though she refrained from voicing her grievances. The atmosphere was palpably tense, akin to a warehouse laden with explosives, merely awaiting a spark. With a clatter, the car door swung open, and Lihima emerged, his gaze fixed on the wheels trapped in the mud, his frustration boiling over. It's all your fault. If you hadn't invited those two calamities, none of this would have happened. Lihima vented his ire at Jean Bebe, his pent-up anger seeking a target. And she was the lone individual present to bear the brunt of it. Lihima felt unjustly tormented. What had he done to deserve such treatment? All because of Hermie. Who was it that humiliated others? Whose hand struck another's face? You deserve that beating. You absolutely did. Jean Bebe stood defiantly, her voice unwavering. Lihima, you're nothing but a petty, small-minded bastard. With a resounding slap, her face flushed red. You little witch. I'll make you pay. Lihima, face reddening with rage, lunged at Jean Bebe, bringing her crashing to the ground and grabbing her hair to strike her. Jean Bebe fell to the ground, letting out a piercing scream, prompting those nearby to rush over to intervene. Lihima, have you lost your mind? Yang Xiaorong shrieked, rushing forward to pull him away, striking and tugging at him to release his grip. How dare you bite me? Lihima clutched his bleeding hand, howling in agony as Jiang Nan and Jiang Shui forcibly dragged him aside. Jean Bebe lay on the ground, her hair disheveled, spitting blood, her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Lihima, gasping for breath before rising to claw at him. Lihima howled, clutching his face in pain. Yang Xiaorong, witnessing Lihima's bleeding hand and the scratches on his face, exclaimed, You're disfigured. Jean Bebe, have you lost your mind? Chapter 23. Parting Ways. Jean Bebe, pushed to the ground, had her hair scattered, with a clump of black strands having fallen from her shoulder, torn away by Lihima moments earlier. As she stared at the fallen hair. Feeling wronged, she gritted her teeth in anger, rising to point at Yang Xiaorong and the others. Fine, Yang Xiaorong, I sever all ties with you. Jean Bebe cried out, her voice laced with grievance, as she felt unjustly persecuted for Lihima's provocations. Why should I suffer this indignity? Yang Xiaorong, equally frustrated, furrowed her brow, realizing the dire consequences of their outing, that if only she had known, she would never have come. That damned Lihima. Why hasn't he been dealt with? Yang Xiaorong attempted to help Jean Bebe up, but was rebuffed, as Jean Bebe rose from the mud, covered in dirt. What are you all doing? Jiang Shui hurried over to mediate, urging her boyfriend Jiang Nan to restrain the still fuming Lihima. We are all good friends. There's no need for this. Jiang Shui sought to offer some calming words, but was abruptly interrupted by Jean Bebe. I have no such friends. I sever all bonds with her. Let her lie in bed and cater to Lihima's whims while dreaming of being a wealthy woman. Jean Bebe glared at Yang Xiaorong, her words dripping with disdain. You, Jean Bebe, what right do you have to speak to me? Aren't you just as much a loose woman? Yang Xiaorong retorted, her anger boiling over. You can't resist a man. You practically cling to Zhu Xiaolong, desperate to nestle close to him. You only pretend to be innocent in front of us. Pa, you read nothing but a cheap hussy. What did you say? Jean Bebe charged at her, ready to claw. Jiang Shui swiftly held her back, pleading with tears. Stop it, please. This ain't necessary. Get off me. Jean Bebe shook off Jiang Shui's hold, casting a deep glance at Yang Xiaorong before turning to leave. As Jiang Shui saw her departing, she called out, Bebe, where are you going? I'm going to find that scoundrel and join him as a shameless woman. I refuse to associate with you self-righteous, holier-than-thou people. Jean Bebe stormed off, not looking back. Jiang Shui glanced between Jean Bebe and the furious, gritting teeth Yang Xiaorong, feeling utterly helpless. Let her go if she wants to. They might still be in cahoots. That wretched woman, once we return to Yunming City, I'll have someone deal with her. Li Hima broke free from his restraints, shaking off his hands as he continued to curse. Yet he dared not retrace his steps, nor did he wish to dwell on the situation. All right, you're a grown man, and this is how you behave? Jiang Shui, filled with indignation, expressed her grievances, feeling utterly wronged. Here she was comfortably residing in a hotel, only to find herself caught in such chaos. Ultimately, who was to blame? She was not blind to the truth. It was indeed a case of unfortunate encounters. What should they do now? Return or press on? Jiang Nan, who had remained silent up to this point, furrowed his brow and inquired, You brought us out here, yet our vehicle is now stranded on the road. What do we do now? Fight? Argue? His voice echoed through the surroundings. Even Li Himo, who typically thrived on stirring trouble, found himself calming down. Yang Xiaorong, standing at the forefront, wiped her tears away with a hand and looked up at the sky before saying, Let us walk on our own. Surely, there are places to stay further ahead, that we can borrow a vehicle, whether to return or to find lodging. I refuse to believe that money cannot solve our problems. Indeed, my dear wife, we may lack in many areas, but we certainly have money. Li Himo eagerly chimed in, regaining his usual brash demeanor. Can money not accomplish anything? Their banter resonated, making Jiang Nan and Jiang Shui reconsider their perspective, especially with the thought of returning. What about Bei Bei? Jiang Shui asked, her concern palpable. Who cares about her? Li Himo snapped irritably, opening the back of the van and pulling out several suitcases. He removed the car keys and the four of them, 2 men and 2 women, ventured into the lush rainforest of the triangular region, trudging along the muddy path deeper into the wilderness. Meanwhile, Jean Bei was retracing her steps toward the small town. Gazing at the unfamiliar scenery around her, unable to hold back her tears, she pondered how to articulate her thoughts. What if Zhu Xiaolong and his companions were indeed villains? Yet they had not harmed her. Had they, Li Himo had brought it upon himself. He truly deserved it. Jean Bei felt a pang of discomfort. Perhaps she should never have come here. Why did she have to encounter such turmoil? Suddenly, a loud bang resonated from the nearby woods, resembling the sound of firecrackers exploding, echoing all around. The birds in the forest, startled, flapped their wings and flew out of the trees. Anyone familiar with the triangular region would recognize that sound as a gunshot. But Jean Bei was oblivious, thinking it merely the noise of firecrackers meant to scare away the birds. She had not even considered the possibility of hunting. After all, firearms were a foreign concept to her. She had only seen them in films, and her knowledge mostly stemmed from books. As Jiang Wang had pointed out, she had not endured much hardship. Even the beating she received today was her first experience, which left her feeling utterly aggrieved. With another gunshot ringing out, Jean Bei, for reasons unknown, followed the sound into the woods. The fallen leaves formed a soft, decayed carpet underfoot, with tree roots sprouting little mushrooms. However, the area was overrun with thorns and brambles, making it nearly impossible to navigate without a machete. Climbing onto a nearby tree, she peered in the direction of the sound. There, she spotted a grouse, wounded in the wing, flapping its other wing in an attempt to hide within the grass. That a figure rushed forward, quick and agile, seizing the grouse by the neck and binding its legs with a plastic cord. Another grouse, also injured, hung from the person's waist. Though bloody, both birds were still alive. This creature was a nationally protected species, its eye-ringed feathers a striking red, giving it an appearance akin to possessing red eyes. Wild and nourishing, it was a delicacy. Jean Bei observed the figure, finding them somewhat familiar. She grasped a branch and leaned forward for a better look, but the person sensed her gaze almost immediately and looked up. It was Jiang Xiao. Jean Bei, spotting Zhu Xiaolong, waved her hand in excitement. "What are you doing here?" she called out from her perch. Jiang Wang, holding a hunting rifle and surveying the area, turned at the sound, directing his gun in that direction. Jiang Wang had a natural proficiency with firearms. Perhaps it was a gift, as he could intuitively gauge distances and visualize hitting his target. Hearing Jean Bei's voice, Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "I thought you all had left. It seems we've been mistaken for villains." He approached with the grouse in hand, squinting slightly, for he was somewhat nearsighted and rarely wore glasses to conceal his presence. While he managed fine up close, distant objects were a blur, prompting him to draw nearer and engage in conversation. "Where have you been?" Jean Bei asked with a resigned smile, recalling the events that had transpired earlier. Her eyes welling with tears. Especially when Jiang Xiao helped her down from the tree, his gentle gesture caused her to burst into tears. "All right, young lady, no more tears," Jiang Xiao said kindly, "By the way. Where are the others? It's unsafe to be here alone." "They don't want me anymore," she replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. Bei, what a coincidence to find you here. And a grouse too, delicious indeed. By the way, where are your friends?" Jiang Wang, carrying his rifle, approached from the other side. Jean Bei quickly wiped her tears and timidly called out, "Uncle Fu," her eyes wide with surprise at the sight of Jiang Wang's rifle. "Hey, never seen one before? I rented it from the hotel, that I'm quite the skilled hunter," Jiang Wang boasted with a grin. "That's so?" Jean Bei replied, feeling a bit awkward. "Shall we head back?" Jiang Wang asked, taking the grouse from Jiang Xiao and leading the way, with Jiang Xiao following closely behind, engaging Jean Bei in conversation. Upon learning that Jean Bei had clashed with those individuals earlier, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but smirk. Given the circumstances, it seemed prudent to sever ties. After all, they posed a potential threat. Upon returning to the hotel, the owner, upon seeing the grouse brought back by Jiang Wang, gave him a thumbs up and prepared to cook it, having received one from Jiang Wang earlier. The rifle was placed back on the counter. In the triangular region, firearms were rampant, and anyone with means would typically possess one. However, most were makeshift weapons. After Jean Bei freshened up in the bathroom, Jiang Xiao quietly approached the counter, where Jiang Wang was smoking and reading the news that, as expected, the police had found no leads and were quick to blame the local guerrillas. After all, it was best to keep the situation under wraps. A scandal would only hurt the tourism industry. Soon, the police would likely abandon their search, turning to bounty rewards for information, and those informants would be quite busy. Jiang Wang tapped his cigarette into the ashtray. "Anything on your mind?" Jiang Xiao hesitated before finally leaning against the bar, crossing his arms and speaking quietly. "Should we let those four stay here? They know our situation." "Not necessary. The mountains in the triangular region are treacherous," Jiang Wang replied indifferently. Ever since he learned that those reckless individuals dared to venture into the mountains, he regarded them as good as dead. Enough about that. The border should open by noon tomorrow. Just maintain a warm relationship with Jean Bei and bring the jade over. The rest will fall into place, Jiang Wang instructed, clearly experienced in orchestrating such matters. Jiang Xiao nodded, trusting his uncle's guidance, knowing that some things were best left to unfold naturally. "That you're quite clever. I think Jean Bei is a good girl, that don't take her for granted." Jiang Wang couldn't help but remark. Jiang Xiao merely smiled, saying nothing in response. This left Jiang Wang somewhat exasperated. His nephew was far more resolute than he had been at that age, lacking the soft-heartedness that had characterized him. After Jean Bei finished her bath, the chicken soup prepared by the hotel owner was ready, and he called for Jiang Wang to enjoy a bowl. The remaining grouse became a camel at dinner for Jean Bei and Jiang Xiao. Even though the sun had yet to set. "This soup is delicious," Jean Bei exclaimed, holding a small bowl filled with glistening chicken broth, her face lighting up with delight. "Why aren't you having any?" Jiang Xiao adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The words ignited a bashful delight on Jean Bei's face, Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Xiaoshu merely held the hotel proprietor's culinary prowess in high regard. The owner had a habitual tendency to toss poppy husks into the chicken soup, rendering it exceptionally delectable. After all, such ingredients were nearly ubiquitous. Jiang Xiao had only partaken of a chicken leg. Sampling the dish, while Jean Bebe savored her meal with unrestrained joy. Meanwhile, in the adjacent kitchen, Jiang Wang had successfully brokered a deal with the hotel owner, acquiring 2 passports from him by nightfall. They were delivered, accompanied by 2 identification cards due to the promptness of payment. Their dining experience here was rather pleasant, but in another location, it was anything but. The mountain roads were notoriously treacherous, after nearly a day of travel. Li Hima and his companions appeared as disheveled as beggars, their bodies speckled with mud. Sweat dripped from their faces, and they had even discarded one of their suitcases. Along the journey, they had contemplated turning back. But upon glancing behind, they realized that retracing their steps would require another 5 or 6 hours. Thus, they resolved to grit their teeth and press onward. Jiang Nan attempted to dial a number on his phone, recalling the police station's emergency contact in Dakali, yet his device found no signal. Throw away your little communicator. Even my Nokia has no reception. Is there any food left? Li Hima had lost his earlier bravado. When they set out, they had brought only minimal provisions, a few bags of snacks. They had departed early in the morning without breakfast or lunch, enduring a long trek. Fortunately, it was the rainy season, so water was abundant. Only moments ago, a light rain had soaked them thoroughly. The 2 men were not particularly bothered, but the 2 women were drenched with no place to change clothes, making the situation unbearable. As night approached, the sun was visibly sinking toward the horizon. I can hardly go on, Yang Xiaorong lamented, squatting on the ground, her attire soaked through, whether from sweat or rain. Her white short-sleeved t-shirt clung to her, revealing her red undergarments beneath. Jiang Nan, who was beside her lugging a suitcase, could no longer endure either. He tossed the case aside. Let us just go back. Look how far we've come. We've crossed 2 mountain peaks already. By the time we return, it will be dawn, Li Hima exclaimed. His words merely echoed the distance of their return journey. Deep down, he too yearned to turn back, his feet blistering from the strain. He had never endured such hardship before. Were it not for his pride, he would have cried out in despair. Inwardly, he cursed Yang Xiaorong for insisting on leaving, convinced that they would have fared better at the hotel. You foolish woman. They each harbored their grievances, the air thick with unspoken tension. Hey, there are people. Jiang Nan, stretching his back, spotted individuals in the distance, peering toward them from a flat area of the forest. Had Jiang Wang been present, he would have instinctively grasped his firearm, ready to pull the trigger. However, these individuals appeared to be in high spirits. The presence of others signified habitation, and habitation meant food, drink, and shelter. Where there was wealth, there were solutions. The flat area in the woods was a clearing, which once might have hosted some structures, evident from the stone foundations still visible. The young man they spotted, a mere boy with a twig in his mouth, appeared to be around 17 or 18, his sun-kissed skin dark and lean, with short hair and a faded athletic tank top. He was gazing in their direction, prompting Li Hima to rush toward him. Do you have any food at home? The youth regarded Li Hima with a hint of trepidation, yet seemed intrigued by his clothing, mumbling something incomprehensible. Indeed, even Jiang Wang would have struggled to understand, as the village dialect was likely steeped in the local tribal vernacular, almost unintelligible. Nonetheless, the boy muttered something that indicated his origins. Food. I will pay you. I have money. Li Hima gestured as if eating, pulling out a wad of currency to wave in the this. The young man's face brightened with a smile, nodding and beckoning him to follow. Li Hima eagerly waved for his companions to join him, feeling triumphant. Damn it, money truly works wonders. Jiang Nan cautiously approached, voicing a warning. We are in unfamiliar territory. We shouldn't flaunt our wealth. To hell with that. Are you going to survive on nothing? Li Hima dismissed his concerns with bravado, relishing the opportunity to vent his frustrations. Jiang Nan frowned but chose not to argue, dragging his suitcase behind him as they followed the young man. Before long, they reached a small village, comprised mainly of makeshift shelters topped with corrugated iron, with only a few stone structures dotting the landscape. Several middle-aged men sat at the entrance, puffing on long pipes, their smoke swirling as they turned to scrutinize Li Hima and his party. The young man raced over, exchanging words with them. Elihima feigned confidence, clasping his hands in greeting. "Esteemed elders, I humbly request your hospitality." The villagers regarded them for a considerable time before one finally rose to guide them inside, leading them to a modest dwelling where they could rest and providing some food. By now, evening had fallen, casting a veil of darkness over the surroundings. To their surprise, the place was equipped with electric lights. Tungsten bulbs suspended from the beams, illuminating the interior significantly. The meal was humble fare, mixed rice with some sweet potatoes or something similar, yet it was nourishing. There was also a dish that resembled stir-fried mushrooms. The four of them ate heartily, their hunger from the day rendering even the simplest food delightful, while the villagers watched from outside, akin to spectators at a zoo observing pandas, peering curiously that a few huddled at the entrance, whispering and pointing, creating a barrier that made Jiang Nan and his companions feel uncomfortable, particularly with the lascivious gazes of the men. Yang Xiaorong and Jiang Shui felt particularly uneasy, akin to sheep encircled by a pack of wolves. Suddenly, a man strode in, heading straight for their suitcase, delivering a kick that sent it tumbling. Reaching for the latch. "What are you doing?" Li Hima shouted, rising to confront him. The man crouched down, turning to smile, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, reeking of smoke. His grin resembled that of a gaunt old monkey. Undeterred, he continued to pry open the suitcase. "That I told you to stop. Did you not hear me?" Li Hima rushed forward, kicking the suitcase shut, and in his haste, sent a bowl of food crashing to the ground with a loud crack. The earthenware shattered into pieces. The man glared at the remnants, his expression darkening as he shot to his feet, eyes blazing with fury, as if he were ready to devour Li Hima whole. That Elihima faltered, his earlier bravado evaporating, stammering, "It was just a bowl. I'll pay you." The man persisted in his glare, muttering a string of curses that Li Hima could not comprehend, his anger palpable. Without warning, the man swung a fist, catching Li Hima off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. "Ah!" Yang Xiaorong, already frightened, screamed. Jiang Nan rushed over to intervene, but was met with a stinging slap across the face from the man, causing him to cry out in pain and retreat. The man, seeing their cowardice, could not suppress his laughter, launching into a flurry of punches and kicks that Elihima, knocked to the ground, scrambled to rise but was struck down again by a flying bench before he could recover. The men outside, eager for a fight, charged in. One delivered a harsh kick to Li Hima's face, leaving him dazed and disoriented. All he could hear were the screams of Yang Xiaorong and Jiang Shui. Mingled with the laughter of the assailants, he struggled to stand, but was met with another blow from a wooden chair, its solid frame and sharp edge crashing against his skull. Blood flowed freely from his wounds, streaming down his face and neck like a river. Elihima braced himself against the ground, but within moments he collapsed, blood pooling around him. His gaze turned vacant as he looked to the side, while Yang Xiaorong and the others huddled in a corner, shrieking and pleading for mercy. Chapter 25. Departure from Bien Sanjiao in the room. The lingering scent of earlier debauchery hung in the air as Jin Beibei lay contentedly against Jiang Zhao's chest, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Xiao Long, what exactly do you do?" Jiang Xiao, reclining against the headboard with eyes closed, smiled faintly at her inquiry and responded, "What do you think?" Jin Beibei shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. "That I don't know, but Uncle Fu appears rather intimidating. Has he truly killed someone? What nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Xiao opened his eyes. "That I haven't trusted myself to you. Can't you speak a word of truth to me?" Jin Beibei pushed him slightly, a hint of irritation in her demeanor. All right, I won't tease you anymore." Jiang Xiao sat up from the bed, lit a cigarette from the side, and retrieved a suitcase. "Let us see what this is." He placed the suitcase on the bed and donned his trousers, settling into the chair beside it while exhaling smoke. Jin Beibei glanced at him before opening the suitcase, revealing blocks wrapped in newspaper. She attempted to lift one. It was quite hard. Jin Beibei looked back at Jiang Xiao. Slowly, she began to unwrap the newspaper, uncovering a piece of deep green jade. Jiang Xiao adjusted the bedside lamp to illuminate it, enhancing the stone's luster. "The piece you hold is worth 400,000. The Jiang Zhao's nonchalant remark startled Jin Beibei, nearly causing her to drop the jade, which she quickly grasped tightly. "What? 400,000 for this?" She was taken aback. Although she had seen money before, she never imagined that such a stone could be valued so highly. 400,000 was her only frame of reference, the price of her family's house, which her father had painstakingly saved to purchase. It cost exactly that much, complete with a courtyard and 2 stories, akin to a small villa. It was her father's greatest pride. Was she now holding a house in her hands? Jiang Xiao remained silent, taking a puff from his cigarette before revealing another piece of jade from the suitcase, this one gleaming even more brilliantly. Within it was a cotton-like substance that resembled ice, exuding a peculiar allure. This one is worth 800,000, double the price of the one you hold. My uncle has amassed these treasures during his time in Bomo, and to reclaim them, he took the risk of sending me here. Jiang Xiao spoke without blinking, weaving a tale in his mind in the span of a single cigarette. I deal in jade. This time, I liquidated my family assets to acquire these stones from my uncle, which is why I am being extra cautious. You might wonder why I need to deal with Li Hima, I despise him. His condescending gaze infuriates me. My father passed away early, and as a rural youth. I have endured the scorn of the wealthy, but I must endure. If I can bring these treasures back, I will have my chance to rise. Bebe, would you consider returning with me? I have feelings for you. Jean Bebe sat frozen on the bed, the jade in her hand growing colder. She had not anticipated Zhu Xiaolong's candor. Do not reject me. You have burst into my heart like an angel. Do not leave me. Even with sorcery, I must keep you. Jiang Xiao produced a vibrant snakehead bracelet from his pocket, its beauty strikingly unusual. Jean Bebe gazed at the bracelet, her thoughts drifting to sorcery. I vow to love you for eternity, under its witness. Will you accept? Jiang Xiao gently cradled the necklace as he spoke to At that moment. Jean Bebe could think of nothing else. She nodded, placing her hand upon it. And Jiang Xiao embraced her tightly. We shall return tomorrow. He declared, I will follow your lead. Jean Bebe replied, resting her head on Jiang Xiao's shoulder, clutching the bracelet, her face radiating happiness. In that instant, she felt like the happiest person in the world. Yet, had she gazed into Jiang Xiao's eyes, she would have discerned the truth. This man held no love for her, for that word did not exist in his vocabulary. She was merely a cup of milk he happened upon, a tool of utilitarian value, nothing more. The following day, around noon, Jiang Wang settled the hotel bill, observing the affection between Jean Bebe and his dear nephew, but he turned away with a scoff, acknowledging that such manipulation was rather unsavory. Yet it seemed to bear no loss. Oh, Bebe, will you soon be addressing him differently? Jiang Wang teased, tossing a passport and ID to Jiang Xiao. The documents were authentic. The photo on the ID bore a resemblance, along with matching attire and age, leaving little room for suspicion. Just remember the information on them, he added. Jean Bebe blushed at Jiang Wang's earlier jest, and to be cautious, he inquired further, by the way. What of your friends? I don't know. Let them be. They've managed on their own, she huffed, as women are often wont to hold grudges. Seeing this, Jiang Wang chose silence. The hotel owner offered to drive them. Taking a right-hand drive car, a second-hand vehicle from the neon-lit side, it was a Honda pickup, still in decent condition, with several iron cages in the back meant for transporting wild game. The hotel also collected local specialties, which, if unsold, were taken across the border to sell. Much easier than dealing with drug-related issues. Transporting live animals required cages, while the deceased were packed in boxes, with a press of the gas pedal. They arrived within half an hour. The border was congested, but traffic was gradually flowing, although checks on the occupants continued. The number of vehicles ahead dwindled. Jiang Wang, seated in the passenger seat, tossed a cigarette but out the window and rolled it up. The hotel owner remained unfazed, driving closer, and when a policeman approached for inspection, he stepped out to converse briefly. After 2 or 3 minutes, as the honking of cars from behind began, the hotel owner reluctantly returned to the vehicle. All right, we can proceed. The hotel owner started the pickup, and indeed, the barrier ahead was raised as the policeman waved them through the Bomo border. After crossing this point, they would only need to pass through a checkpoint belonging to the Eastern Kingdom to be considered homeward bound. Jiang Wang and his companions remained silent, feeling a tinge of anxiety. Meanwhile, Jean Bebe was lively, curiously asking, Boss, how did that man let you pass? That S.A. brother of mine. He S.A. policeman now. And I lent him a hand, so what is the harm in getting a little favor? The hotel owner boasted proudly. The pickup rolled through, It stopped at a bustling market nearby, filled with vendors selling a variety of goods. As trade flourished along the border, most transactions involved people from both sides, as the area was rife with unsanctioned dealings that as long as one avoided overt drug dealings. Items such as tiger bones, pangolins, monkeys, and musk deer were surprisingly common. Jiang Wang and his companions disembarked. "Boss, let us be friends. I'll come back to dine at your place next time," Jiang Wang said, placing 2 bills of U.S. currency on the seat as he waved his hand. "Sure, next time you come, mention my name, that I've settled in well here. He min, that is the min." The hotel owner gestured excitedly, his Mandarin heavily accented. Yet he pronounced his name clearly. "Remember, it's a character with one inside the door." Jiang Wang waved goodbye with a smile, tracing a character in the air. The hotel owner, he min, beamed with delight. Chapter 26. Returning home. Selling jade after departing the triangular border, Jiang Wang, now back in the country under a false identity, observed the streets with neither joy nor sorrow, only a sense of strangeness. Jean Bebe had returned home, glancing back multiple times before leaving, pledging her unwavering affection to Jiang Xiao and insisting he not forget her. They exchanged phone numbers, leaving Jiang Wang grimacing at the sight. However, upon returning home, he was reminded of his formidable family system, and he had not forgotten about the 2 family cards he possessed that a light screen appeared, and Jiang Wang noted that he could not yet draw from it. He needed to sell the jade first. This task proved simple, but it required finding a major buyer. After contemplating, he ventured to the nearest hardware store to purchase 2 sharp axes, donning work attire and a safety helmet. Creating a simple disguise. The other disguise would rely on his charming nephew, for he would need to appear as a businessman. They donned suits this time, as they now had the means, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Jiang Xiao stood beside him, looking every bit the refined gentleman, discussing multi-million-dollar deals as if they were commonplace. "Uncle, is it really necessary to go to such lengths domestically?" Jiang Xiao, carrying a suitcase, gazed at Jiang Wang, who was seated by the roadside, eliciting several dismissive snorts from the latter. Jiang Wang was well aware of the nefarious activities his nephew was capable of: bank robberies and even raiding the home of a bank president for money. If they managed to sell the jade, they could easily pocket 3 to 4 million, a sum substantial enough to silence anyone. 1 should not be lulled into a false sense of security in the country. Wealth has a way of corrupting the heart. Danger lurked everywhere, especially in this new millennium, where the chaotic times had not yet dissipated. Jiang Wang was resolute in not faltering during such precarious moments. In this unfamiliar place, procuring a firearm was a challenge. Otherwise, he would have concealed a large axe within his garments. Observing his uncle's demeanor, Jiang Xiao decided to exercise caution and proceeded towards a well-researched jewelry store while clutching the suitcase. As twilight descended, the streetlights remained unlit, yet the shop signs along the street glimmered with brilliance. The dazzling lights and vibrant neon signs created an ethereal illusion, a surreal sense of opulence. Jiang Xiao entered the jewelry store, while Jiang Wang perched on the steps outside, resembling a weary construction worker on a break. After all, laborers were a common sight here and would hardly draw attention. The elegantly dressed patrons instinctively avoided him, not out of courtesy, but due to the perception that his shabby appearance might tarnish their pristine image. Jiang Wang, feeling the weight of the axe at his waist, glanced inside at Jiang Xiao. Reassured by the normalcy of the situation, should trouble arise, he was confident that his 2 axes would serve him well. The jewelry store was owned by a businessman from Taiwan, renowned locally as a jewelry magnate with a substantial family fortune. His goods primarily sourced from Burma, where he held considerable connections. Jiang Wang had some knowledge of the influence wielded by Taiwanese merchants, often linked to the remnants of the nationalist forces from the Triangle region, expelled during the Liberation War. Although some had relocated to Taiwan, many remained, having settled in local communities, either through strategic marriages or assuming leadership roles within autonomous associations or guerrilla groups. Years had passed, and most were 2nd or 3rd generation inhabitants, akin to those running repair shops or arms dealings in Dabao. "Uncle, have you made the deal? Shall you go in and check?" Jiang Xiao emerged from the jewelry store in a hurry, having previously entered with a jade piece valued at around 400,000, testing the waters while inquiring if they were willing to buy. The jade was of good quality. The price for such stones in the East was incomparable to gemstones, as uncarved jade would only fetch the price of mere rock. However, once carved, exquisite craftsmanship transformed it into a symbol of status, elevating its worth beyond comprehension. The appraiser inside the store assessed the jade and offered a favorable price. Jiang Shao mentally calculated that if they sold all their jade at this rate, they could potentially make an additional million, a conservative estimate. This amount was significant, especially considering that acquiring it was not overly challenging. They merely employed some tactics. "Let us go inside and take a look," Jiang Wang responded without hesitation, lifting the suitcase as he entered. The opulence of the jewelry store was evident, with white floor tiles reflecting the light like mirrors. Jiang Wang, clad in worn yellow rubber shoes, stepped boldly onto the gleaming surface, confidence stemming from his wealth and abilities. Without money, one might feel intimidated in such a place, fearing the potential mockery they might encounter. But the contents of his suitcase could easily ensure prosperity. Moreover, with his ruthless willingness to resort to violence, robbing the store with an axe was not beyond the realm of possibility that a nearby female attendant contemplated approaching him, intending to usher away the scruffy laborer. But upon witnessing the impeccably dressed young man treating Jiang Wang with utmost respect, she refrained from intervening to at one of the counters, an appraiser clad in a white shirt and striped vest. Bald-headed and in his 60s, was illuminating the jade with a flashlight. He bore a unique appearance. His head gleamed under the light, and despite the wrinkles that time had etched upon his face, he did not appear aged but rather spirited. That he had already sketched several designs on the jade, which was a slightly rectangular piece of deep green material, likely intended for crafting amulets. "Hello, I am Shui Chaonan. This jade has good quality. How much do you have?" the appraiser inquired, seemingly unfazed by Jiang Wang's appearance. That he recalled a previous encounter with a barefoot man resembling a beggar who had brought in a high-grade imperial green jade in a snakeskin bag. One must not judge by appearances. Humility is essential, for within a rough stone may lie a treasure of immense value. Shui Chaonan held such beliefs dearly, which explained his meticulous nature. He had yet to be deceived in the jewelry industry, thus earning his position as both manager and appraiser, as well as being a trusted confidant of the Taiwanese owner. But he often reflected upon a cherished tale titled the He Sure Bai. Not the famous jade seal of state, but the unrefined stone held by Bian He, initially perceived as merely a rock. Who could have anticipated that it would ultimately be worth 15 cities to the Qin king? Transforming into the imperial seal? Can you handle all of these? Jiang Wang noted Shui Chaonan's straightforward manner and responded with equal candor, placing the suitcase onto the workbench. Shui Chaonan's eyes gleamed with excitement at the prospect of a significant transaction, promptly instructing, "Quickly, prepare some tea. Please, have a seat." A nearby female attendant hurried to prepare the tea. Jiang Wang settled into a chair, watching as Shui Chaonan carefully unwrapped the packages from the suitcase, examining the cut jade pieces. Chapter 27. Purchasing jade. Preparing to return home, the examination of the jade pieces extended for over an hour. Even Jiang Wang, who had little interest in tea, found himself consuming copious amounts, with the teapot being replenished thrice. He visited the restroom twice. The first time was merely to scout for an escape route, a professional instinct, while the second was due to pressing necessity. Turning to glance at his nephew, he found him surrounded by female attendants, engaging in discussions about skincare and jewelry, speaking with surprising authority. This sight irked Jiang Wang, but he knew he had to wait for the appraisal of all the jade pieces to conclude, as the store could not absorb such a large quantity in one go. The sum involved, amounting to several million, was not something that could be readily dispensed. Hence, Shui Chaonan called his employer to request a visit, hoping he would bring cash. Another hour passed, but why now? Shui Chaonan had nearly completed the designs for the jade pieces. While the jade was not of the highest grade, it was indeed marketable, especially among affluent women who cherished the stories surrounding jade's life-enhancing properties. "Can we expedite this process?" Jiang Wang inquired, glancing at the wall clock. It was already 9 o'clock. He intended to leave in half an hour. "Please bear with us. This amount is indeed considerable. Could we have a bit more time? Perhaps until tomorrow?" Shui Chaonan urged, recognizing that they could indeed handle this batch of jade. Allowing the potential buyer to leave would mean losing the goods to someone else, with such a limited market. The first to seize the opportunity would profit, and letting the deal slip would be disadvantageous. "Another half hour," Jiang Wang warned, pouring himself another cup of tea, which he absently toyed with. Shui Chaonan made another phone call. Speaking openly and transparently, engendering no ill feelings. However, before he could finish, the store door swung open, and the chatting attendants quickly fell silent, exclaiming in unison, "Mr. Lee, Brother Chownan, upon receiving your call, I rushed over. This morning, while offering incense to old Master Guan, I saw a fortune in the incense patterns," boomed a hearty middle-aged man who entered, around 40 years of age, of average height, with a square face and a robust physique, clad in a striped suit that exuded authority. Two bodyguards trailed closely behind him, flanking him with military precision. Jiang Wang cast a sideways glance at them. Shui Chownan promptly introduced, "This is R.Li Shun, the chairman of our daring Shun Jewelry Company." The underworld associates held him in high regard. Those older called him Xiao Li, while the younger ones, out of respect, referred to him as Lao Li. Noting Jiang Wang's youthful and exceptional demeanor, he encouraged, "Feel free to call me Lao Li Shun," approached with a cheerful demeanor, effortlessly bridging the gap in their relationship with just a few words. However, Jiang Wang was not one to lack decorum. He refrained from addressing him as Old Li and promptly referred to him as Boss Li. How the warmth had faded. Li Shun chuckled, waving his hand dismissively while glancing at the jade materials on the workbench. Inquiring, "How's it looking?" Shui Chownan nodded. "Ice type, excellent quality." These two sentences instantly eased Li Shun's mind, as he had unwavering faith in the discerning eye of his old comrade, Shui Chownan. After all, they were dealing with a transaction worth millions. While losing such an amount would not cost him his life, it would undoubtedly be an unpleasant affair. Yet upon examining the materials on the table, he recognized the potential for substantial profit. The lighting illuminated their luster beautifully. "Young brother, how should I address you?" Li Shun inquired with a smile, scanning Jiang Wang from head to toe, momentarily pausing at the axe at his waist. Jiang Wang replied, "I am Jiang Wang, just an ordinary person." Isn't there a saying that extraordinary figures emerge in every era? I see that Brother Jiang is quite the talented individual. May I ask if you have any connections? Li Shun responded, a hint of embarrassment in his smile. In these challenging times for business, I certainly wish to retain a significant client like Brother Jiang. If we could collaborate further, it would be a partnership of strength. Haha, that sounds about right. I have some connections in Bomo, though I doubt Bosley would be interested in such avenues. Li Shun clarified. In that case, as long as my brother can secure such levels, whether higher or lower, I can offer a favorable price. He was not joking. Even when he went to Bomo to purchase materials, he would not find prices significantly lower than what Jiang Wang was offering for him. It was a win-win scenario, especially considering how hard-earned money could be. Little did he know that the materials Jiang Wang's group sold were procured at a premium, with minimal profits in between, primarily serving to facilitate the flow of funds. However, they had not incurred losses. The domestic market was thriving, continuously on the rise, making it a fortuitous time to sell. Jiang Wang's group had even managed to profit a little. The final price was settled at $5,770,000, with a bank check for $5 million transferred on-site, and $77,000 in cash, carried in a briefcase by the bodyguard. Li Shun attempted to invite Jiang Wang and his companions to dinner to foster familiarity, but Jiang Wang declined, and Li Shun did not press further. After all, in the world of Jianghu, one encounters all sorts of individuals, and it is only natural to be cautious. A brief exchange sufficed. Before Jiang Wang and his companions departed, Li Shun handed each of them a VIP membership card and escorted them to the door. Watching as they drove away, two formidable figures indeed. Li Shun mused while biting his lip, having hastily prepared the funds that IT had truly left him in a bit of a rush, but fortunately, he had made a profit. Meanwhile, in a taxi on the other side, Jiang Wang sat in the back seat, holding the briefcase, while Jiang Xiao occupied the front passenger seat. The taxi circled the city twice, after which they switched to another taxi. Heading straight for the nearest county by then, it was already late at night. Finding a place to transfer the vehicle would have to wait until morning. Lodging was hard to come by in the dark, and they were unfamiliar with the area. Thankfully, they instructed the taxi driver to drop them off at the entrance of the car hall. That moment, the hall was deserted. Jiang Xiao sat on a bench, adjusting his suit, preparing to sleep the night away. Jiang Wang tossed the suitcase to him and settled on a nearby bench, lighting a cigarette while grasping a string of prayer beads and pondering for more than 10 minutes. Eventually, he glanced at the luminous interface of his most powerful family system, where two golden lottery card packs had popped up alongside one that had already been opened, the Binding World card pack. The The characters drawn from it were all associated with this world, and his formidable nephew, Jiang Xiao, was the primary antagonist among them. Rubbing his hands together, Jiang Wang decided to open one of the world card packs to test his luck. Perhaps he might draw something exceptional. With a rip, the golden card pack on the interface burst open, revealing a shimmering card. "Wow, I've got gold!" Jiang Wang exclaimed with delight. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Xiao, who thought something was amiss, quickly rose, but Jiang Wang waved him off that it's nothing. "You sleep that I'll keep watch." Once Jiang Xiao was settled, Jiang Wang turned his attention to the golden card, which bore an SS rank. Impressive indeed. The smile on Jiang Wang's face was now uncontainable as he examined the card's details. Huanghai Mianjinghe, SS rank, Chapter 28. Is Mianjinghe a relative? Draw a card. Jiang Wang furrowed his brow, glancing at the SS card. Mianjinghe, why does that name sound so familiar? Upon inspecting the card, he saw a man wearing frog sunglasses and a military coat. Looking rather disheveled and aged, he exuded a fierce aura, reminiscent of a bear. Disturbing. He was clearly not a benevolent figure. However, Jiang Wang recalled that this individual was indeed formidable, having wielded a bone club to crush an entire South Korean gang. His methods were ruthless, contrasting sharply with his good-natured nephew, Jiang Xiao, who was more of a fade of kindness that masked a cruel disposition. This individual operated with a direct brutality, wielding a sharp fish-slicing knife that plunged into the neck, severing arteries and spilling blood like a river. An act of chilling slaughter that a ruthless figure, yet undeniably useful. Jiang Wang sought to carve out a foundation in the border triangle and found himself in need of such a fierce character. Huanghai Mianjinghe, SS rank, that he was a man of the Yinbian region. Hardened by violence, a merciless smuggler whose propensity for murder and dismemberment was as effortless as eating and drinking. With a beast-like instinct and reflexes, he had survived numerous life-and-death situations, characterized by a strong desire for vengeance. Leaving no one alive, Jiang Wang licked his lips, gazing at the individual on the card. Talented generals are hard to find, and this adds a new arm to my arsenal, one that is spiked and ironclad. Once it strikes, it could be lethal. Your identity is that of a second cousin. How did this relationship get so convoluted? How is this calculated? Jiang Wang muttered in surprise. Counting on his fingers, he pondered the connections. Whether it was from a cousin or a second cousin, this relative is still a relative. Mianjinghe, his father, is the son of your grandmother's sister. For certain reasons, he settled in the Yinbian area, and upon hearing that you made a considerable sum gambling on stones in Bomo, he came to visit his aunt and uncle, wishing to join you in your ventures. Aunt and uncle, Jiang Wang mused. But my cheap old man has been dead for many years. My nephew is of the same age as I am. The relationship was somewhat convoluted, yet it could be unraveled. However, the gambling on stones was not far from the truth. After all, they were profiting from jade, and there was nothing to conceal. Moreover, it was a legitimate means of making money, unlikely to raise suspicion. Purely good fortune, a stroke of green that led to wealth. Please welcome Yinjing at the Qinzhou Chuncheon County bus station in 15 days. He is your second cousin. Please collect your familial rewards. Second cousin, how delightful. Let's see what I have. Jiang Wang cautiously rubbed the prayer beads in his hands. The last time he claimed a familial reward was in the rainforest of the Border Triangle. Had it not been for the drawing of a dye knife, he might have perished there. Reflecting on it now, it was not such a big deal that at least now, if he were to encounter that situation again, even without a knife, he could fight his way out. As for the previous rewards, Jiang Wang recalled there were 3, a Rolex watch for his wrist, the dye knife, and an attribute card randomly drawn from the character cards. From his formidable nephew Jiang Xiao, he had drawn the attribute attention to detail. Quite useful, it had not yielded any adverse reactions, merely making him more meticulous and assured in his endeavors. Jiang Wang opened the familial rewards, and 3 cards popped up that a short-barreled wolf gun, with a sawed-off barrel for ease of carry. Modeled after the Squirrel brand XLS 12301 vertical double-barrel hunting rifle. This weapon was impressive. Jiang Wang had yet to think about acquiring a means of protection, yet here it was. However, Jiang Wang refrained from taking it out immediately, remembering that as long as he did not click on the card, the item would remain in card form and not transform into a physical object. After all, they would be taking a long-distance bus in the morning, and bringing a gun would not be convenient. A Santana sedan, classic model from 1990, red body paint, top configuration, capable of off-roading, and requiring minimal maintenance. Jiang Wang gazed upon the Santana sedan with a certain fondness. Though he found the color rather ostentatious, the vivid red was undeniably eye-catching. Nevertheless, it suited his nouveau riche demeanor perfectly that if memory served him right. This vehicle was valued around $200,000, with the top configuration only escalating from there. His attention shifted to the last remaining card, which turned out to be a character attribute extraction card. SS-level character attribute extraction. Desperate counterattack. Mian Jinghe had endured multiple assassination attempts, each time besieged. Honing a beast-like intuition and a ruthless ability to fight back from the brink of despair. Jiang Wang activated the attribute card, seemingly unaffected, yet the latent murderous intent within him sharpened considerably. His strikes would undoubtedly become more ruthless. Still, he found satisfaction in this. In a one-against-many scenario, a mere fraction of a quicker reaction could turn the tide. The other two cards lay undisturbed, for Jiang Wang chose to attend to them later. Once he returned home, his curiosity was piqued by another card pack, particularly a bound one, that he glanced around before deciding to investigate this bound card pack first. The extraction was likely related to his nephew. Jiang Xiao, connected to the evil cannot overcome righteousness theme. With a series of chimes, 3 cards materialized. They were neither gold nor particularly impressive, merely ordinary silver, suggesting they were A-level cards. Once the mediocre effects faded, Jiang Wang examined them. 2 character cards and 1 key card. Character card. Idayo, Jiang Xiao's sworn brother, a martial artist with exceptional courage, remains unflappable in crises and executes orders with unwavering resolve. Currently, he was delivering gas in Chuncheon County, having heard tales of the remarkable feats achieved by the uncle and nephew duo. Character card. Jin Hai, Jiang Xiao's nephew, your distant grandson, heavily influenced and trained by Jiang Xiao. He had once collaborated with Jiang Xiao to eliminate a disdainful relative, displaying youthful recklessness, yet possessing strong learning ability and impressive marksmanship. Key card. A suite on the 3rd floor of Building B. Unit 1, Longyuan Community in Chuncheon County, comprising 3 bedrooms and a living room. Excluding furniture, a wave of sudden wealth, with both a car and a home, promising a lifetime of prosperity. Jiang Wang muttered to himself. Eyeing the 2 silver character cards, realizing the likelihood of drawing anything substantial from them was slim, that it seemed only a golden card could yield attribute traits. Nonetheless, he found the 2 characters promising. A distant grandson indeed elicited a chuckle from him, as he now found himself as a great-grandfather. Such generational elevation carried its own charm. His gaze shifted to the final world card pack. He glanced up at the wall clock, the cold fluorescent lights of the auto hall casting an eerie glow in the night. The chill of the evening was somewhat unsettling. Adjusting his work attire, he focused on the card pack and began the extraction. With a rip, the pack opened, releasing a golden card. SS level, Furious Hai Chi Chong. Goodness, a fishmonger, is he also my relative? Jiang Wang mused. Observing the figure on the card clad in a tattered apron, a bandage on his nose, smiling broadly at customers. Unmistakably a fish vendor. Chapter 29. The relative who catches fish. Hai Chi Chong. SS level that he was a caring brother to his siblings, a fishmonger forced by circumstances, a shrewd opportunist with audacity, intellect, and strategic patience. His path may be obscured by the teachings of Sun Tzu's art of war. Yet he strides forward with confidence. Your relation is that of a cousin. Today, having crossed paths with your cousin, was there not room for familial affection? Jiang Wang crossed his legs, continuing to peruse the details. Finding a favorable impression of Hai Chi Chong. Hai Chi Chong, whose father was Jiang Wang's uncle, had lost contact after his father's demise, as Jiang Wang had been engrossed in gambling and stone speculation, which had drawn Hai Chi Chong's attention, that he hoped Jiang Wang could assist him with a matter. Assist with a matter? Was he not seeking fortune from me? Jiang Wang pondered, slightly bewildered by the implications in the introduction. However, Hai Chi Chong's brother intrigued him. The frozen fish god? If memory served him correctly, this individual's telecommunications store had succumbed to the inevitable march of progress. Establishing a connection with them could yield opportunities domestically, laying the groundwork for future ventures, as longevity often favored those who tread the righteous path. Moreover, if Jiang Wang were to make a breakthrough in gambling, establishing a network in the domestic sphere would be essential, and Hai Chi Chong seemed a worthy ally. The only question remained, What did he wish to solicit assistance with? A loan. Jiang Wang recalled this fellow's financial struggles to open a store. Selling mobile phones or telecommunications devices was a poor investment considering their abysmal signal quality. Please welcome Hai Chi Chong to Chu Zhuang in 10 days. He is your uncle's cousin. Kindly accept the familial reward. This unexpected offer was splendid indeed. Jiang Wang raised his hand to claim the reward, eager to see what character attributes he could extract from Hai Chi Chong. 3 cards emerged, rotating into view. The latest model of a small telecommunications phone. Trash. Jiang Wang declared without hesitation. A Type 54 pistol. Acceptable. Better than nothing. He turned his gaze to the final card, for compared to the earlier vehicles and properties, these items hardly captured his interest at SS-level character attribute extraction. Insightful vision. Hai Chi Chong had an uncanny ability to seize optimal opportunities in critical moments, maximizing his interest. He understood his capabilities and recognized the needs of others until his downfall. Very well. Jiang Wang leaned back on the bench, arms resting on either side, tilting his head to gaze at the ticket window. The night indeed felt interminable. The silence enveloped him, contrasting sharply with the humid, oppressive heat of his hometown, that he found himself grappling with an unexpected sense of loneliness as the inky darkness surrendered to the dawn. The first light on the eastern horizon startled the night into retreat. With the rising sun, the bus station came alive, bustling with people purchasing tickets. Jiang Wang lay soundly asleep against his suitcase. The task of acquiring tickets fell solely to Jiang Xiao, who forcefully wedged himself to the front of the line. Slapping cash on the ticket counter. 2 tickets to Qianzhou, please. Others clamored as well, each vying to secure their tickets first. I end this race against time. Queuing was for the inept. The advertisements proclaimed, time is money. Securing tickets first meant the privilege of claiming a favorable seat on the bus, as options were always limited. First come, first served. Those who arrived later were left standing. Jiang Xiao successfully obtained 2 tickets, only to glance back at a man nearby, dressed in a checkered suit, clutching a newspaper, who had approached the sleeping Jiang Wang. The man appeared to inquire something, yet his hand was attempting to stealthily delve into Jiang Wang's pocket. Suddenly, Jiang Wang's eyes snapped open, catching sight of the hand intruding upon his pocket. With a fierce glare, he delivered a swift kick, sending the man crashing against the bench with a thud. The wooden bench, painted white, resembled those found in hospital corridors and was currently occupied by numerous individuals. The man collided with it, nearly losing his balance, clutching his injured stomach, gritting his teeth in pain. Jiang Wang rose from the bench, surveying the suitcase containing 77,000 in cash, and swiftly drew an axe from his belt, a purchase from the previous night. How dare you steal from me? Jiang Wang cursed in a Qianzhou accent, brandishing the axe like a tempestuous outsider. The man, realizing he had provoked a formidable foe, chose not to plead for mercy, but instead turned to flee, hoping to escape. It was said that a thief must possess swift legs. However, as he dashed away, Jiang Xiao, passing by, deftly tripped him, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood streaming from a broken nose. Be careful. Everyone check if anything is missing, Jiang Xiao called out, pinning the man down with a firm grip. As bystanders anxiously examined their belongings, after a few tumultuous minutes, a middle-aged man in a police uniform hurried over, inquiring, who apprehended this thief? The officer produced handcuffs, securing the man, and then delivered a slap across his face. Damn it, Shue Guzi. This is your 3rd time getting caught by me. You truly deserve it. Just wait until I deal with you. The man, despite receiving the blow, remained silent. The officer glanced at Jiang Xiao, nodding with gratitude. This fellow has been to prison twice already. He was just released yesterday. Thank you, or else he would have succeeded again. No problem. The police and the public are one family, Jiang Xiao replied with a friendly smile. Hey, a college student, right? Your words reflect your education. The officer praised him, kicking Shue Guzi beside him, admonishing, look at him, and then look at yourself. A capable person like you. Why resort to thievery? Shue Guzi grimaced, blood still trickling from his nose. Feeling utterly wronged, lamenting his fate. Upon emerging from the detention center, ravenous to the point where my stomach pressed against my back, I pondered, if I do not resort to theft, how shall I find sustenance? Am I destined to starve? The middle-aged policeman retorted, that is no justification for your thievery. Do you not consider the anguish you inflict upon your family with your misdeeds? His concern for my family was as hollow as the air itself. I have brothers across the vast expanse of the world. And what of your brothers? Are they unable to afford a single meal? Shwe Guzi fell silent, sniffling, only to choke on the blood that trickled from his nose. The middle-aged policeman sighed in exasperation, dragging him out. You 1T starved to death in the police station. Will you? You 1T come to me for help. Mind your own business, Shwe Guzi shouted defiantly. The policeman, fuming, felt an overwhelming urge to hurl him down the steps, this incorrigible rogue. Wait, Jiang Wang called out, stopping them in their tracks. He retrieved a wad of cash from his pocket, casually counted out 3 bills. This is for your meal. Should you dare to steal from me again, I shall ensure you lose your sight. Jiang Wang threatened, rolling the money into a small cylinder and stuffing it into Shwe Guzi's front pocket. Ah, you must be quite affluent now, with nowhere to spend it. The middle-aged policeman, puzzled, noted that this sum was worth several days of his salary. Such generosity was indeed perplexing. Jiang Wang cast a glance at him, extracted a cigarette from his case, and the policeman accepted one as well. Jiang Xiao hurried over from behind, striking a match with a satisfying click to light their cigarettes. Are you all in cahoots? The policeman queried, observing Jiang Xiao, impeccably attired in a suit, a portrait of success, alongside Jiang Wang, dressed like a laborer, appearing rather disoriented. Such a disparity in their statuses was striking. They say that appearances matter, and one can often discern wealth through attire. This is my uncle, my blood relative, Jiang Xiao clarified. The middle-aged policeman nodded, taking a drag from his cigarette, while Jiang Wang inhaled from his own and casually handed it to Shwe Guzi. Blood still trickling from his nose, Shwe Guzi did not refuse. He bit down on the cigarette, inhaling deeply like an addict. The blood that dripped from his nose fell upon the cigarette, and with his hands shackled behind him. His movements were severely restricted. Jiang Xiao shook his head. I have known hunger myself. I understand the discomfort. Perhaps I am simply drawn to him. Jiang Wang then turned and inquired, have you purchased the tickets? 2 for the early bus, Jiang Xiao replied, shaking the tickets in his hand, his suitcase in tow, resembling a secretary at the side of a prominent businessman. Very well, I shall take my leave now. You ought to set this rascal straight. Straying down the wrong path will cost him dearly, that if he were in another place, given my temperament, his hands would not remain unscathed. Jiang Wang chuckled, making his way toward the area where they awaited transportation. Only Shwe Guzi, clutching the cigarette, but gazed enviously at the retreating figures of the 2 men. The middle-aged policeman took a couple of puffs from his cigarette, watching them fade into the distance. Muttering, curious individuals, that he continued, stop staring. You now possess money for food, so cease your thievery. Thankfully, you were not successful this time. Go and squat by the wall for an hour to reflect on the consequences of stealing. Shwe Guzi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the spot where Jiang Wang and Jiang Xiao had vanished, lost in thought, prompting the middle-aged policeman to deliver a swift kick to his side. Chapter 30. Returning in wealth after a 6-hour bus journey, traversing long distances and switching vehicles twice, Jiang Wang, who was not prone to motion sickness, felt a surreal exhilaration as his feet touched the ground that night. I vow never to travel by bus again, he swore, raising a finger as if to cast a solemn oath that it was utterly unbearable. Yet, there was no need for worry. He was finally home, in Chunshan County. At the Liu family village, the Jiang household was somewhat esteemed locally, particularly since they had produced a university graduate. Even if Jiang Wang's mother was blind, she was still regarded as a commendable blind woman for having birthed a successful son. However, Jiang Wang's mother was not particularly fond of her accomplished son. She was aware of certain truths about him. Her son was not a paragon of virtue. This created quite the conundrum. The Jiang family was not akin to the grand families of others, lacking any distinguished ancestors to boast of. Tracing back 5 generations, they were merely farmers toiling in the fields. Had they not encountered favorable times, they might very well have been among the refugees fleeing disaster. Now, with the addition of an unruly younger brother, Jiang Wang's mother wore a perpetual frown, fearing that he would engage in illicit activities. Conversely, the relatives and neighbors surrounding them were consumed with envy, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the brand-new car parked outside. The sight was enough to make the young men in the village drool in envy. The Jiang family had struck it rich. The moment Jiang Xiao, clad in a suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, made his entrance, the young men from miles around bowed their heads, that he was dazzling. a true embodiment of success. Why did he achieve such success? He even managed to attend university. If he could achieve that, what was stopping him from making money? The older men, sitting on the edges of the walls contemplating for long stretches, tapped their cigarette butts against their soles before turning to urge the younger generation to study diligently. Look at the life they are leading, and then look at us, scratching out a living in the fields, working a lifetime, yet unable to afford a single car. Education was paramount. The children of others always evoked the most envy and jealousy, while one's own offspring were seen as a disappointment. While Jiang Wang sat in the outhouse, he listened to the neighboring children playing with fire, their father's reprimands echoing as they cried out in pain. Music to his ears. Jiang Wang nearly climbed the wall to witness the scene. After all, upon returning home, many children received a beating for various reasons. Countless mothers scolded their sons, berating them, one after another, their voices raised in the manner of fierce lioness. They are so accomplished. Why aren't you? They can drive a car. Why can't you? Jiang Wang felt a sense of hollow satisfaction. He was utterly fulfilled, relishing the attention he garnered during his brief outing. However, the news of their fortune from stone gambling circulated widely, which caused Jiang Wang considerable annoyance that it was not merely that more people were coming to borrow money. Rather, many approached him with stones for inspection. The casual remarks he made had morphed into legendary secrets for making money. Ridiculous, utterly preposterous. Yet, there were indeed individuals who believed they were destined for greatness and should venture forth, just as he had. Jiang Wang calculated on his fingers. They had only been back for 5 days, and among the village's 150 households, 7 or 8 had already set off to seek their fortunes. There was even a 13-year-old boy who, having pilfered money from his home, sought to forge his own path. Jiang Wang had to chase him down in his car and deliver a sound thrashing. What madness drives them to covet money so desperately? Of course, there were also many who came to borrow money, mostly impoverished relatives, plagued by illness or disaster. Previously, not a single soul had visited, but now, with newfound wealth, they flocked to him that he had already lent out 2 to 3 tens of thousands of yuan. Among those who came frequently was a matchmaker. It was his first encounter with a living matchmaker, as he had thought such figures only existed in storybooks. My dear Wang, I have a splendid girl in mind for you, one truly remarkable. You ought to inquire about her. She is fair, beautiful, with a figure that promises to bear children. Clad in a tattered cotton coat, sleeves hanging loosely, Jiang Wang sat on the steps before his door, smoking till he resembled the old bachelors who lingered at the village entrance. This morning, having not yet fully awakened, he had been roused by the matchmaker, a distant relative, his third aunt. Jiang Wang pondered for quite some time, unable to recall precisely who this third aunt was, yet she had nearly worn the threshold down with her insistence. No wonder Jiang Xiao had hurried back and claimed he needed to meet friends, taking the car with him to escape this predicament. Annie, oh dear, Annie is listening. The somewhat plump woman, her head wrapped in a blue scarf, said with a smile, "You cannot be without a wife at your age. Listen to your aunt. Meet the girl that if you take a liking to her, our family is not without means. Look, your father's old house is standing. We can tear it down and build a small 2-story home. Next year, we can have a child. It would be a splendid life." Jiang Wang, resigned, raised a hand to wipe his face. "Annie, I am but a scruffy fellow. Look at this attire. I haven't changed in over 10 days. Let us not burden the girl." Jiang Wang genuinely wished to avoid the hassle. He was not like Jiang Xiao, a philanderer and a connoisseur of romance. His own dealings were perilous, fraught with danger. Who knew when he might lose his head or have his throat slit? What was the point of seeking a family? Did he expect someone to weep for him? "Scruffy, you merely lack a woman to care for you. This girl I found is exceptional. She excels at everything, cooking, cleaning, and even raising pigs. With her around, your clothes would be washed, and your hunger would be satisfied. That is the life of a local lord." "What nonsense!" Jiang Wang retorted, bemused at is this some kind of disability. "Curses upon you! Speak not ill of such matters. The ancients have said one must establish a family and a career. Otherwise, why accumulate wealth?" His third aunt continued her relentless chatter. "Ancients, you are rather antiquated, aren't you? Annie, we are now in a new era. We must broaden our horizons. What use is a few million yuan? Am I truly wealthy? I see no evidence of my riches. Look at this child. He is full of ambition. The words of a matchmaker are as abundant as the surging waters of the Yellow River, endlessly flowing, leaving Jiang Wang dumbfounded at the door. Allow me to confide in you that the family I am introducing has a widowed sister, equally radiant, barely in her 20s. The man who went out to work was tragically struck by a vehicle. You marry her younger sister, and then take her in as well. Isn't this akin to having multiple wives? Annie, can we discuss something more contemporary? Oh, you foolish child. Annie only wishes the best for you. In this region, which woman wouldn't covet you? If you do not seek a good family, will you be led astray by some wanton woman into the woods? Jiang Wang chuckled at the absurdity, exclaiming, "Who dares to drag me away? I would end her life." However, I must say, I truly know of a remarkable girl, merely 19, and she is quite something. One hand cannot encompass her beauty. Annie, you are the expert, are you not? Jiang Wang squatted down bemused. Little did he know, the matchmaker placed her hands on her hips and chuckled. Your matchmaker has never failed. In the entirety of Chunshan County, you should inquire. I am the best. She raised her thumb in pride, her face beaming with satisfaction. Annie, I must return home soon. I have business matters to attend to. You suggest I marry a beautiful wife and leave her at home? What if she were to betray me? Wouldn't that be unbearable? She wouldn't dare. That shameless hussy wouldn't dare to act up. The matchmaker furrowed her brow, nearly yanking Jiang Wang's ear in reprimand. Those immoral women, those wanton creatures, cannot compare to the daughters of respectable families that in the past. There were principles of propriety. Who brings wild men into their homes? Are you still worried about betrayal? If she dares to betray you, your uncles and brothers would be furious. Not to mention your Annie could tear her apart and douse her family with excrement. No, Annie, that is not what I meant, Jiang Wang hurriedly explained, but the matchmaker dismissed his words. Believing he had been corrupted by the bad women out there, becoming suspicious and paranoid. Enough. Annie is here. I will surely find you a virtuous girl from a good family. Our family is wealthy, and that is a solid foundation. Leave everything to Annie. The matchmaker clapped her hands. Go take a look. Are the girls not beautiful? They smell delightful. We can hold a banquet that very day, and you will be the groom. Annie has been through this. Just look at your current state. You simply need a woman to help you settle down. Chapter 31. Reluctantly set up for marriage, Jiang Wang spent the entire afternoon pondering in the courtyard, even ignoring his mother's call for dinner, as he could not make sense of it all. How did he come to agree? After mulling it over, he concluded that the matchmaker's words were simply a curse. Yet a flicker of anticipation lingered in his heart, observing his dear nephew's continuous romantic luck. Could he finally be fortunate as well? Nevertheless, Jiang Wang was acutely aware that his nephew relied on his looks. While he depended on wealth, money is indeed a powerful ally. The unattainable ideal in others' hearts seemed to be rushing towards him. He had not ventured out much these past few days, as he was aware of the attention he garnered. If he were to wear this tattered cotton coat outside, after walking merely 20 meters, he would be approached by fashionably dressed young women eager to mend his clothing, to wash and freshen him up. Were it not for the public eye, they might have stripped him of his pants. Jiang Wang donned this worn coat simply because he had nothing else. Within the household, there were only his nephew's clothes, student attire, which he found utterly outdated and had given away. His nephew had yet to return, and he had not purchased any new garments. He was left with nothing to wear, although the girl next door promised to return his clothes once they dried and were mended. Honestly, the girl was somewhat plain. Had she donned an outfit that accentuated her figure, she would undoubtedly be considered attractive. After all, one's appearance greatly influences perception. Without the beautiful gown, gifted by fairies, could Cinderella dance with the prince? Only a negligent doorman would allow such a situation. Jiang Wang yawned. Having nothing to do, resolved to return to sleep. The countryside has its advantages. Peaceful tranquility. The distant sound of a tractor appeared almost melodious. Just as Jiang Wang rolled back to sleep, approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, the unmistakable sound of a tractor grew closer, halting before the Jiang family home. The Jiang residence consisted of merely 5 rooms. A large tiled house built during Jiang Laodao's wedding, enclosed by a courtyard wall. They kept a few sheep in a pen. Jiang Wang's mother, blind, had suffered from an illness after her husband, Jiang Laodao, passed away due to excessive grief, leading to an untreated condition that left her sightless for nearly 20 years. Although she could still work the fields, Jiang Shao forbade her from doing so, providing her with living expenses instead. Outside the courtyard, there was a small vegetable garden that a mute girl often came by to help her. She was Jiang Wang's mother's adopted daughter, the unfortunate child from the neighboring family. Her mother had run off, and her father, a drunken abuser, had died from falling into a ditch while intoxicated a few years prior. Upon hearing the sound of the tractor, the mute girl hurried over. Yet before she arrived, the alluring scent halted her in her tracks. It was as if a garden had materialized, and in the back of the three-wheeled tractor sat a group of young women, chattering and laughing. Dressed in various fresh and clean outfits, wearing short-sleeved shirts with light jackets, the driver, an older man, had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, wrinkling his brow at the overwhelming scent of perfume and lotion. All right, enough chatter. With all these beautiful girls, one might mistake me for a brothel owner." The matchmaker, having descended from the vehicle, could not help but laugh. You see, wealth is one thing, but being decent is paramount. Look at them. They can discern value even in stones. Just this one stone, if sliced open, could fetch 70 to 80,000 yuan. Her words captivated the girls that I know. They're talking about jade stones. My mother has a jade bracelet with exquisite quality. Really? How much could that be worth? The girls quickly shifted their focus, but in this age, generosity is seldom discussed without mentioning money. All right, enough scaring them. Let us keep it proper. The matchmaker waved her hand, leading the girls into the Jiang household, where Jiang Wang's mother had already heard the commotion. Although blind, her hearing was acute. Yet, she was reluctant to step outside. Despite the saying that an elder sister-in-law is like a mother, she always felt a sense of distance, even with her own son. She believed her blindness was a consequence of not having raised Jiang Shao properly, allowing him to stray. Now, with Jiang Wang, she felt equally powerless to intervene. Sister-in-law, you are truly reaping the rewards after enduring hardship, the matchmaker began, entering the room on the west side, engaging Jiang Wang's mother in conversation filled with praise and envy. Jiang Wang's mother smiled and shook her head. Annie, I am unsure how to handle this matter. I leave everything in your capable hands. No worries. I have taken on the role of matchmaker. The matchmaker beamed, her face radiant with joy, as she seized control of the situation and dashed towards the east room. Without knocking, she burst in on Jiang Wang, who lay beneath the covers, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. Just as he was drifting into a deep sleep, the matchmaker's hand pressed down on the bed, causing him to awaken suddenly, nearly grabbing the pistol hidden beneath his pillow. Annie, you nearly scared me to death. Upon seeing the matchmaker's smiling face, Jiang Wang couldn't help but exclaim as he firmly pressed down on his pillow, sitting up. Why are there so many people here? Jiang Wang sat up in bewilderment, noticing a crowd of young women with ponytails and braids peering curiously through the doorway. Oh, you silly child. I knew you would forget. You little ungrateful one, not washing your face or changing your clothes. Leaving your aunt to run around for you. The matchmaker playfully poked Jiang Wang's forehead, feigning anger to assert her authority. Auntie, if you need money, just say so. I am not unwilling to help. Jiang Wang scratched his head helplessly. The money he had spent recently could have built a house. Earning it was easy, but spending it was equally effortless. Moreover, the funds were genuinely useful. He simply needed to exhaust the 77,000 in the box and then depart. The remaining 500,000 was reserved as startup capital for his venture. You little rascal, you are far too carefree. Money does not come easily. If I do not find you someone capable of managing it, you will squander your fortune away, no matter how abundant it may seem. The matchmaker scolded. Those relatives who never visit are no better than beggars. Consider it a good deed, far more beneficial than donating to a temple and praying for blessings. The merit is immeasurable. Jiang Wang nonchalantly shook his head, his carefree demeanor inciting considerable ire in his great. Truly, the nouveau riche often fail to grasp the value of money. Get up quickly. A man of your stature shouldn't be sleeping in a cold bed. Wouldn't it be far more pleasant to have a wife to cuddle with at night? Not really. I fear I might wake up startled, Jiang Wang teased as he sluggishly rose from the bed. Dragging on a pair of cloth shoes, his unshaven face betraying little of the wealth he purportedly possessed. Indeed, Jiang Wang's appearance was not without its rugged charm. He possessed a certain tough guy handsomeness. And were he to shed his shirt, he would reveal a physique boasting well-defined muscles, Pectorals, abs, biceps. Everything one could desire, with a back that could appear quite fearsome when flexed. Yet, in the comfort of his hometown, he felt no compulsion to exert himself. "Come on, put on your shoes. You're looking so disheveled," his great aunt admonished. Jiang Wang could only squat down to pull up the heels of his shoes. Once properly attired, he resembled a rustic bumpkin, previously evoking a hint of the vagabond, who would willingly choose to live with me. Jiang Wang mused aloud, casting a glance at the array of exquisitely adorned young women, only to realize he had indeed underestimated his great aunt's matchmaking prowess. They were polished, possessing both figure and beauty, albeit their attire mirrored his own rusticity. However, apart from that, they met the standards of an Audi A8. He felt somewhat out of his depth. Seeing him in such a state, his great aunt couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. They're truly a cat that does not indulge in infidelity. And are there men who do not covet beautiful women? No matter how tumultuous the waters, they all find themselves ensnared. Come, let's introduce ourselves," she beckoned, ushering the young women closer, the heavy scent of cheap perfume mingling with the thick aroma of snowflake cream, prompting Jiang Wang to sneeze forcefully. "Child, do you have any standards for a wife? It's hard to find fault with their looks," his great aunt inquired, turning to him. "Standards? I wish I could keep them all." Jiang Wang chuckled, contemplating that had he been in a different setting, he might have considered toasting the night away, declaring, "Tonight it's on me, Jiang Lei, you little rascal. You're incorrigible." His great aunt was simultaneously exasperated and amused, playfully tapping him on the head. "Take a good look. They're all interested in you." "Very well, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Wang, 24, though technically I must add a year, as my ID states. My family has a bit of money, not much, just several million. Several million is hardly not much. What would you consider a substantial amount?" His great aunt exclaimed, eager to elevate his status, that he even owns a car, a red one, which is quite festive. At this, Jiang Wang began to ponder, deliberately rummaging in his pocket to retrieve his keys as a sign of his wealth. "And I also possess a house in the city." The room fell silent, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. Even his great aunt momentarily stunned. "Wait, you bought a house in the city?" "Not in the city, but in the county." "A county is still a city. What kind of building?" "How large?" his great aunt pressed, her curiosity piqued. "Let me see, it's in Longyuan Community, a 3-bedroom apartment," Jiang Wang casually remarked, glancing at the keychain. "My heavens." His great aunt raised a hand to her forehead. "What manner of naive creature are you? Unable to negotiate your worth, and yet so forthright. No wonder you've made a fortune. Honesty indeed." Chapter 32. Guests arrive. Such is the nature of matchmaking. One must present their assets, for material wealth often outweighs mere appearance. The moment Jiang Wang produced his keys, the gazes of the young women sharpened, as though they were about to feast upon him. In this day and age, a diamond bachelor refers to affluent single men, while those without wealth are mere old bachelors. In the eyes of these young women, the concept of diamonds is foreign, unrealistic. Yet, the man before them was a bona fide golden millionaire, despite his unkempt appearance. His features were reasonably handsome, and his youth, coupled with evident financial prowess, made him an enticing prospect. Marrying him would mean becoming a wealthy lady who could ride in a small car. As for emotional connections, those could be forged in the bedroom. Why dwell on that when the priority was to secure such a good man? Jiang Wang, however, remained unperturbed, knowing he would be waiting for some time until Jiang Shao returned. They still had plans to recruit more hands. The money he had spent in this period would not be in vain. Should he decide to venture into the timber business, he would need a solid crew, as locals from the border area were not to be trusted. Today, he intended to collect his earnings. The next day, bandits could easily raid him. One could never predict the dangers lurking in such impoverished regions, where cunning locals resided. A red Santana sedan pulled up outside Zhang's home. The uncle, smoking at the entrance, observed as two individuals emerged from the car, with Jiang Shao stepping out from the driver's seat. "Hey, isn't that Shao?" the uncle exclaimed, rising to greet him. "Uncle, here to visit," Jiang Shao replied with a smile, shutting the car door behind him. "You're here to help your little uncle find a match, right? This must be your sister's nephew?" The uncle scrutinized the familiar face that followed Jiang Shao closely. The uncle's sharp eyes recognized Jin Hai, clad in a blue work uniform, who cheerfully greeted him. "Old man, and this fellow?" the uncle inquired, glancing at Idayo, who approached with an unfamiliar air. Without hesitation, Jiang Shao clarified, "This is a friend of mine. He is just hanging around at home, that I thought he could lend a hand to my uncle while he is here. As he will need to return eventually. The more hands, the easier the work, that I see." The uncle nodded sagely. "Hello, uncle." Hideo greeted, his stout frame standing at just around 5'7", yet exuding a solid presence as he walked with measured strides. Clearly a man of strength, Tio ensured Jiang Shao could introduce him. He had come prepared, having punched several bricks to work up the courage. "Hey Shao, what are you all planning? Do you still need more people?" The uncle pressed, sensing a potential opportunity. "Perhaps. My uncle has his own plans," Jiang Shao replied, not making any promises as he was still gathering information about the border region, largely based on rumors and Jiang Wang's insights. "Well, if you need hands, I have a cousin who is free. He is quite strong and capable. But isn't your cousin working elsewhere?" Jiang Shao feigned confusion, keenly probing for more information, as he knew his uncle was on the lookout for help. In truth, the border region was a veritable goldmine, especially for someone like him, who thrived in chaos that if given the chance, he would surely orchestrate a grand scheme to secure wealth for a lifetime. That is not the case. The boss ran off with the money, and I barely made it back without begging on the streets. That scoundrel. The uncle sighed, his disappointment palpable. Life is tough for us farmers. Shout out if your uncle needs help. Please let him know that we do not seek riches, just a chance for him to gain some experience alongside us. Jiang Shao nodded. "All right, I'll mention it to my uncle and see how many people he needs. If he truly requires assistance, you'll be the first I contact. Make sure you do," the uncle urged, anxious that Jiang Shao might forget. "Rest assured, I've committed it to memory," Jiang Shao assured him with a light tap on his forehead, prompting the uncle to finally relax and allow them to enter. Upon entering the courtyard, Jin Hai, ever the playful one, exclaimed, "Uncle, when are we leaving?" Jiang Shao turned with an expressionless face, directing a cold, unfamiliar gaze towards his nephew. Instantly, Jin Hai fell silent, lowering his head, his jovial demeanor fading as he resembled a child caught in wrongdoing. "Mind your words. Know when to speak and when to remain silent," Jiang Shao warned sternly. Jin Hai nodded vigorously, like a garlic clove being crushed. Inside, the others noticed the commotion outside. His great aunt hurried out, her face lighting up upon seeing Jiang Shao. "Look who has returned, the pride of our family." Jiang Shao turned back, his expression transforming into a warm smile. Great aunt. Your words are like those of a born matchmaker." In the distance, Jin Hai let out a breath at Idayo, with his hands tucked into his pockets. Approached quietly and asked him, "What kind of person is your uncle?" "I don't know." Jin Hai quickly shook his head, that he genuinely had no idea. He only had a vague impression of an uncle who had been wandering outside for many years. It would indeed be strange if anyone at home still recognized him. However, the grandeur of returning home was undeniable. He was well known in the surrounding counties, even among the city folk, that a young man who had made a fortune abroad had returned. His wealth flowing like rivers and mountains, provoking immense envy. Jiang Shao stepped into the house, nearly choking on the overwhelming fragrance that filled the air, prompting him to rush over and open a window. "Uncle, someone has arrived," Jiang Shao gestured outside. Jiang Wang, who had been engaged in a matchmaking session akin to a beauty pageant, promptly stood up, saying, "I have matters to attend to. Let us talk next time." He hurriedly exited, leaving the young woman he had been meeting with bewildered. Despite the playful atmosphere, Jiang Wang's demeanor turned serious, exuding an air of authority that could be quite intimidating when riled. Aunt San, not wanting to intrude, inquired, "Shall we wait here?" "You all carry on," Jiang Wang replied without turning back. Outside in the courtyard, he recognized the two individuals before him, Idayo and Jin Hai. "Come, call him uncle," Jiang Shao urged, patting Jin Hai on the shoulder. The youthful lad, seemingly employed at a brewery, eagerly complied, nodding and addressing Idayo as uncle, feeling a certain joy at the amiable demeanor of this relative. "Well, your uncle cherishes you. There is no need for formal gifts. Take this home for your own use, or gift it if you wish," Jiang Wang said, producing an unopened box containing a small mobile phone and tossing it to Jin Hai, who blinked in surprise. This item seemed rather valuable. He quickly reached out to catch it, but before he could express his gratitude, Jiang Shao pulled him aside to introduce him to Jiang Wang. "Uncle, this is my brother. Hideo, did he practice martial arts as a child and served as a militia member. A couple of adversaries would find it hard to approach him, that Idayo stepped forward and respectfully greeted. "Hello, boss." Jiang Wang scrutinized him briefly, recognizing his potential and indicating with a gesture, "Can you handle a firearm?" "I can. I have a hunting rifle at home." Idayo nodded eagerly, despite the strict gun control in the country. Those with connections in the underworld often found ways to acquire firearms. "Let us find a place to test it. If you're competent, you can be my driver." "You can drive, right?" Jiang Wang tossed him a concealed pistol. Idayo caught it deftly, skillfully opening the chamber to inspect the magazine before bowing in respect. "Rest assured, boss, I possess a driving license." Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Shao inquired, "By the way, uncle, what is our next step?" "We need to recruit some men," Jiang Wang replied, beckoning Jiang Shao to follow him to a quieter spot. Jiang Shao trailed behind, listening intently. "Establish a shell company. We'll venture out under the guise of laborers. Let us procure a few vehicles and spread the word that I'm seeking workers to venture forth." "Understood," Jiang Shao nodded. "Also, recruit some trustworthy individuals that ITS said that a father and son duo makes a formidable team. We should prepare for any eventuality. That's easy. We can gather all the relatives from our village who share the same surname." "How many do you reckon?" Jiang Shao began to strategize. "Let us start with 50. We need to establish a foothold, and we'll also need to acquire some equipment. Let us get on that." Chapter 33, The Liu Family's Eldest Daughter in the Mountains. Idayo held a gun in one hand, firing at a pine tree 20 meters away. Bang, bang. The bark splintered, revealing the white trunk beneath. He showcased his skills, not of exceptional prowess, but rather the sturdy techniques he had learned from the former militia captain. He struck down a poplar tree with 3 punches, which collapsed with a resounding crack, though it took considerable effort. His knuckles bled, a testament to the rawness of his training. Moreover, his keen perception made him suitable as both a driver and a bodyguard. Jiang Wang encouraged Jin Hai to take a turn with the gun. Though the lad displayed a youthful bravado, his aim was commendable, relying on instinct much like Jiang Wang, but he shot with ease. Demonstrating a natural talent, it seemed he would remain close as a bodyguard, which delighted him. He was a simpleton who blossomed like a flower with a bit of sunlight. Yet, he harbored a fear of Jiang Shao. Though they were of similar ages, their familial standings differed. In childhood, Jin Hai had been quite the mischievous child until he provoked Jiang Shao, who nearly drowned him in a water barrel at the age of 7 or 8. From that moment on, Jin Hai held a lasting trepidation towards him. Jiang Wang initially provided them each with a salary of 10,000 yuan, instructing them to settle their homes before returning to report back. He also requested Idayo to bring along any firearms hidden at his residence, anticipating their potential utility. After all, his cousin Gao Qiqiang was likely to arrive soon, and Jiang Wang sensed that the matter would not revolve around finances. It was prudent to prepare in advance to avoid being caught off guard that he himself carried a means of protection, having handed the concealed pistol to Jiang Shao, as they felt they were riding a wave of fortune. While having wealth was advantageous, it also invited trouble. Heaven knows whether they might encounter kidnappers like Zhang Shihao. Jiang Wang refused to engage in any disgraceful antics. Moreover, he intended for Jin Hai to accompany them to learn the ropes. Meanwhile, the matchmaking venture, under Aunt San's persuasive words, resembled a selection process. Jiang Wang genuinely chose a tall candidate. The young woman stood at an impressive height of 1.80 meters, a rarity indeed. Her figure was proportionate, ample where it needed to be, curvaceous in the right places, and alluringly smooth. The most striking feature was her long legs, where she had on stockings and a pair of high-heeled shoes with red soles, paired with a high-slit cheongsam. She would surely captivate all gazes. Upon entering, Jiang Wang had immediately noticed her, standing out like a crane among chickens, towering over the other young women. Not only was her face pleasant, but she also bore a hint of shyness, reminiscent of Chun Huazi, with her expressive brows and bright eyes, a raw, genuine beauty, rather than an artificial creation. Her hair was styled in a sleek braid, and she wore a floral blouse paired with dark blue jeans and canvas shoes, embodying the local charm. The eldest daughter of the Liu family, Liu Yingdi, was the eldest sister at home. Her name hinted at her father's wish for a son, as she had siblings named Wangdi and Laidi. It was rumored that her father had a whole brood outside, more siblings, and even more to come. While this was peculiar, it was also quite normal. After all, sons were still the preferred heirs. Without a son, a family risked being left without lineage, losing their voice within the village. Disputes over possessions would often end with a retort, "You have no sons, so why claim so much?" As the village's overpopulation of Lu surnames. Lu Laoda could have his house razed, living in a makeshift shelter without paying fines. His audacity was legendary, and tales of his exploits spread throughout the region. One evening, after a few drinks, Lu Laoda, perhaps inspired by a drunken interpretation of Zhuge Liang, raged against the village committee, believing that the signs indicating a singular child policy were unfairly biased against him. That very night, he took an axe and smashed up the village committee's office, nearly injuring the village secretary who had come to mediate. The police were summoned, guns drawn, and he was forcibly handcuffed, spending several months in detention. Yet, it was precisely this notoriety that allowed Lu Laoda to navigate his surroundings with ease. No one dared provoke this living lunatic. As Jiang Wang surveyed the situation, he found favor with the Lu girl, who had no objections, and the others seemed to share the sentiment. When it was time to leave, Jiang Wang distributed 100 yuan to each, ensuring they didn't leave empty-handed. After all, he had become the dream suitor for these young women, unless someone wealthier and more considerate were to come along. In an unspoken manner, Jiang Wang accelerated the competitive nature of romance in their community. Once the matchmaking concluded, the young women could not linger, despite Jiang Wang's desire to share a bed and explore the long legs of Yingdi, testing their elasticity and sensation. However, to indulge in any scandalous behavior would be unwise. One could easily find themselves at the mercy of violent repercussions, contrary to the belief that domestic violence had waned. It was in fact more potent, particularly in Lijiakan, where over 100 families bore the Lu surname that in the past, during the Republic of China era, only those with the Lu surname would inhabit this village. No other names existed. Life was harsh then, and without support, smaller clans would struggle to survive the pressures of survival. During harvest time, if one's entire year's grain was seized, what could they do? However, Jiang Wang gazed across the river, contemplating the union of talent and beauty, as well as the wealth that accompanies it. His distant aunt made some arrangements, and it was decided that they would dine at his father-in-law's house today. This was a certainty. Jiang Wang had no objections. He simply needed to spend money. He handed his aunt 10,000 yuan to prepare some impressive gifts, which brought her immense joy. The leftover money from the purchases would undoubtedly find its way into her pocket. Such easy money. Moreover, as a matchmaker, she had a familial bond akin to that of a mother. Establishing a connection with this god of wealth was indeed significant. After washing his face at home, changing into a new outfit, shaving, and tidying his hair, Jiang Wang felt he presented quite a respectable appearance. In the evening, as the lights in the room were turned on, the sound of a tractor echoed, signaling the arrival of all the necessary provisions. They brought a whole pig, freshly slaughtered, still warm, adorned with a large red flower. There were also 2 chickens, 2 fish, and an entire cart filled with cigarettes, liquor, sugar, and tea. The display was undoubtedly impressive, both in substance and appearance. Come, hurry up. You know how to address the family, right? His aunt instructed, handing Jiang Wang 2 of the gifts wrapped in red paper. Call him father-in-law. Jiang Wang inquired, somewhat confused. Not yet. You should address him as uncle. He is the eldest son of the Lu family, and your Jiang family has historical ties with theirs. Thus, all you younger ones must refer to him as uncle. All right, uncle. And what about the others? Jiang Wang asked, holding the 2 gifts. By the way, have you bought her some clothes? I noticed her attire was rather lacking. You should get her a few nice pieces. Already thinking of her before even crossing the threshold. You must truly cherish your wife. Rest assured, your aunt will handle it, she replied, summoning onlookers to assist in delivering the goods. It was merely a matter of transporting items from one end of the village to the other. The village entrance had favorable feng shui and a clear view, being the location of the Lu family's ancestral home, while the village's rear was somewhat obscured by the mountains, making it slightly less desirable. However, it was now said that the fortune had shifted. The rear village was thriving while the front languished. The Lu family's ancestral home was already bustling with people. The space was ample, with a flat area for drying wheat by the roadside, where a stage could easily be erected. The area was filled with comings and goings, as everyone came to witness the matchmaking and see what gifts were brought. Lu Changjuan, the eldest son of the Lu family, squatted in a corner smoking, while other branches of the family were engaged in lively conversation that a wealthy son-in-law was worth more than anything. Everyone hoped to benefit from his presence, especially since it was rumored that he intended to embark on significant business ventures. Nowadays, who among families did not have idle male relatives working elsewhere? A single phone call could bring them back home overnight. Did they not understand the essence of unity when interests were at stake? Even rebellion against authority could be calculated. Family ties offered support, while shared interests guided actions. Such dynamics had always been viewed with caution throughout history. Smaller groups were called families, larger ones clans, and even larger lineages. The most prestigious were referred to as long-standing families, some enduring for centuries. Chapter 34. The Liu family courtyard. Brother, why are you still here smoking? The new son-in-law is about to arrive. Shouldn't you go out to greet him? Liu Qianghua, the second son of the Liu family and the village secretary, hurried over. After all, this was Liu village and outsiders could hardly take on such a role. What nonsense! Who arrives for a courtship in the morning and expects to enter that evening? Do you think he intends to bed my daughter today? Liu Qianjuan, the eldest, replied with irritation. Though he, as the father, remained calm, his uncles and aunts seemed eager to sell his daughter for a good price. Come now, brother, such a fortunate event is worth celebrating. One should pray to the gods, Liu Qianghua exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Enough, I am seeking a son-in-law, not selling my daughter. While I, as the father, remain composed, you, as a mere spectator, seem overly eager that if you are in such a hurry, why not marry off your own daughter? Curse you! Liu Qianghua retorted that if he has chosen my daughter, I wouldn't even need to consult you. I gave that matchmaker 300 yuan. And that fool ended up eyeing your tall daughter instead. Good luck, Liu Qianjuan chuckled. All right, let's finalize this matter. Come on. Liu Qianghua's face darkened, and the previous joy drained away as he hurried to assist his elder brother. Wait, we need to discuss something first. The county has issued poverty alleviation cattle. I expect a calf for myself. Not all of them to end up in your pocket. You, Liu Qianghua, nearing 50, fumed, wishing he had something to strike his shameless brother with. You already have a wealthy son-in-law, and yet you still think of that poverty alleviation calf. Fine, fine. You can have it. Now hurry up. Liu Qianghua yanked his brother's collar, lifting him as if he were a pig's ear. Liu Qianjuan, now 50, sported a buzz cut, his hair standing stiff like a brush, with a hint of a Liu Sun mustache meticulously groomed. He appeared rather intimidating, with a deep furrow on his brow. Wearing a faded pink shirt that fit his sturdy physique. Brother, let me remind you, Liu Qianjuan said, standing to adjust his collar. Stop flaunting your village official airs. Once we are at the table, speak less. And pay attention to this young man as character. Character? Nonsense. I've already inquired about him. Everyone knows he is generous and helpful. His family is respectable, and he has a nephew studying at the university. Moreover, Liu Qianghua leaned in to whisper, this lad is an orphan. He grew up without parents, and his older brothers have all passed away. He has only a few distant relatives to rely on. Brother, you can rest easy and enjoy your fortune. Curse you. What he has is his own business. It has nothing to do with me. Liu Qianjuan retorted, slapping his backside and tossing the cigarette but aside as he stepped outside. The Liu family's courtyard was quite spacious, with front and backyards, and a stone mill at the entrance. At this moment, a throng of aunts and uncles, along with children, gathered to witness the spectacle, creating a festive atmosphere. Inside, several aunts had already begun preparing the meal. Hey, Edie's mother, what are you still cooking for? Go out and greet the son-in-law. Hurry up, his matchmaker has already arrived. In the kitchen, 2 large stoves were steaming with heat. A robust woman was pulled from her tasks. Why the rush? We haven't even finalized the arrangements. This was Zhao Yufan, Edie's mother, a woman of Eastern 3 provinces descent, large in stature and demeanor. She appeared to be more capable than any ox, though her temper was as fierce as the weather from her homeland. Since discovering that her husband had another family, she had not dared return home after confronting Liu Qianjuan a few years back. They even had a hunting rifle at home. She had loaded it with gunpowder, intending to shoot that shameless man, but instead, she accidentally crippled Liu Qiangsan's cow. Who knew what chaos would have ensued otherwise? Though she claimed not to be anxious, Zhao Yufan's hands moved swiftly as she wiped them on her apron and followed suit outside. Outside, Zhang Wang arrived with gifts and was welcomed into the house. Still somewhat bewildered, he was seated at the table, feeling quite alone among the many men, none of whom he recognized. Care for a smoke? A middle-aged man with a hat and a gap-toothed smile offered, sliding a box of cigarettes toward him. They were not of exceptional quality, but they were locally popular. No, that's unnecessary. Jiang Wang quickly declined, waving his hand. Come on, we're all men here. How can you not smoke? They say studying the effects of alcohol and tobacco is essential. How can one study without indulging? Have one. When it comes to social niceties, none can rival Lu's second son, whose experience in hosting guests is evident in his well-rehearsed conversational loops. Jiang Wang, now with a cigarette in hand, found himself among a group of boisterous men gathered in the living room, a teapot and a cigarette serving as the catalyst for their boastful exchanges. It didn't take long for Jiang Wang to discern the hierarchy. The man seated in the primary position was his father-in-law, Lu Qiangjuan, the patriarch of the Lu family. The bespectacled gentleman with a pen tucked into his chest pocket was the second son, Lu Qianghua, while the third son, Lu Qiangmin, was the one who initially offered him a cigarette. The tea had been served by his mother-in-law, Zhao Yufan. Although he had yet to meet his wife, this encounter was a preliminary introduction to her family, where the conversation quickly evolved into a competition of bravado, with each man vying to outdo the other in tales of their prowess. Before long, the infamous history of Lu family village, its disputes over water rights and territorial skirmishes, became the topic of fervent discussion. The atmosphere grew heated, with faces reddening and voices rising. Yet the conversation soon pivoted to Jiang Wang, who, captivated by the tales, began to realize the shrewdness beneath the seemingly boorish exterior of these men. He had to admit that they were astute. It was only a matter of time before he would have to speak up. Fortunately, Jiang Wang was quick on his feet. He deftly modified his own narrative, obscuring any mention of his more unsavory exploits and instead framing his success as a result of strategic alliances and resourcefulness in acquiring quality stones. He elaborated on his future aspirations, his connections in Bomo, and his plans to establish a lumber mill. His words were met with a mixture of intrigue and astonishment. The men, who appeared to be simple and honest, were captivated, drawing in sharp breaths as they considered the implications of Jiang Wang's ventures. Even if he had concealed certain truths, it was evident to those with experience that he was no stranger to ruthless dealings. After all, how else could he have returned with such wealth? They meticulously discussed the lumber mill, understanding that in lawless territories, success depended solely on one's skills to owe them. It was clear. One could either exploit the natural resources or rely on the hard-earned wealth of others. Despite their lack of international exposure, these men grasped the essence of profit, recognizing that regardless of the changing landscape, the pathways to wealth remained consistent. They recounted the tale of a neighboring village that had flourished by outmaneuvering forest rangers to clandestinely harvest timber, thus leveraging their natural assets for personal gain. In a region like Lu Family Village, where the economy was modest, relying on the land and water, such stories resonated deeply. The recent road construction had only slightly improved accessibility, while the land struggled to support a burgeoning population, leading many of the village's youth to seek work elsewhere. As the conversation unfolded, Jiang Wang sensed an unsettling shift. Why were these men discussing plans to secure a lumber mill in the Border Triangle and consider bribing local officials? With sufficient capital, he could easily establish a furniture factory back home. However, there was an unsettling plausibility to their discussions. Chapter 35. Gao Qiqiang arrives. Sometimes, when discussions turn to profit, familial bonds are forged. Meanwhile, Lu's eldest daughter, Lu Yingdi, awaited in her chamber, eager to see her well-prepared suitor. Outside, the men were on the verge of brotherhood. However, despite their camaraderie, few were willing to jeopardize their lives for someone else's gain, especially given Jiang Wang's youth. As the evening progressed into a raucous drinking session, Jiang Wang found himself nearly incapacitated, surrounded by men whose drinking prowess surpassed his own. Their average threshold began at a whole gene, and while Jiang Wang was not one to shy away from a challenge, he ultimately realized that the night had devolved into a contest of endurance rather than mere drinking. From 7 in the evening until 3 in the morning, he had pushed himself to the limit. Only Lu Qiangjuan, his father-in-law, remained sober amidst the revelry, while the others succumbed to the effects of the alcohol, leaving Jiang Wang to be carried away. This young man possesses remarkable stamina, Lu Qiangjuan mused as he leaned against the doorframe. Observing Jiang Wang being taken away, recognizing his son-in-law's potential, albeit with a hint of skepticism. After a day and night of slumber, Jiang Wang awoke with a throbbing headache, as if he had been struck by a hammer. "Boss, you're awake," Dayo exclaimed, rushing over with a cup of water. Jiang Wang took a sip, only to find the taste oddly reminiscent of fermented sour wine. "What time is it?" he inquired, squinting at the clock. "Afternoon 3 o'clock, that you've been asleep for a whole day and night," Hideo replied. "Damn it, I nearly drank myself to death," Jiang Wang lamented, clutching his head as he glanced at the several gift boxes and a basin containing a carp. "Who sent these?" "Your relative Gao Qiqiang arrived last night and is currently helping to tidy up at the village entrance," Hideo informed him. "Gao Qiqiang. Hurry, take me to him." Jiang Wang quickly adjusted his attire and put on his shoes, brushing aside Hideo's offer of assistance. "Did he say anything?" "No, he just mentioned that he would call for you once you woke up." "What is going on at the village entrance?" Jiang Wang asked. Striding forward, still feeling a bit dizzy, but determined to shake it off, he resolved to find someone to help him handle the drinking in the future. Otherwise, he might find himself in a precarious situation again. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by a procession of neighbors and relatives, each offering warm salutations and broad smiles. "Oh, the son-in-law has emerged. When will you see the bride?" An elderly man, recently returned from the fields, jested while shaking the dirt off his shoes. Jiang Wang merely smiled in response. "Did anything happen while I was asleep?" he quietly inquired of Hideo, sensing a shift in the villagers' attitudes towards him. "You are now the son-in-law of Lu Qianjuan. Though they are simple folk, their influence is significant," Hideo explained. Jiang Wang acknowledged this, realizing he had gained a slight advantage in the village dynamics, at least in certain respects. He was no longer lacking in allies. The village square was abuzz with activity, that a stage had been erected, and a large truck was parked nearby, with people unloading various items, likely for a performance. In the distance, someone was warming up their voice. Nearby, a makeshift dining area was bustling with activity, and Jiang Wang spotted Gao Qiqiang among the busy crowd, helping to prepare vegetables and chatting with the local women. Dressed in a white apron, Gao Qiqiang resembled a chef, overseeing a pot of braised pork that wafted an enticing aroma, captivating the surrounding women who clamored for his recipe. "Hey, cousin, do you remember me?" Jiang Wang approached swiftly, popping a piece of carrot into his mouth, feeling a pang of hunger. Gao Qiqiang looked up, a thoughtful expression crossing his face before breaking into a delighted smile. "Xiao Wang. We used to play together." "Haha, cousin." Jiang Wang embraced Gao Qiqiang, internally acknowledging his adeptness in navigating relationships. Gao Qiqiang, with genuine concern, asked, "How are you feeling? When I arrived last night, you were still asleep, that a hangover can be quite unbearable. Luckily, I have some red date porridge here to help soothe your stomach. Have a bowl." He gestured towards a thermos nearby. "Sure." Jiang Wang gladly accepted, finding a place to sit as his hunger grew more pronounced. Hideo, ever observant, swiftly procured a pair of chopsticks and a spoon for him. Gao Qiqiang served a bowl of porridge, garnished with soft, cooked red dates, looking quite appetizing. The temperature was just right, and Jiang Wang took a sip. Glancing at Gao Qiqiang as he inquired, "Cousin, it's been years. Are you still in Lehigh City? And what about Shaosheng? I recall you have a sister." Yes, Gao Qiqiang. Speaking of family always brings a smile to my face." Gao Qiqiang's beaming expression dimmed slightly as he mentioned his sister. "Is something wrong?" Jiang Wang seized the opportunity to probe. "It's a bit complicated. But Xiao Wang, what are you doing abroad?" Gao Qiqiang hesitantly inquired, as if burdened by some apprehension. "Are you referring to the black or the white?" Jiang Wang lifted his bowl of congee and gulped it down in one go, feeling somewhat relieved as the contents settled in his stomach. Upon hearing this, Gao Qiqiang's eyes narrowed slightly, as if relieved to have guessed correctly. "I have a favor to ask of you." Meanwhile, in Lehigh City, the corridor of an old residential building echoed with a series of urgent knocks. The force behind them as if they were intent on shattering the door. "They're here! They're here!" "Who is it?" Tang Xiaolong, filled with indignation, unlocked the door, intending to teach the person outside a lesson, lest they mistake him for a benevolent soul. With a resounding bang, he flung open the door. Before him stood several grim-faced individuals clad in black suits that a single glance was enough for Tang Xiaolong to discern that he was outmatched. And he hurriedly attempted to close the door. With a swift kick from the outside, he was sent sprawling to the ground. Before he could muster a struggle, the men in black suits pinned him down. A man wearing sunglasses and a pinstriped suit stepped inside, surveying the surroundings. Tang Xiaolong recognized him, which only heightened his fear. "Da, so you do know me?" Su Jiang removed his sunglasses, gesturing for his subordinates to bring forth a chair. Tang Xiaolong, firmly held down, watched helplessly as his hands were forced apart and pressed to the ground. Su Jiang picked up the chair and placed it atop him, applying pressure. Da. Sweat poured from Tang Xiaolong's forehead. Tell me, who was with you? Su Jiang, his face cold, demanded an answer, the grief of losing his son having driven him to a frenzied state of madness that a life lost is irretrievable, and all he sought now was vengeance, a means to alleviate his suffering, fulfilling at least some measure of paternal duty that he would rather wrongfully execute 1,000 than let one slip away. After all these years in Lehigh City, amassing wealth and supporting so many, was it not all for his child? Now that his child was gone, what was a little madness to him? Release my brother, and I will tell you. Tang Xiaolong wished to make one final attempt, for he was certain his brother, Tang Xiaohu, was in Su Jiang's grasp. Ha! You dare to negotiate with me? Su Jiang ran a hand over his mustache. You have no standing to bargain. You may choose to remain silent. But I will return your brother to you piece by piece, right into your refrigerator. Tang Xiaolong's mental defenses crumbled. He was merely a market manager, a petty thug, one who feared the strong. Yet, he lacked the courage to gamble with his life. Moreover, with his brother in their hands, he was but a fish on the chopping block, subject to their whims that I'll tell you. He left, claiming a powerful relative in the underworld had just returned from abroad and that he was seeking them for assistance against you. What can a relative do? How many guns do they have? Su Jiang raised his hand, and one of his men produced a shotgun from his trousers. Handing it to him, that Su Jiang took the weapon, pressing the barrel against Tang Xiaolong's face. Who are they? What is their name? And how many are in their family? I said, tell me. Su Jiang gritted his teeth, striking the gun against Tang Xiaolong's face, causing him to lose any will to negotiate. His name is Gao Qiqiang, that he is an orphan, lost his parents, has a younger brother who just graduated and a younger sister in college. Good, an orphan. Indeed, summon his brother and sister, but he took my son from me. I shall bury his brother and sell his sister. This is how one avenges a grievance. Su Jiang rose, surveying the room, and with a swift motion, shot the plasma television on the cabinet, shattering it. What nonsense! You think we share the same level of entertainment? He glanced down at Tang Xiaolong, who was startled by the gunfire. You have one day. Once the time is up, prepare to collect your brother's remains. Chapter 36. Preparing to go to Lehigh City after hearing Gao Qiqiang's account, Jiang Wang understood the situation, that it had all transpired when he sought to collect a debt for money, only to encounter Su Jiang's son, who tragically died due to an electric shock. That Su Jiang had since viewed him as the enemy responsible for his son's demise and sought revenge. Now, Tang Xiaohu had been captured. Gao Qiqiang hoped that someone from the underworld could assist him in resolving this matter, though he did not specify how. Ultimately, he wished for Su Jiang to refrain from seeking him out, hoping for a peaceful coexistence as he and his brother operated a mobile phone shop without incident. This notion was somewhat delusional, yet Gao Qiqiang dared not voice any further thoughts that on the table lay the money he had gathered, over 40,000 yuan. Jiang Wang scratched his head, contemplating how to resolve the issue, that he could simply eliminate Su Jiang, but that would not resolve the root of the problem. Instead, he could target the one creating the issue, a matter of choices rather than equations. A straightforward decision. All right, out of respect for my uncle, I will lend you a hand. You need not worry about the payment. Making money is no easy feat, just assist me in the future. Jiang Wang nodded and then turned to Idayo, instructing, tell Jiang Xiao to head directly to Lehigh City. Once he has finished, we shall meet there. Understood. Idayo promptly replied. Thank you. Thank you. Gao Qiqiang expressed his gratitude, but upon observing the surroundings, he quickly reminded. You still busy? Busy with what? Jiang Wang queried, somewhat confused. With the wedding. This is the engagement banquet, organized by the Liu family. You, Gao Qiqiang, ought to know better. Others were preoccupied with their own matters while still trying to assist him. The debt of gratitude was piling up. Jiang Wang then recalled that he had only met his fiancée once before nearly being poisoned, and he felt compelled to check into, I will just say a word to help you. It should take no more than 2 or 3 days. Make sure that stage is left for me. Jiang Wang called out to Idayo, increase their budget, and ensure they perform for another half-month. Let us make it lively. Gao Qiqiang quickly removed his apron and followed Jiang Wang towards the Liu family courtyard, where a certain level of decorum was expected. The Liu family courtyard was situated on elevated ground, originally encircled by a wall akin to a fortress, providing safety during tumultuous times. There had even been a rotation of guards, both young and old. However, that had long since been dismantled, with stones repurposed for construction. Upon entering the Liu family courtyard, Jiang Wang spotted his robust mother-in-law, Zhao Yufan, hanging blankets in the yard, assisted by two young women. I asked Xiao Wang or Zhaodi. Xiao Wang is here. Come sit. Zhao Yufan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Jiang Wang. Her affection for her son-in-law growing with each glance. The two young women also turned their heads, both quite young. The younger one perhaps 12 or 13, the older one nearing 17 or 18. Where is my father-in-law? Jiang Wang inquired, scanning the area for his wife, opting to ask where his father-in-law had gone. Zhao Yufan laughed heartily. He's dead. Ah. This revelation startled Jiang Wang. What had begun as a joyous occasion had suddenly turned somber. Zhao Yufan quickly clarified, noticing his expression. That old dog has been living it up outside, with a mistress. He spends the first half of the month at home and the latter half in the city with that harlot. I consider him dead. Such family matters were best left unspoken, and even Gao Qiqiang, accompanying Jiang Wang, seemed to study the iron rake at the entrance, as if contemplating its usage. This was a conversation to avoid. Come, Xiao Wang Zhaodi, come meet your brother-in-law. Zhao Yufan waved the two young women over, urging them to greet Jiang Wang, who instinctively reached into his pocket for a greeting gift. However, having just changed his clothes, he found himself without any money. Noticing this, Gao Qiqiang swiftly retrieved two prepared red envelopes from his pocket, knowing Jiang Wang was about to celebrate, that he had specifically prepared them for such an occasion, handing them to Jiang Wang. This timely gesture drew a grateful glance from him. The two young women approached, the elder being Wang Di, 17, and on the brink of her college entrance exams, her smile revealing two charming dimples. Her short hair framing her face. The younger Zhaodi, merely 12, sported two small braids, dressed in a blue and white school uniform, as if she had just returned from class. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, here, take this. Jiang Wang directly handed the red envelopes to them, leaving the two girls momentarily astonished by the unexpected gift. Zhao Yufan, unfazed, encouraged, take it. Your brother-in-law gave it to you, that don't forget to thank him. Thank you, brother-in-law. Wang Di and Zhaodi chimed in unison. You must be here to see Indi. Right. She inside, though we shan't disturb you. As for you, the esteemed official, please take a seat. I will prepare some water for you. Zhao Yufan hurried off to attend to Gao Qiqiang. Jiang Wang glanced around before proceeding into the house, which was impeccably tidy, with not a speck of dust upon the furniture. That you've arrived at the entrance. Lu Yingdi leaned against the door frame, feeling a touch of embarrassment, her face adorned with a hint of shyness. Surprisingly, this only enhanced her beauty. Jiang Wang strolled over and playfully lifted her chin with his finger. Let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Wang, and soon I shall become your man, of course, if you do not mind. Lu Yingdi cast a glance at Jiang Wang, taken aback by his earnest demeanor. His meticulously put-together appearance was undeniably charming, exuding a certain wildness, an air of untamed spirit. She certainly couldn't claim to dislike him. After all, he was quite pleasing to the eye and had a dash of handsomeness that would leave no room for regret. Are you so certain that I will marry you? Lu Yingdi couldn't help but chuckle. Rising to her toes, her height giving her a vantage point over Jiang Wang, did I in this position, she felt somewhat imposing. Yet, Jiang Wang leaned forward, resting his face against her bosom, finding it unexpectedly soft, accompanied by a unique fragrance. The scent of a woman stirred a primal excitement within Jiang Wang, akin to that of a wolf that has caught the scent of blood, igniting a fervor, while the softness before him urged him to take action. Lu Yingdi was startled, wanting to push him away, yet hesitating, fearing exposure. Marry me, and I shall strive to survive, Jiang Wang murmured, nestled against her like a tranquil child in a mother's embrace, eyes closed, savoring the momentary respite. Lu Yingdi observed this young man, the so-called millionaire spoken of by others, the most promising man from the Liu family in a century. However, he seemed burdened by a heavy weight, compelling her to remain vigilant, tensed, like a fully grown wolf ready to fight for its territory, that in a moment of impulse. Lu Yingdi reached out to caress Jiang Wang's hair, conceding, then, I shall marry you. Let us not be too intimate. Were it not for the fact that this is your home, I might have to take drastic measures against you. However, I truly cannot stay with you for long, for you might soften my heart, you poor soul. Jiang Wang lifted his head, gently touching Lu Yingdi's face, and she did not resist. Instead, she boldly reciprocated the gesture on his face, at least, aside from their unfamiliarity. They seemed to be a match made in heaven, and unraveling their connection could lead to dire consequences. Yet neither of them harbored such intentions that you're quite attractive. I like it, Jiang Wang declared, leaning in for a kiss. Lu Yingdi clumsily resisted, but it was just a brief peck. Wait for me to return. It will only be 2 days that I need to attend to some matters in Linhai City. All right, make sure to come back early. Lu Yingdi replied, watching Jiang Wang as he said nothing further, waving as he stepped outside. Gao Qiqiang had vanished without a trace. Your relative has gone out to take a call. There's no signal here. You need to go up and find him, Zhao Yufan pointed out. Jiang Wang glanced backward, down on a stone platform in the distance. Gao Qiqiang held a small phone, anxiously checking for a signal before dialing hastily. Xiao Sheng, what happened? On the other end, Gao Qiqiang gasped for breath. Brother, something's wrong. Xiaolong has also been captured by Su Jiang, and they're trying to figure out how to capture me and Xiaolong as well. Just now, Xiaolong called me, saying you were in a car accident, urging me to hurry over, that I knew you were back in Chashan, but sensing something was amiss, I disguised myself and went that I saw Su Jiang's men waiting there. It is a trap. Brother, I can't reach Xiaolong. If she encounters such a situation, she won't stand a chance. Gao Qiqiang urged, Xiao Sheng, calm down. Quickly find Xiaolan's classmates or teachers and tell her not to come out. We will return immediately. You must also protect yourself. Understood, brother. I'm hanging up now. Gao Qiqiang's expression darkened. Xiao Sheng. In Linhai City, at that very moment, in a narrow alley, Gao Qiqiang hung up the phone, observing the approaching black-clad thugs and the surrounding small-time delinquents. A pained expression crossed his face as he hurled his phone forward, and the thugs pounced on him like wolves, pinning the defenseless Gao Qiqiang to the ground, his glasses shattering upon impact. Chapter 37. Platinum Han nightclub. When Gao Qiqiang arrived, he was on foot. This place was so remote that one had to walk 3 miles to find a bus stop at a crucial moment. Lu's third son, Lu Qiangmin, drove his family's tractor, rumbling along as he hurried Jiang Wang and the others toward the city, though they could not enter the urban area due to restrictions on tractors. Lu Qiangmin, the youngest in the family, was a simple, honest farmer with a missing front tooth and a penchant for speaking with a slight lisp, father to 3 sons, Deshu, Erlin, and San Sr. Perhaps due to his family's fruit-growing background, this uncle had a particular fondness for wood and treated Jiang Wang with utmost courtesy. This time, he had even brought along his second son, Lu Erlin, who was idling at home, just in case something went awry to a sturdy young man in his 20s. He stood by the roadside like a robust tree. The tractor's engine roared incessantly as Jiang Wang observed Gao Qiqiang making call after call, exhausting his phone credit without successfully reaching anyone. Even his most trusted officer and was unable to take his call due to unforeseen circumstances, leaving him feeling isolated and helpless. Xiao Gao, don't panic. Think again. Are there any neighbors nearby? Have them keep an eye out. Lu Qiangmin, sitting in the tractor's cabin with a smoking pipe, empathized with Gao Qiqiang's distress. Brother, my sister has been kidnapped. These scoundrels are utterly despicable. They shouldn't involve family. Exactly, you're right. Gao Qiqiang clung to the last shred of hope, dialing again, but only receiving the notification of insufficient funds. Use my phone. Jiang Wang tossed a Motorola phone, a half-price purchase from Mengma, to Gao Qiqiang. .it was originally intended for Jiang Xiao, but had returned to Jiang Wang's possession after Jiang Xiao acquired a new one for his business project. Gao Qiqiang hurriedly seized the device and began dialing once more. Jiang Wang stood up, gripping the ropes of the tractor, calling out, Erlin, hurry back and get a car. All right, brother-in-law, Lu Erlin, wearing a motorcycle helmet, quickened his pace upon hearing this, the engine roaring to life. What do you mean, brother-in-law? I'm the younger brother-in-law. Lu Qiangmin shouted from the cabin. Although he was the youngest, he was the first among the 3 brothers to marry and have children. Whatever, brother-in-law is fine. I'll look out for him. Jiang Wang chuckled, glancing at the fishing rod bag held by Yi Dayo, which concealed a single-barrel shotgun. Jiang Wang himself carried a double-barreled shotgun, one of the rewards he had received, sawed off and modified to resemble a hand cannon. With its dual barrels capable of firing shotgun shells, it was powerful, albeit with a shorter range, but its effectiveness sufficed. Other details were inconsequential. Gao Qiqiang had yet to find any news regarding his siblings. But he had pinpointed Su Jiang as his first target. His initial desire for peaceful coexistence had morphed into a burning urge to extract vengeance upon Su Jiang. Regardless of how Su Jiang had approached him before, Gao Qiqiang could endure it all. However, if he dared to lay a finger on his brother or sister, it would become a gamble on whether he would dare to kill, and he felt no fear in that regard. "Cousin, let us stay calm. Where should we go first?" Jiang Wang took a cigarette from Idayo and took a puff, recognizing that the crux of the matter lay with Su Jiang. Capturing him would resolve most of their issues. But where could they find Su Jiang? The Platinum Han nightclub was his territory. One could run from the monk, but not from the temple, and if they caused a stir there, Su Jiang would undoubtedly surface. Gao Qiqiang raised his head, regaining his composure. "Young man, wear a mask. Don't get caught by the police," Lu Qiangmin said with a grin. Jiang Wang exchanged glances with his third uncle. Should they band together as relatives or go their separate ways? Lu Qiangmin sensed Jiang Wang's gaze, tapping his smoking pipe against his waist and exhaling a plume of smoke. His brow furrowed slightly. By all rights, they should prioritize family over justice, and even if a relative committed murder, the police would struggle to apprehend them. That it was human nature to shield one's kin. However, did Jiang Wang truly qualify as family? Although they all referred to him as son-in-law, until business was conducted. He still felt like an outsider. Moreover, mere verbal ties did not equate to genuine connections. That old bones can't handle much. Let Erlin accompany you. Whatever happens, happens. Lu Laosan nodded slightly, entrusting his second son to Jiang Wang. A decision born from his meticulous calculations that as a peasant, his ambitions were modest, confined to the small patch of land he tilled, and within the city, he harbored a certain trepidation. Yet this son-in-law was exceptional. One glance into his eyes revealed that he entrusted his second son because he still had two others. It may seem cruel, but such is the nature of choices that he did not wish to sever ties with Jiang Wang. Nor could he resist the temptation of potential gains, even if it meant indulging in morally questionable actions. That would be the fault of Lu Erlin himself, a mere stepping stone. Jiang Wang nodded in understanding. "Third uncle, I comprehend your intentions. You possess great capability, and I appreciate your trust, but this matter will not be easily resolved," Lu Laosan remarked, crossing his arms. "Not at all. It will be straightforward," Jiang Wang replied confidently, rising to call out to Lu Erlin, who was operating the tractor ahead. "Erlin, from now on, you shall follow my lead. Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely, brother-in-law." Lu Erlin exuberantly consented, without a hint of ulterior motives, believing that associating with his brother-in-law would surely be more promising than remaining in Lu's village. After more than an hour, dusk approached. The night in June and July always lingered a bit longer, and the Baijin Han nightclub had illuminated its lights, radiating a resplendent glow reminiscent of a royal palace. However, the tractor could not enter the city. Upon reaching the outskirts, Jiang Wang and the others sought a taxi, while Lu Laosan returned home on the tractor, placing everything in Jiang Wang's capable hands. At the back entrance of Baijin Han, two ruffians were smoking, having arrived on motorcycles to drop off their girlfriends for work. As they chatted outside, one of them suddenly looked ahead, noticing four individuals approaching, one of whom carried a fishing rod. "Is someone fishing at this hour?" One of the small-time thugs scoffed, spitting disdainfully. Before he could react, one of the four, a burly man, charged at them. Lu Erlin, robust and muscular from labor, swung his fist, landing a punch squarely on the thug's face, eliciting a chorus of cheers as blood gushed from his nose. The thug fell to the ground with a thud. Another thug, witnessing his companion's downfall, remained oblivious to the impending disaster until Lu Erlin's hefty palm swatted him across the face, sending his half-finished cigarette flying 3 meters away. The scrawny figure crumpled to the ground like a fallen leaf, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Brother-in-law, please," Lu Erlin exclaimed, relishing the opportunity to impress Jiang Wang. He straightened his posture, beaming as he flung open a nearby door. Jiang Wang chuckled, patting his shoulder. "Well done. Just remember not to act on your own too often. There are many more people we need to confront." "Yes," Lu Erlin nodded eagerly. Entering through the back door led them into the employee area of Baijin Han. Inside the manager's office, Feng LZ was watching the surveillance cameras while smoking. Upon witnessing the commotion, he swiftly grabbed the intercom to call for backup. "Who dares to cause trouble at Baijin Han?" They'll face dire consequences, he bellowed, trying to bolster his bravado, suspecting it was by Jiang was seeking revenge or perhaps other adversaries. After all, property damage was a common occurrence. Those who couldn't profit would always find joy in others' misfortunes. Grasping a knife from his waist, Feng Lz resolved to maintain order and impress his boss, and no matter what, make sure to beat them senseless. He shouted to the 7 or 8 security guards accompanying him, all of whom nodded and brandished their weapons, ready to engage. They didn't even dare to consider calling the police. With a loud crash, accompanied by a chorus of women's screams, Feng Lz quickened his pace. Hai Qiqiang had wreaked havoc from the storage area to the lounge of the hostesses, wielding a chair to smash makeup tables, glass, and mirrors that Su Jiang had threatened his family. Thus, he vowed to leave nothing of Su Jiang's intact. By destroying this place, he was essentially stabbing Su Jiang's heart. The princesses of Baijin Han screamed in terror, for Hai Qiqiang was a fearsome sight, akin to a wounded beast eager to lash out. He disregarded any sense of law or morality, consumed by the pain of impending loss. Stop right there. Feng Lz and his men approached, brandishing their knives at Hai Qiqiang, ready for a confrontation. Some of the hostesses sensed the danger and fled, one by one, igniting a mass exodus. Hai Qiqiang picked up a high heel that had been left behind and hurled it at Feng Lz's face. Kill him! Feng Lz shouted furiously, and his guards surged forward. Attack! Jiang Wang, who had remained silent until now, shouted, his brows furrowing and his fighting spirit reignited, and he seized a bottle of liquor and smashed it over a security guard's head. The bottle shattered with a loud crack. Meanwhile, Adayo showcased his prowess, delivering a flying kick that sent a guard sprawling 2 meters away. Lu Erlin, witnessing so many women for the first time, felt a bit dazzled and distracted. However, upon hearing the call for a fight, he grabbed a chair from beside the makeup table, swinging it fiercely. The chair shattered upon impact with the guard, who collapsed. Motionless on the ground, writhing in pain, as the saying goes, one can tell a true expert by their actions. Within a mere moment, Feng Lz's men had been reduced by 3 or 4, leaving them outnumbered, as those capable of fighting had followed their boss. Who could have imagined their territory could be overrun? Feng Lz surveyed the scene, seeing Hai Qiqiang pinning a guard down, mercilessly smashing a bottle over him, causing a gruesome display of blood. Feng Lz, brandishing his knife, approached with the intent to teach Hai Qiqiang a lesson. However, before he could reach him, Jiang Wang swiftly caught up, pressing down on Feng Lz's shoulder. Feng Lz turned in alarm, but Jiang Wang produced a sawed-off shotgun from his coat and aimed it at Feng Lz's knee, pulling the trigger. The gunshot echoed, and Feng Lz fell to the ground, clutching his bleeding knee, his right leg trembling uncontrollably as blood gushed forth like a dark fountain. The shotgun was loaded with pellets, and at such close range, it had obliterated Feng Lz's kneecap. One question: where is Su Jiang? Jiang Wang crouched down, pressing the barrel against Feng Lz's chin. The gunshot had drawn everyone's attention, instinctively redirecting their gazes toward Jiang Wang. Feng Lz gritted his teeth, struggling to form coherent words. You have one chance. Jiang Wang's icy tone sent shivers down Feng Lz's spine, numbing him to the pain in his leg. I don't know. He only contacts me via phone. I have no idea where he is. Please spare me. Feng Lz stammered, devoid of the earlier bravado, feeling utterly powerless. Yet, this response clearly did not satisfy Jiang Wang. He raised the gun, aiming at Feng Lz's left hand, and pulled the trigger once more. The deafening shot reverberated, heavy as a hammer striking the hearts of those present. Feng Lz's left hand was obliterated. 3 fingers lost, and only a sliver of flesh remained connecting his index finger. Where is the phone? Jiang Wang extended his hand, prompting Idayo to hastily retrieve the fishing rod bag from the ground and load his shotgun. Simultaneously, he produced 2 shotgun shells and tossed them over. Jiang Wang received the shells, pried open the chamber, emptied the spent cartridges, and reloaded with a calmness that bordered on cruelty. In my pocket. The phone number is 1247. Jiang Wang extracted his mobile phone from his pocket and nonchalantly tossed it to Gao Qiqiang, gesturing for him to make the call. Call Su Jiang and inform him that he either releases the hostages or bids farewell to his precious Baijin Hang. Gao Qiqiang took the phone, extended the antenna, and dialed the number, the line buzzing as it awaited a response. Meanwhile, at a construction site in the Linhai City Development Zone, The gates were tightly secured, with several Jinbei vans parked inside and a few thugs patrolling the vicinity. Within the not-yet-completed building, a bonfire burned brightly, illuminating the surroundings alongside a few light bulbs that Su Jiang, the boss of Bai Jinhang, was carefully roasting a sausage over the fire. Nearby, a woman was bound to a pillar, her mouth gagged with a cloth, her tear-streaked face a picture of despair. "Can I speak now?" Su Jiang took a bite of the sausage, blowing on it to cool it down, then turned to face the battered Gao Qixing, who had been dealt with by several thugs. This college student still had some backbone, despite having his arms broken. He remained silent, his eyes glaring defiantly. Did they truly think he was dead? Su Jiang approached, kicked Gao Qixing, and taunted, "Still alive? If you are, make a sound. If not, I'll strip your sister bare and let these men have their way with her right in front of you." The thugs around them chuckled maliciously, casting lecherous glances at the bound Gao Qilan. Hearing this, Gao Qixing mustered his strength, gritting his teeth and glaring at Su Jiang with hatred. "That my brother will not spare you." Su Jiang smirked, tossing the sausage at Gao Qixing's face and delivering another kick. "Not spare me. I'm the one looking for him." Just as Su Jiang was about to kick again, his phone rang from his pocket. He carried 2 phones, and this number was known only to those close to him. Thus, Su Jiang withdrew his foot, prioritized the call, turned, and answered. "Who is it?" "Su Jiang. You wanted to find me, didn't you?" "Well, I'm here." Upon hearing the voice, Su Jiang glanced back at the bloody Gao Qixing and turned to ask, "Gao Qiqiang, where have you taken my brother and sister?" Su Jiang held the phone out, his voice raised. "You're making quite a racket." "Yes, your brother and sister are in my possession. What do you intend to do? Care to join us for a reunion? Release them, or I'll turn your Bai Jinhang to ash." "Let me tell you, I can do it." Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's expression shifted, and he returned the phone to his ear, speaking in a low tone. "You've got some guts. I have more guts than you think. Either release them, or await the news of Bai Jinhang's obliteration. I'll risk it all. I'm not afraid of you. Worst case, we all perish. Fish may die, but the net might not break," Su Jiang replied leisurely. "I'll give you an address. You come here yourself." "That's Su Jiang. Do you think I'm a fool?" "Do as you wish, and if you don't come, I'll strip your sister naked and toss her into the street for all to see." "You dare?" "Haha, I'm a man who has lost a son. What do I have to fear? Do you understand pain now? When my son died, I felt a pain deeper than yours. Su Lei was not killed by me." "Do not utter his name." Su Jiang roared. "I don't care whether you did it or not. When he died, you were among those present. Killing you all would be revenge enough. You either come or wait for tomorrow's news. I'll chop your brother into pieces and send them out to Su Jiang. Give me the address, and do not harm them." In the Bai Jinhang nightclub, Gao Qiqiang hung up the phone and looked at Jiang Wang, the address in hand. What came next depended on this cousin of his. Jiang Wang glanced at Idayo and the nearby Lu Erlin, noting that the latter was not one to shy away from bloodshed. In fact, he seemed somewhat exhilarated by it. Set it ablaze, burned Bai Jinhang. Hideo promptly grabbed a gasoline canister and began to pour it onto the sofa, while Lu Erlin seized nearby items, throwing curtains and a stack of clothes to the floor. The security guards, terrified, dared not flee, fearing Jiang Wang's gun might go off. "Get out, inform the people outside that there's a fire." Jiang Wang waved his hand, urging the guards to leave hastily and shout a warning, "For fire is merciless, lest more innocents suffer." "Little Wang, thank you." Gao Qiqiang approached, a hint of concern on his face. Jiang Wang stood and nodded, though he felt inadequate to comfort him. "Let us rescue Shaosheng and Xiaolan. You must come with me. You cannot stay in Linhai City." "All right," Gao Qiqiang readily agreed. Jiang Wang handed his gun to Gao Qiqiang, patted his shoulder, and walked outside, needing to call Jiang Xiao and ask him to hurry over and pick them up. Gao Qiqiang gazed at the firearm in his hand, then at the bloodied, barely alive mad donkey on the ground, his mind fixated on 3 words: blood oath. But to save Shaoxing and Xiaolan, he needed Jiang Wang's assistance. The mad donkey trembled, lifting its eyelids and looking at Gao Qiqiang with pleading eyes, begging for mercy, wishing to survive. Even if it meant living as a cripple, it did not wish for death. "Get ready for Su Jiang." Gao Qiqiang had no hesitation. He raised the gun at the mad donkey and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out, blood splattering from the mad donkey's body. Gao Qiqiang wiped his face with his bloodied hand, leaving it smeared in a ghastly manner. Jiang Wang returned after making the call, observing the corpse of the mad donkey on the ground. Saying nothing as he reclaimed his firearm, that I sent Jiang Xiao to the construction site. Let us find a car and head there. Gao Qiqiang nodded in agreement. Jiang Wang took out a lighter from his pocket and casually ignited the tablecloth, flames erupting instantly. The burning cloth fell to the ground, igniting the gasoline that flowed beneath it. The fire rapidly spreading, engulfing the walls and the sofa, a fierce blaze consuming everything in its vicinity. Jiang Wang and the others exited from the other side. Outside, the scene was chaotic, yet Hideo skillfully made his way to the manager's office. Rummaging until he found a set of car keys, that IT was for a Jetta parked in the LOT as soon as they got in. Jiang Wang settled into the passenger seat, instructing Hideo to take the back. Erlin, drive. Jiang Wang tossed the keys to Liu Erlin. Can you drive? Liu Erlin took the keys, feeling somewhat anxious, having just witnessed a murder scene. His composure was commendable, but he was simply single-minded, not overthinking it. A brother-in-law, I'm not very skilled at driving this type of car. Just drive however you can. Your brother-in-law trusts you. Jiang Wang reclined comfortably in his seat, turning to admire the sight of by Jinhang in flames. It was quite a spectacle. All right, hearing Jiang Wang's words. Liu Erlin steeled himself, igniting the engine with some hesitation, but eventually getting it started and pulling onto the road. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao, driving a Santana at full speed towards Linhai City, was on the lookout for the address with Jinhai. Without navigation and unfamiliar with the area, he relied solely on asking for directions. However, the construction site was well known due to a recent incident where 2 scaffolders had fallen to their deaths. Making the news and prompting safety inspections, as Jiang Wang and the others arrived, they spotted the red Santana parked by the roadside. Jiang Xiao turned on his hazard lights to signal. The Jetta drove past. Uncle, what is happening? Jiang Xiao stepped out of the car, observing the group disembarking from the Jetta, his expression one of confusion. Need a favor. Did you bring weapons? Jiang Wang inquired, glancing at the brightly lit building framework and the patrolling thugs. Did you buy some? Jiang Xiao gestured to Jinhai to retrieve the backpack from the trunk, that he tossed it onto the engine hood. Inside were 2 Type 54 pistols, a Type 64 pistol resembling a police model, and several fully loaded magazines. Jiang Wang casually picked up a large black star, checking the chamber. Its design was impressive, indistinguishable from a replica, that he had a keen sense for firearms. Follow me in to rescue 2 people. Dio, come with me. Jiang Xiao, you and Jinhai take a deeder. If there's a shootout, leave no survivors. Understood. Jiang Xiao did not inquire further. He simply touched the large black star and tossed it to Jinhai, while he himself carried another. The 2 men stealthily maneuvered around from the back. Jiang Wang glanced behind, observing Hideo handing his hunting rifle to Liu Erlin, while he himself took up a Type 64 pistol. This weapon, a replica of a police firearm, lacked significant firepower. However, it was far more suitable for close-quarters combat compared to a single-shot hunting rifle, for no one had provided Gao Qiqiang with a firearm. Jiang Wang waved at Gao Qiqiang, urging him to be ruthless for the sake of Xiao Sheng and Xiao Lan. Gao Qiqiang nodded, and Jiang Wang handed him the short-barreled hunting rifle he had on him. This marked his true initiation into the fray. The 4 men rushed towards the illuminated structure. Su Jiang had long been prepared for their arrival, commanding over 30 henchmen, a formidable force indeed. Unlike the petty thugs who could be summoned for a fee, these were bona fide professional enforcers on a payroll. Nevertheless, Su Jiang was equipped only with machetes and steel pipes. After all, this was domestic territory, and dealing with firearms was a precarious affair. Although Su Jiang's methods were ruthless, he still considered himself a somewhat legitimate businessman, with certain taboos to observe. In stark contrast, Jiang Wang had no such reservations. He strode in and shot down a henchman attempting to alert others. The bullet struck his face, creating a gaping hole. The sudden gunfire startled Su Jiang, quickly replaced by a look of fury. Gao Qiqiang, are you truly seeking death? Arm yourselves. Su Jiang hastily commanded his men to arm themselves. Though his operations straddled legality, he was not without firearms. However, Jiang Wang was evidently fiercer, having burst in from outside, the gunfire ringing incessantly. The henchmen outside found themselves incapable of even fleeing under the barrage of bullets. Fire! Su Jiang shouted from within the building, as 3 handguns erupted in a cacophony of shots. Yet, the darkness outside obscured all visibility. The few rounds fired merely struck machinery, sparking without revealing anything else. Dio, wielding a handgun, suddenly leaned out from beside a wall and opened fire towards Su Jiang's direction. The sharp reports of gunfire echoed, accompanied by the whistling of bullets, a grim testament to the bloodshed and brutality, causing Su Jiang to sense something amiss. Who on earth is this ruthless? Aside from the 3 handguns and 1 short gun, Su Jiang had not prepared much else, but at this moment, possessing a firearm versus being unarmed made all the difference. The henchmen, not fools, fled for their lives, armed to the teeth, while they were left unarmed. Were they courting death? However, as they retreated, they stumbled right into Jiang Shao and his crew, leading to a furious exchange of gunfire. Resembling a battlefield at Su Jiang, gripping a 3-barreled shotgun, grit his teeth and shouted, "Gao Qichang, you're truly merciless." Subsequently, Su Jiang aimed to reach the area where Gao Qichang's siblings, Gao Qixing and Gao Qilan, were bound, intending to secure them first. "You must be Su Jiang." Jiang Wang entered from outside, executing a henchman still struggling on the ground with a single shot. Hearing the commotion, Su Jiang turned to shoot. But Jiang Wang was quicker. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 shots rang out, striking Su Jiang in the leg, arm, and shoulder, rendering his face ashen. The gun he held clattered to the ground as he collapsed. Gao Qichang stepped forward. Gun in hand, his expression icy to Su Jiang. "You have forced my hand." Chapter 40. The conclusion. Lying on the ground, clutching his arm, Su Jiang gazed in disbelief at Gao Qichang before him. Pain tugged at the corners of his mouth as he struggled to comprehend. "Who are these people you found?" Su Jiang could hardly grasp the situation. The gunfire had sounded unreal, and were it not for the corpses strewn about, he would still be questioning the rapidity of it all. "I am Jiang Wang, just returned from Bian Sanjiao. This fellow is my cousin, quite close indeed." Jiang Wang sheathed his weapon and approached with a smile that Su Jiang regarded Jiang Wang with an expression he could not quite articulate. Left with no words. Had he known earlier, he would never have been so careless to tea the mere mention of Bian Sanjiao. He would have prepared far more extensively, alas. There are no ifs in this world. No hypotheticals, and certainly no remedy for regret. Jiang Shao and Jin Hai approached from behind. Jin Hai's complexion pale, lacking the mental fortitude of Jiang Shao, though over a dozen henchmen had escaped. The ground was littered with the bodies of the fallen. The stench of blood hung thick in the air, making it uncomfortable. "Boss, the individuals have been located," Dio called out, greeting the grim scene. Lu Erlin, witnessing such carnage for the first time, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He hadn't eaten anything, making it even worse. Gao Qichang, hearing that the people had been found, rushed towards the back, disregarding everything else. His brother and sister were his utmost priority. They had relied on each other since childhood. An accident could not, must not happen. Su Jiang, observing Jiang Wang, could not help but plead, "Can you spare my life?" Jiang Wang shook his head. "Do you truly think that is possible?" Su Jiang fell silent, a hint of regret washing over him as Jiang Wang drew his handgun, firing 3 shots directly into Su Jiang's chest. The bullets tore through his lungs, blood surging forth. Su Jiang's gaze turned vacant as he stared longingly at the distant cityscape. Meanwhile, Dio was using a folding knife from his keychain to cut the ropes binding Gao Qixing, who lay bloodied on the ground, the ropes embedded into his flesh. His white shirt had turned crimson, his head bloodied. Gao Qichang barely glanced at the scene before nearly losing his balance, tears welling in his eyes. "Xiao Sheng." He rushed over, cradling Gao Qixing with utmost care, asking softly, "Xiao Sheng, are you all right? Don't scare your brother." Gao Qixing struggled to lift his eyelids, forcing a smile. "Brother, Su Jiang, he won to survive." Gao Qilan, having been released, hurried over, having been trapped against the pillar, her legs numb. She stumbled and fell to the ground. The 3 siblings embraced tightly. Meanwhile, Jiang Shao savored the scent of gunpowder, relishing it as he casually wiped down his firearm. Casting a glance at Gao Qichang. "Who is this?" he inquired, unfamiliar with him. "That a relative," Jiang Wang replied tersely, his attention fixed on the system interface before him. Gao Qichang's plea for assistance had been fulfilled. The safe reunion of the Gao siblings triggered a familial protection lottery, binding an A-class character card, Gao Qixing A-class character card, Gao Qilan. Character card for Gao Qixing, a genius with an intense sense of pride. A man of extreme obsession, his childhood experiences casting an indelible shadow over him. and following an incident, he seemed to become even more fixated. Character card for Gao Qilan, a little princess meticulously cared for by her two older brothers. Confident and formidable, possessing a spirit that rivals men, who, after a traumatic event, resolved to protect her brothers that are relative. What to do about these bodies? Jiang Xiao felt a headache coming on. The situation was bewildering. Yet there seemed to be no viable solution. After all, the deed was done. They had to be dealt with. What is there to fear? I see a large pit outside. Let us find a digger or bulldozer to toss the bodies in and bury them. Jiang Wang was unperturbed. The only issue was cleaning up the blood, as flies had already begun to gather. A solution was necessary that I'll check. There should be a water cannon here, with a bag of cement. We can sprinkle it over and wash it away. Jiang Xiao called for Jin Hai and Yi Dayo to assist. Gao Qiqiang approached Jiang Wang, kneeling heavily to the ground and bowing his head. Xiao Wang, thank you. No need for that. Jiang Wang quickly helped him up, stating, we're relatives after all, and I'm in the business of living on the edge. You can't stay in Lehigh City any longer. Come back with me. By the way, how is Xiao Xing's condition? Can he hold on? We need to get him treated, or it could be troublesome. No problem. I'll follow your lead. Jiang Wang nodded. Enlisting Lu Erlin's assistance to carry Gao Qixing outside, that he noticed a golden van parked outside and thought of ways to procure two more for the return journey. After all, such vehicles were unlikely to bear any legitimate plates. They were typically acquired through debt collection, making them virtually untraceable. Moreover, during this time, surveillance cameras were not as prevalent, rendering the cost of crime remarkably low. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao had secured an excavator, instructing Jin Hai and Yi Dayo to dispose of the body by backfilling it into the pit. The water pipes were turned on, washing away the bloodstains on the ground. Cement powder was subsequently scattered and rinsed again, ensuring that even the bullet casings were collected, with preparations executed flawlessly. Gao Qixing had departed first. Yi Dayo, along with Gao Qilan and Lu Erlin, drove him to a hospital for treatment. After Jiang Wang and his team completed the cleanup, they returned in two vans. They had arrived at dusk. But by the time they headed back, the day had already broken, a rapidity that seemed almost unbelievable, yet it irrevocably altered the lives of some individuals. The vans parked directly in the courtyard of the village committee. Whoever wished to drive could do so, as it was a contribution to the community. Jiang Wang was indifferent to it. The Lu family's third son had spent the night awake, waiting for Lu Erlin's return. Yet Lu Erlin disclosed nothing, remaining as tight-lipped as a clam. The following day, he casually tossed 10,000 yuan into his home before heading to Jiang's residence to lend a hand, blending seamlessly into Jiang Wang's operations. Gao Qixing was transferred to the People's Hospital of Chunshan County without any risk to his life. There, a chief physician, a relative of the Lu family, facilitated his hospitalization using entirely forged documents. At least the Gao Qixing family had successfully concealed their identities, becoming ghosts in the city of Lehigh, making any attempts to trace them exceedingly challenging. However, one individual was relentlessly pursuing their whereabouts. I suspect Su Jiang has already met with foul play. An Exine boldly conjectured while examining several photographs laid out on the desk in the office of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Linjiang City Public Security Bureau. Hey, an Exine, we must speak with evidence. We can't simply assume he died the moment we initiated our investigation, cautioned the police team leader, Chao Shuang, as he sipped from his teacup. Otherwise, it's implausible. We've searched everywhere and yet cannot find Su Jiang's trace. Moreover, according to various accounts, there indeed was a shooting incident, and Su Jiang and his associates were shot. An Exine persisted, his relentless quest for truth being not only his habit, but also the very reason he donned the police uniform. Master, this kid is just infatuated. Even if Su Jiang was killed there, where's the body? We can't just halt operations at the construction site. That's Chintai's domain. Li Xiang, who was brewing a strong cup of tea to prepare for another night shift, felt increasingly irritable upon hearing an Exine's remarks. The chaos surrounding Bai Jinhan's arson and the inexplicable gunman resembled something out of a film featuring mercenaries, suddenly appearing and just as abruptly vanishing. Where could one possibly search for them? Chapter 41. Yinbian Mianjia. As the wedding approached, many young individuals who had ventured out to seek their fortunes began returning home, some intending to catch a glimpse of the prosperous son-in-law, while others aspired to accompany Jiang Wang abroad for lucrative opportunities. Leading the charge were Lu Erlin and his ambitious cousins, eager to carve out their own paths, drawing a significant following. Initially, Jiang Wang had intended to recruit 50 individuals. But the number swelled to over 60, all robust men, primarily relatives sharing the same surname. With only a handful of people bearing the surname Jiang, the family was small and not particularly prominent, limiting the pool of strong laborers available. However, while Jiang Wang focused on gathering and consolidating relationships through frequent gatherings, it was the elders of the Lu family who were most anxious. These young souls represented a new generation in the village. If they thrived, all would be well, but if misfortune befell them, the village would be left desolate. The prospect of venturing abroad, particularly to unstable regions, raised concerns about safety. Who would feel at ease? Yet, the young men, filled with ambition, were unyielding, especially since Jiang Wang was prompt with payments, offering half a year's wages in advance. Many of these youths, unable to earn a decent living elsewhere, returned home, tossing thousands of yuan onto the table, eager to sell their very lives for a chance at prosperity. The elders found it impossible to oppose this tide, particularly after Jiang Wang generously donated 200,000 yuan for road repairs, which significantly bolstered his reputation, eclipsing that of the elderly men. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, brother-in-law. The moment Jiang Wang stepped out of his home, the surrounding youths eagerly greeted him, disregarding any notions of seniority, all calling him brother-in-law, which felt far more endearing than addressing him as boss. All right, everyone come over when you have a moment to help. Let's slaughter the pigs that were brought in, as I need to pick someone up. Jiang Wang waved his hand. Sure thing. A foul-smelling cage truck rolled in from the direction of the pig farm, carrying over 20 fat pigs destined for the wedding feast the next day. Jiang Wang intended to treat the entire village to a banquet, while also testing the mettle of these young men by having them slaughter the pigs themselves, adjusting his shirt to appear more presentable. Jiang Wang stood at the village entrance, watching as a car approached from the distance that he was there to pick up a relative, distant kin from Yanbian, Mian Jing'e, who was also his cousin, after navigating countless turns. Jiang Wang now sought a fierce individual capable of commanding respect, someone who could take charge in moments of conflict rather than having to personally intervene as the boss. The pig truck parked aside. The stench of pig feces became overwhelming, causing the performers on the makeshift stage to struggle with their lines. Today's performance featured Mu Gang takes command. Get a hose and wash that down, Jiang Wang shouted to the side. Naturally, someone retrieved a garden hose from home, attaching it to the water supply, and began spraying the truck vigorously. The iron cage was opened. Several young men donned in aprons paired up, yanking pigs down from the truck by their ears, the animals squealing in distress. Then no one bothered to watch the performance anymore. All attention shifted to the slaughtering scene, although most were novices at this grim task. Only Idayo, a man well-versed in the ways of the world, stepped forward, cigarette in mouth, rolling up his sleeves to assist, calling for ropes and knives to bleed the pigs out one by one. Jiang Wang refrained from joining the fray as a red Santana sedan approached. Jiang Xiao stepped out of the vehicle, and from the passenger seat emerged a man dressed in a green military jacket, open at the front, revealing a blue and white striped sailor shirt beneath. With a rugged appearance and a sturdy build, he carried a backpack slung over one shoulder, exuding an air of intimidation. Mian Jing'e stepped out, scanning the surroundings before hastily approaching Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang? Mian Jing'e inquired tentatively, his heavy accent revealing his Yanbian roots, a tonal quality reminiscent of Korean speech, speaking Mandarin with a slight lisp. He continued, "Welcome, I am Jiang Wang." Jiang Wang greeted him warmly, his demeanor easing Mian Jing'e's tension as he seemed amiable. "Congratulations on your marriage," Mian Jing'e said, smiling as he lowered his backpack. Inside was something wrapped in cardboard. Jiang Wang glanced over as Mian Jing'e tore off the packaging, revealing a bottle of liquor, housed in a large drink container, half transparent and resembling amber. Quite striking that it contained various whole medicinal herbs, ginseng, and a tiger whip covered in soft thorns. "Wow, tiger whip liquor," Jiang Wang beamed, clearly pleased with the gift, and even Jiang Xiao leaned in for a closer look, as such a rarity was hard to come by. "I hunted that myself. It's a fine treasure." Mian Jing'e gave a thumbs up, and Jiang Wang, satisfied, accepted the bottle, handing it to Jiang Xiao to take back. Subsequently, Jiang Wang placed his arm around Mian Jing'e's shoulder. "By kinship, I should call you cousin. But we are brothers at heart. No distance can sever our bond. How is business?" Mian Jing'e shook his head, a hint of regret crossing his face. The recent scrutiny has made things quite challenging. I'm here to see if you need any help that I can pitch, and I've been waiting for you to say that. I don't need subordinates, but I could use someone of your caliber. Care to show us what you've got? Jiang Wang glanced toward the slaughterhouse, gesturing for his brothers-in-law to witness that he was not lacking in manliness. The slaughterhouse was merely an open space beside the village entrance. Now, it was drenched in blood. A considerable waste of pig's blood. Aside from Idayo, who had demonstrated his skill with a single thrust that dispatched a pig, the others had met with grim failure. The inexperienced ones had stabbed the pig 7 or 8 times without achieving a swift death. The creature's cries were heart-wrenching and unsettling. The scene left several young men feeling flustered. Butchering was indeed a skilled craft, akin to the act of taking a life. Jiang Wang wished to allow Mian Jinghe to showcase his prowess. And coincidentally, Mian Jinghe was eager to flaunt his abilities that he shed his deep green coat, revealing a short-sleeved sailor shirt, his arms robust and his hands broad, that he seized an axe from the woodpile nearby. Just then, the awaiting pig, perhaps summoning strength from its pain, suddenly leaped up, and 2 men beside it failed to restrain it as it bolted toward the crowd. That a hefty pig weighing over 300 pounds charging was indeed a fearsome sight. If it collided with someone, it could easily break bones, if not worse. The onlookers screamed in fright and scattered in all directions as the pig barreled forward. Mian Jinghe approached, axe in hand. Just as it seemed he would be struck, Mian Jinghe swung the axe with a resounding thud. Not knowing how much strength he exerted, it cleaved straight through the pig's head. The pig's brain matter splattered, the axe embedded deep within. The ferocity of that blow was unparalleled. The 300-pound creature collapsed with a mighty thud, and Mian Jinghe rose, grasping the pig's ear to drag it back. He seized its leg and slammed it onto the table. His fierce demeanor resembled that of a bear stripped of its fur. He picked up a nearby sharp knife and sharpening rod, casually honing the blade before eviscerating the pig. The sudden intensity left many spectators stunned, unable to comprehend the sheer brutality they had witnessed. "What are you still staring at? Boil water for scalding," Jiang Wang shouted from the side, snapping them back to reality, prompting them to hurriedly assist in boiling water. Wiping his hands, Idayo approached, observing Mian Jinghe's rugged display, and remarked, "Boss, is this your relative? He's my cousin. Why?" Jiang Wang turned to inquire. "Nothing, just impressive." Idayo nodded, then realizing it sounded inadequate, quickly added, "Incredible." Chapter 42. The uninvited guests at the wedding. Jiang Wang's wedding was a grand affair. After all, it was a significant event for the entire Liu family village. However, on the day of the ceremony, 2 uninvited guests arrived, at the village entrance, in a black Santana sedan. Li Xiang cradled his head in confusion, unable to fathom how he had once again heeded an Xian's words, having traveled from Linghai City to this remote place. Sitting in the passenger seat, an Xian's expression was far from relaxed. If they were in the city, tailing someone would be simpler. Yet in this rural setting, they stood out conspicuously, especially since Liu family village was isolated, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with the road terminating here. The car's presence was too obvious. As they attempted to blend in, they were thoroughly interrogated by the nosy villagers at the entrance, their inquiries more detailed than any interrogation tutorial they had studied. After a stroll around the village entrance, an Xian felt utterly exposed, as if all secrets had been laid bare. However, there were still matters an Xian wished to clarify, the most crucial being Gao Qiqiang, the beleaguered fish vendor. The thought of Gao Qiqiang gave an Xian a headache, especially since the case had been buried, closed without evidence, leaving only a fire incident involving Bai Jinhang under investigation. Su Jiang, the big shot of Linghai City, had vanished without a trace. No one knew of his fate, not even the construction site owner. Chen Tai, known in the underworld as Uncle Tai, wished for no further complications on his site. Even their master, Chao Shuang, had stated that some cases lacked leads, purpose, or direction. Yet an Xian was aware that this case did indeed have a direction, centered around Gao Qiqiang. Everything revolved around him. The son of Su Jiang, who had died from electrocution, by Jinhang, who was consumed by flames, and the testimonies of Tang Xiaolong and Tang Xiaohu, indicating that Gao Qiqiang had sought help from his relatives involved in the underworld. However, after their first meeting, the Tang brothers had departed, reportedly to work in another province, making them unreachable for the time being. That an Xian could only trace this address back to Liu family village. Yet, their inability to enter posed a dilemma at Zhang's home. The hall had been freshly painted and furnished, initially intended for a wedding house, but Jiang Wang deemed the county house too insecure compared to the village. So he gifted it to his father-in-law to accommodate the second wife. That it was quite peculiar for a son-in-law to arrange a second wife for his father-in-law. His father-in-law, Lu Changjuan, had a second wife who was a decade younger. Su Xiaowei, a 30-something widow working in a textile factory in the county, who had borne him two daughters. It was said that when his father-in-law was in the county on business, he witnessed a group of thugs attempting to rob someone and had intervened heroically, rescuing the victim and bringing them home, later returning with a group of cousins to deal with the thugs, reclaiming the second wife's bicycle. It was not merely for heroism, but because of his good nature that she took a liking to him. The subsequent events led to his father-in-law juggling two households, preparing to have another child. "Father, may you soon have a grandson." This was the congratulatory remark Jiang Wang made to his father-in-law during the wedding ceremony, albeit whispered privately. That if he had uttered such words publicly, who could predict how his mother-in-law, with her northeastern lineage, would react? Jiang Wang dared not risk it. After all, the most significant wedding of his life ought not to be marred by folly. Nevertheless, his father-in-law beamed with joy. That was certain. You should hustle and bustle a bit more. Let them both enjoy their postpartum confinement together. My confinement meals are renowned in Chunshan County. Jiang Wang merely grinned foolishly, offering no response. The wedding ceremony took place in the morning, with no other relatives present. They bowed to heaven and earth, then to the elders, paying respects to the father and mother-in-law, and also to Jiang's blind mother. For after all, the elder sister-in-law was akin to a mother, thus deserving of respect. Naturally, the matchmaker could not be absent. The third aunt stood to the side, clad in a bright red coat, resembling a festive garment. Her smile was so wide it seemed she could not close her mouth, her face radiating delight. She had certainly profited handsomely, with contributions from both families, thus solidifying the relationship. From now on, should any issues arise, the Liu and Jiang families could rely on each other, a connection that could be showcased. As for the couple's exchange of vows, that was a solemn affair. They had not gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain a marriage certificate. This public ceremony held more weight than any document. As for entering the bridal chamber, Jiang Wang simply lifted the bride into his arms, feeling the long legs he had longed to touch. She wore flesh-colored, glossy stockings, a red embroidered qipao, red-soled black high heels, and a red veil. The sight was enchanting. However, Jiang Wang, unaware that an Xin and his group were pursuing them, felt unconcerned, for they could not enter. Such was the advantage of village life. Should someone wish him harm, they would need missiles or cannons to flatten the place. Otherwise, no assassin or hitman could breach this sanctuary. During the day, the village was bustling with the elderly, and by night, the dogs roamed freely. With over 150 households, nearly every family had a dog. Some even kept 2 or 3. In the countryside, a dog could thrive on leftover food, offering excellent protection for homes. After all, cattle were raised here too. A few years back, when cattle thieves attempted to strike, they were nearly torn apart by the multitude of dogs at the village entrance. By the time the police arrived, the 3 thieves were already on the brink of death. Jiang Wang truly could not conceive of anyone infiltrating this fortified community, even from elsewhere. The dog's hearing was exceptionally acute. Whenever one barked, the inhabitants would rush out to investigate, leaving no room for stealth. When time permitted, he intended to have his second uncle, village head Lu Qianghua, clear a plot of land to construct a 2-story villa. One must not be denied a life of ease and pleasure. Jiang Wang made his way to the backyard, where a banquet was laid out, attended by his close confidants, Jiang Xiao and Jin Hai, along with Idayo, Mian Jinghe, and Gao Qiqiang. "Come, raise a glass to toast our 2 esteemed officers. They've come all this way. We must extend our hospitality," Jiang Wang commanded. Idayo stood to fetch a tray and glasses while Jiang Xiao placed a bottle of liquor atop it. Gao Qiqiang stood up, removing his apron. "Xiao Wang, my apologies." Jiang Wang hastily raised his hand to stop him, saying, "I am getting married today and do not wish to hear that word. You have done nothing wrong. And besides, this is an old acquaintance. You have received care from them, have you not?" Gao Qiqiang nodded in agreement, replying, "You are right. We should raise a glass. Uncle, I will go call some people." Jiang Xiao immediately stood up and walked outside, setting up several tables along the way. Aside from a few relatives, all were brothers who intended to join them in expanding their territory in the border triangle. "Let us go," Jiang Wang said with a smile, patting Gao Qiqiang on the shoulder to help him relax, while Li Dayo followed along with a tray to the village entrance. Li Xiang glanced at the time on his phone, feeling a bit uneasy as he leaned against the driver's seat. It was already time for the meal inside, yet they remained completely unaware of what was happening. This reminded Li Xiang of their own village, Meng Village, which was quite similar, clinging together, making matters quite troublesome. Unlike in the city, where they could at least find out where each other lived, here, they were truly in the dark, completely oblivious. The crucial point was that there was no opportunity to gather information. Before he could even speak, they were already being interrogated. Li Xiang. Li Xiang. "What is it?" Li Xiang exclaimed, irritated by an Xian's urgent calls that I was just about to take a nap. "Gao Qiqiang is here." An Xian's gaze was fixed on the village entrance, where Gao Qiqiang emerged, accompanied by a young man. The critical point was that a group of people followed behind them. Chapter 43. Officer in. "I raise a glass to you." Upon hearing this, Li Xiang hurriedly looked forward. Indeed, it was Gao Qiqiang. An Xian unbuckled his seatbelt and was about to get out of the car when Li Xiang quickly grabbed him, saying, "What do you think you're doing? I need to ask him something." An Xian replied, a bit anxious. However, Li Xiang resolutely pressed the seatbelt down, knowing that as someone from the countryside, he understood such matters. If things went awry, they could be surrounded and beaten by the villagers, not to mention that Gao Qiqiang was accompanied by so many people. What courage did he have to go down and try? "You don't understand. Gao Qiqiang must be in trouble." An Xian insisted that an Xian tried to pull the seatbelt off, but to no avail, so he could only sigh. "Gao Qiqiang. Gao Qiqiang. Where have they all gone? What do those people have to do with you?" Li Xiang couldn't comprehend why he would place himself in danger over something so unrelated to Li Xiang. "Let go and listen to me." An Xian's voice grew louder. Li Xiang felt helpless. After all, they were brothers, and if an Xian jumped into a volcano, he felt compelled to follow. All right, you speak." Li Xiang relented, pulling his hand back, crossing his arms in annoyance that an Xian exhaled. "I suspect that Su Lei's death is related to Gao Qiqiang. Consequently, Su Jiang seeks revenge, initially kidnapping Tang Xiaohu to interrogate about Tang Xiaolong's whereabouts, and then abducting Gao Qiqiang and Gao Qixing. Su Jiang's objective is to force Gao Qiqiang out, and then exact his revenge. However, he did not anticipate that Gao Qiqiang would find a powerful ally, a group of ruthless desperados that you're merely speculating. Right? Li Xiang raised an eyebrow, observing an Xian's conflicted expression. Unlike an Xian's black and white worldview, Li Xiang could tolerate the existence of gray areas. Moreover, if this line of reasoning continued, they were in even greater peril. They were up against an entity capable of obliterating Su Jiang's dark power group, and both of them were armed, yet together they had fewer than 20 bullets. What was the purpose? And besides, did he dare to pull the trigger? An Xian also felt conflicted, unsure how to face Gao Qiqiang, especially since Gao Qiqiang had made numerous calls to him during that time when he was on a mission. Suddenly, there was a knock on the car window. An Xian quickly turned to look and rolled down the window. Outside stood Gao Qiqiang, wearing a familiar smile. "Officer in," Gao Qiqiang greeted with a smile, glancing inside the car before adding, "An Officer Li." Li Xiang nodded, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Gao Qiqiang, what brings you here?" An Xian inquired, casting a glance behind Gao Qiqiang at a man dressed in a traditional Chinese jacket. Clad in a satin robe, he resembled a wealthy young master from a period drama, complete with a large red flower pinned to his chest. Though not very old, he exuded an air of superiority. Appearing to be the groom of the day, Jiang Wang also noticed an Xian's gaze and slightly nodded, acknowledging him. "Ditto, this is my cousin. He is getting married today, that I have been here helping out. And I didn't expect you to come today, that my cousin wishes to propose a toast to you." Gao Qiqiang quickly stood up to introduce an Xian. "This is my cousin, Jiang Wang, the groom." Jiang Wang stepped forward, followed by Yi Dayo, while Jiang Xiao and the others remained in place. They attracted quite a few villagers, with at least 100 people gathered at the village entrance, watching intently. That an Xian indeed felt the pressure. "Officer, and my cousin mentioned that you have often looked after him. Since today is my wedding, why not join us for a meal?" Li Xiang quickly interjected from the car. "No, there are regulations." Jiang Wang nodded in understanding. "Then may I propose a toast to both of you?" He originally intended to bring the bride along to meet them, but as the timing was not right, he could only express his apologies and proceeded to drink. Jiang Wang raised a glass, downing its contents in one go, then turned the glass upside down to indicate he had finished. While on duty, one cannot drink. I hope for your understanding. And Xian refused. But his gaze remained fixed on Gao Qiqiang, this once timid man who had ultimately succumbed to dire circumstances. Jiang Wang glanced around and retreated, leaving some space for Gao Qiqiang and an Xian. Yet Idayo did not leave, as he was also meant to toast Gao Qiqiang. Officer, and thank you for your assistance. I have never had the chance to express my gratitude. This time, please, you must drink a toast. Gao Qiqiang filled 2 glasses to the brim with liquor, feeling a deep sense of nostalgia and longing that he once thought he could be a good person, but being a good person proved difficult. To survive and live a bit easier, he had to engage in actions against his conscience, ultimately leading to disaster. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to have made it through. However, he had let down Officer N's goodwill. An Xian also opened the car door and got out, causing Li Xiang to instinctively place his hand on his firearm, fearing that trouble might ensue. Gao Qiqiang, do you remember what I told you? Officer N has shared many things with me, and I remember them all. Yet, some matters are beyond our control. Officer N, I will drink first. Gao Qiqiang raised his glass and downed it in one go. The fiery liquor swirling in his mouth and rushing down his throat, leaving a somewhat bitter aftertaste. It is said that it is rare to encounter a true confidant in life, let alone a close friend. He had once believed that Officer and could be a lifelong friend, but ultimately, they were destined to stand on opposing sides, and Xian gazed at Gao Qiqiang. He wished to impart some lessons but found himself at a loss for words. His speculations might not have been incorrect, yet if he were in Gao Qiqiang's shoes, what would he have done? And Xian couldn't understand, and he knew that this friend might never be seen again. The fish vendor, once oppressed, had found his own way to escape that suffocating environment, holding his head high, even if it was a path of no return, and Xian reached for the glass, saying nothing, and downed it in one gulp, feeling a sense of regret. Gao Qiqiang, I am sorry, and Xian set the glass down, bowing his head as he spoke. He wished to apologize, thinking that if he could have done something more, today might have been different. Gao Qiqiang felt a pang in his heart and grinned. What are you talking about, officer? You are a good police officer, serving the people. He raised his hand in a somewhat awkward salute, eliciting a laugh from an Xian, who glanced at the crowd gathered at the village entrance. He realized he could not take Gao Qiqiang back with him today, and that he might never find him again. Even if he did find him, he would never uncover the truth of that night's events. This might become the greatest mystery of his life, a farewell toast. And Xian nodded. Let it be so. Please convey my regards to your siblings. I was on a mission that day, that I know you came here. I have known all along that you have been searching for me. Thank you, Officer N. Gao Qiqiang said sincerely, bowing slightly, and Xian watched him for a while before returning to the car, leaning back in his seat, utterly exhausted, and said, Let us go. Li Xiang started the car and drove away. On the road, an Xian broke down in tears. Li Xiang slammed on the brakes, pulling out his firearm. Let us go back and capture Gao Qiqiang. No, I just feel so powerless, and Xian shook his head, looking sadly out the window, that I wanted to be a police officer, to protect the community, but what have I truly protected? Li Xiang returned the firearm to its place and turned to give an Xian a slap, urging, Wake up! I hope you are the inquisitive and Xian who stirs up trouble. Don't be disheartened. We need to continue our investigations. And Xian wiped his tears and transformed back into the brave man who dared to tackle a bomb. Let us investigate Huang Tai's case. Regardless of who was behind him, we must uncover the truth. Li Xiang chuckled. This was the Xian I knew. Chapter 44. The Wedding Night, in Volume 1. An Xian departed, leaving little to be said. After the wedding festivities concluded and the banquet was enjoyed, Gao Qiqiang packed up several dishes and hurried to the county town to see Gao Qiqiang. The others returned to their homes, some resting while others deliberated. The groom, Jiang Wang, naturally shed his formal attire and entered the bridal chamber, where the bride still lay beneath her red veil. The newlywed room was impeccably tidy, having been hastily furnished. Fortunately, there was no lack of manpower or financial resources. The space comprised separate areas, a bedroom and a living room, adorned with a freshly laid marble floor, a comfortable spring mattress, and a set of mahogany furniture, a sofa, a coffee table, a 42-inch television, and accompanying audio equipment filled the room, all quite substantial. After all, appearances matter. In this day and age, the larger the scale, the greater the significance. Jiang Wang found it quite agreeable. The bridal chamber always comes with certain customs, such as playful antics and eavesdropping. The absurdity of stealing the bride's shoes was also part of the tradition. However, while Jiang Wang allowed them to make a fuss, they dared not disturb the decorum, instead behaving respectfully as they dined and drank, contributing their gifts. Jiang Xiao and the others were in the backyard enjoying drinks. Having nothing further to attend to, Jiang Wang took a stroll around the living room. Appreciating that this was his home, quite satisfactory, with no regrets, he proceeded directly into the bedroom where Lu Yingdi, dressed in a red embroidered qipao, had been waiting patiently by the bedside. The veil had yet to be lifted, and beside her lay a scale, which Jiang Wang would personally unveil, symbolizing a harmonious union. Yet, as Jiang Wang approached and took Lu Yingdi's hand in his, he noticed her long, delicate fingers, a pair of exquisite hands that your back, Lu Yingdi asked, her voice slightly tense. After all, it was their wedding night, and nerves were to be expected, especially since they had only been introduced a few days prior. They had been hastily paired together. Though both were somewhat bewildered, they were indeed well matched, as their respective interests were now intertwined. The wedding served as the final seal of their union. From this day forth, Lu Yingdi's brother-in-law would be a true kin. The scale lifted the red veil. The groom leaned over the bride. And there would be ample opportunity for conversation, though exploration was required. The mountains loomed high and majestic, their youthful vigor palpable, a body robust and impressive, the sensation of flesh against flesh exhilarating. Jiang Wang sensed that this girl would bring him fortune. Although Lu Yingdi appeared somewhat anxious, she offered no resistance, allowing him to unfasten her garments. Thus, they revealed themselves to one another. Her smooth, long legs were tantalizingly close, to Lu Yingdi's surprise. Jiang Wang was remarkably clean, not in the sense of being washed, but devoid of the chaotic tattoos that adorned the bodies of those depicted in Hong Kong films. That on the contrary, Jiang Wang bore only a few barely visible scars, his physique surprisingly robust, hinting at the contours of muscle beneath. It was the kind of flesh that was not merely lean but possessed strength, revealing itself only during movement, reminiscent of a wild carnivore's physique, exuding a raw, untamed energy. Particularly striking was his face, which, when observed closely, bore an expression of joy akin to that of a child receiving a treasured gift, offering Lu Yingdi some reassurance. To be gentle, Lu Yingdi murmured, raising her hand to caress Jiang Wang's face, reminiscent of an elder sister's affection for her younger brother, a tender embrace. Her gaze was filled with warmth. The spark between them ignited like a fierce flame, heralding the dawn of new beginnings. On this wedding night, youthful exuberance prevailed, and they engaged in playful antics until the evening deepened, with no one daring to disturb their bliss. Jiang Wang reclined comfortably on the pillow, holding his beloved woman in his arms, a sense of possession washing over him, filling him with contentment. Lu Yingdi nestled against his chest, her cheeks flushed with excitement, the warmth gradually fading. So, you still plan to go back? Can I accompany you? No. Jiang Wang rejected the idea without a second thought. That I can help with the work. I'm capable of chopping wood, Lu Yingdi said, looking up at Jiang Wang, as if she sensed he doubted her abilities. She even extended her arm to demonstrate that I'm strong, and besides, working at home would save us some labor costs. Lu Yingdi reasoned that it was said that once a girl marries, she becomes like spilled water. After their wedding night, Lu Yingdi was already thinking of ways to save money for her family, which made Jiang Wang chuckle softly. He took Lu Yingdi's hand and tucked it under the covers, encouraging her to massage and stretch, while he stretched contentedly. That don't overthink it. I'll leave you some money to build a house back home. You needn't worry about anything else. Logging isn't a woman's work. Once the company is up and running, you can help keep an eye on things, but don't dwell on it further. Jiang Wang shook his head. The logging business was fraught with danger. And who could tell whether it was men or trees that were being felled in those forested areas? At its peak, there had been over 100,000 loggers to traverse the mountains, and manage timber yards required true grit. The local independent government and the warlords ruling over the territory were only concerned with reaping profits from the chaos, indifferent to the life-or-death struggles that unfolded. That it is essential to understand that the simpler the task, the greater the profit. Even the drug traffickers hiding deep in the mountains had to purchase opium paste from the farmers before refining it in their clandestine laboratories, though all were involved in the drug trade. The disparities among them were vast. Those capable of producing high-grade heroin, marked with the emblem of two lions standing on the globe, were at the pinnacle of the trade. After all, since the demise of Kuncha, whoever held the keys to the factories producing high-grade heroin effectively controlled a money-printing machine. The latex extracted from poppy flowers was raw opium, cheap in price. Once processed into refined opium, its value would double. Converting it into morphine would see prices soar tenfold. But if one managed to produce heroin, the profits could skyrocket to 2,000 times the cost of raw materials. Transporting this substance to Siam could yield a starting price of $20,000 per kilogram, and sending it to New York could escalate the price to $2 million. The profits were enough to drive one mad with desire, completely disregarding the tragic fates of those ensnared by addiction. Yet, despite the allure of such profits, Jiang Wang had no intention of entering this trade. The reason was straightforward. The country's crackdown on drugs had intensified year by year, growing ever more severe. At this juncture, being caught with irrefutable evidence meant facing dire consequences. Lin Zexu, the figure behind the opium war at Human, remains the only ancestor still honored with the ritual of living sacrifice to this day. On June 26, a certain group of intoxicated minds is bound to face the consequences of their actions. The risks are exceedingly high and thus not worth pursuing. Moreover, it is an unfeasible endeavor unless one resorts to being a middleman. Smuggling drugs into the country, capture in such a scenario would lead to certain execution. Given such opportunities, even Jiang Wang could establish a mining operation in the Border Triangle. The timber industry offers the simplest and quickest returns. Merely felling trees, transporting them from the mountains to the border cities, and loading them onto trucks destined for home would suffice. There is no need for long-term investments. It simply depends on one's ability to seize a piece of meat from a pack of wolves. At this juncture, the primary source of income for the warlords is the drug trade within their territories, with many of them being the largest traffickers themselves. They are too preoccupied with the ongoing civil strife to manage other resources and industries. Only after signing a ceasefire agreement and being suppressed by the joint anti-drug efforts of an Eastern power did they gradually consolidate their resource industries to maintain their status. They must recruit soldiers, acquire weapons, expand their ranks, and uphold their lavish lifestyles. That it was only then that the logging industry faced restrictions. Without permits and the payment of protection fees, operations would be shut down. The last timber yard could fetch prices in the hundreds of thousands, granting a year's worth of harvesting rights with profits to be made within that time frame. Afterward, the era of grassroots heroes came to an end, giving way to the ravenous conglomerates that had already amassed their initial fortunes. Timber equipment worth hundreds of millions would systematically strip entire regions bare, akin to the fraudulent industrial parks that emerged over 2 decades later, serving as the coffers of local warlords. Plundering one would equate to severing a vital lifeline. To them, the stakes are life and death. Without money, who would risk their lives? Just like the Borum government forces, seeking to weaken local warlords, the simplest approach was to shut down logging operations and mines, imprisoning those involved. As long as these individuals were deprived of income, the warlords would lack support. Yet even then, Borum remained in a state of turmoil, in the warmth of a newlywed bed. Jiang Wang's brief moment of comfort was about to come to an end. With ruthless determination, he prepared to amass a fortune and secure a prosperous future. Chapter 45. The winds rise in the border triangle. The weather in Borum remains entrenched in the rainy season. However, as August approaches, the season nears its conclusion, prompting even the drug traffickers hidden in the depths of the mountains to begin recruiting soldiers and acquiring mules for the impending dry season. During the rainy season, the roads become muddy and impassable for large transport vehicles, with landslides posing significant dangers. Aside from a few solo operators, large transport convoys are scarce, with most movements consisting of small loads. In the Border Triangle, traffickers are also commencing recruitment efforts, enlisting child soldiers aged 11 to 12. After all, such manpower is expendable, yet it must be controlled. Those in their 20s are entirely undesirable. Here, 15 is the age of adulthood. Before transport, these child soldiers undergo 2 to 3 months of training, and once armed, they are deemed competent soldiers that if they manage to survive the transport and grow older, They become the backbone of the trafficking organization. Naturally, the parents of these children receive monthly provisions of rice from the traffickers as compensation. Amidst this flurry of activity, as the rainy season draws to a close, the Border Triangle welcomes a new influx of visitors. Jiang Wang returns to familiar territory, observing the chaotic streets of Dabong with an inexplicable sense of comfort. Perhaps it is due to the absence of invisible constraints. This time, Jiang Wang splits into two teams. He, accompanied by Yi Dayo, Jin Hai, and Mian Jinghe, arrives first to gather intelligence and prepare for the logging operation. His nephew, Jiang Xiao, leads Gao Qiqiang and others in the border city of Ruili, preparing to lease a warehouse. They have registered a company, intending to process the timber themselves for greater profit. Once Jiang Wang secures reliable information about the logging site, he will lead his team directly into the operation. After all, managing 70 individuals poses a considerable challenge. Without proper preparations, the risks are substantial. However, Jiang Wang is well prepared and plans to rely on his informants to gather intelligence. The logging area is situated near Jingdong, a central hub in the Border Triangle. Yet now, Jiang Wang must first find a place to settle and inquire about the local situation, seeking any opportunities that may arise. With a resounding crash, Jiang Wang forcefully kicked open the door to the dilapidated warehouse where he had been staying in Dabong. The stench within was overwhelming that a few individuals lay sleeping on the ground, while others, now awake, stared vacantly at him, seemingly still processing their surroundings. Upon noticing a discarded syringe on the floor, Jiang Wang realized these unfortunate souls were drug users. Cigarette butts, needles, and shell casings littered the area. Where there are cockroaches, darkness prevails, and these pests are beyond saving. Let South find another place to stay, Jiang Wang sighed, shaking his head as he led his companions away. Despite the poverty of Dabong, vacant houses were not hard to come by. In this diverse locale, it didn't take long for Jiang Wang to rent a room as a temporary refuge. Next, he sought out Lao Jiao to procure some equipment. Hidden in the mountains, Jiang Wang had stashed away 2 hunting rifles, but a handgun would prove more convenient. In such environments, having a firearm readily available is crucial. Pushing open the glass door of the old machinery repair shop, Jiang Wang caught Lao Jiao's attention as he was busy gluing shell casings onto a toy tank. "What can I do for you?" Lao Jiao asked without looking up. "Long guns are 6,000. Short guns 4,000. I prefer dollars, and all other currencies are subject to devaluation," he added, his tone dripping with the shrewdness of a businessman. "Lao Jiao, when I sold you guns, the prices weren't like this," Jiang Wang countered, strolling over to examine the toy tank, aiming its barrel at Lao Jiao. Lao Jiao glanced up, then surveyed Jiang Wang's companions, a contemplative expression crossing his face. "This customer seems a bit unfamiliar." He mused that a few months ago, "I sold you a batch of goods and handed you an M1911 pistol. That don't you remember?" Jiang Wang leaned against the counter, smiling. Upon hearing this, Lao Jiao recalled the transaction. While he might not remember every customer, he certainly remembered the guns. "Jiang Wang, well, I thought you had perished in some corner. Looks like you were doing well for yourself. You put on some weight and look fairer," Lao Jiao remarked with a grin. Jiang Wang chuckled, acknowledging that he had indeed gained a bit of weight during his time at home, enjoying his wife's excellent cooking both in and out of the bedroom. "All right, what would you like? I'll give you a 20% discount." Lao Jiao set down the glue, clearly finding it easier to negotiate with a familiar customer than with newcomers. .1 pistol each. "The Type 54, and don't try to cheat me." "How could I?" Lao Jiao retorted. "There are 4 of you, so 4 pistols will cost you 10,000 that I'll even throw in a box of ammunition. You trying to cheat me? 8,000 for the lot, and throw in 4 extra magazines." Jiang Wang was not one to be outdone, tossing 8,000 yuan onto the table. "Here, firearms are cheaper than at home, but only marginally so. Prices are dictated by the unscrupulous merchants." Seeing the money on the table, Lao Jiao had little choice but to concede, nodding begrudgingly while displaying a look of resigned acceptance. From beneath the counter, he produced 4 pistols. These Type 54 handguns predominantly flowed in from Annan, abundant in supply and easy to maintain. In the Border Triangle, they serve as common self-defense items. .4 magazines. Take a look at these bullets. They reach shiny and golden. Want more? Prices have gone up recently. Lao Jiao placed the 4 fully loaded magazines on the table, unperturbed by any potential complications. As long as you've done business with me. Yuri, a regular customer, he knew he could trust Jiang Wang, that in a lawless environment, trust becomes invaluable. Bullets are not inflating in price this year. Have you stocked up too much and are looking to offload? Jiang Wang picked up a Type 54 handgun, inspecting the chamber and noting its pristine condition. From a legitimate military factory, he asked quietly, who else but those Annan devils could have such a surplus? These are leftovers from their aid packages. No wonder they're so destitute. Lao Jiao chuckled as he cursed them lightly. That I'm serious. Why don't you take a few more? I can offer you some American weapons at a discount. 300,000. Can you prepare equipment for 100 men? Jiang Wang asked, tucking the handgun into his waistband. That 100 men? 300,000 is insufficient, unless you plan to wield a firebrand, that if you truly desire it. I happen to have a batch of AK-47s authentic Russian goods, albeit there are only 30 pieces. Let us discuss this another time. Jiang Wang tossed the guns and magazines to Idayo, then turned to leave. Lao Jiao hastily shouted from behind, 300,000 is fine. I can package it up for you. It will certainly suffice. Wait a moment. Lao Jiao exhaled as he watched them depart. Just then another figure entered through the door. And upon seeing the man's appearance, Lao Jiao's expression darkened further. A dog. A miser. Don't expect him to spend much. They are all sharp as a tack like demons. Hey boss, who was that just now? This dog was grinning amiably. Yet Lao Jiao paid him no mind. Buying something? If not, then get lost. Bye. Give me 2 bullets. The dog was quite savvy, producing a Burma shot and placing it on the table. Get lost. Do you think you can buy bullets one by one? I want to sell less than 10. Out. Lao Jiao erupted in anger. No, boss, I recognize that guy. Isn't the one who used to hang out with Brother Si Shui? The dog asked sheepishly. Want to know? Lao Jiao inquired with a shifty grin. The dog hesitated but nodded, prompting Lao Jiao to chuckle. This is simple. Come take a look at this gun. I'll give you a discount. Chapter 46. The Dog King. The term dog refers to information brokers. Their upper limits are boundless, while their lower limits are non-existent. Those with significant capabilities are esteemed guests in certain local warlord governments, while those with lesser skills are merely better than tour guides. However, those who thrive in this line of work are well-informed individuals, aware of everything from newly opened shops on the street to regional conflicts. In essence, they are a pack of opportunistic scoundrels. You may purchase intelligence from one, only to find yourself sold out by them shortly thereafter. They lack limits and likely have no ethical boundaries. Yet every industry has its standout figures, and among these dogs, there exist particularly formidable individuals known as dog kings. That to become a dog king, one must possess connections, have a reputation for notable deeds, and, most importantly, be exceptionally well-informed, more capable than local news media. Although this sounds impressive, their lives may not be as enviable, much like the dog king Jiang Wang is seeking. The most renowned dog king in Dabong is Liang Lu, whose real name is Wang Liang, in his 30s. His most infamous act involves selling intelligence that led to the downfall of a drug trafficking organization. That if you were to calculate, the events Jiang Wang encountered upon his arrival were a consequence of this scoundrel-less information, resulting in the demise of over 20 individuals, akin to a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the lurking oriole. The fate of those involved was nothing short of tragic. Were it not for Jiang Wang's fortuitous survival, he would not have made it through. However, this dog king, Li Liang, is currently receiving a severe beating, his mouth bloodied and gushing. The sounds of his agonized cries fill the air. Jiang Wang and his companion stand at the doorway, observing, while the ones administering the beating are professional debt collectors. That Li Liang has accrued a significant gambling debt, and his unpaid contracts have resulted in aggressive collection efforts. That it's simple. They must teach him a lesson at the very least. If that doesn't work, they will drag him back and keep him confined for 3 days of punishment, as pursuing debts is about recovering funds. A deadbeat is of no use. Guanggu, I truly have no money. The sounds of slaps echoed as a bald man with a prominent scar, resembling a twisted centipede on his head, ruthlessly struck Li Liang. Dressed in a black tank top, his physique was robust, and he struck with unrelenting force. Since Jiang Wang and his companions arrived, Li Liang had endured at least 30 to 40 blows. His face had become a gruesome sight, blood oozing from the damaged skin. No money, yet you dare to gamble. If you don't repay today, I'll have to escort you back. Kwang Xian grinned that he was a professional debt collector, capable of claiming 40% of the recovered funds. As the gambling house operated much like a usury scheme, even more ruthless, The concept of principle was entirely absent. They consume everything. The more wealth you possess, the more you can extract it if you can repay. They may grant you an extension until you can no longer pay. Attempting to cut ties and buy your freedom outright is not something achievable without substantial wealth. It only leads to utter ruin. Are we done? Jiang Wang flicked the cigarette but to the ground and crushed it beneath his foot. They were inside an old three-story building, reminiscent of the classic Khrushchevka, albeit a bit shorter. However, in Dabong, aside from a few uniquely constructed buildings, this was considered a high-end complex, albeit one that required rent. Kwang Exin turned to glance back, shaking his numb hand, unable to discern Jiang Wang and his companions' backgrounds. He merely sensed they were not locals, their attire too formal, especially the sneakers and leather shoes, which were rare in Dabong. Did I ask there's something you need? Kwang Exin asked in somewhat awkward Mandarin. Those in his line of work primarily catered to gamblers who came from afar, especially those reckless enough to sign contracts. Gamblers may lack cash, but their families certainly possess wealth. No matter how tough the exterior, with the right pressure, funds can always be extracted from the mainland. Jiang Wang nodded subtly towards Li Liang, indicating he had matters to discuss, that if you continue beating him, remember to leave him breathing. I still have questions. Kwang Exin looked back, at Li Liang, covering his face, sat trembling on the ground, akin to a beaten stray dog, unable even to wag his tail in supplication. Give me the money. Kwang Exin turned back and said that a helper by the door shot a furious glance at Jiang Wang upon hearing Kwang Exin's words, but was intimidated into silence by a sideways glance from Mian Jinghe. I want my goods. It matters not who the money goes to. Jiang Wang raised his hand, gesturing behind him, and Dio handed him the prepared cash. 300 yuan, renminbi. Although it was tea commonly circulated in Dabong, it was highly valued elsewhere, especially since it was worth more than the Burma Chat. The lack of renminbi circulation in this area was primarily due to limited usage and the prevalence of counterfeit bills. Even US dollars were often fakes. Thus, merchants only accepted clean, intact, unwrinkled, and unstained notes. Otherwise, Na'vi mountain folk might pride themselves on possessing dubious currency from the Universal Bank, oblivious to the prevailing customs and issues. Kwang Exin eyed the bills, hesitating slightly before moving closer to take the money from Jiang Wang's hands, only to have Jiang Wang retract it. I'll give it after I'm done asking. If you give it to me, he will answer whatever you wish to ask. Kwang Exin reached for the money, but Jiang Wang handed the bills over to him and stepped inside. The room was a chaotic mess, thoroughly ransacked, yet evidently devoid of anything of value. That Li Liang, hands covering his face, displayed a look of agony. What do you want to ask? Any news from the logging area? Jiang Wang squatted down, meeting his gaze, hoping this dog king was not a mere pretender. The logging areas are typically deep in the mountains, not merely places for indiscriminate tree felling. The felled trees are massive, with trunks several meters in diameter, often decades or even centuries old. Truly giants among trees. That 60-meter-tall trees are not uncommon, with the shortest still reaching 20 meters, worthy of the investment required for felling. The larger the tree, the more valuable it is. That region is essentially a primeval forest, abundant with quality timber such as hemlock, fir, mahogany, rosewood, and pearwood. That in ancient times, such colossal timbers were used to construct palaces, and now, with wealth circulating in the mainland, there is a pressing demand for this timber. Upon hearing this, Li Liang hesitated, his eyes darting. Jiang Wang recognized his intent to play tricks and immediately approached Kwang Exin. Return my money. He doesn't intend to speak. Kwang Exin chuckled, knowing full well he wouldn't let go of money that was now in his grasp. He advanced and delivered a kick to Li Liang's abdomen. Answer my questions. You understand? While roaring in anger, Kwang Exin delivered 2 powerful kicks, causing Li Liang to grit his teeth in pain. Unable to utter a sound, struggling to catch his breath, unable to express himself verbally, he could only nod emphatically. That I mentioned that there was little news from the logging area, aside from the resurgence of the Nanza guerrillas, who had begun collecting protection fees from everyone. There had been a skirmish in the mountains, and I was uncertain which logging site had suffered an incident, but it had been taken over by them. That was about it. I would ponder over other details later. Once Li Liang regained his breath, he hurriedly shared more information. The logging site was shrouded in secrecy. Communication was nearly impossible except through radio. Relying solely on independent truck drivers transporting goods out of the logging camp, to bring back snippets of information that it was undeniably tumultuous with the Nanza guerrillas involved in the border triangle. As long as one bore the name of a guerrilla group, it was essentially a guise for a band of roving criminals without a territory of their own. They could click to view the map, Chapter 47, Bloodbath in the restaurant. It is often said that one thing overcomes another. In the hands of a professional debt collector, Li Liang, the so-called king of dogs, had no bargaining power. A slow response would earn him a kick. The information Jiang Wang received was worth its weight in gold, at the very least. He had a rough understanding of the situation in the logging area, apart from a few major logging companies with dedicated forestry plans. The vast majority of the area was hotly contested. Especially as the dry season approached, the competition for logging sites was not as fierce as the scramble for access routes into the mountains. The primitive forest terrain made advancing even a kilometer costly in terms of both money and labor, particularly as the roads had to withstand the weight of heavy vehicles. Each logging site's road extended deep into the mountains. Yet some loggers opted for the easier route of using others' roads, leading to disputes and even direct confrontations. Jiang Wang also learned of a former logger attempting to sell his logging site. Rather than selling the site itself, it was more about finding a good price for his workers that he was leaving the trade because his logging site was near territory occupied by the Nanza guerrillas, effectively cutting off access. While people could still come and go, logs could not be transported out. The guerrillas were not benevolent. In dire need of funds to bolster their strength, they naturally set up checkpoints to collect tolls. Among the surrounding loggers, he was the only one in such proximity. With his throat in a vice, not only were his logs trapped, but even daily supplies could not get through, leading to near famine within. The loggers were fleeing to other sites. The only thing of value left was the timber they had felled in the first half of the year, potentially worth over 2 million, but it was unmarketable. In fact, those logs no longer belonged to him. Selling them was futile. Whoever attempted to take on this burden would inevitably have to confront the Nanza guerrillas, who wielded real weapons, for those loggers with established sites. It was not worth the trouble. They could have pushed further into the mountains in that time. For those without sights, they could hardly contend with the tenacious guerrillas, who came armed to the teeth. This situation was akin to a double-edged sword for others, neither beneficial nor easily discarded. But for Jiang Wang, it presented a lucrative opportunity. What he lacked was a territory. After all, the dry season was approaching. And no matter how much they pushed into the logging sites, there would be no profits this year. However, if there were a ready-made logging site, the process would be straightforward as long as there were people and vehicles. Logs would continuously be extracted, transforming into cash and bank account numbers. The unfortunate logger was surnamed Fan, named Fan Benkyun in his 40s. He was at a pivotal age for striving forward. Currently, he roamed around Mingla, attempting to swindle some domestic bosses into taking over his failing business. After all, once the dry season hit, the Nanza guerrillas were not fools. Would they not sell the readily available logs? After gathering this intelligence, Jiang Wang and his companions prepared to leave, but the professional debt collector Kwang Xin called them back, handing Jiang Wang a business card. "Boss, since you're in big business, if you have any debts that are uncollectible, come to me. I only charge 40% for my services. I dare to collect any debt. Even the dead contracts that if they're truly uncollectible, I can even sell them to drug dealers as mules." Kwang Xin spoke with great confidence, his expression becoming less menacing. In these times, organ trafficking was unheard of, as that was a high-stakes game currently flourishing in the imperial graveyard of the Middle East, where prices were openly displayed due to the ongoing conflict. Otherwise, these dead contracts, if luck favored, could still yield some profit. After all, the markets for sellers and buyers were disparate. The Golden Triangle, the Golden Crescent, and the Silver Triangle are renowned worldwide as major drug production regions. The Golden Triangle, situated at the intersection of 3 Southeast Asian countries, is rife with internal strife and rampant drug crime. The Golden Crescent, located at the junction of Afghanistan, Iran, and Pakistan, is similarly infamous for opium and drug cultivation. The Silver Triangle, in South America, lies at the borders of Colombia, Bolivia, and Peru, a place utterly ravaged, notorious as a drug lord's haven. However, none of this concerned Jiang Wang, that he now intended to contact Jiang Shao, instructing him to bring the necessary personnel and procurement vehicles across the border. This operation would be executed, but first he needed to locate Fan Benquan in Mengla. There would be no money exchanged, but he needed him to guide the way and see if he could take over the remaining loggers. The sky turned overcast. Moments before, the sky had been ablaze with fiery clouds. But as the sun's splendid rays descended, it transformed into a light drizzle. Children in the streets donned local fish hats, running about chaotically. The older children, however, had diminished significantly. Jiang Wang stood outside a restaurant, smoking a cigarette. The lights at the entrance cast a glow onto the ground that it was no longer day nor night. The restaurant owner, a native from Sichuan, sold spiced braised beef. Upon entering, one could see a large pot simmering with beef bones. The broth of vibrant red filled with chili peppers, yet it smelled delightful. The proprietor was new, as indicated by the sign displaying a cow's head. His surname was Wang, and the locals called him Cattlehead Wang. The restaurant was modest, with only 3 tables, and the owner managed everything himself: chef, proprietor, and serveur d'etat. Least in Jiang Wang's previous impressions, Dabin. This impoverished locale was slightly better than the slums of Mengla. There was absolutely no comparable flavor to this braised beef. He immediately ordered 2 beef shanks, complete with large bone chunks, filling 2 large bowls, generously drenched in the red broth. Quite tempting. Here it comes, gentlemen. Would you like something to drink? Cattlehead Wang brought 2 servings of dipping sauce to the table. He appeared young, around 27 or 28, and seemed like a decent person, though it was unclear how he ended up in such a remote place. That no need. Just bring me some vinegar. Jiang Wang waved his hand, having had his fill of meat without requiring anything else. The 4 big men occupied a table just right. They devoured their meals ravenously. Having roamed around all day, they had not eaten anything substantial, primarily due to the unfamiliar local flavors. However, this spiced braised beef was different. The spiciness tantalized their palates, encouraging them to consume more. The more they ate, the more delicious it became, especially in this humid weather, where a bit of spice would help dispel the dampness. Just as Jiang Wang and his companions were relishing their meal, a pickup truck approached from outside, the steering wheel and cabin on the right side. An imported Honda pickup. The truck bed held 7 or 8 individuals that the driver exited. He opened the back door with a certain formality, and a corpulent middle-aged man, adorned with a string of gold Buddha pendants around his neck, stepped inside. Those who had disembarked from the truck bed carried various weapons: single-barreled shotguns, large machetes, and handguns tucked into their waistbands. They approached with an intimidating demeanor, their expressions anything but friendly. Upon witnessing this scene, the restaurant owner, Cattlehead Wang, dared not step outside. He stood at the entrance, inquiring, "Are you here to dine?" There was no choice. During his time there, he had seen it all, including those who came in covered in blood after committing murder. Wounds unbandaged. It's none of your business. Get out of the way. The driver strode over, shoving the owner aside. Jiang Wang and his companions, seated at their table, watched the unfolding drama, Jiang Wang having already taken notice. Jin Hai chewed on his beef, drawing his handgun from his belt, gripping it tightly, while simultaneously reaching for a water cup. That don't even think about moving. The incoming driver immediately pulled out his gun, pressing it against Jin Hai's head, but his gaze shifted towards Jiang Wang. "Stinking brat, you're doing pretty well. Huh. Living the high life." Jiang Wang chewed on the beef a few more times, studying the driver, searching his mind for familiar images. After swallowing the morsel, Jiang Wang spoke. "Brother Jian, is this how you treat a fellow townsman? We're all from Qianzhou. Is it really necessary?" The driver couldn't help but chuckle. "I thought you'd forgotten all of us, you noble folk. Lord Long has arrived, and you don't even rise to greet him? What happened to manners?" Jiang Wang shrugged nonchalantly. "I don't know him." The driver, known as Huang Jian and nicknamed Brother Jian, is a lieutenant in a gang called Dabong, while the so-called Long Yi is the gang's leader. The deceased in the rainforest, Si Shui Ge, used to hold the position of the third in command within the gang, once a figure of considerable repute. His appearance here made Jiang Wang instinctively aware that his whereabouts had long been under scrutiny. "You must be Jiang Wang. I hear you've made quite a fortune." Long Yi entered the room, his corpulent frame resembling that of a sagging Shar-Pei dog, accompanied by a retinue brandishing rifles and machetes directed at the gathering. Huang Jian kicked the chair of Idayo, ordering him to stand aside, but Idayo glanced at Jiang Wang before vacating his seat to accommodate Long Yi. Meanwhile, Mian Jinghe, seated to the right, feigned ignorance, continuing to savor his beef, even taking a hefty bone to gnaw upon. The tender tendons had melted in the broth, making for a delectably chewy morsel. With a creak, the wooden chair wobbled beneath Long Ye's weight, raising concerns that it might suddenly topple. Long Ye's subordinates encircled the area, prompting Jiang Wang to pick up a rag to wipe his hands. What is the meaning of this, Long Yi? Shouldn't I be the one asking you? How did Si Shui meet his end? Long Yi questioned coldly, gripping a string of purple sandalwood prayer beads on his wrist. That I end the rainforest, he was shot in the eye and chest. And the others? Long Yi pressed on to, they're dead, Jiang Wang shrugged, an expression of feigned ignorance crossing his face. Then why are you still alive? Kid, did you sell Si Shui and the others out? Long Ye's eyes widened. He could only arrive at this conclusion. Otherwise, how could this brat have earned a fortune and returned to inquire about the lumberyard? I tell you, you scoundrel, I earn my living through skill, not by betraying my brothers. I show you respect by calling you Long Yi, but without it, you're merely a slippery loach. You dare. Long Yi bellowed. Suddenly, Mian Jinghe sprang into action, wielding the beef bone like a hammer, striking Long Ye's head with a resounding thud. Eliminate them! Jiang Wang roared, kicking over the table, dishes clattering to the floor. Daddy Dayo, quick on his feet, landed a punch on one of Long Ye's henchmen, seizing the moment to snatch a knife and plunge it into the man's abdomen, as if piercing a sandbag. Blood spurted forth immediately. Daddy Dayo, merciless, swiftly slashed the man's throat, dispatching him with ease. He then turned to strike at another foe. Jin Hai, under the gun's threat, took the opportunity to charge at Huang Jian, pinning him to the ground with his gun pressed against Huang Jian's belly. The sound of gunfire echoed, reminiscent of puncturing water bags, followed by a series of muffled thuds. Amidst the chaos, someone fired. Yet in the panic, they missed their target, inadvertently alerting Mian Jinghe to the gunfire. Chapter 48. Unexpected Gains. Having danced on the precipice of life and death multiple times, Mian Jinghe possessed an uncanny instinct for danger. In this melee, the firearm's lethality was paramount. He sprang up, wielding the beef bone as an optimal weapon, driven solely by instinct, delivering a mighty blow. With a resounding crack, the henchman holding the gun was struck on the jaw, several teeth flying from his mouth. The beef bone, having endured 2 powerful strikes, ultimately splintered into 2 pieces. Mian Jinghe lunged at the gunman, forcefully jabbing the fractured end of the bone into the man's eye socket. The henchman barely had time to react before he let out a horrific scream. With a swift motion, Mian Jinghe struck the other end of the bone, driving it deeper as if hammering a nail. With a sickening squelch, the bone embedded itself into the eye socket, and the henchman collapsed, convulsing briefly before succumbing. Jiang Wang, having overturned the table, seized his pistol and dispatched 2 of the armed henchmen on the spot. The gunfire rang out, bullets piercing through the henchmen's skulls, accompanied by the sounds of heavy bodies hitting the ground. The restaurant fell eerily silent. Dayo covered a henchman's mouth, pinning him to the floor while slashing the knife across his throat with a swift motion. Blood gushed forth, reminiscent of slaughtering a chicken. The subdued henchman glared defiantly, but within seconds, his head drooped and he ceased to breathe. Jiang Wang, his expression cold, surveyed the field littered with corpses. Notably, one individual still breathed, Long Yi, whose head was bloodied from Mian Jinghe's strike, yet he feigned death, trembling limbs betraying his ruse. Jiang Wang raised his gun, recognizing that granting others a chance at life did not guarantee his own. If it was time to go, then it was time to go. The gunfire erupted again, bullets tearing through Long Ye's body, blood splattering across the ground, the acrid scent of blood causing nausea. Mian Jinghe, seated atop a corpse, picked up a piece of braised beef, brushing off the dust before chewing thoughtfully, that he turned to glance at the shopkeeper cowering behind the counter, hands clasped over his mouth. Utterly silent in fear of attracting deadly attention, Jiang Wang approached, slamming his gun onto the counter, the loud impact startling the shopkeeper, whose eyes widened in alarm. "Boss, consider this your meal payment. No need for change," Jiang Wang stated, placing the money on the table before striding towards the exit, eager to leave before further trouble arose. Jin Hai, wiping the blood smeared across his chest, none of it his, reflected on the sudden turn of events. Grateful for their ruthless actions that if any hesitation had lingered, a gun would likely have claimed their lives. But now, it was others who had met that fate. Jin Hai yanked a string of golden Buddha beads from Long Ye's neck, even taking a moment to bite down on one, without observing the clear teeth marks. A smile broke across his youthful face, that I'll take this home and show it to my mother, Daddy Dio approached, chuckling as he patted Jin Hai's shoulder, casually wiping his bloodied hands on him. Get off me, Jin Hai exclaimed, aghast at the blood staining his shirt. Unable to bear it, he shed the shirt, tossing it aside before climbing into the pickup truck, where Jiang Wang had already started the engine. Boss, where to? Dio inquired from the passenger seat, loading his handgun. Given the earlier situation, he had barely managed to retrieve his weapon, yet the swift knife grab left him feeling somewhat triumphant. Fast, accurate, and ruthless, he had dispatched a foe on the spot. To his home, by the way, someone should go back and collect the guns that we're going to make some money, and I'll take you all to Mengla for some fun. Jiang Wang replied with a smile. Such blood-soaked days exhilarated him more than flexing his power over Lu Yingdi. The adrenaline coursing through him brought forth an inexplicable thrill. Hell yeah, Jin Hai beamed, one hand grasping the gun while the other swung the door open. Leaping out bare-chested to rush back inside the shop, but he quickly retrieved 2 handguns and several locally crafted single-barrel shotguns. Along with a wallet from one of the corpses, Mian Jinga swallowed the last morsel of the braised beef he'd scavenged, realizing that the thrill of wielding firearms suited him far more than the reckless bravado of a death-seeker. Nevertheless, he handled the shotgun with remarkable finesse to Ayin Yinbian. Acquiring firearms was relatively easy, but more often than not, the machete did the talking. Clad in military attire and wielding a machete, he could navigate the treacherous terrain. The ruthless nature of the borderlands oddly resonated with Mian Jingha, affirming his feeling of belonging. Uncle, I've got the guns back. What are these bills? Jin Hai stuffed the firearms into the back seat and pulled out a thick wallet containing several bills. They were not US dollars, but rather denominations of 50, 000 to let me see. Jiang Wang reached over, turning on the small dashboard light as he slowly drove forward, but he glanced at the bills, noting the face of an elderly man with a white beard. The reverse displaying the denomination of 50,000 along with an image of a palace. That IT was 50,000 Vietnamese dong, featuring Ho Chi Minh, quite intriguing. Jiang Wang mused, aware that the dong was not a circulating currency in the borderlands. It could only be utilized in Vietnam. Whose pockets did these come from? Jiang Wang inquired. That I found them on that dead fatso, along with a watch. Jin Hai rubbed a blood-stained watch on his leg before handing it over. It was an exquisite timepiece with a golden case, a genuine gold watch. Jiang Wang glanced at the time displayed, comparing it with the Rolex on his wrist. His Rolex consistently operated on the Bo-Mo time zone. In various locales, the duration of dusk and dawn varies, yet domestically, Beijing time serves as the standard. Upon comparison, Jiang Wang discerned the difference. His Rolex was half an hour slow. Let us go check out his place. A knowing smile crossed Jiang Wang's face as he tossed the gold watch back to Jin Hai. Driving the right-hand drive vehicle was somewhat unfamiliar, yet manageable. After all, it was a second-hand car imported from Japan, where driving positions are on the right side and traffic flows to the left, contrasting with the left-hand drive and right-side traffic in his homeland. Nevertheless, in Bo-Mo, as long as a vehicle could pass, left or right was inconsequential. Jiang Wang sped through the streets of Dabang. The prostitutes lingering beneath the streetlights waved eagerly as the pickup truck drove by, hoping to catch a ride. As the truck traversed the bumpy, waterlogged road, it splashed mud, provoking a chorus of curses from the women on the roadside. That it wasn't that Jiang Wang had a penchant for violence. He merely sought to earn some quick cash. Yet, he felt a twinge of curiosity regarding how Long Yi had connections with Henan. According to the time zone, Henan was half an hour ahead of Bo-Mo. The crucial detail was the currency. He noted a mix of change and bills, indicating it had been spent in Henan, for who would want small change otherwise? Henan was known for its exports of brides, various exotic animals, and wild goods, not to mention the most notorious of all, arms. Henan was a place where the military engaged in commerce, requiring no funding, instead generating military expenses to sustain their forces. The majority of firearms in Southeast Asia flowed in from there. With enough money, one could even hire elite assassins from the Vietnamese military, commanding a price of 100,000 for a life. However, due to layers of exploitation, only a third of that sum typically reached the assassin. And even that required connections. Chapter 49. The Villa Visit Dabang, Villa District. Although labeled as villas, they were quite old, at least 2 to 3 decades, consisting of 2-story buildings with courtyards. The area was substantial. At the entrance of the 2-story building, there was a place for bodyguards, With electrified barbed wire strung along the walls, at first glance, it resembled a prison. However, while prisons guard against escapees, this place kept intruders at bay. With two large guard dogs roaming the yard, as the pickup truck halted outside, the dogs perked up, their ears twitching, followed by a cacophony of barks that indicated their formidable size. The bodyguard in the security booth at the entrance opened the window to take a look. Hideo flung open the car door and aimed a gun at the window. Bang, bang, bang. The first shot missed, and the bodyguard, resembling an old turtle, recoiled, seemingly nearsighted and unable to see clearly. The bullet whizzed past his scalp. The sound of gunfire left the bodyguard momentarily stunned, but the subsequent shots sealed his fate. Hideo approached, pushing the corpse inside, but the barred window made entry impossible. This, however, posed no challenge for him. During his time in the underworld, he had been a master thief. Grasping the iron gate, he effortlessly scaled the wall. Inside the two-story villa, movement could be heard, but Hideo ignored it, charging straight into the security booth to pull the circuit breaker. The 3-meter-high gate creaked open slowly. The pickup truck didn't drive in, but instead blocked the entrance. Mian Jinghe, armed with a shotgun, stepped out of the vehicle and fired at a camera on the second-floor balcony. Shattering it, a woman's piercing scream echoed from within the house. Jin Hai, brandishing a handgun, exited the vehicle and opened the door for Jiang Wang, as the two made their way toward the villa. Mian Jinghe casually dealt with the two large guard dogs with 2 swift shots, significantly diminishing the cacophony of barking. Though there were residents nearby, upon hearing the gunfire, they tacitly refrained from showing themselves, with some even emerging to reprimand their dogs, urging them to quiet down for calling for help. Who would they turn to? The police. There was no police station in this area. The so-called government was merely a coalition of local powerful figures maintaining order. Indifferent to others' troubles, gang conflicts were common. As long as one didn't attract attention to themselves, the worst consequence was standing armed in the yard on guard. Inside the villa, the maid and the lady of the house were in a panic, desperately seeking an escape. There was a secret passage within the house, beneath the large desk in the study, but alas, they hadn't yet pulled open the desk when Hideo aimed his gun at them. Come out on your own, or shall I compel you? Hideo gestured outward, nudging his gun barrel slightly. Even if they didn't comprehend Mandarin, they could understand the gesture. Moreover, they were aware of the stakes. Please don't kill us. If you want money, we'll give you everything. There's cash in the safe. Just spare us, the lady of the house implored, clad in a wine-red silk nightgown, her youthful appearance reminiscent of a third-tier celebrity. Seemingly in her mid-20s, crouching on the floor, her pale thighs exposed, she trembled in fear, accompanied by the maid, who wore more modest local attire and appeared to be around 30 to come out obediently, or else. Hideo warned with a cold smirk, forcing them to move toward the exit while he slowly approached the desk, glancing beneath at the secret passage. The large desk obscured the view, making it hard to detect the opening beneath it. There was indeed a pull ring at the empty spot beneath the desk. These two women, lacking strength and intelligence, could have simply pulled it open without needing to move the desk. Hideo tugged it open for a glance. The passage was spacious, resembling a basement intentionally left during construction. It was pitch dark below, obscuring visibility. And after a brief look, Hideo closed the door. In the living room, Jiang Wang lounged on a leather sofa, stretching lazily and muttering, "That scoundrel Long, he certainly knows how to indulge himself." Jin Hai paced the room, his gaze subtly drifting toward the lady of the house, for wealth and beauty often ensnare the heart. Moreover, she appeared quite pitiful. However, in Jiang Wang's presence, they dared not harbor any illicit thoughts, for the distinction between beasts and men lies in reverence. Now then, where has Long Yi been lately? Jiang Wang inquired. Sitting up with a grave expression, the lady of the house, crouching on the floor, raised her somewhat attractive face, panic evident as she stammered. "If I tell you, will you spare me? Please don't kill me. Do you possess any bargaining power?" Jiang Wang frowned. "I will count to 3. You may choose not to speak, but after 3, I will sever your right hand. 1. Please no. I'll tell you 2. Long go. No, Wu Long has indeed gone out. He mentioned finding a lucrative opportunity and would become prosperous from it." "What opportunity?" Jiang Wang asked, intrigued by the prospect of a money-making scheme. I don't know the details. He left about a month ago, saying he was on a business trip and just returned yesterday." "And how did he leave today?" Jiang Wang pressed further. There was someone waiting at the door, insisting to see Long Ge. After a brief conversation, Long Ge gave him money and called out Huang Jian, along with a group of brothers, to leave. The lady of the house glanced nervously at the bloodstains on Jin Hai, linking them to ominous thoughts. In a bid to avoid further concealment, she began divulging information as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Her surname was Wang, named Wang Xiaoye, a princess at a nightclub in their homeland, chosen by this affluent crime lord to be kept here. Despite the poverty of the area, there were still plenty of places to spend extravagantly. Mingla was considered a bustling area, allowing her to travel back home occasionally. She was essentially a kept mistress, unaware of the finer details regarding Long Yi, only knowing him to be a powerful crime lord with weapons, men, and significant influence. However, the contents of the safe piqued Jiang Wang's interest, particularly a document, a pass to the 9th Military District in Anan, and a group photo. Observing the military rank, it appeared to be a lieutenant. Damn, this old fellow has indeed found a way. Who accompanied him? Jiang Wang inquired hastily that I'm not sure. But Huang Jian went with him as the driver. Wang Xiaoye replied, One more person. He is already dead. Jiang Wang waved his hand dismissively, as he could surmise what Master Long was after. Most likely the illicit trade of arms. The military in Annan engaged in commerce, albeit with distinctions in status and wealth. The engineering battalions were essentially the laborers of those high-ranking generals. The industries involved were extensive, and no one dared to compete with these military factions, which monopolized all lucrative ventures: real estate, construction, banking, telecommunications, agricultural production, logistics. There, no military entity could exist without commercial ties, fostering a monopolistic growth. Naturally, the majority of the profits went to those at the top. For those below, seeking financial gain meant devising their own methods, with the simplest being the resale of military supplies or even strategic reserves that, if all else failed, they could resort to burning down the dragon's warehouse in a preemptive drill. Jiang Wang was unconcerned about the utility of this connection. Even if it proved unhelpful, the information could still be monetized, especially since cheap arms were always in demand. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoye realized that Huang Jian and his associates were in dire straits. Feeling an acute fear of Jiang Wang and his group, who were truly desperate. However, she hesitated. A thought struck her. I previously called Wu Long, and there was a woman conversing with him. She must be with him. What was her name? Jiang Wang inquired. That I don't know. Wu Long has several hideouts and keeps mistresses domestically, so I'm not clear on that, she replied. Jiang Wang studied her for a moment, sighed, and stood up, stating, Collect the money. We are heading to Mingla. What about me? Wang Xiaoye quickly asked. You go to the restroom, lock the door, and if you're out before dawn, you'll be in serious trouble. Jiang Wang turned and said. Wang Xiaoye nodded rapidly, scrambling to her feet, but stumbled and fell, her nightgown lifting and revealing her bare skin, much to the astonishment of Jin Hai and the others. Not caring for modesty, she prioritized her safety and hobbled barefoot into the restroom, slamming the door shut with a bang. Jiang Wang beckoned Idayo. Hand me the phone and that business card. Idayo momentarily paused, recalling the business card he received from Dog King earlier that afternoon, and promptly handed it over. Jiang Wang took the phone and dialed the number. The phone rang a few times before being answered. The noise of loud music indicated the caller was likely at a KTV. Hello? Who's this? Kwang Xine, a professional debt collector, shouted over the din for him. The night was a realm of indulgence, where aside from work, he was out reveling. Though we met this afternoon, I've got a job for you. Master Long from Dabong wants me to take care of someone. His place is unguarded, and I need the contact details and addresses of all his mistresses, regardless of how much you can get. Kwang Xine's voice was filled with astonishment. The background noise intensified as the raucous music quieted, suggesting he had stepped away from the dance floor. Boss, what did you say? He asked, standing beside a utility pole. Jiang Wang continued. If Master Long is indeed taken care of, his assets will be swiftly divided. But if you know ahead of time, the spoils will be plentiful. I reiterate, I want the addresses and contact details of all his women. That's my sole condition. Of course, you may choose not to comply, but how I deal with Master Long, I can just as easily deal with you. I wouldn't dare. I'll remember everything you said. But is Master Long really dead? Kwang Xin cautiously repeated. At Dabong, at the Bullhead King's restaurant. If you arrive promptly, you might catch a piece of the action. Jiang Wang hung up and glanced around, noticing only a maid squatting beside the sofa, her head bowed in fear. Was what you said true? Jiang Wang tossed the phone to Yi Dayo and pulled out his firearm, speaking in the local Burmese dialect to ensure the maid understood. She lifted her head and nodded. Very well, take care of them, Jiang Wang affirmed, then walked outside. Several gunshots rang out within the villa, followed by a sudden silence as the pickup truck at the entrance moved aside. Instead of using that vehicle, Jiang Wang and his companions opted for the black Cherokee parked in the yard, a four-wheel drive off-roader. Chapter 50 Mingla, a dog, a lumber dealer Mingla. This was a familiar territory for Jiang Wang, though this time he wasn't there to orchestrate a heist, as the situation had become precarious. Almost every casino entrance was guarded by a soldier wielding an AK, clad in deep green military attire. Albeit standing somewhat askew, the security environment had improved significantly. After driving the black Cherokee through the area, Jiang Wang sought out the finest accommodation available. The Casino.it was a one-stop service where dining, lodging, and gambling were inextricably linked. Hotels, inns, and nightclubs served as side ventures, with gambling being the main focus. Upon checking in, the front desk presented him with a handful of chips, almost equivalent to half the value of his stay. Too little to throw away, yet too much to spend frivolously. These chips couldn't be converted into cash, but one could gamble with them, and any winnings could be exchanged for money. Jiang Wang tossed the chips casually to Jin Hai, as he had little interest in gambling, knowing the odds were heavily against the player. Instead, he deemed it more prudent to simply rob the place. Moreover, he had more pressing matters at hand, while Jin Hai and the others were eager to explore, yet still had business to attend to. On the third floor in a presidential suite, Jiang Wang lit a cigarette with his lighter. Upon his arrival, he had instructed the front desk attendant to send a certain dog up. Though she appeared puzzled, she said nothing, understanding that requests for such services were not uncommon, either for companionship or for a bit of fun. Approximately half an hour later, there was a knock at the door. Jin Hai, who was watching a televised broadcast, got up to answer, followed by Yi Dayo. Jiang Wang cast a glance back at them, noting their alertness. While Mian Jinghe was enjoying a bath, he was quite pleased with the large tub, reminiscent of the bathhouses from his hometown, though it lacked a professional masseur with a firm touch. "Good day, boss," the newcomer greeted as he entered, bowing slightly, dressed in a white shirt and black shorts. With flip-flops on his feet, his arms were tanned, contrasting with his pale skin. He appeared local but spoke fluent Mandarin, a prerequisite for serving tourists. Without the ability to communicate in Mandarin, one couldn't even qualify as a peddler, let alone earn a living. Dayo closed the door and conducted a cursory search, focusing mainly on the man's waist. The individual was unsurprised, pleased with the routine, knowing it indicated a wealthy patron. "What is your name?" Jin Hai inquired. "My surname is F.A. Everyone calls me F.A. Kai." The man replied with a smile. "Your real name?" Jiang Wang interjected from the sofa in the living room. The so-called dog was merely a purveyor of tall tales, and apart from what he claimed, nothing else was worth believing. "Pan Sha." The man quickly answered that my father is from Dongwa and my mother is from Shanbang. "I am half Dongwa. Can you find someone for me?" Jiang Wang asked, leaning forward. The dog, Pan Sha, did not dare to step inside, but nodded from the threshold. "Yes, as long as the boss commands, I can find anyone." "Here is 500 yuan, Jiang Wang instructed. Yi Dayo produced the money from his pocket and handed it over. "Boss, you're making a fortune," Pan Sha exclaimed joyfully, quickly accepting the bills, even though he had to share half with the lobby manager. However, as long as he kept quiet about the amount, he could pocket quite a bit. "I need you to find a lumber dealer who has been wandering around Mingla recently, named Fan Benquan. I've heard he is looking to offload a lumber yard." Jiang Wang casually mentioned that "I've heard of him. However, it seems his lumber yard is in trouble and he has been seeking someone to take it over. But nobody is willing to engage. Likely a failed investment looking for a scapegoat," Pan Sha replied promptly. Though Mingla was sizable, for individuals like him, any noteworthy happenings were usually within earshot. Such information was their means of making a living. And the term scapegoat indicated that once something fragile passed hands, if it broke, the last owner would bear the cost. You need not concern yourself with the details. Just find the person and bring him here by tomorrow night at the latest. There will be a reward. If you fail, I will hold you accountable. Rest assured, I will bring him," Pan Sha assured, nodding vigorously. Dayo opened the door to let him out, and Pan Sha left promptly. As the door slammed shut, he sighed in relief. Dealing with such a wealthy boss was indeed imposing. He wondered when he might reach such heights himself. From his pocket, he extracted 500 yuan, and with a satisfied nod, left 2 notes behind, folding the rest and tucking it into a secret little pocket in the leg of his shorts, that he descended in the elevator toward the lobby. At this hour, the hotel lobby was sparsely populated, though the nightclub on the second floor buzzed with activity. The suited lobby manager, upon seeing him emerge, hurried over, extending a hand before Pan Shah could utter a word. Introducing work, it was a transaction that required compensation. Otherwise, why would such a multitude of hounds seek him out? You've worked hard. Here is 200 yuan as a reward. You take half, and I'll add an extra 50 for your kind assistance. Pan Shah, being quite astute, promptly withdrew a 100 yuan note from his hand and pulled 50 more from the seam of his clothing, placing them into the lobby manager's hand. The manager, glancing at the money, nodded in approval. The deal well, and should business arise in the future, I shall look out for you. With the money accepted, the lobby manager's gaze toward Pan Shah softened slightly, and Pan Shah hastily nodded before leaving in a rush. Though he had never received a formal education, he understood that without a financial stake, he would not be respected. Only by being an astute fool could one amass wealth. Menglai slum. Although the night in Menglai City sparkled with lights, makeshift shanties were the norm in the marginal areas. Here, the disparity between rich and poor resembled that of the Bund during the Republic of China, perhaps even more pronounced. Some toiled all day without earning enough for a meal, while others squandered money as if it were dirt. Sitting beside a shack, dressed in a suit, Fan Bengquan epitomized one of those unfortunate souls that he had lingered here for over 2 weeks, having exhausted all avenues. With no one willing to assist him, resigning himself to misfortune, and seeking a way to withdraw the logging equipment, that it was better to suffer financial loss than to face calamity, to AS for selling the logging yard. Everyone in this circle knew the situation of his site. To the east lay the logging yard of Old Chang, which had effectively become a base for a group of guerrillas. Had it not been for Old Chang's untimely death, he might have engaged with those guerrillas even without automatic rifles, shotguns, handguns, and chainsaws. What was there to fear? The combined workforce of their 2 logging yards numbered nearly 300, enough to challenge the 60-odd members of the Nanjiao guerrilla force. They could indeed be taken down in the mountains. Alas, fate intervened when Old Chang was crushed by a tree while directing workers in the logging process. These were massive trees with diameters of 3 to 4 meters. When they fell, it was as if a steamroller had passed over. 2 lumberjacks died on the spot, and with Old Chang included, 3 lives were lost. Without a guiding force, the logging yard was overrun by the guerrillas, who expelled all the workers and seized control of the area. The 2 logging yards shared a common road, a partnership of sorts, one cutting east, the other west, creating a forked pathway and a main thoroughfare. The guerrillas established a checkpoint on the main road, intercepting supply trucks and capturing personnel, leaving them nearly starving in the depths of the mountains. Some matters cannot be delayed. They must be tackled with vigor. By the time Fan Bengquan realized he was cornered, it was already too late. The logging yard was struggling to survive. Who would follow him into the fray, especially with the guerrillas firmly entrenched? One misstep led to another. Now he found himself dining on leftovers from the hotel kitchen, a meager meal that could be deemed refuse, yet was cheaper and more plentiful, paired with a bottle of domestic herb. He had never experienced such a dire situation. No, perhaps it could be worse. He had taken out loans for the logging venture, and now, unable to recoup his investment, he awaited his demise that a sip of liquor brought some solace. Fan Bengquan bitterly consumed his drink, feeling as if he were in a dream. His logging yard, his domain, now lost. Ultimately, it was a matter of strength. He had not acted decisively enough. Reflecting on it now, he felt a deep regret. Having sipped his drink for over an hour, he was soon approached by someone he recognized, a young man from the adjacent bunk that he had rented a cheap spot in the slum's communal quarters. This lad was a guide in Menglai, hauling luggage, claiming he wanted to save money to apprentice and learn how to be a dog, persistently pestering Fan Bengquan to learn Mandarin, believing that mastering a foreign language would yield profit. The most common language was Mandarin, albeit in a rather informal manner. "Hey, look who I've brought back." The young man cheerfully bounded over, without further ado, snatching the leftover food bag from the ground and consuming it as if he were a monkey. Infuriated, Fan Bengquan nearly cursed at him. "That was mine. Are you Fan Bengquan?" The logging yard owner. The young man's companion was Pan Shah, who, despite his unremarkable appearance, earned in a day what the lad would take over a month to carry in luggage. I am. What is the matter? Fan Binquan replied with a scowl, his hand hovering near a spring knife at his waist, the last of his self-defense tools, having sold everything else that I've heard that a businessman is interested in entering the logging industry. Would you like to meet him? Pan Shah feigned mystery. The sun-kissed face revealed no discernible emotion. Where, upon hearing this, Fan Binquan immediately reacted. He felt akin to a gambler who had lost everything, unwilling to overlook any opportunity for a comeback. His losses weighed heavily, leaving him regretful like all gamblers, lamenting why he had not seized the chance when it arose that if there's another opportunity like that, I'll do anything. Once I win, I'll take my earnings and withdraw. Pan Shah rubbed his hands together. We need to have some cash first. Chapter 51. The Lumber Merchant, Fan Binquan. The next day, at 8 in the morning, Jiang Wang and his companions were just finishing breakfast, genuine beef noodles, served in a large bowl straight to their room, accompanied by a plate of fried dough and cold dishes. Before they had finished their meal, Pan Shah arrived with a visitor. Jiang Wang, munching on fried dough, regarded the lumber merchant, to be frank. He appeared rather ordinary, slightly balding, with thinning hair on top, hinting at the onset of a receding hairline. Care for a bite? Jiang Wang gestured for Ideo to fetch another breakfast, simultaneously settling Pan Shah's reward. Money could resolve 90% of problems. The remaining 10% was simply due to insufficient funds. Fan Binquan arrived brimming with confidence, having been duped by Pan Shah into believing he was a wealthy second-generation heir from the mainland eager to invest in the logging sector, an unsuspecting fool ripe for manipulation. However, upon closer inspection, he realized the youth was indeed youthful, but entirely different from his expectations that a handgun, ammunition, and a blood-stained towel lay haphazardly on the table, alongside this excessively young boss, none of which indicated he was merely a plump lamb for slaughter. Rather, he was a fierce and formidable dragon crossing the river. He had squandered 300 yuan on that scoundrel's hounds, only to find himself at a loss. I've already eaten, Fan Binquan stammered nervously, his stomach betraying him with an untimely growl, drawing the attention of Jin Hai and the still savoring Mianja. Killing intent. Fan Binquan was no saint. Had he been, he would not have survived in the treacherous triangle of borders, let alone arrived here without being exploited. He had even personally dealt with those who attempted to rob the logging yard. Thus, he could keenly sense that these individuals were not to be trifled with. Should they be released, they could stand their ground independently. Sit down and eat, Jiang Wang said, pushing half of his beef noodles toward Fan Binquan. But he set down his fried dough, lit a cigarette, and inquired, I hear you plan to sell the logging yard? Fan Binquan, seeking to alleviate his tension, picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, all the while formulating a response. There have been some issues at home. I urgently need money, so I have no choice but to sell the logging yard. Or else, before he could finish, Jiang Wang interrupted him, taking a drag from his cigarette, that I've investigated your situation. There is no need to deceive me that I intend to acquire your logging yard, but 1 TB offering any cash. This year's timber sales will earn you 20%. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Fan Binquan paused mid-bite, calculating in his mind. This year, he had achieved decent results, having harvested good timber, including some rosewood, which could fetch over 2 million at a minimum, that if he were to receive 20%, that would amount to around 400,000. His psychological target was to swindle 50,000, that indeed, it was a con. He had no real intention of selling the logging yard, for he had already lost control of IT. The IT was akin to having one's wallet dropped on the ground, only for another to stomp on it. No matter how much one protested, the money was still theirs. Yet the border triangle was devoid of reason. Hideo placed an ashtray on the table, and Jiang Wang flicked the ash from his cigarette. I'll give you time to consider, but my availability is limited. After this meal, I expect a decision. Fan Binquan chewed on his noodles, contemplating for a while. That I agree. But how will you transport the timber? How many guerrillas are there? What kind of firepower do they possess? Jiang Wang inquired directly. His audacity in selecting this course of action stemmed primarily from the fact that these guerrillas would be financially incapacitated before the conclusion of the rainy season. Their strength was undoubtedly limited, presenting a prime opportunity. Fan Binquan, being well acquainted with that region, could rally some lumberjacks if provided with unequivocal intelligence. This gang of guerrillas was not beyond defeat. They numbered approximately 60, lacking substantial firepower, though they possessed 2 machine guns that had been driven away by the Southern Wa Federal Army. Fan Bingquan asserted his profound understanding of the matter, stating that had it not been for Lao Chang's unfortunate incident, he would not have been forced into such a predicament. Are they involved in drug trafficking? Jiang Wang queried, cigarette poised between his fingers. The fragmented factions had only a few revenue streams, either drug trafficking or extorting tolls and taxes, or producing narcotics that if they possessed drugs, it could lead to complications, as narcotics were easily convertible to cash, especially in these times. They don't have drugs, do they? They appear to be nothing more than remnants of a defeated army, with even some wounded among them, Fan Bingquan recollected. Jiang Wang turned to Yi Dayo, instructing him to check out of the hotel, while Jin Hai was to fetch the vehicle. They intended to visit Jingdong today. Yes. Dayo promptly rose, retrieving the room card from the rack at the entrance, heading downstairs to complete the checkout procedures, with Jin Hai accompanying him. Jiang Wang's decisive actions instilled a glimmer of hope in Fan Bingquan's heart. To be frank, he yearned to eliminate every last one of those guerrillas, though he lacked the capability. "What should I call you, boss?" Fan Bingquan hastily inquired, feeling somewhat uneasy, having concluded their discussions, yet remaining ignorant of Jiang Wang's identity. "Jiang Wang from Qianzhou. We are not fellow townsmen." Haha, the boss is indeed straightforward. Jiang Wang gestured to Fan Bingquan, asking, "If I were to offer you 200,000, how many lumberjacks could you summon?" After a moment's hesitation, Fan Bingquan replied, "With 200,000, I could rally around 60 to 70 at the very least. I could bring back most of my lumberyard workers that be by the way. The lumberyard next to mine was seized by them. It belongs to Lao Chang." Jiang Wang extinguished a cigarette in the ashtray, urging him to speak as they walked. "Every day we delay increases the risk." The vehicle below was already prepared. Mian Jinghe quickly tidied up the room, grabbed his luggage and followed suit. That on the way, Fan Bingquan recounted the situation. Lao Chang, Chang Shijuan, was more than a decade his senior and could be considered a half-fellow townsman. They had partnered to establish the road. Lao Chang's influence surpassed his own, commanding nearly 200 lumberjacks and operating a larger lumberyard. There was even a 10-man patrol squad. Had it not been for his unfortunate demise under a falling tree, their combined strength would have prevented the Southern Wa guerrillas from establishing a foothold there. "What is the level of competition like at your lumberyard?" Jiang Wang approached the Cherokee, where Dayo had already opened the passenger door for him. Fan Bingquan took the rear seat by the left window and promptly responded, "It's manageable. We specifically constructed an additional 7 kilometers of road deeper into the mountains at ITS, not too severe." Those lumberyards that cannot afford road construction tend to engage in conflict while simultaneously felling trees. Often, they would come to blows over a single tree. There is no substantial power structure. The strongest claim the most. "What types of timber do you have there?" Jiang Wang inquired. "Wangwali, mahogany, and rosewood. These are all premium woods that we have already invested a considerable sum for this area," Fan Bingquan lamented, shaking his head. After laboring tirelessly for over a year, it felt as though it had all come to naught, yet he was unwilling to accept defeat. With 400,000, he knew it would not suffice. Thus he planned to acquire Lao Chang's lumberyard as well. Considering Lao Chang was now deceased, that if this Jiang Wang had the capability to eliminate that band of guerrillas, combined with the timber from Lao Chang's yard, he could potentially earn over $1 million. Calculating based on a 20% share, in that moment. No one desired Jiang Wang to seize the lumberyard more than Fan Bingquan. As tangible benefits lay ahead, it was as if he had grasped the last lifeline. And he could not afford to let go. Perhaps this was his final chance. Chapter 52. Jingdong. Into the mountains. Jingdong could be considered a scenic marvel, being the capital of the Shan state, adorned with several ancient temples alongside newly established ones. Within the city limits of Jingdong alone, there are hundreds of temples, as the Bamar people are deeply devout Buddhists. Each household venerates Buddha statues, and the monks, known as bhikkhus, are esteemed figures. This is faith. Indeed, the words of revered monks often carry more weight than those spoken by the powerful elite. Mengla lay to the west of Jingdong, and the journey was slightly delayed due to poor road conditions. A landslide had blocked the path. During the rainy season, the jungle is particularly treacherous, and even lumberjacks progress slowly. However, this concern was secondary, for once the dry season arrives, heavy trucks would not only transport the felled timber, but also usher in a multitude of lumberjacks, striving to harvest as much timber as possible within the brief months of the dry season. That is when the true bloodshed occurs. Disputes, Violent clashes and even gunfights become commonplace. That be why the time the Cherokee off-road vehicle arrived in Jingdong. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. After refueling and grabbing a bite to eat, Jiang Wang settled into a chair outside the restaurant, preparing to contact his great-nephew, Jiang Shao. The call was brief. Merely a few sentences. "I found the place. Bring the men over." Jiang Shao, without hesitation, was already coordinating with Gao Qiqiang and others domestically to establish a furniture company and secure a warehouse. Timber, much like jade, is sold based on the raw materials price. Rough jade is sold as raw stone, while cut jade is priced according to the finished product. Gao Qiqiang's business acumen was certainly not to be underestimated. Furthermore, with their backing, they could minimize costs, ensuring profitability in any venture, especially within the timber market. Gao Qiqiang was more ambitious, wishing to assist in the Border Triangle area, but was thwarted by Gao Qiqiang, who refused to let him take such risks. Jiang Shao would take 5 days to arrive from Ruili to Jingdong, allowing time to familiarize himself with the roads. After hanging up, Jiang Wang lit a cigarette, intending to find a place to settle in and gather information. Suddenly, the screen before him illuminated. System scanning in progress. Jiang Wang's brow furrowed slightly as he quickly sat back down, discarding the stub of his cigarette and lighting another while awaiting the completion of the system scan. In less than a minute, the system screen flickered. Quest. Dawn of the Lumberyard. Owning and fully controlling a lumberyard will grant you 2 family card pack draws. Current attribute bars. Attention to detail. Survival in dire straits. Insightful perception. Another relative is coming. Jiang Wang exhaled a puff of smoke, his previously anxious demeanor calming significantly as he gazed towards the hazy mountain range, the fiery clouds illuminating the sky. Looking up was a refreshing sight. "Let us go. We shall venture into the mountains." Jiang Wang tossed the cigarette but to the ground, and Idayo, hearing this, was momentarily surprised but quickly nodded that "I'll prepare the vehicle." Fan Benquan had enjoyed a hearty meal at the restaurant, the first satisfying meal in quite some time. Hearing Jiang Wang's intent to enter the mountains, he hesitated before cautioning, "Entering the mountains is easy, but fear those who might seize the vehicle. Do you know how to use a gun?" Jin Hai directly produced a pistol from his waistband, tossing it onto the table. Fan Benquan regarded this youth, comparable in age to his son, gritting his teeth as he smirked, "that I've been using this for over a decade." "Then how did you end up in such a predicament? Where's your courage?" Jin Hai did not hesitate to mock him, that if he had fallen into such dire straits, he should at least have explosives to blow those people away, rather than merely scraping by. Fan Benquan had no retort to Jin Hai's jab. Opening the chamber to inspect the magazine before securing it at his waist, "that it's just a return trip. What is there to fear?" This time, Mian Jinghe was at the wheel, for should they encounter any roadblocks. The first person to be questioned would undoubtedly be the driver. Mian Jinghe had also procured a sharp knife from the supermarket, a white-handled cleaver, its blade exceptionally keen, that as someone who had begun his journey with cold weapons. Mian Jinghe found this tool to be more manageable. Anyone daring enough to approach him closely would find themselves swiftly dispatched with a single thrust. Nonetheless, their purpose this time was merely reconnaissance. Of course, if they happened upon a few stragglers, they would not hesitate to eliminate them, thereby alleviating some burdens and pressures for the future. The black Jeep Cherokee navigated the treacherous mountain roads. And once they departed from the urban sprawl, the path became increasingly arduous. Trucks, taking advantage of the rainy season, had carved deep grooves into the muddy terrain. Fortunately, this was a 4-wheel drive vehicle, enabling them to avoid becoming stranded. Otherwise, the accumulated water could have easily ensnared their wheels at BY6 in the evening. The sun was nearing the horizon, and the off-road vehicle traversed a secluded dirt path, akin to entering an untouched jungle. Towering trees surrounded them, their verdant foliage seemingly endless, while the sounds of wildlife echoed through the air. "Are there tigers here?" Jin Hai inquired, lowering his window to observe a few monkeys leaping among the treetops. "Tigers? Yes, but they are scarce here. They are more prevalent in Bengal. Here, we have leopards, quite sizable ones that can indeed be aggressive." Fan Benquan, seated in the middle of the back seat, informed them that he was well acquainted with the region, noting that the most valuable creature in these mountains was the pangolin, of which he had several pounds at home, worth quite a fortune. In the distance, a loud thud resonated, startling a flock of mountain sparrows into flight. From their elevated position, they could see the birds take off a few miles away. Jiang Wang cast a glance in that direction, "That's logging," Fan Bingquan explained. From the sound, that tree must be several hundred years old. It's not uncommon to find trees over 1,000 years old, tall and magnificent. How far are we from the logging site? Jiang Wang asked, checking his phone, which showed a weak signal that if we continue at this pace, we'll arrive in about 2 hours, Fan Bingquan replied, glancing around. But to find quality timber, one must traverse these wild, desolate areas that, the animal kingdom. Jin Hai chuckled at the comparison, eliciting a smile even from Idayo. You may not believe it, but the lumberjacks in these mountains are like half-baked herbalists. If they lack knowledge of medicinal herbs and pharmacology, they might not survive here. Fan Bingquan quickly defended. You should see the leeches. They're as thick as a child's arm and can drain a person dry with a single bite. And those poisonous mosquitoes? A bite results in a massive welt, and even if you tear your skin, the itching persists. The spiders weave webs capable of ensnaring birds, and the palm-sized black scorpions can deliver a fatal sting. As Fan Bingquan animatedly recounted their logging exploits, time sped by. Nightfall enveloped them, the sky adorned with countless stars. This truly was a pollution-free zone, where one could gaze upward and behold the twinkling constellations. The forest was alive with the sounds of various insects, and a slight chill lingered in the night air. Jiang Wang, growing drowsy, was jolted awake when the vehicle suddenly halted. The screech of brakes roused him, and he instinctively drew the handgun resting on his seat, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. What happened? Jiang Wang was poised to inquire further, but upon seeing the fallen tree trunk obstructing the road and the makeshift shelter illuminated by a fire, he quickly comprehended. They had arrived. The inhabitants of the shelter had also taken notice, directing a beam of flashlight toward them. There were 4 or 5 individuals, and Jiang Wang squinted to scrutinize them closely. If the shelter were unoccupied, they would only number 6 that they appeared quite alert, one flashlight aimed at them while the others raised their firearms. Dark gun muzzles pointed menacingly at the jeep. 2 individuals wielded AKs, while the others held submachine guns, their models indistinct from their distance. That a man with the flashlight shouted something in a heavily accented dialect, too muffled for even Jiang Wang to decipher. Yet, he refrained from any rash movements. Acutely aware that these men had fingers poised on triggers. Get out. The flashlight-bearing man commanded, his voice ringing clear this time. Jiang Wang observed the man's attire, a casual ensemble of leather sandals, dark trousers, and a striped shirt, likely scavenged from the belongings of the lumberjacks. What now? Fan Bingquan remarked nervously, while Jin Hai and the others turned their gazes toward Jiang Wang. How far is it to your logging site and Lao Chang's? Jiang Wang inquired. That IT must still be a few miles in. This is the main road, and ahead lies the fork. Fan Bingquan replied with a wry smile, contemplating the irony of their initial intent to monopolize this area, only to find themselves ensnared. That if gunfire erupts here, will they hear it over there? Probably not, he assessed, as the living quarters shift along with the logging sites. They are situated deep within the forest. Cousin, take them out. Jiang Wang urged the reticent Mian Jinghe, whose swift and decisive actions were well known. Mian Jinghe chuckled softly, opening the car door and brandishing the cleaver. Jiang Wang gestured for Jin Hai and the others to also exit the vehicle, using it as cover. What do you want? The man with the flashlight, presumably the leader, directed the beam toward Mian Jinghe's face, causing him to squint. Boss, we are here to deliver goods. Is Fan Bingquan's logging site further in. Jiang Wang stepped out of the vehicle, conversing fluently in Burmese while offering a cigarette from his pack. Upon hearing the mention of a delivery, the man's demeanor brightened. Life in the mountains was not easy, and such an unexpected delivery was a welcome opportunity. They had previously ambushed several trucks transporting supplies, significantly improving their circumstances. Yet human nature is insatiable. Once fed, one craves meat, and once meat is obtained, there is a yearning for wine. Just like the character Guai Shu from Bianshui's past, who specialized in transporting goods for those unable to descend the mountain. Those willing to spend were drug traffickers with their own factories and transport networks. Far removed from the impoverished guerrillas, they had been driven out by the Southern Wa Federation Army, lacking both resources and the willingness to pay, yet they could still rob. This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. Where are the goods? The man pressed eagerly, casting a glance into the vehicle, hoping to spot a woman among them, but finding only men, which left him slightly disappointed. Nevertheless, the thought of supplies invigorated him. Where are the goods? In the trunk. You will pay, right? Jiang Wang cautiously inquired, as though confronting a robber. This only elicited a chuckle from the flashlight-wielding man, that we will inspect the goods first. Then we will pay you. Open it. Jean Hai and the others disembarked, some with flashlights, others with AK rifles. Only 3 individuals remained at the checkpoint. Jiang Wang and Mian Jinghe approached the rear of the jeep, unlocking the trunk. The moment it swung open, Jiang Wang shouted, "Who is there?" The sudden exclamation startled the men, causing the armed guards to turn in unison. In an instant, with a swift thrust, Mian Jinghe's cleaver plunged into the neck of the flashlight-bearing man. The blade, razor-sharp, pierced through, emerging from the opposite side, blood saturating the steel before it was withdrawn. The man attempted to utter a warning to his comrades, but Mian Jinghe swiftly covered his mouth, easing him down against the jeep's trunk. His life ebbing away unnoticed by the 2 soldiers accompanying him. They remained oblivious, their attention fixed on Jiang Wang's indicated direction. "Right there, did you see it?" Jiang Wang exclaimed dramatically, taking a step back. Aligning perfectly with one of the soldiers, Mian Jinghe, flashlight in hand, approached, and the 2 soldiers mistakenly believed the light belonged to their leader, not pausing to question. Mian Jinghe, now positioned behind one soldier, grasped the still-bloodied cleaver and gently pressed the blade against the soldier's throat. The cold steel elicited a wide-eyed response, but alas, it was too late. With a swift hiss, the blade sliced from left to right, carving a deep gash across his neck, severing the artery. The soldier instinctively reached for his throat, but was unable to stem the torrent of blood that gushed forth. With a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground, his limbs twitching unnaturally. Another soldier seemed to grasp the situation, but Jiang Wang's powerful arm coiled around him like a constricting serpent. In a textbook naked choke, it swiftly ensnared his neck, leaving the soldier in a state of panic as he attempted to fire back. Mian Jinghe retaliated with a swift stab to his abdomen. Extracting the knife just as quickly, the sounds of puncturing flesh echoing ominously. The soldier was firmly locked in Jiang Wang's grip. Confronted by Mian Jinghe's icy gaze and the bloody blade, he was effortlessly dispatched on the spot. Concealed by the open doors of the SUV, the 3 soldiers in front remained oblivious to this silent spectacle. Chapter 53. A man's resolution. The 3 soldiers in front of the SUV sensed an unusual quiet. Suddenly, the flashlight from behind illuminated their direction. Jiang Wang approached, carrying a box of mineral water. Under the beam of the flashlight, their vision was obscured, yet upon seeing the object in Jiang Wang's arms, they relaxed slightly. After all, who among them feared death or bullets? Come, have some water. Let's ease the tension. Jiang Wang approached with the box, and Mian Jinghe quickly followed, displaying a smile as he retrieved a bottle of water. The soldiers were more than willing to accept extra provisions, especially since the flashlight was shining their way, and their captain had tacitly approved. One soldier, armed with a semi-automatic rifle, reached out for the water, which Mian Jinghe offered. In an instant, with a soft sound, the soldier's pupils dilated, his face reflecting disbelief as he looked down. Mian Jinghe's hand, clutching the knife, had twisted, the blade now rotating within his abdomen. Trembling, the soldier staggered backward. "What is happening to the sergeant?" Jiang Wang shouted in alarm, prompting the other 2 soldiers to instinctively rush to assist, unaware of the unfolding chaos as their weapons were lowered. And they reached out to help. Jiang Wang swung the mineral water box with all his might, and in a flash, Mian Jinghe lunged forward like a bear. The sounds of puncturing flesh resonated, blood splattering everywhere. Before Jiang Wang could lend a hand, the last soldier was met with Mian Jinghe's reverse grip on the knife, thrusting it into his mouth. It was akin to smashing garlic. Blood gushing from the soldier's mouth until he fell silent. Mian Jinghe rose from the ground, the blade in his hand now shattered. He wiped the blood off his fingers, spat on the ground, and discarded the broken knife, drenched in blood, exuding an aura of menace. He resembled a vengeful spirit emerging from the underworld, having claimed 6 lives with the ease of a casual meal. Inside the vehicle, Fan Benquan trembled with fear that he never anticipated Jiang Wang, the boss, would possess such audacity to kill on the spot, let alone dispatch so many. What terrified him further was the sheer ferocity of Jiang Wang's driver, who was as ruthless as a wild beast. No, even a beast could not rival such terror. The notion of a single individual wielding a knife, an act more fitting for a martial arts novel, unfolded right before his eyes. Fan Bingquan had no doubt that had the guerrilla soldiers been unarmed, this formidable man would have dispatched them all without the need for cover. Jin Hai and Idio busied themselves with the grim task of moving the corpses, while Jiang Wang picked up a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and rinsed Mian Jinghe's hands. The clear water flowed over Mian Jinghe's hands, dripping to the ground and transforming into a crimson pool. "Cousin, do you have a wife? I can arrange a house for you." As Jiang Wang poured the water, he inquired, his scalp tingling with anxiety as he had prepared himself to use a gun. Who would have thought Mian Jinghe would be so ferocious? Single-handedly taking down the last 3 men, his knife even breaking from the force, truly fearsome. "There is someone special back in Yanbian," Mian Jinghe replied, shaking off his hands. Jiang Wang gestured to Dio, who promptly handed over a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. "That if you find a good one, steady your feet, and I'll arrange a house for you." "All right." Mian Jinghe accepted without hesitation, lighting a cigarette, his unkempt appearance belying his formidable prowess. Jin Hai, tasked with disposing of the bodies, stood in stunned silence. "Strip them of their clothes, take the weapons, leave nothing behind, and neatly place everything in the shed." Jiang Wang commanded, but he took a swig from the mineral water bottle, the night breeze brushing against him, still feeling a bit chilly. A glance towards the vehicle revealed Fan Bingquan, pale as a ghost, as if he had lost too much blood. However, Jiang Wang paid him little mind. It was perhaps good for him to understand the gravity of the situation, lest he be treated as a novice. He was no mere piglet, but rather a formidable dragon crossing the river, a tiger scaling the mountains. Jin Hai and Idio worked swiftly, and before long, they had stripped the 6 bloodied corpses down to the bone. Arranging them neatly in the shed in the dead of night, the sight was haunting. Having stripped them and taken their belongings, it ensured that the guerrilla fighters would remain oblivious to the identity of their assailants. Perhaps they would think it was the work of mountain spirits. The logs that obstructed the road were moved aside by Jin Hai and his team, clearing the path. After finishing his cigarette, Mian Jinghe pulled open the car door and climbed inside. Upon seeing him, Fan Bingquan nearly leapt from the vehicle, particularly upon catching a whiff of the blood that clung to Mian Jinghe. Fan Bingquan's legs trembled uncontrollably, feeling as though they were made of jelly, his hands weak and unresponsive. Jin Hai and Idio entered the vehicle on either side, slamming the door shut, and Jiang Wang followed suit. As the window was rolled down, the night air rushed in. Yet Jiang Wang and the others felt little of it. For Fan Bingquan, the stench of blood was overwhelming, nearly inducing a gag reflex. "Old Fan, left or right?" Jiang Wang asked, eyeing the fork in the road ahead. One path led to Fan Bingquan's lumber mill, while the other directed towards Old Cheng's mill, now a base for the guerrilla fighters. It was crucial to ascertain their direction. "Right," Fan Bingquan replied, bent over. His head barely able to lift, he appeared as if he might collapse into a heap of mud at any moment. Jiang Wang glanced back at him, concerned. "Your complexion is poor. What's wrong? Do you have diabetes or heart trouble?" No, I'm just car sick," Fan Bingquan stammered, his voice quivering, on the verge of tears, as if he were suffering from some affliction. Dio produced a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, offering them to Fan Bingquan, who struggled to grasp them. In the end, Dio lit a cigarette and placed it in his mouth. Taking 2 deep puffs, Fan Bingquan began to regain his composure, as if he had just emerged from a harrowing encounter in the underworld. Although he felt slightly better, he dared not raise his gaze, fearing Mian Jinghe's stare. He wished to avoid eye contact at all costs. The black Jeep Cherokee sped down the road, which was in surprisingly good condition, free from the ravages of heavy vehicles. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a lumber mill, the scene opening up before them, flanked by towering, verdant trees. However, the ground ahead was barren, stripped of many large trees, creating an expansive area roughly the size of 6 or 7 football fields, piled high with timber. Thick tree stumps lay scattered across the ground like millstones. Yet, upon closer inspection, they were substantial enough to serve as tables or even beds. In the distance, a few wooden structures with tin roofs could be seen, constructed from locally sourced materials, with roofs fashioned from metal sheets. 2 modified excavators, already showing signs of wear, were visible, their digging buckets replaced with large claws for loading timber. However, as they entered, Jiang Wang was met with a foul stench, reminiscent of decay. The headlights of the Cherokee illuminated the surroundings, prompting Jiang Wang to gesture for Mian Jinghe to turn around. directing the headlights towards the excavator, where the odor was most pungent. As the light shone in that direction, they revealed the remnants of a decaying corpse. Dangling beneath the excavator's arm, the putrid smell emanating from that very spot. Judging by its attire, a checkered shirt and jeans, the body was in a state of grotesque disrepair, with swarms of white maggots writhing about, sending chills down one's spine. Jiang Wang turned to inquire, "Old Fan, do you recognize this?" Fan Ben Quan, biting down on the already extinguished cigarette, but forced himself to stand and peer ahead. The corpse, decomposed to the point of exposing bones, was difficult to identify, but Fan Ben Quan was certain that the guerrilla fighters had resorted to cannibalism. The mill appeared to have been deserted by the lumberjacks, and this body was likely left as a warning. "I'm not sure, but could you lower him down? I want to bury him. He might be one of my fellow lumberjacks," Fan Ben Quan pleaded. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wang consented, saying, "Jin Hai, go help him." Jin Hai's face instantly contorted into a frown, the foul odor overwhelming. All of them were from the Eastern nation. While alive, they could not be managed, but in death, they could at least be laid to rest. "Edu, accompany me to survey the surroundings." Jiang Wang turned to Mian Zhenghe, "Cousin, keep the engine running. Once we finish our tasks, we shall depart." Mian Zhenghe nodded in agreement as Jiang Wang and the others pushed open the car doors and stepped out. Fan Ben Quan limped off to fetch a shovel and pickaxe. Reluctantly, Jin Hai followed suit, using his shirt as a makeshift mask over his face and stuffing tissue paper into his nose. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang and Edu proceeded to inspect the logging site. Chapter 54. The gunfire of the logging site. Jiang Wang surveyed the logging area, and his first impression was one of spaciousness, excessively so. The timber was commendable, each log stout enough to fill a shipping container when severed. There were 2 dormitories, mere tin shacks, turned upside down with chaos inside. Bullet holes marred the walls, suggesting that the guerrillas had conducted a search here. Chainsaws, handsaws, and power saws were readily available. A rusting 6-wheeled truck stood nearby, resembling a modified Dongfeng truck, cobbled together into a 100-ton behemoth. After inspecting the area and the wood, Jiang Wang noted the absence of personnel. The guerrillas were elsewhere. While the dawn had yet to break, he resolved to venture further. But on another front, Fan Ben Quan was laboring beside a tree, wielding the pickaxe to excavate the ground, where roots were densely packed and the soil firm. Perspiration streamed down his face as he unearthed a large pit. Jin Hai, exceedingly reluctant, changed into a garment scavenged from the bodies of fallen soldiers, assisting Fan Ben Quan in removing the corpse. Dragging it with a rope to the pit and tossing it in, stifling the urge to retch, they covered the body with dirt. Yet despite his efforts, Jin Hai could not suppress the nausea. The rancid stench was unbearable, making his head spin. "Thank you for your efforts," Fan Ben Quan remarked, equally nauseated. However, there was little choice. This was the extent of their capabilities, with no knowledge of the deceased's identity, but at least he would be laid to rest. "Old Fan, how far is it to Lao Chang's logging site from here?" Jiang Wang called out from a distance. They were unconcerned about being overheard, for this logging site resembled an expansive circle, continuously expanding. They would need to traverse the woods to reach the other side, a considerable distance indeed. It would take over an hour to walk through the forest. Jiang Wang glanced at his Rolex. It was just past 1 in the morning, and time was not on their side, especially since they had brought minimal supplies. Delving into the forest would be folly. There was no need to take unnecessary risks. "Wash off the stench and get in the vehicle. We will take a quick look at Lao Chang's logging site." "Hurry," Jiang Wang shouted. Fan Ben Quan and the others did not linger, hastily rushing to a nearby plastic barrel to wash themselves with the rainwater collected. The area relied on a diesel generator for electricity, as for water. Aside from the spring they had discovered, they had to haul it in with their vehicles. The rest was supplied by rainwater. Thus, the logging site was dotted with blue plastic barrels and cut-up gasoline drums filled with water. However, mosquitoes were plentiful, and snakes lurked nearby. While washing his hands, Jin Hai felt something slippery in the water and, upon yanking it, discovered it was a large black snake, thick as his wrist, which he promptly flung several meters away in fright. "Good heavens!" Jin Hai exclaimed, shaken. "Don't panic. That's quite a delicacy in the mountains. There's little oil to be found. So we rely on whatever we can catch for cooking," Fan Ben Quan remarked nonchalantly, wiping his hands on his pants before hastening to the off-road vehicle and climbing inside, as soon as they entered. Jiang Wang and the others grimaced. The stench of decay lingered, refusing to dissipate. They rolled down the windows and lit cigarettes, the smoke momentarily masking the other odors. Mian he turned the vehicle around. Retracing their route to the fork in the road, he veered left, a noticeably longer path, as the two logging sites were as distant as two villages. Nevertheless, this area was larger, and ahead lay a checkpoint. "Stop, turn off the lights," Jiang Wang ordered, pulling out his handgun and taking a deep drag from his cigarette. The vehicle turned around. "EDU, and I will check the situation. Old Fan, you come along." The car doors swung open, and the three of them dashed along the roadside into the thicket. Mian he demonstrated impressive driving skills, executing a U-turn, but as soon as Jiang Wang and the others departed, Jin Hai felt a twinge of fear. This cousin seemed more intimidating than the guerrillas outside. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang and his companions, having circled around the woods, beheld the logging site ahead, which was evidently much larger, twice the size of Old Fan's site. Numerous dormitories constructed from timber, their roofs covered with plastic sheeting, were present, along with two white box trucks, presumably delivering supplies to Fan Ben Quan's logging site. All were detained here, and the fate of the occupants remained unknown. A watchtower stood in the vicinity, with only one access route. The tower was 3 meters high, propped up by timber, with 2 soldiers on guard, lacking only a searchlight. The surrounding area was not heavily guarded. After all, who would venture here in the dead of night? Jiang Wang scrutinized the situation, committing the terrain to memory. With over 60 individuals present, a single gunshot could result in multiple casualties. Jiang Wang was not inclined to engage in reckless endeavors. Even in a firefight, he intended to emerge victorious. That building is the office. It should serve as their command center. Fan Ben Quan pointed to the southeastern corner. Indeed, a 2-story wooden structure stood there. Sturdy and well-constructed, with a hanging lantern at the entrance, the only source of light in the vicinity. Jiang Wang estimated the distance to be around 500 meters. That he surveyed the area once more and picked up a stone from the ground, tossing it at a water-filled metal barrel. The dull thud went unnoticed. "Damn it, do we have any knives?" Jiang Wang turned to inquire, and Edu quickly rummaged through his pockets, producing a spring knife with a decent blade. "Return and summon my cousin and the others to prepare for a rescue. I will see if I can eliminate their leader." Jiang Wang instructed Fan Ben Quan to go back and call for assistance. Not allowing for any objections, that he then slipped away with Edu. Fan Ben Quan swallowed hard, marveling at Jiang Wang's audacity. He was truly fearless. Without hesitation, he hurried back to summon help. Jiang Wang and his companion crouched behind a water barrel, moving stealthily across the ground, grateful for the absence of dogs. Jiang Wang contemplated his strategy. Once he secured the logging site, he intended to clear the forest in between, merging the 2 sites and acquiring dogs for protection. Without dogs, it would be easy to be caught off guard. However, this was also advantageous. 500 meters was not a great distance, and soon they arrived, noting that the windows were shut. Surprisingly, the building was well maintained. The windows were of the old-fashioned kind, sliding up and down, requiring a stick for support, reminiscent of the windows in the tale of Pan Jin Lian and Shiman Qing. Jiang Wang examined the front door and strained to listen. There was little sound aside from someone snoring, indicating that there were likely people on the second floor. Jiang Wang gestured, and Edu glanced at the second-floor balcony, leaping up to grasp the ledge. Swiftly climbing over, Jiang Wang, wielding the spring knife, pried open the window. Peering into the darkness within, he moved cautiously, sensing he had perhaps underestimated the laxity of their defenses. Had he known, he would have brought explosives to blow them away. Jiang Wang climbed through the window, discovering a few scattered wine bottles on the floor that appeared to be a bedroom, though he could not ascertain if it belonged to a government official. Approaching the bedside, Jiang Wang raised his hand to press against the man's chest, confirming his position before gripping the dagger tightly. With a swift motion, he plunged it into the man's neck, pulling forcefully. The flesh split open, the windpipe severed, and blood gushed forth as the man on the bed struggled briefly, akin to someone drowning, before Jiang Wang held him down firmly. Blood poured from his mouth as he stared vacantly at the dark ceiling. And once Jiang Wang was certain of his demise, he wiped the spring knife on the nearby clothing. Proceeding cautiously, he stepped tentatively forward. There were likely guards still asleep in the hall below. After a moment of hesitation, he retreated. Exiting through the window, Idayo, who was upstairs, also spotted someone and swiftly removed his belt. Fashioning it into a noose, he secured it around the neck of the man sleeping soundly on the bed. Threading the belt through the bed frame. With a surge of strength, Igdayo yanked down on the belt. The man gasped for breath, awakening abruptly as the belt tightened around his throat, his face turning an alarming shade of purple. In a desperate attempt, he flailed, causing a handgun on the bed to clatter to the ground. The safety disengaging as it hit the floor, it discharged unexpectedly. The sudden gunfire shattered the night's tranquility, rousing the guards in the hall below. Though they were a disorganized bunch, they had indeed seen battle before and were acutely sensitive to the sound of gunfire. Instantly, the lights in the hall flickered to life. And Jiang Wang, outside and smoking, observed the silhouettes of 3 figures. Drawing his handgun, he realized his cover was blown and that there was no longer any reason for concealment. He would kill them. Kicking the door open, Jiang Wang raised his weapon and fired. Bang, 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 bang. The 3 guards had barely risen from the sofa, still dazed, when bullets pierced their chests. Jiang Wang emptied the magazine of his large pistol, ensuring each man was struck at least twice, a certainty of death, before he began to reload. Meanwhile, Dayo, upon hearing the gunfire, felt the veins in his forehead bulge as he struggled with the man on the bed, who was unable to break free, clutching desperately at the tightening belt around his neck, his eyes rolling back, tongue protruding. With a sharp snap, the man's neck was pulled askew. Dayo then released his grip, seized the fallen gun, and fired 2 shots into the man's head that he leapt directly from the 2nd floor. "Boss, that guy's gun misfired," Dayo explained, but Jiang Wang paid no mind, waving him off. "Hurry. The gunfire here has awakened the entire logging camp," he urged. The 2 sentries in the watchtower, armed with an M60 machine gun, were now alert. The powerful floodlight that had remained off was suddenly activated, casting a harsh white beam over the area, compelling Jiang Wang and Dayo to duck behind the building as bullets rained down around them. The gunfire from the machine gun was terrifyingly rapid, even though it was an antiquated relic from the latter days of World War II. It retained its formidable power. Meanwhile, inside the dormitory, the guerrilla soldiers, alerted by the gunfire, hastily arose and grabbed their weapons, firing blindly into the night. As Jiang Wang pondered how to retreat, another furious exchange of gunfire erupted. Turning his head, he saw Mian Jinghe and Jin Hai, armed with AK-47s they had scavenged from the roadblock, unleashing a barrage on the watchtower. The hail of bullets screamed towards the sentries, and despite their lack of precision, the sheer volume of firepower was overwhelming. One of the sentries was struck, and the floodlight shattered. Wooden posts splintered under the gunfire, creating round holes as if eaten by pests. "Let us go," Jiang Wang urged Dayo as they sprinted towards the forest, whistling to signal Mian Jinghe and the others to retreat swiftly. Upon hearing the whistle, they wasted no time, emptying their magazines before discarding their weapons and diving into the woods. The guerrilla fighters remained in a state of confusion. They understood that shots had been fired but hesitated to pursue, uncertain of the enemy's numbers. Without a commanding presence to lead them, they faltered. However, that brief pause was sufficient for Jiang Wang and his companions to bolt onto the road. Mian Jinghe leapt into the vehicle, casting a worried glance at Jiang Wang and the others. Relieved to see no one missing, "Drive," Jiang Wang instructed, taking a deep breath as he settled into the passenger seat. The driver, Fan Benquan, was eager to accelerate, hardly daring to slow down. Today, he learned what it meant to cross a river like a fierce dragon. Charging through a true hail of bullets, Jiang Wang spat out of the window, grinning. "This place is mine. Even God cannot save them now." Chapter 55. Buying Guns and Cannons. Jingdong, 3 p.m. In a moderately sized hotel. Jiang Wang indulged in a much-needed rest, feeling invigorated. The events of the previous night had left no mark on him whatsoever. With a heart unyielding to the specter of death, he was unconcerned with trivial matters. After brushing his teeth post-wake, he gazed at his phone, which displayed an overwhelming number of missed calls. 99. God knows how many calls Jiang Shao made yesterday after they ventured into the mountains. And after returning last night, he had simply found a hotel still in operation for a brief respite. Returning the call, he discovered that no significant troubles had arisen. It was merely a matter of being unable to reach him. Jiang Shao was somewhat anxious. As they had already crossed the border to expedite their arrival, they had procured a large truck, though they were still somewhat lacking in weaponry. However, Jiang Shao was meticulous, resolving most issues, including selecting individuals capable of handling firearms. There were over 20 experienced marksmen ready to engage, while others still required practice, though handguns were manageable. Among them were 7 veterans from the military, fully capable of handling tasks provided they had firearms. I will handle the firearms, inquire about their military backgrounds, then I'll see if I can acquire something more specialized. Jiang Wang stood by the window, observing the street below where several police officers clad in dark green uniforms patrolled, clutching their AK rifles. That if you're seeking arms, perhaps you might inquire about artillery? He suggested that I'll take my chances. All right. Jiang Wang concluded the call, patting his pocket only to realize he was out of cigarettes. He needed to find a place to procure a stockpile of arms. The phone in his hand flipped back and forth. He could not rely on anyone else. He had to try his luck with Lao Diao. That fellow had been a military supplier since his grandfather's time. If he didn't tee of solid goods, Jiang Wang would find it hard to believe. After pacing the room, Jiang Wang stepped outside to gather his companions. While the sky was still light, they needed to return to Dabong. Though Jin Hai and the others were still drowsy, they had no complaints, continuing to sleep in the vehicle as they were accustomed to such a lifestyle. Jiang Wang drove, first stopping to fill up on gas. The off-road vehicle sped along, and by evening, they returned to Dabong, a place he had traversed numerous times at Lao Diao's repair shop. It was already 7 p.m. The illuminated sign outside was aglow. During the journey, Jiang Wang hadn't had a chance to eat. Passing by, he noted that the Nudawang restaurant had closed, which was unsurprising given the recent loss of life. "Where is he, Lao Diao?" Jiang Wang called, banging on the counter as he shouted inside the shop, which served as the front. Hearing the commotion, someone hurried over, and Jiang Wang turned to see a golden-haired foreign woman with pale skin. He recognized her as Alice, though he was unsure if it was her real name. Rumors had it that Lao Jiao had an American wife, and no wonder he enjoyed dressing up as MacArthur. "Lao Jiao is eating," Alice replied. Her striking blue eyes widened slightly as she seemed to struggle to recognize Jiang Wang. Her Mandarin was quite good, clear without any accent. She informed him that he had come to collect supplies. And if Lao Jiao did not show up, the deal would be off. Jiang Wang averted his gaze, studying a map of Burma plastered on the wall, refusing to look at Alice any longer. It was a matter of propriety. One should not gaze at women indiscriminately, as it could be perceived as a provocation. Especially with the wives of certain bosses, they were considered personal property. Do not smile. Do not frown. And certainly do not comment, unless one intended to eliminate the man. Alice hastily returned, and a few minutes later, Lao Jiao appeared, bowl in hand. "Hey, you're still alive," he exclaimed. "Did I ask that what you should say to a guest?" Jiang Wang eyed the bowl in Lao Jiao's hands, filled with rice and fish-flavored shredded pork. Without a word, he snatched the bowl away. "Damn, you're living like a bandit." Old Jiao let out a scornful laugh and deliberately glanced outside, observing the black Cherokee and its occupants. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, muttering, "Goodness, I thought you were being chased and came here to seek refuge, that it was only I who was meant to be the one doing the killing." Jiang Wang took a few bites of rice, pairing it with some dishes, before slapping a bank card onto the counter. "There's 300,000 in this card. Provide me with weaponry of commensurate value. And I want to inspect it personally. Don't even think about pulling a fast one on me, that I'm in the midst of launching a venture, and my temper is short. I can't stand being provoked." "Understood, understood." Old Diao chuckled, not bothering to dispute, as he picked up the bank card and asked, "What do you want? What do you have on offer? Don't try to fool me with trifles. I want something substantial. Do you have artillery?" "Huh." Old Diao paused for a moment. "Artillery? That sort of thing doesn't sell well." Old Diao explained that his supplies were primarily for a handful of loyal clients, mainly small arms. And those clients consisted of mountain drug traffickers, urban gangs, and even some local warlords in need of temporary supplies that he simply didn't have the capacity to cater to an army of thousands. Besides, what drug dealer would haul artillery for trafficking? They preferred items like RPGs and recoilless rifles. But there was no way to avoid making a profit. Old Jiao led Jiang Wang through the small town of Dabong, stopping intermittently as they wandered for over an hour before finally blindfolding Jiang Wang and taking him to the warehouse. With a buzz of electricity, the black cloth was pulled away from Jiang Wang's face. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light and squinted at his surroundings. "Brother, I'm being truly sincere with you here. My wife hasn't even set foot in this place. Look, it's all good stuff. Old Diao, clad in a white tank top with a prominent belly and wearing slippers, surveyed the area like a feudal lord. Once Jiang Wang adjusted to the brightness, he opened his eyes wide and quickly scanned his surroundings. Near the entrance stood two elderly guards, likely around 60 years old, and they didn't seem like the amiable sort. They appeared to be former soldiers now working as security. Upon further inspection, he realized the place resembled an air raid shelter, yet it was filled with military crates, those wooden boxes painted green stacked up to the ceiling. The area was roughly the size of an indoor basketball court. Jiang Wang began to examine the surroundings when he heard a click. He lifted a lid to reveal a pristine array of AK rifles. Do you recognize what this is? Old Diao picked up a rifle, loaded it, and pulled the trigger, producing a crisp sound identical to a factory-fresh piece. AK rifles? Jiang Wang picked one up, testing the sights. This is the AKM, a Soviet model that came after the AK-47. In terms of production quality and firearm performance, it's superior. What do you say? Shall I take a set? Jiang Wang nodded at the automatic rifle he held. I'll take a crate, but don't try to swindle me. I am giving you 300,000 for this one crate. And I want 2 crates of ammunition as well. Old Diao shouted. What do you mean by swindling? I brought you here as brothers. From now on, you call me brother and I'll call you little brother. If you have money, come and spend it here. And if I don't have money? Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow. Smiling, impossible not to have money, Old Diao mumbled, quickly opening another crate. Have you seen grenades? Let me tell you, these things are effective, have great lethality, and they're cheap. Jiang Wang stared at the wooden-handled grenades he had seen in anti-Japanese films and suddenly felt uneasy. He crouched down to read the faded inscriptions on the crate, scratching at the paint with his finger. Don't do that. What is the point of scraping the paint? These grenades are fine. But they're about 20 years old. 20 years? I probably wasn't even born yet. Jiang Wang exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch. That if that's the case, they might have even been used in the East's aid to Vietnam against America. Don't mind those details. They're cheap. Old Diao hastily assured him. These are genuine articles. They can be fired, and they're just as good as new. You must trust military-grade products. Is this all you're showing me? Just this junk? Jiang Wang frowned, a dissatisfied expression on his face. Old Diao clicked his tongue. Little brother, I'm being honest here. I'm offering you a fair price. Then I'll take 2 crates. Jiang Wang chuckled. Old Diao laughed as well, knowing he had to make a sale. Over here, we have pistols, the Type 54, the Great Black Star, military grade. And there are semi-automatic rifles with long ranges. You can even add a monocular scope to use them as sniper rifles. Jiang Wang continued to follow along, glancing at several models of bulletproof vests, thick and sturdy half-body types. What is the price for this? Jiang Wang tapped on one. Little brother, since ancient times, crossbows have been prohibited, but not bows. Armor has been banned, but not swords. Bulletproof vests are a bit pricier, but they're for saving lives. Old Diao patted the vest. This is a military model, made with ample materials, very sturdy, bullets can't penetrate. Give me 5 of those. And do you have heavy artillery? Don't tell me you don't have machine guns here. Jiang Wang inquired eagerly. The deterrent power of machine guns is far superior to that of AKs. Just a stance can instill fear, and few would dare to move under the muzzle of a general-purpose machine gun. Machine guns? Take a look at this. Old Diao approached the wall and retrieved a weapon from the shelf. This is the Soviet PKM general-purpose machine gun, capable of firing from a belt. However, it's expensive, little brother. I must warn you, if you take this, your 300,000 will dwindle significantly. Do you have artillery? Jiang Wang asked again. Are you planning to go to war? You want artillery? Old Diao was barely holding it together, pondering for a moment. How about a mortar? That is also artillery. I happen to have one. Buy 3 shells and get 1 free. Buy 5 and get 2 free. Buy 10 rounds, and I'll throw in a mortar. Jiang Wang couldn't help but chuckle. Old Diao slapped his thigh. What are you dreaming about? I only have 1 crate of shells, just 7 rounds, and I still have to look for more. Someone has to help me move things. What type? American-made, back when my grandfather retreated here. He said it was to counterattack the mainland. The Americans dropped supplies here. It's a 60mm caliber, and you can carry it by yourself. Do you have any other types of shells? Don't ask about that old stuff. I'll throw in a crate of flares. Will that suffice? Chapter 56. Someone here, call me brother-in-law. Jiang Wang finished selecting his items. Before leaving, he managed to persuade old Jiao to part with a mounted machine gun that could be installed in the bed of a pickup truck, the East's imitation model of the 80s-style machine gun. Old Jiao was quite reluctant. A shrewd businessman, he realized he wouldn't even make half the profit on these items, considering it a loss. After an hour of negotiations, he finally agreed to deliver the goods. However, he insisted on an additional purchase of 10 ammunition belts. The guns could be offered at a lower price, but the ammunition would cost extra. Old Jiao calculated that in the future, acquiring ammunition would start at 10,000. It was only late at night that old Jiao blindfolded Jiang Wang again and took him in a bumpy van to Mengla. Little brother, for safety's sake, your items will be delivered tomorrow night. Enjoy your time here. Old Jiao laughed heartily, waving goodbye as the van drove farther away. Even if Jiang Wang remembered the route, he would struggle to find his way back. Jiang Wang, however, didn't mind too much. It was a perfect opportunity to call Jin Hai and have them pick him up, along with Jiang Xiao. The trip to Mengla was relatively close. The next day, just before noon, at 11:07 a.m., Jiang Wang glanced at his Rolex on his wrist and turned to look at Jin Hai and the others, who were fast asleep in the vehicle. This kind of traveling was exhausting. However, once Jiang Xiao arrived, he could finally relax for a couple of days before making further plans. At 11:30 a.m., Jiang Wang spotted a red, old-style Liberation truck rolling down the road, complete with a canopy, and the front was that classic large-nosed, front-engine model. "Wake up! We're here to pick you up!" Jiang Wang shouted, pushing open the door and stepping out, shaking off the crumbs from the bread he had eaten last night. As he stepped down, the large truck came to an immediate halt, and the passenger door swung open. Jiang Xiao hurriedly jumped down. "Uncle, are you all right?" Jiang Xiao asked with concern, glancing over at Jin Hai in the SUV, who was so startled he dared not show his face. "That I'm fine. Jin Hai is a good kid. Very reliable." Jiang Wang smiled, trying to ease the atmosphere. He quickly turned to the truck and asked, "How many people came?" 30. "I've briefed them all. They know what they're here for," and 1T lagged behind. "They can shoot." Jiang Xiao replied earnestly, aware that not everyone had the guts to kill. But those who came were all young and spirited. "Great. Have you eaten? I'll arrange things here first. The weapons will arrive tonight, that if all goes well, we'll make our move tomorrow." Jiang Wang habitually checked his pockets. Realizing he had no cigarettes left, having finished them during the journey last night, Jiang Xiao pulled out a pack from his pocket and handed it over. "Uncle, why don't you go up and ask?" Jiang Wang approached, a cigarette in hand. The driver, Lu Erlin, swung open the car door and stepped out, his face beaming with a smile as he called out, "Brother-in-law, how's it going, kid? Is this car steady?" Jiang Wang patted Lu Erlin's sturdy arm and kicked the tire lightly. Assessing the vehicle, which appeared to be in decent condition, its exterior still looking 70% new, "Everyone's out now," Lu Erlin remarked, rapping his knuckles against the car door. The occupants had already thrown back the canvas covering, peering curiously outside, but had yet to disembark. After all, Jiang Xiao had given strict instructions prior to their arrival. Now that they were allowed to get out and explore, they eagerly piled out. "Call him brother-in-law," Lu Erlin reminded them. The onlookers quickly chimed in, "Brother-in-law, greetings." All right, Jiang Wang waved his hand with a smile. "Since you all call me brother-in-law, we are family. That I want to keep anything from you. The lumberyard has been taken over by a bunch of scoundrels. Now that we're here, we'll deal with those rascals. That I won't make any grand claims. But mark my words, if any of you leaves here with less than 30,000 yuan, I'll offer my head." "Deal," came the enthusiastic response. "Excellent. Those of you skilled with firearms or who have served in the military, step forward. That I've heard there's even one among you who can handle heavy artillery. Let me introduce you to your brother-in-law." Jiang Wang laughed heartily, and the crowd joined in his mirth. With interests aligned and familial ties established, what could possibly hold them back? "Brother-in-law, I can handle artillery. I've operated the Type 54 120mm howitzer in the artillery regiment. I was a loader." A man with a buzz cut stepped forward, looking youthful and sturdy at around 27 or 28 years of age. Well, a howitzer. I don't have that, but how about a mortar? Can that do the job?" Jiang Wang inquired with a grin. "Absolutely. Mortars require range estimation, and I can manage that. What is your name? Which family do you come from?" Jiang Wang asked, his interest piqued. The man stood at attention, raising his hand in a formal salute. "Lu He from the 3rd branch. To my grandfather and your family are from the same lineage. Lu Qianjuan is my uncle and has served 5 years in the military." "Great, 5 years in the service. Who else here has military experience?" Jiang Wang clapped Lu Hao on the shoulder and scanned the crowd. Soon, a few more individuals stepped forward. That I served 3 years. I served 2 years. Wonderful, each with their own strengths. Are you all still adept with firearms? Jiang Wang observed the smiling faces of his relatives, who seemed ready to take action. Brother-in-law, rest assured, we are absolutely proficient with firearms. Came the confident reply from a round-faced man, whose piercing gaze suggested a formidable presence, standing an impressive 1.76 meters tall, his robust arms making him resemble a human tower. What is your name? How many years of service? Lu Daqing, 6 years as an infantryman, served in reconnaissance. Goodness, a special forces soldier. Jiang Wang responded with surprise, pulling out a pistol, the big black star, and tossing it over. Take a look. Does it still feel right? Lu Daqing swiftly caught the handgun, and after a long hiatus from handling firearms, he grinned as if he were a child with a new toy. To brother-in-law, let me show you a trick. Just a moment. Lu Daqing turned to assess the surrounding woods, where they had rendezvoused by the roadside, the trees providing ample cover. With plenty of undergrowth and bamboo, the area was alive with birds. Lu Daqing took off running into the forest, aiming as he went, executing a moving target practice. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted as he ran, his pace unyielding, while he reached down to grab something from the ground. After firing 5 shots, he emerged from the thicket, proudly holding 3 bloodied bird carcasses, one of which had been shattered by a bullet from the Type 54 pistol, also known as the King of Hell. Renowned for its ability to easily penetrate iron plates and lightweight body armor. At the height of its notoriety, even the police in the Port District would think twice before confronting such a weapon, as a single shot could spell disaster. Applause erupted from Jiang Wang, who was thoroughly impressed. The others wore expressions of astonishment, having heard tales of Lu Daqing's prowess in the military, yet nothing compared to witnessing it firsthand. This display was truly remarkable. Bravo! Jiang Wang praised, relishing the company of capable individuals, knowing they would be of great assistance to brother-in-law. This was merely a standard performance. There are many who surpass my skills, including a division commander, who came in second. Now he is a shoemaker. Lu Daqing, grinning as he fondled the pistol, spoke with a touch of humility, though it was clear that many skilled individuals remained in the military. Do you still have many comrades in arms? Jiang Wang inquired. Lu Daqing nodded earnestly. In these times, jobs were hard to come by, and many struggled to make ends meet. That I couldn't stand being bossed around, so I left, planning to stick with you. Brother-in-law, good. I appreciate your loyalty, and I want to let you down that I have a task for you. Familiarize the brothers with the weapons within 2 days. All right, just like you did in the army. No problem. Lu Daqing readily agreed. The others, recognizing his exceptional skill and eager to learn from him, voiced no objections, their applause ringing in the air. All right, have you eaten yet? Hold on just a little longer. We're heading to Jingdong, and brother-in-law will treat you all to a feast. Jiang Wang called out, get in the car. Over 30 individuals clambered back onto the large truck, with Jiang Wang joining them while the Cherokee SUV made a U-turn. Leading the way, in the back seat of the SUV. Fan Benquan kept glancing back at the red old Liberation truck. What kind of people has he gathered? He wondered, having witnessed Lu Daqing's marksmanship. He couldn't help but marvel. Such skills were truly impressive. Yet Fan Benquan felt a swell of joy within. Jiang Wang's growing strength meant a greater chance of reclaiming the lumberyard, and consequently, the likelihood of securing his own financial future increased. If they could also take down the Lao Chong family, it would be even better. The 2 vehicles traveled in tandem and reached Jingdong by afternoon, the weather fair and rain-free. Listening to the weather forecast on the car radio, Jiang Wang noted that sunny days were ahead, a promising sign. While en route, he contacted Lao Jiao, requesting that he bring the military supplies to Jingdong, so he wouldn't have to make another trip. With the money in hand, Lao Jiao readily agreed. That evening, Jiang Wang booked a lively restaurant in Jingdong, where they enjoyed a hearty meal. The proprietor, a person of Chinese descent, prepared delectable dishes during the feast. Jiang Wang stood with a glass in hand, declaring, normally, I should be toasting you all to welcome you, but we brothers have significant matters at hand, so let us postpone the drinking for now. Upon returning home, we shall drink to our heart's content, but here, I want you to throw caution to the wind. This isn't our homeland. Should we engage in a fight, we'll leave no room for tears at home. Do you understand? Understood. The assembled crowd responded in unison, their voices resonating and causing the chandeliers to sway, I am not a timid man. We strive outside for a better life, for wealth and prosperity. It begins today. Let us get to it. Jiang Wang raised his teacup and drank deeply to the cause. With a cacophony of clanging chairs and tables, over 30 individuals stood, cups raised, drinking deeply in a toast with tea in place of alcohol. The atmosphere was one of wild camaraderie. Just as the meal was nearing completion, the military supplies arrived, delivered by a white box truck that parked directly in front of the restaurant. That it was already past 10 in the evening. Jiang Wang, accompanied by artillerymen Lu He and Lu Daqing, went out to receive the shipment. The delivery was made by a young man with braided hair, who was solely responsible for the drop-off and knew nothing of the rest. He tossed the keys to Jiang Wang before locking the truck and departing, promising to return the following morning to drive it away. Chapter 57. A show of strength. The war begins with a creak. The rusty cargo door swung open. The beam of a flashlight illuminated the interior, and Lu He and Lu Daqing stood speechless. They were aware of their brother-in-law's connections, but nothing could have prepared them for what lay inside. Displayed before them were general-purpose machine guns, their barrels gleaming ominously, alongside bright yellow belts of ammunition. Truly a sight to behold. Deep green wooden crates lined the interior, and as they pried one open, their astonishment grew. Inside were firearms of all kinds, both long and short. Picking one up, Lu He opened the chamber, discovering it to be brand new. He glanced at Lu Daqing, silently asking, "Brother, isn't our brother-in-law's strength a bit overwhelming? What are you pondering?" "Isn't it good that our brother-in-law is formidable?" Lu Daqing replied nonchalantly, a gun enthusiast at heart, though he hadn't had the chance to handle one since retiring. "How's this?" Jiang Wang approached with the flashlight, inspecting the crates, even checking the two machine guns to brother-in-law mortars, and they're American-made. Lu He exclaimed as he opened another large crate, revealing a mortar with its barrel pointed skyward, alongside a box of shells. "Let us tidy up and have someone come help us move these." Jiang Wang secured 2 large black stars, affixing magazines to them and placing them at his waist, having previously gifted another to Lu Daqing. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, he summoned assistance. Having already dined, Jin Hai and the others hurried over, a group of over 30 congregating at the entrance of the restaurant. Under the anxious gaze of the restaurant owner, they efficiently unloaded weapon crates from the cargo box, resembling an assembly line. The old man, surprisingly conscientious, even provided a stack of steel helmets. However, likely having been cast aside in the cargo box without prior use, Jiang Wang unloaded them all, leaving the cargo box impeccably tidy. Inside the restaurant, each individual was equipped with a firearm. Although lacking ammunition, they familiarized themselves with their weapons before loading. The veterans among them assumed the role of instructors, taking turns to demonstrate how to aim and shoot. Jiang Wang squinted. He had not closed his eyes for a day and night, his excitement surpassing that of even the most fervent addicts. "Lu He, will you be able to accurately fire this cannon?" Jiang Wang clapped Lu He on the shoulder. Lu He, grinning while polishing a mortar, replied, "Rest assured, brother-in-law, 2 test shots will suffice. I guarantee precision, 1 shot. 1 target. All right, I'll rely on you, do well, and wait for your brother-in-law to get you a grenade launcher. That will pack a punch." Lu He chuckled. Jiang Shao approached, gesturing towards the outside. Jiang Wang followed him out, inquiring, "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao glanced back, asking, "Uncle, when shall we take action?" "Tomorrow. The longer we wait, the more dreams we have. If it weren't for the brothers just arriving, I would have wanted to take the lumberyard tonight." "How is the company?" Jiang Wang moved aside, sitting on the steps while extracting a cigarette from his pack, his gaze fixed on the extinguished streetlights. "The company has commenced operations, overseen by Gao Qiqiang. We temporarily purchased some timber to get the factory running. Moreover, the market for rosewood furniture is quite promising, particularly in the high-end sector, ranging from tens of thousands to over $1 million. Jiang Shao also lit a cigarette. Discussing market conditions, I estimated that if the lumberyard contains types like rosewood and wangwali, we can ship the raw materials directly to the factory. This year, we could potentially earn around $6 million. Some high-end markets are truly lucrative. What if those woods double in value? Jiang Wang grinned. This trade is akin to coal barons. Profit hinges on output. Cut it down, and you've earned it. Uncle, do you have any plans? Jiang Shao asked curiously. No particular plans, but I've secured the entire lumberyard. Old Fan can still recruit some lumberjacks. Among our brothers, aside from a portion working as lumberjacks, Those capable of wielding firearms will guard the lumberyard. During the dry season, we could become quite prosperous in just 1 quarter. All right, Jiang Shao nodded. The hazy night sky dissipated without a trace as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the eastern horizon. By 9 in the morning, Jiang Wang instructed Yi Dayo to procure a batch of essential supplies. The focus was on food, water, and medical supplies, bandages, anti-inflammatory medication, and clothing in the mountains. Lu He grasped a mortar shell with both hands. Positioning it at the mortar's mouth, his gaze fixed on a distant, large tree. From his elevated vantage point on the road, he could clearly see that the tree was dead, its leaves a striking yellow. Having measured the distance beforehand, all that remained was to fire. This first shot would determine whether he could enjoy a life of luxury in the future. The skill of firing this cannon was crucial. Lu He exhaled, released his grip, and the shell slid into the barrel with a thud. With a resounding boom, the shell was launched, tracing a curved path through the air, landing less than 3 meters from the tree. Followed by a deafening explosion. The yellow, withered leaves trembled and cascaded to the ground. Just a slight miscalculation. Lu He shouted, observing the scene. Jiang Wang stood atop the old Liberation truck, observing the explosion through binoculars. That minor error was inconsequential. Boom. The second shell was fired, this time hitting the target with precision. The explosion struck the trunk of the dead tree, causing all the dried yellow leaves to fall. Accompanied by the sound of cracking, the tree splintered and collapsed, its white trunk jutting toward the sky. Excellent. Lu He hopped into the vehicle. Let us go. Jiang Wang lowered the binoculars and casually tossed them to Yi Dayo before jumping down from the truck. Brother-in-law, why don't you take the other vehicle? Lu Daqing suggested, armed with a general-purpose machine gun, his waist adorned with a belt of wooden-handled grenades. Nonsense, your brother-in-law fears nothing. Jiang Wang reached for one of the grenades at Lu Daqing's waist, tapping it on his steel-helmeted head before pulling the pin and hurling it away. The wooden-handled grenade tumbled through the air, landing in the distant woods, exploding 3 seconds later with a resounding bang, sending all the birds in the forest flying. I'll lead the charge. As long as they don't surrender, we'll fight to the end. Understood, Jiang Wang shouted, turning to face the brothers behind him, all of whom had donned steel helmets, clutching their rifles, nodding quickly, albeit with a hint of nervousness. However, having experienced the first encounter, the rest were seasoned hands. Mianjina drove, with Lu Daqing in the passenger seat. Clad in a bulletproof vest and wielding a machine gun with a belt of 100 rounds, reminiscent of Rambo from First Blood. Following them were Jiang Wang, Yi Dayo, and Jin Hai, Fan Bingquan, wearing a steel helmet, crouched in the back of the truck, engaging in conversation with the Lu family men. The off-road vehicle sped along, Mianjina maneuvering the road with familiarity, even faster than before. Within an hour, they encountered a fallen tree trunk blocking their path. Surprisingly, there were still sentinels at the checkpoint, but this time, they had learned. Before the vehicle could approach, they opened fire as a warning. 2 shots struck the ground. The off-road vehicle was still 200 meters away when Mian Jinghe slammed the brakes. Jiang Wang glanced back. Without needing to instruct, his eager nephew Jiang Shao had already directed Lu He and a few brothers to haul down the mortar. The distance was clearly sufficient. With a shell loaded into the barrel, it flew with a loud bang, slicing through the air. Lu Daqing, seated in the passenger seat, disengaged the safety and positioned his machine gun at the window, with the glass fully lowered, ready to fire at a moment's notice. The explosion echoed, sending soldiers crouched behind the grass shelter, flying. One unfortunate soul lost half a leg to the blast. Finish them! Jiang Wang roared as Mian Jinghe pressed the accelerator, the off-road vehicle closing in by over 100 meters. The door flung open. Lu Daqing steadied his machine gun against the door, using it as cover, squeezing the trigger and unleashing a barrage upon the checkpoint, which lacked fortifications. The obstacle was merely the fallen tree, devoid of sandbags or earth bags for bullet protection. The general-purpose machine gun's 7.62mm rounds whistled like a swarm of furious bees, a metallic storm sweeping over them. The grass shelter was riddled with bullets, and several guerrilla soldiers inside didn't even manage to fire back before being taken down. Yi Dayo jumped from the vehicle, tossing a grenade ahead, which obliterated the fallen trunk, splitting it in two to drive over it. Jiang Wang commanded. Lu Daqing quickly boarded the vehicle, the door barely closing before the off-road truck surged forward. The larger truck followed suit, barreling into the fray. At the lumberyard, the Namwa guerrillas were still embroiled in a debate over leadership. Jiang Wang's nocturnal raid 2 nights prior had eliminated their commander and chief of staff. Truth be told, these guerrilla fighters, akin to local militias, were reminiscent of the commendation orders airdropped during Chiang Shinkai's retreat to Wantai, each title and position more grandiose than the last. They were either generals or commanders. Yet utterly inept. 2 days had passed since the commander had his neck snapped by a belt and the chief of staff had his throat cut with a knife. They had already been buried. Now, 2 battalion leaders were squabbling over who would take charge. The distant sounds of explosions jolted these 2 fools back to reality. Could it be that someone else's troops were attacking, just as they stepped outside to assemble their subordinates? A piercing whistle sliced through the air. They looked up to witness their watchtower, erected in the lumberyard, being obliterated, the fortified machine gun position collapsing like a joke. The machine guns tumbled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Kill them! A cacophony of battle cries erupted at the entrance, the staccato of machine gun fire roaring, bullets whizzing by. 3-man teams. Weapons forward, don't shoot your own, the veteran instructors shouted. Raising their AKMs for a relentless barrage, suppressed their fire. The guerrilla soldiers who had just dashed out of the dormitory were met with the sharp sound of a whistle, followed by the thundering descent of mortar shells from above. When they landed amidst the crowd, it was akin to the blossoming of a flower at its center. The 2 captains vying for dominance had yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos when they were swept away by the rushing throng. Their fates sealed in an instant. These individuals exhibited a certain level of proficiency, driven by an innate martial spirit. Men from the East, who had long dreamt of wielding firearms as toys since birth, showcased a primal ferocity in such moments. Their combat prowess was nearly off the charts, a manifestation of centuries of latent brutality hidden within their bloodlines, now unleashed in the arena of slaughter. Jiang Wang, clutching an AKM, had scarcely prepared to engage when the lumberyard personnel were almost entirely dispatched. Only a group remained trapped inside the dormitory, the cacophony of gunfire outside mingling with their terrified cries, as if they were on the verge of surrender. Yet, as the last bullets were fired, the wooden walls of the dormitory were riddled with holes, rendering any thoughts of capitulation futile. A few soldiers, paralyzed by fear, fled aimlessly into the forest, pursued relentlessly by Mian Jinghe and Jin Hai. Jiang Wang surveyed his surroundings when Lu Daqing, armed with a machine gun, approached, steam rising from the barrel, the metal hot to the touch. "Brother-in-law, what should we do?" Lu Daqing, equally at a loss, noted the unexpected weakness of their foes, finding them even less formidable than the drills he had participated in. Gather the men and conduct a thorough search. If there are any survivors, keep the uninjured and give a bullet to the wounded. Yes, but why keep them alive? Lu Daqing queried, struggling to grasp the rationale. Though he had served in the military, he believed that dead enemies were the only good enemies, that we need a few captives. Eliminate them all. My lumberyard requires laborers, yet I doubt any will remain to go summon Fan Bengquan to bring over the excavator. As newcomers, we must pay our respects to the mountain god. Understood. Lu Daqing quickly saluted, calling over a familiar comrade to whom he tossed the machine gun, saying, "Brother-in-law has spoken. Leave no survivors. Pay homage to the mountain god. And eliminate these scoundrels." Understood. Not a single one shall remain. Chapter 58. The lumberyard, draw cards, Chi Tongwei. In the forest, several panicked soldiers fled for their lives, lamenting the inadequacy of their lineage that had not granted them an extra pair of legs. Their pursuers were relentless, the terrain rugged with dense foliage and the occasional thicket of bamboo. Mian Jinghe, having pursued halfway, decisively took a shortcut down the mountain, determined not to let a single one escape. The soldiers fled, gasping for breath, when Mian Jinghe caught up, brandishing his pistol and firing at their heads. Bang! Bang bang! The brothers trailing behind had no time to catch their breath as they witnessed Mian Jinghe, without so much as a blink, dispatching their foes with ruthless efficiency, blood splattering in every direction. They recognized Mian Jinghe, famed for his ability to cleave a pig in 2 with a single axe blow. An impression that left an indelible mark. The lumberyard, the ancient engine of the excavator, roared to life, its massive bucket digging a deep pit within the woods. Bodies were tossed into the abyss. Jiang Wang stood nearby, counting. About 50 individuals had been thrown in, combined with those they had previously vanquished. Nearly all members of the Southwa guerrilla faction were accounted for. Mian Jinghe and his men had pursued a few more. With this tally, the numbers were sufficient. The corpses were buried deep beneath the earth by Idayo operating the excavator. The pit was deep enough to avert any potential issues. Tomorrow, they would invite a master to chant scriptures for disaster relief and blessings. Thus the lumberyard would be neatly settled. Jiang Wang returned to check on his comrades. Fortunately, there had been no casualties. Only one fool had tripped and twisted his ankle, making him the sole injured party. However, one individual piqued Jiang Wang's curiosity. None other than Fan Benquan, who cowered in the off-road vehicle, too afraid to emerge. Jiang Wang's swift actions had left him terrified. Forget about the 20% sales margin of the lumberyard. He was more concerned about his own survival, that if they decided to turn on him, what would he do? Resist. The driver was capable of taking down 6 men, and the area was filled with his comrades. All of them relatives. They were practically family. Any attempt at bribery or pleading for mercy was futile. He had overheard their conversation. Leave none alive. Heaven knew what would befall him. Fan Benquan attempted several times to flee in the vehicle, but hesitated, fearing that failure would seal his doom. Just as he spiraled into despair, the car door was pulled open, and Jiang Wang settled into the passenger seat, tossing a cigarette box onto the console. "What are you pondering?" Jiang Wang asked, a teasing glimmer in his eyes. For with the takeover of the lumberyard, he had secured a foundation for his ambitions to as long as there were trees on the mountain and lumberjacks to fell them. This place would become an inexhaustible printing press for wealth, especially once he streamlined the entire supply chain from raw materials to production. How could Jiang Wang not be pleased? Yet, to Fan Benquan, that smile was a harbinger of doom. "Old Fan, are you happy?" Fan Benquan felt on the verge of tears. "Boss Jiang, I no longer want that money. Please spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a child under 8. "Oh, Old Fan, what do you mean by that?" Jiang Wang replied, a hint of displeasure in his tone. "That you're not, of course, not at all." What else could Fan Benquan say? He feared that any misstep could provoke Jiang Wang's wrath, jeopardizing his life. Wealth was merely a trifle when compared to life itself. He was genuinely afraid of dying. "That I'm not here to create trouble for you. I still need you to recruit lumberjacks. We must grow stronger and achieve greater glory." Jiang Wang pinched Fan Benquan's cheek, forcing a smile from him. "Smile, and you'll soon be prosperous. Frowning is not festive." Fan Benquan caught on. Jiang Wang still needed him. He would still receive that 20% sales margin. "Boss, are you saying we need to recruit lumberjacks? Should I go recruit?" Fan Benquan questioned, pointing at himself. "What? Don't want to know now? I'm eager, very eager." "Boss Jiang, you re like a father to me. I will work diligently." Had they not been in the car, Fan Benquan would have certainly bowed deeply to Jiang Wang, that he feared not the workload but the prospect of being told, "Once you're done, you can leave." Being asked to assist was a lifeline, an opportunity to earn that he would gladly endure any fatigue. "All right, I'll give you 200,000 that the dry season is approaching. And that's when the big projects arise. Hire as many as you can. We'll transform the lumberyard from east to west into our own forest." "Understood. I comprehend." Jiang Wang glanced back at Fan Benquan. "Work well. If I find out you dare to abscond with the money, I will kill your entire family." That statement sent a chill down Fan Benquan's spine, leaving him cold all over. While others might utter such threats lightly, he recognized the young man before him was fully capable of following through, that if he threatened to kill an entire family, even their dog would not survive. Fan Benquan quickly raised his hand, extending 3 fingers, swearing, "Boss, rest assured, I swear to heaven, I will never harbor any ulterior motives. If I dare to abscond, may I and my family perish. Good. I shall remember your words. Work diligently." Jiang Wang encouraged as he patted Fan Benquan on the shoulder before exiting the vehicle to observe the searching brothers. He found a stone, brushed off the dust, and sat down, contemplating that there was nothing else to address. His nephew Jiang Shao was over there managing things. He hardly needed to worry that in such moments, one naturally looked forward to rewards. Jiang Wang quickly turned his gaze to the system interface. The lumberyard mission was complete, and 2 glowing world card packs awaited opening. Jiang Wang rubbed his hands together. The conditions were modest, and he thought little of it. Sincerity often brings fortune. The 2 packs appeared identical. Left or right? He chose left. As he opened the pack, a tearing sound echoed as it split open, and a gleaming card shot forth. The brilliance was blinding, more intense than ever before. The people's hero, Chi Tongwei, SSS rank. Born into poverty, determined to defy fate, he was one of the 3 heroes of Handong University. A people's hero riddled with bullets, a ruthless figure who knelt for power and future, growing amidst honor and disgrace, ultimately proclaiming at Lone Eagle Ridge that no one could judge him. Wow! Jiang Wang now desperately craved a cigarette. Does this rank impressive? Director Chi wait. Jiang Wang glanced below, eager to discern if there was any familial connection, hoping to explore potential alliances. Your relation is that of a distant cousin. Why can't it be closer? I could also bear the surname Chi. Jiang Wang lamented in exasperation, but he continued to read, discovering matters were more complicated than anticipated. Narcotics team leader Chi Tongwei, I have heard of your considerable influence in Bomo and your ongoing recruitment efforts. He has an urgent matter and seeks your assistance. Seeking my help? Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow, studying the details on the interface. The narcotics team leader seeks to apprehend drug traffickers. This place is as plentiful as the stars in the sky. And judging by the current circumstances, Director Chi is not merely an esteemed official, but rather a heroic figure tirelessly combating drug trafficking on the front lines. Assistance is undoubtedly warranted. As for that drug dealer, Jiang Wang could personally wield an AK rifle to dismantle their lair. The promising young man has every reason to lend his aid. Please meet with Chi Tongwei at the Qingtai restaurant in Ruili 3 days hence to receive your familial reward. Jiang Wang casually opened a car drawn at a Mercedes-Benz S600, a guard-class, bulletproof model, with a front grille shaped like the character for King, affectionately nicknamed the Tiger Head. That IT was yet another familiar scene. 2 item reward cards and 1 character attribute card. Nonetheless, the Tiger Head. This vehicle carries the prestigious title of Big Benz and is undoubtedly an imposing model in this era. Moreover, being a bulletproof version, Jiang Wang was quite fond of it, at the very least. He ought to consider his own worth. The next card was flipped over to In Lehigh City, a luxurious villa in Tinghuayuan, covering an area of 700 square meters, with exclusive access, a swimming pool, an underground garage, and fully furnished. Jiang Wang held little affection for the house, for he prioritized safety over comfort. Especially while in his homeland, his sense of vigilance would diminish, leading him to adopt a more reclusive lifestyle. SSS Character Attribute Card. Victory in adversity. That Chi Tongwei has never resigned himself to fate. He is willing to sacrifice everything for it, even if it means bending the knee to the powerful and acting as a pawn. Yet he shall never concede to destiny. Born into poverty, he refuses to remain in such a state for life, and is determined to obtain victory by any means necessary. Chapter 59. The Shinjuku Incident. Iron Head. After perusing the introduction, Jiang Wang paused briefly before tearing open the final world card pack. With a rip, the golden card pack unfurled, its glow dimmer than the previous one, not overly dazzling. Shinjuku Incident. Iron Head. S-Class that he is an illegal worker who lost his identity while smuggling into the neon-lit land. A sad figure who turned to underhanded dealings, resorting to murder and smuggling to survive. Occupying territory in the underworld, and a wanderer caught in the dilemma of choosing between women and brothers. The neon underworld. Jiang Wang glanced at the figure depicted, the visage of Long Shu still vivid in his memory, albeit with slight differences. The violent gangs of the neon underworld are renowned worldwide, having gained legitimacy and become unwieldy. It is worth mentioning that the Border Triangle region has some ties to the neon underworld, primarily due to the drug trade, as it is a production area. The immense profits from the transportation in between are enough to drive one mad. Your identity is that of a distant cousin. The Neon Underworld Organization, the Triad, led by Iron Head, has heard of your connections and influence in the Border Triangle and wishes to meet you to establish a bridge for the Triad, while also hoping you can provide guidance for the Huanan Gang's new development direction. Indeed, the Neon Underworld. Jiang Wang licked his lips. However, if establishing connections leads to opening drug routes, it is regrettable that he is not in that line of work. Please proceed to the Shinjuku area of Tokyo in the Neon Land in 20 days. Ironhead eagerly anticipates your arrival to receive your familial reward. 20 days. Jiang Wang pondered he would likely have completed his tasks by then. With 1 month remaining until the dry season, A trip to the Neon Land was certainly feasible that he casually tapped to claim the reward. S-Class.